Chapter 1 The betrothal gift is doubled. The mother-in-law asks for 180,000 betrothal gift. Mom, it will cost 360,000 yuan for a dowry to marry Qin Shiyun. You tell my sister to ask Lin Hao for another 180,000 yuan for a dowry so that I can marry a wife. Zhang Hongyu said anxiously. Qin Shiyun is his goddess. She is a classmate of his future brother-in-law Lin Hao, and now she is also his sister's best friend. Tomorrow is the day when my future brother-in-law Lin Hao is getting married to his sister. He wanted to take this opportunity to ask Lin Hao for another 180,000 yuan in betrothal gifts. Adding the original 180,000 yuan in betrothal gifts, the two 180,000 yuan would make a total of 360,000 yuan in betrothal gifts, which was just enough for him to marry the goddess Qin Shiyun. When Huang Meixia heard what her son said, she couldn't help but become anxious. My son will get married sooner or later. Now he likes Qin Shiyun, and he needs a dowry of 360,000 yuan to marry her. She had originally asked Lin Hao for only 180,000 yuan in betrothal gifts, but now it seems that this 180,000 yuan in betrothal gifts is not enough for her son to marry Qin Shiyun. Unless you add another 180,000. Huang Meixia thought for a moment, and a light flashed in her eyes. Lin Hao will come to pick up the bride tomorrow. On the wedding day, in front of everyone, if she asks Lin Hao for another 180,000 yuan in betrothal gifts, Lin Hao will definitely compromise. After all, it was a big wedding and so many friends and relatives of Lin Hao's family were coming. It would be a huge shame if Lin Hao couldn't pick up the bride and get married smoothly. For the sake of face, Lin Hao will definitely compromise. Okay, Mom will go talk to your sister. Huang Meixia said and went to her daughter Zhang Jingjing's room. Zhang Hongyu followed closely behind. Jingjing, Mom plans to ask Lin Hao for a betrothal gift of 180,000 yuan tomorrow. Huang Meixia looked at her daughter in the room and went straight to the point. Zhang Jingjing was wearing a white wedding dress and admiring herself in front of a full-length mirror. Zhang Jingjing's heart tightened when she heard her mother Huang Meixia's words. She looked embarrassed and said, Mom, why do you want another 180,000 yuan for the betrothal gift? Lin Hao has already borrowed a lot to get the 180,000 yuan for the betrothal gift. Huang Meixia snorted coldly, your brother likes Qin Shiyun and wants to marry her for a gift of 360,000 yuan. You can't just watch your brother be single, right? Sister, I really like Shiyun. You can ask Lin Hao for another 180,000 yuan in betrothal gifts. Zhang Hongyu said anxiously. Zhang Jingjing frowned. She glanced at her brother Zhang Hongyu, then looked at Huang Meixia and said with embarrassment, Mom, it will be difficult for Lin Hao to get another 180,000 yuan for the betrothal gift. Besides, Shiyun doesn't like her brother. What do you mean by like or dislike? Huang Meixia snorted, unhappily, since Qin Shiyun clearly said that she needs a betrothal gift of 360,000 to marry her, it means that she only cares about money and doesn't care about like or dislike? Mom has made the decision on this matter. I will ask Lin Hao for a betrothal gift of 180,000 tomorrow. Zhang Jingjing looked even more embarrassed if she really asked Lin Hao for a betrothal gift of 180,000 yuan tomorrow. What would Lin Hao think? Huang Meixia sighed when she saw her daughter's expression, and played the emotional card, my daughter, a married daughter is like spilled water. After you get married, the child you give birth to will have the Lin family name. Your father died early, and it was not easy for me to raise you and Hongyu alone. My only wish now is for Hongyu to carry on the family line. You don't want the Zhang family to be extinct, right? After hearing this, Zhang Jingjing's heart couldn't help but soften a little. Her father died early, and it was really not easy for her mother to raise her and her brother. Huang Meixia stepped forward, held Zhang Jingjing's hand, and sighed, my daughter, just think of this as repaying your mother for raising you. I promise that this is the last time. If your father were still alive, he would definitely not want to see the Zhang family extinct. He would let Hongyu get married even if he had to sell everything he had, because we are a family, and a family should work together and help each other. What do you think, Jingjing? Zhang Jingjing's heart softened a little. As a daughter, she also wanted to be filial to her mother. 2 years after graduation, she spent 70% of her salary on her mother, gave 10% to her younger brother, and kept 20% for herself. But now her brother is going to marry her best friend Qin Shiyun, and it seems that the only way she can help is to ask Lin Hao for another 180,000 yuan in betrothal gifts. After hesitating for more than 10 seconds, Zhang Jingjing gritted her teeth and said firmly, Mom, ask Lin Hao for another 180,000 yuan in betrothal gifts tomorrow. Zhang Jingjing decided to ask Lin Hao for another 180,000 yuan in betrothal gifts. First, to repay the kindness of raising me. Second, it has really not been easy for my mother over the years. Third, if her younger brother cannot marry and cannot carry on the family line, many relatives will not be willing to associate with their family. They will also laugh at her younger brother for not being able to marry. They are more likely to laugh at her as an older sister who is unwilling to help her younger brother. Some of them may even say that she is an ungrateful person who forgets her parents' home after getting married. Lin Hao, if you really love me and really want to marry me, then treat me, my mother and my brother as a real family and help my brother get enough money to get married. Zhang Jingjing thought secretly in her heart. She had made up her mind that as long as Lin Hao could raise another 180,000 yuan for the betrothal gift, she and Lin Hao would pay off the money he owed together. 8:30 a.m. the next day. Firecrackers were heard outside Zhang's house, and the wedding procession stopped at this time. The groom Lin Hao got out of the car and looked at the crowd gathered under the Zhang family's building. Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh, a laugh from the bottom of his heart. He and Zhang Jingjing have been in a relationship for 5 years. They started dating in their sophomore year and have graduated for 2 years now. Today, they are finally going to get married, and he is looking forward to the happy life after marrying Zhang Jingjing. This is the groom. He's so tall and handsome. So handsome. Zhang Jingjing's relatives looked at Lin Hao and praised him one by one. Lin Hao looks to be about 180 centimeters tall, with a body that's neither fat nor thin, just the right size. He has a handsome face and good looks, and his appearance is impeccable. Howsy, go pick up the bride. There were 4 groomsmen beside Lin Hao, all of whom were his childhood friends. The 4 best men smiled and seemed impatient to see what the bridesmaid looked like. Maybe they could even fall in love with her, get married, and have children. Lin Hao was also very excited. He wanted to marry Zhang Jingjing as soon as possible and then try to have a baby. They soon reached the 2nd floor of the building, and when the best man was about to knock on the door, a voice suddenly sounded. Lin Hao, if you want to take my daughter away today, you have to give another 180,000 yuan as a betrothal gift. Huang Meixia's voice was very loud and everyone present could hear it clearly. Everyone present was stunned at this moment. Lin Hao's face also froze, and he looked at Huang Meixia in disbelief. The 4 groomsmen also instantly stopped smiling and stared at Huang Meixia with slightly frowned brows. Lin Hao looked at Huang Meixia and frowned slightly. Auntie, didn't I give you 180,000 yuan as a betrothal gift? Why do you want another 180,000 yuan as a betrothal gift? Huang Meixia looked slightly cold, staring at Lin Hao and said, Hong Yu likes Qin Shiyun. He needs a gift of 360,000 to marry Qin Shiyun. He still needs 180,000. You can give another 180,000 as a gift and take my daughter away directly. When Lin Hao heard this, his face turned ugly and he was annoyed. Zhang Hongyu wanted to get married, but the dowry was not enough, so he asked him for another 180,000 yuan in dowry. After being annoyed, he also frowned. Qin Shiyun. Qin Shiyun was his first love. They dated for a year during his freshman year in college, but he broke up with her out of spite because they had a fight. 4 months after the breakup, he got together with Zhang Jingjing. Originally, during the 3 months after the breakup, he had thought about taking the initiative to contact Qin Shiyun and wanted to get back together with her. But for the sake of face, he did not take the initiative to find Qin Shiyun. He originally wanted to wait for Qin Shiyun to take the initiative to get back together with him, but he knew Qin Shiyun and she was also a person who cared about her reputation. Under normal circumstances, she would not take the initiative to get back together with him. During the 3 months after the breakup, he started chatting with Zhang Jingjing and felt pretty good about it. Once when he went out to dinner with Zhang Jingjing and drank too much, Zhang Jingjing confessed her love to him again. In addition, he also liked Zhang Jingjing a little, and he was already in a period of emotional emptiness and heartbreak, so that night, he confirmed his relationship with Zhang Jingjing. 3 months after the breakup, Qin Shiyun also looked for him, and it seemed like she wanted to get back together with him. However, after learning that he was with Zhang Jingjing, Qin Shiyun never mentioned anything about getting back together with him. But less than a month later, for some unknown reason, Qin Shiyun suddenly dropped out of school and stayed there for a full year. By the time Qin Shiyun finished her 1-year leave of absence and was in her sophomore year, he was already in his junior year. Later, Qin Shiyun and Zhang Jingjing became a couple and became good friends. He was a little embarrassed at the time. After all, Qin Shiyun was his ex, so he talked to Qin Shiyun alone and made sure not to let Zhang Jingjing know about them. After that, they lived in peace and he treated Qin Shiyun as a friend. Qin Shiyun also treated him as a friend. I didn't expect that Zhang Hongyu wants to marry Qin Shiyun now. Lin Hao, go and collect the 180,000 yuan betrothal gift now. Only when you have collected the gift, can I let you take my daughter away? Huang Meixia said coldly at this time, and her tone gave people the feeling that there was no room for negotiation. Everyone present was watching this scene in silence. Although they all despised Huang Meixia's behavior of taking advantage of the situation, they wanted to know more about what Lin Hao would do. It seems there are only two choices. First, collect 180,000 yuan for the betrothal gift. Second, the marriage is not concluded. Lin Hao looked gloomy. He looked at Huang Meixia angrily and said, "Auntie, we clearly agreed on a betrothal gift of 180,000 yuan, but now you suddenly increase it by 180,000 yuan. Don't you think it's too much?" Huang Meixia snorted coldly. She didn't care about all that. She just knew that if she wanted her son to marry Qin Shiyun, she could only ask Lin Hao for another 180,000 yuan. She had no other way to get 180,000 yuan, so she could only keep her eyes on Lin Hao. Lin Hao was her son's only hope to marry Qin Shiyun. Huang Meixia stared at Lin Hao and said coldly with a sarcastic look, "I don't care. Anyway, if you can't get 180,000 yuan for the betrothal gift today, my daughter won't marry you." After hearing this, Lin Hao's face turned blue with anger. Asking him to collect another 180,000? He couldn't even get close. Lin Hao frowned and said to Huang Meixia in a deep voice, "I want to see Jingjing." Huang Meixia snorted after hearing this, then knocked on the door and said, "Open the door." After the door opened, everyone saw 5 young and beautiful girls in the room. Standing in the front, wearing a wedding dress, is Zhang Jingjing. Zhang Jingjing looked at Lin Hao with a somewhat awkward expression, but soon her eyes became firm. She looked at Lin Hao, bit her lip and said, "Lin Hao, you can get another 180,000 yuan as a betrothal gift. After we get married, I will pay off the debt with you." Lin Hao frowned and was very annoyed. Zhang Jingjing was good in every way except that she was a bit of a mama's girl and a bit of a brother-obsessed person. But he didn't expect Zhang Jingjing to have reached this point. On the day of the wedding, he was forced to collect another 180,000 yuan for the betrothal gift. Lin Hao looked grim as he stared at Zhang Jingjing, his tone suppressing anger. "My family really can't get 180,000 yuan for the betrothal gift. We have basically borrowed everything we can. I'm going to ask you once, if I can't get 180,000 yuan for the betrothal gift today, will you not marry me?" Chapter 2. I don't want your gift. Zhang Jingjing looked at Lin Hao with a firm gaze, biting her lip and said, "Lin Hao, after I marry you, my mother will be your mother, and my brother will be your brother. As a family, what's wrong with helping each other? If you really love me and you really want to marry me, go and get the 180,000 yuan betrothal gift now." After hearing this, Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh angrily. His face was livid, his fists were clenched, and he stared at Zhang Jingjing. His tone was full of anger and he said, "Your mother is my mother, and your brother is my brother. So let me ask you, after we get married, are my parents your parents?" Lin Hao clenched his fists even tighter and said angrily, "My parents borrowed money from everywhere in order for me to marry you. My parents said that you and I don't have to pay back the money we borrowed. We will pay it back. Do you know that my parents have spent most of their life savings to buy a house for marriage? And the house needs to be notarized and half of it will be given to you. Plus the 180,000 yuan dowry you want, my family is already heavily in debt. Now you want another 180,000 yuan dowry. I ask you, have you considered my parents' difficulties? Do you treat my parents as real relatives?" Lin Hao was very angry. His parents bought the apartment in the community with full payment. Although it only has 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, it still cost 900,000 yuan. In addition, the decoration cost 120,000 yuan. The total cost is 1.02 million yuan. For this residential community house that was purchased in full, Huang Meixia requested a notarization to give half of the house to Zhang Jingjing. He loves Zhang Jingjing. In order to give Zhang Jingjing enough sense of security, he agreed to get a notarization after the wedding banquet and before getting the marriage certificate. This is equivalent to him spending half a house to marry Zhang Jingjing, plus 180,000 yuan in betrothal gifts. But now, Zhang Jingjing actually forced him to collect another 180,000 yuan on the wedding day. He couldn't believe that Zhang Jingjing actually did this. Is this something a human would do? Stop talking so much nonsense. If you want to marry my daughter, you must collect another 180,000 yuan for the bride price today. Huang Meixia said coldly. Lin Hao had a gloomy face and ignored Huang Meixia. He stared at Zhang Jingjing and said in a deep voice, I'll ask you one last time. If I can't get the 180,000 yuan gift today, will you not marry me? Zhang Jingjing felt a little reluctant in her heart. She knew this was too difficult for Lin Hao. But Lin Hao is her brother's only hope to get married. She has no other choice but to keep an eye on Lin Hao. Yes, if you don't collect 180,000 yuan for the betrothal gift today, we won't get married today. Zhang Jingjing stared at Lin Hao. Although she knew that this would make Lin Hao very uncomfortable, based on her understanding of Lin Hao would definitely compromise. Because Lin Hao loves her. Everyone present stared at Lin Hao, wanting to know what choice Lin Hao would make. Just not get married? Or raise money immediately? Bite. The host chooses to collect 180,000 yuan in betrothal gifts to marry Zhang Jingjing, and gives the host the title of Ninja Turtle. The host chooses not to marry Zhang Jingjing, and this system rewards 1 million cash, which will be automatically transferred to the host's account. The host chooses to marry Qin Shiyun and can activate the nanny system. Host, please make a choice. When Lin Hao was making a decision, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Lin Hao was instinctively startled, but was soon overwhelmed by anger. He doesn't care whether the system is true or false, he has decided not to marry Zhang Jingjing. As for the third option prompted by the system, marry Qin Shiyun and activate the nanny system? If the system is real, activating the nanny system is naturally better than getting 1 million in cash. He pondered. Qin Shiyun. He looked at Qin Shiyun behind Zhang Jingjing, and there was a complicated look in his eyes for a moment. Qin Shiyun is very beautiful, even more beautiful than Zhang Jingjing. During her college years, Qin Shiyun was voted the #1 campus beauty of Suzhou University in the University Forum. No man questioned Qin Shiyun's beauty and her title of school beauty. Well deserved. Lin Hao thought about the past. If he hadn't been so concerned about his reputation and his temper, he could have gotten back together with Qin Shiyun if he just had a thicker skin. According to his understanding, Qin Shiyun is an independent thinker. She is not a mama's girl, nor is she a brother-obsessed womanizer. Qin Shiyun does not have a younger brother, but is an only child. He felt so regretful now. If he hadn't been angry or caring about his face, maybe he and Qin Shiyun would have been married long ago, and there wouldn't be so many troubles now. At this moment, he wanted to slap himself. A moment of silence. Lin Hao looked at Qin Shiyun's beautiful face and said softly, Shiyun, it will cost 360,000 to marry you. I will notarize half of the house and give it to you. Will you marry me? Fuck. Fuck. These words shocked everyone present, and almost everyone was dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Lin Hao actually proposed to the bridesmaid? Lin Hao's 4 brothers were also dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? They knew that Qin Shiyun was once Lin Hao's girlfriend, but now he was proposing to Qin Shiyun. Fuck. Zhang Hongyu was so furious when he saw Lin Hao actually propose to his goddess Qin Shiyun. Lin Hao, what the hell do you mean? It's fine if you don't want to marry my sister. If my sister wants to get married, there are a lot of rich men who want to marry her. But what the hell do you mean by proposing to Shiyun? Zhang Hongyu was furious and stepped forward to teach Lin Hao a lesson. Seeing this, Lin Hao's 4 best men immediately stepped forward to stop Zhang Hongyu, and some even wanted to beat him up. What the hell do you want to do? You dare to try? Do you believe that I will let you lie here today? Lin Hao's 4 brothers stared at Zhang Hongyu viciously. Seeing that these 4 men were tall and strong and had fierce looks, Zhang Hongyu couldn't help feeling guilty. He immediately stepped back and hid behind his mother Huang Meixia. But he still had a sullen face, staring at Lin Hao and cursing, Lin Hao, you ungrateful bastard, my sister has been with you for 5 years, and now not only do you not marry her, you want to marry my sister's best friend, who is also the one I like, you ungrateful bastard. Huang Meixia's face was also gloomy. She stared at Lin Hao and said coldly, do you think that if you propose to Qin Shiyun will marry you? Don't forget that Shiyun is Jingjing's best friend. Based on this relationship, she will never agree to your proposal no matter what. Zhang Hongyu, who was standing behind him, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after hearing this. Yes, with this relationship, how could Shiyun agree to Lin Hao's proposal? Zhang Jingjing was pale at this moment. She stared at Lin Hao in disbelief and angrily said, Lin Hao. You bastard. You actually proposed to my best friend. Lin Hao ignored them and looked at Qin Shiyun. He looked into Qin Shiyun's eyes and said with great guilt, "Shiyun, back then. I am willing, I don't want your gift." Before Lin Hao finished speaking, Qin Shiyun spoke. She looked at Lin Hao and her eyes couldn't help but become moist. Ever since she broke up with Lin Hao out of spite, and then learned that Lin Hao was with Zhang Jingjing, she felt extremely regretful. The anger back then was just because of a small matter, and she was very angry on the day of the breakup. I had been angry for a week and finally I calmed down. Afterwards, she wanted to get back together with Lin Hao, but due to face reasons, she did not take the initiative to look for Lin Hao. Instead, she was waiting for Lin Hao to take the initiative to get back together with her. The wait turned out to be agonizing. After waiting for more than a month, she found out that she was pregnant. She was extremely panicked at the time, wondering whether she should find Lin Hao and tell him about her pregnancy. But due to face, he did not go to find Lin Hao. At that time, she had some evil thoughts in her mind and wanted to give Lin Hao a surprise after her belly got bigger. Unexpectedly, when she went to find Lin Hao, she found out that Lin Hao actually had a new love. At that time, she felt as if she had been struck by a bolt from the blue, as if half of her soul had been taken away. Later, she thought about aborting the child. But I couldn't bear it. Then he thought again, even though Lin Hao has a new girlfriend, it doesn't mean they will continue to be together forever. There will definitely be a time to break up. As long as they break up, she can just get back together with Lin Hao. After giving birth, she continued to go to school and by chance started chatting with Zhang Jingjing. After spending some time with Zhang Jingjing, she found that Zhang Jingjing was a nice person and loved Lin Hao very much. At that time, she felt mixed emotions. She originally wanted to wait for Lin Hao to break up with Zhang Jingjing, but she found that Zhang Jingjing was also very good and loved Lin Hao. Although she felt very uncomfortable, she still silently blessed the two of them. But she also had another thought. If Lin Hao broke up with Zhang Jingjing, she would not be polite. After that, Lin Hao and Zhang Jingjing got engaged, and then got married today. She had already given up hope, and sincerely wished Lin Hao well in her heart, hoping that he would have a happy and fulfilling marriage. I didn't expect something like this to happen on my wedding day. Shiyun, what did you say? You want to marry Lin Hao? When Zhang Jingjing, who was standing by, heard Qin Shiyun's words, her face instantly turned ugly and she stared at Qin Shiyun angrily. She couldn't believe that her best friend actually agreed to Lin Hao's proposal. Everyone present was also confused. They looked at Qin Shiyun, feeling very puzzled. What the hell was going on? Shiyun, why did you agree to marry Lin Hao? Lin Hao is going to marry my sister, and you are my sister's best friend. You. When Zhang Hongyu heard that Qin Shiyun actually agreed to marry Lin Hao, he became anxious, like a grasshopper in a frying pan. Huang Meixia was also completely anxious. Qin Shiyun actually agreed and even said she didn't want a betrothal gift. Qin Shiyun, what do you mean? You are Jingjing's best friend, and you actually agreed to Lin Hao's proposal at this time, and you don't even ask for a dowry. How could you do such a thing? Huang Meixia was very angry. Why? Why does her son need a dowry of 360,000 yuan to marry Qin Shiyun? And when Lin Hao married Qin Shiyun simply didn't want a dowry? Qin Shiyun looked at Zhang Hongyu and Huang Meixia with some disgust. She said that a dowry of 360,000 yuan was required to marry her, but she just didn't want Zhang Hongyu to bother her. Qin Shiyun looked at Huang Meixia coldly and said, I said I want a gift of 360,000 to marry me, but I just don't want your son to bother me. Qin Shiyun hates Zhang Hongyu and Huang Meixia very much. In order to collect the 360,000 yuan betrothal money, these two people actually forced Lin Hao to collect another 180,000 yuan on the wedding day. How is this different from selling your daughter? To put it bluntly, this is not a one-time deal. After this time, there will be next time, countless times. It can be said that whoever marries Zhang Jingjing and meets a mother-in-law like Huang Meixia and a brother-in-law like Zhang Hongyu is jumping into a fire pit and becoming the ATM of this family. Chapter 3. Do you know how I have been spending the past 5 years? After hearing this, Huang Meixia's face turned extremely ugly and she stared at Qin Shiyun with great anger. Qin Shiyun actually said that she wanted a dowry of 360,000 yuan just because she didn't want her son to bother the other party. How is her son worse than Lin Hao? When Zhang Hongyu heard Qin Shiyun's words, his face turned red with anger and his eyes seemed to be able to spit fire. Zhang Jingjing was very angry. Her face turned pale as she stared at Qin Shiyun and shouted angrily, Qin Shiyun, I'm your best friend. How dare you treat me like this? Qin Shiyun looked at Zhang Jingjing with a slightly cold expression. I was very optimistic about you at first. I thought you loved Lin Hao, would marry Lin Hao and have children, and live a happy life. But I didn't expect that you would force Lin Hao to raise another 180,000 yuan for your brother's betrothal gift on the wedding day. Qin Shiyun's tone was cold. You kept saying that you wanted Lin Hao to treat you, your mother and your brother as family, and that you wanted Lin Hao to help your brother collect 360,000 yuan for the betrothal gift. But do you consider Lin Hao's parents as family? Today you forced Lin Hao to collect another 180,000 yuan for the betrothal gift. Do you know how difficult this is for Lin Hao's family? Qin Shiyun paused for a moment and continued in a cold voice, you are very selfish. You don't regard Lin Hao's parents as real family at all. If that's the case, why should Lin Hao regard your parents as real family? After hearing this, Zhang Jingjing's face turned slightly pale. She also knew that it would be difficult to ask Lin Hao to pay another 180,000 yuan for the betrothal gift, but she felt that if she gritted her teeth, Lin Hao's family could still get together 180,000 yuan. As long as she can collect the remaining 180,000 yuan, she will also pay back the money owed by Lin Hao's family. Is she wrong? A few seconds later, Zhang Jingjing's thoughts returned. She suddenly remembered something and her face became extremely angry. She glared at Qin Shiyun and said, even if that's the case, what does it have to do with you? Why did you agree to Lin Hao's proposal? The onlookers all looked at Qin Shiyun. Although they despised the behavior of Huang Meixia's family, after all, they were all relatives and it was not easy to say anything at this time. At this moment, they wanted to know more why Qin Shiyun agreed to Lin Hao's proposal. After hearing this, Qin Shiyun couldn't help but look at Lin Hao, with a touch of tenderness in her eyes, and said softly, because, I like him, I love him. Although she broke up with Lin Hao that year, Lin Hao got together with Zhang Jingjing 4 months after the breakup, which also made her angry. But later she talked about this with Lin Hao alone. Lin Hao said that he was in the period of heartbreak at that time, and Zhang Jingjing happened to confess her love to him, and Lin Hao also liked Zhang Jingjing a little. In addition, Lin Hao and Zhang Jingjing drank too much that day and had some sex, which directly led to their relationship as a couple. Although she was angry, she regretted even more that she did not take the initiative to get back together with Lin Hao for the sake of her face. Zhang Jingjing's face turned red when she heard what Qin Shiyun said. She stared at Qin Shiyun with eyes that seemed to be able to eat people. She was extremely angry and gnashed her teeth and said, I understand. You have liked Lin Hao for a long time, right? So the real purpose of you becoming my best friend is to fall in love with Lin Hao. You have been waiting for me to break up with Lin Hao, and then you took the opportunity to swoop in, right? Qin Shiyun said with a slightly cold expression, you are half right. I sincerely wished you and Lin Hao all the best before, and hoped that Lin Hao would be happy in the second half of his life. But now it seems that Lin Hao will not be happy with you at all. You and your family are like vampires. Sooner or later, you will empty Lin Hao's family fortune. Huang Meixia was so angry when she heard what Qin Shiyun said. Qin Shiyun, you were so good, you often interact with my daughter, but it turns out you have no good intentions. Zhang Hongyu was even angrier at this time. His face looked ugly and his eyes were full of anger. If eyes could kill, Lin Hao would have died 100 times already. He wanted to marry Qin Shiyun, and Qin Shiyun directly asked him to give a dowry of 360,000 yuan. And now Qin Shiyun has agreed to Lin Hao's proposal and said that she doesn't want any dowry from Lin Hao. How is he inferior to Lin Hao? Qin Shiyun ignored Huang Meixia and the others. She looked at Lin Hao and said softly, shall we go? Lin Hao nodded slightly. He had decided not to marry Zhang Jingjing. She was very disappointing to him. Huang Meixia's expression changed drastically when she saw this. She immediately stepped forward and blocked Lin Hao's way. Her face was ugly and she said angrily, don't leave. You must marry my daughter today. Zhang Hongyu was anxious and angry. What would he do if Lin Hao really married Qin Shiyun today? What's more, he had received 180,000 yuan in betrothal gifts from Lin Hao before. If Lin Hao didn't marry his sister, he would have to return the 180,000 yuan in betrothal gifts. He didn't want to return it. He wanted to keep it for marrying a wife. No, you can't leave. Zhang Hongyu immediately stepped forward, staring at Lin Hao with an unpleasant expression, gritting his teeth and angrily said, if you don't marry my sister now, where will my family put their face? Zhang Jingjing was also very flustered. What would she do if Lin Hao really didn't want to marry her? Zhang Jingjing also took a few steps forward and blocked Lin Hao's way. She begged with moist eyes, Lin Hao, I was wrong. I don't want your gift anymore. Will you marry me? Zhang Jingjing regretted it very much at this moment. If she had not been soft-hearted and listened to her mother, she would not have asked Lin Hao for another 180,000 yuan in betrothal gifts. Lin Hao looked at Zhang Jingjing with mixed feelings. Over the past 5 years, his feelings for Zhang Jingjing had been very sincere. If it weren't for what happened today, he would have married Zhang Jingjing. But it's too late now. Even if Zhang Jingjing begged him now, it was too late. He has already proposed to Qin Shiyun, and Qin Shiyun has agreed. If he agrees to marry Zhang Jingjing at this time, what will Qin Shiyun do? Qin Shiyun on the side was a little flustered. She held Lin Hao's arm tightly and observed Lin Hao's expression. She knew that Lin Hao and Zhang Jingjing had been together for 5 years and had a deep relationship. Even though Zhang Jingjing forced Lin Hao to raise another 180,000 yuan for the wedding gift on the wedding day, this incident broke Lin Hao's heart. But feelings can't be severed just like that. At this time, Zhang Jingjing suddenly said that she didn't want Lin Hao to contribute another 180,000 yuan for the betrothal gift. She was a little unsure whether Lin Hao would agree. Although she felt that there was little chance that Lin Hao would agree, after all, Lin Hao proposed to her, and she agreed to his proposal. She knew Lin Hao, and he would not ignore her feelings and suddenly agree to marry Zhang Jingjing at this time. But she still felt a little unsure. Lin Hao, marry me. Zhang Jingjing begged with tears in her eyes. When Qin Shiyun saw Zhang Jingjing's look, she became even more flustered. She was afraid that Lin Hao would be soft-hearted. She knew that Lin Hao would only respond to soft words and not to tough ones. Lin Hao. Qin Shiyun held Lin Hao's arm tightly and looked at Lin Hao. When Zhang Jingjing saw Qin Shiyun holding Lin Hao's arm tightly, she was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. How could Qin Shiyun be so shameless? Qin Shiyun. Let go of Lin Hao's arm. Zhang Jingjing's eyes were red, and there was a strong chill in her eyes. Huang Meisha stared at Lin Hao with a gloomy face. Lin Hao, if you dare to regret the engagement, I will not return the 180,000 yuan betrothal gift you gave me before. Yes, yes. I won't return it to you. Zhang Hongyu also said immediately. He saw the goddess in his mind holding Lin Hao's arm tightly, and he felt his heart bleeding, but he also felt that even if Lin Hao married his sister, there would be no possibility between him and Qin Shiyun. It would be better not to return the 180,000 yuan betrothal gift to Lin Hao. Then let my mother find a rich man to marry my sister. As for Lin Hao, a poor guy, being his brother-in-law would not be of any benefit to him. Lin Hao felt disgusted when he heard what Huang Meisha and Zhang Hongyu said. He knew exactly what this mother and son were planning. Don't want to return the betrothal gift to him? Dream. As for Zhang Jingjing, Lin Hao looked at her with disappointment in his eyes. During college, my parents gave me living expenses and extra pocket money. 30% was spent on you, and 20% was used to buy game skins for your brother. After graduation, I paid for the 2 air conditioners in your house, and I also bought your new refrigerator. In the past 5 years, every time there was a good harvest, I went to your home to help with the farm work. In the past 5 years, I have paid so much for you and your family, but on the day of your wedding, you colluded with your mother and brother to ask me for another 180,000 yuan in betrothal gifts. Feel your heart, do you still have a conscience? Lin Hao was extremely disappointed. He felt like a fool in the past 5 years. Lin Hao looked at Qin Shiyun at this time, his eyes soft. Shiyun, let's go. Yeah. Qin Shiyun nodded heavily and her eyes became moist when she heard Lin Hao's words. 5 years. Does anyone know how she has been spending the past 5 years? She didn't dare tell her parents when she was pregnant, and she didn't dare tell her parents after the children were born. Instead, she hired 2 nannies to take care of her 2 children. If her family wasn't rich and her parents didn't give her a lot of pocket money, it would have been difficult for her to go to school and raise 2 children at the same time. She felt very bitter in the past 5 years. Zhang Jingjing was often heard saying what Lin Hao had bought for her and how much he loved her. Zhang Jingjing's words of love to her were like a needle that kept piercing her heart. She had originally given up and no longer had any hope for Lin Hao. I didn't expect that Zhang Jingjing's family would seek their own death and force Lin Hao to collect another 180,000 yuan for the betrothal gift on the wedding day. She also felt fortunate at this moment. If it weren't for the stupidity of Zhang Jingjing's family, she would never have been able to get back together with Lin Hao. Lin Hao. Zhang Jingjing stopped Lin Hao with a broken heart. Although Lin Hao felt a little reluctant in his heart, he still resolutely said to the 4 brothers, "Stop her. The four brothers immediately stepped forward and blocked Zhang Jingjing. It was not until Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun left in a car that the four brothers got in a car and left with them. Chapter 4. Damn. The Zhang family at this moment. The relatives present looked at each other in bewilderment. It was supposed to be a festive day, but it ended up like this. Huang Meixia was very angry at this time and wanted to beat Lin Hao severely. It was so embarrassing on the wedding day. It was supposed to be a festive day, but ended up with all the relatives laughing at their family. Huang Meixia put her hands on her hips, snorted coldly, and said to Zhang Jingjing, "What's there to cry about? There are so many rich men who want to marry you. I'll find you a husband later. I guarantee that the man will be handsome and rich. 10,000 times better than Lin Hao." Zhang Hongyu, who was standing by, said to Zhang Jingjing with a slightly bright look in his eyes after hearing this, "Sister, what's so good about Lin Hao? I promise you, the person who will marry you in the future will definitely be handsome and rich." Zhang Jingjing couldn't bear to listen any longer. Tears welled up in her eyes and she felt sad and angry. The sad thing is that because she listened to her mother and brother, she asked Lin Hao for a dowry again. If it weren't for this incident, she should have married Lin Hao smoothly. Angry is. Not only did Lin Hao not marry her, he even proposed to her best friend Qin Shiyun. What made her even more angry was that her best friend Qin Shiyun actually agreed to Lin Hao's proposal. The thought that Qin Shiyun had followed Lin Hao and was probably going to get married made her even more angry, and she could no longer hide the resentment in her eyes. After settling the relatives, only Huang Meixia, Zhang Hongyu and Zhang Jingjing were left in the Zhang family. Zhang Hongyu whispered in Zhang Jingjing's ear, "Sister, Lin Hao broke off the engagement and proposed to your best friend in public. Do you hate them?" Zhang Jingjing's eyes were filled with resentment, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Hate. I wish I could break their bones." Zhang Hongyu's eyes flashed with a fierce look, "I hate him too. If it weren't for Lin Hao, maybe I could still marry Qin Shiyun. Now Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun are probably going to the hotel soon and will get married soon. Let's go over there and make a scene and make him pay compensation for our family's mental damages. In addition, we will never return the 180,000 yuan betrothal gift we gave him before." Huang Meixia's eyes became even more ferocious after hearing this. "Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun have embarrassed our family. We have become a joke in the eyes of all relatives. He doesn't let us live an easy life, and we will not let him live an easy life. Let's go. Let's go to the wedding now." Zhang Jingjing was very annoyed when she thought about the fact that Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun were about to get married, and that Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun would definitely do something at night. But she knows how powerful Lin Hao is. The thought of Qin Shiyun being unable to control herself at night makes me feel really excited. She got angry just thinking about it. "Mom, brother, let's go." Zhang Jingjing walked out angrily. "This time I'm going to a wedding. Either let Lin Hao marry her or let Qin Shiyun get out. Or compensate her for mental damages. It would be best to let Qin Shiyun get out. Thinking about how Qin Shiyun looked before, I wanted to tear Qin Shiyun to pieces alive. If it weren't for Qin Shiyun, when she begged Lin Hao before, Lin Hao would definitely have softened his heart and continued to marry her. Let's go. Go get the money." Huang Meixia said with gritted teeth, looking grim, "We need Lin Hao and his family to give us an explanation today." Zhang Hongyu nodded repeatedly and whispered to Huang Meixia, "Mom, you can't let my sister want to marry Lin Hao again. If she doesn't marry Lin Hao, we can still not return the betrothal gift, and we can also ask for mental damage compensation. The previous 180,000 betrothal gift, plus the mental damage compensation, is estimated to be 300,000. After we get the mental damage compensation, we can find a husband for my sister and get another betrothal gift money." Huang Meixia's eyes lit up after hearing this. She nodded heavily, touched Zhang Hongyu's head, and praised, "My son is still smart. He. Zhang Hongyu laughed, "Once we get the money, we'll buy a house in the city. It's so comfortable to live in the city, right, Mom?" Huang Meixia nodded and agreed with it. What everyone wants now is to have a suite in the countryside and a suite in the city, which would be perfect. Once the mental damage compensation is received, the previous betrothal gift does not have to be returned, and you can find a good family for your daughter to marry and get another considerable betrothal gift. If my daughter's new in-laws are rich, they might even buy a house for her family directly. If that were true, it would be perfect. Zhang Jingjing didn't hear the conversation between the two. She had already walked out. She was so angry that her mind was filled with anger. All she could think about was making life difficult for Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun. The wedding car convoy is on the way to the hotel. Qin Shiyun rested her head on Lin Hao's shoulder and whispered, "Hold me." Lin Hao held her in his arms and asked softly, "Your parents don't know about our marriage yet?" Qin Shiyun whispered, "My parents are in Suchang, and they can't get here in a short time. After we get married, I will take you back to meet my parents in a few days. Is this okay?" Lin Hao always felt a little uncomfortable. After all, getting married. Qin Shiyun sighed and said helplessly, "If I tell my parents now, we may not be able to get married today." "Why?" Lin Hao raised his eyebrows. Qin Shiyun shook her head gently, "It's nothing, it's just too sudden. Don't worry, my parents are not unreasonable people. It's just that you are getting married today, and your relatives and friends are all here. If you don't get married today, it's a bit bad." Lin Hao nodded lightly and said that he would have to wait until after he got married. Bite. The host chooses not to marry Zhang Jingjing. Reward, 1 million cash. Cash rewards are withdrawn in the form of virtual currency, which is reasonable and legal. At this moment, the voice of the system sounded in Lin Hao's mind. Then in less than 2 seconds, Lin Hao's cell phone rang. Lin Hao took a look immediately and saw that it was a text message reminder of bank card payment. Fuck. Lin Hao said it subconsciously. When he was at Zhang Jingjing's house before, he heard the voice of the system in his ears. But he was so angry at the time that he didn't think much about the system. But now, it really arrived. In other words, the system in the novel really exists. By the way, it's still the nanny system. The nanny system will only be activated after he marries Qin Shiyun. Daddy. He likes children very much, and he likes his own children even more. It seems that after getting married, I have to work hard to have a baby with Qin Shiyun tonight. What's wrong with you? Qin Shiyun couldn't help but look up at Lin Hao when she heard Lin Hao say fuck. Lin Hao shook his head and whispered to Qin Shiyun, "In the evening, make a baby early." Qin Shiyun's face flushed with shame, making a human. She couldn't help but think of when she was a freshman, Lin Hao. Lin Hao bullied people. Seeing her like this, Lin Hao couldn't help but smile, and he also remembered that when he was a freshman in college, he and Qin Shiyun. As I thought about it, I suddenly felt guilty. "Shiyun, I wanted to get back together with you back then." Before Lin Hao could finish, Qin Shiyun blocked Lin Hao's mouth with her hand, looked at Lin Hao, shook her head gently, and said softly, "I know what you want to say. I know you very well." Lin Hao was moved and hugged her tightly. After hugging for a while, Lin Hao called his father and told him about the bride-picking process. When Dad Lin heard that Zhang Jingjing's family suddenly asked for a dowry of 180,000 yuan on the wedding day, he was furious. I also heard that Lin Hao had reunited with his ex-girlfriend, and that she was willing to marry his son. She was already on her way to the bridal shop, and would come directly to the hotel to get married after getting Qin Shiyun a new wedding dress. And my son's ex-girlfriend didn't he even ask for a dowry? This made Lin's father stunned. Finally, I subconsciously said fuck. Lin Hao chatted with Lin's father for a while, asked him to take down all the wedding photos displayed in the hotel, and then hung up the phone. Chapter 5, Huang Meixia is so shameless and wicked. Waited to the bridal shop. The people in the bridal shop recognized Lin Hao. It was here that Lin Hao and Zhang Jingjing rented their wedding dresses. The dresses for the groomsmen and bridesmaids were also rented here. "Mr. Lin, aren't you getting married today? Why are you here?" The female owner of the bridal shop looked at Lin Hao and then at Qin Shiyun with a smile and curiosity in her eyes. She knew Qin Shiyun. Qin Shiyun was one of the bridesmaids, and she personally selected the bridesmaids' dresses for Qin Shiyun and others. But now the groom and bridesmaids are here. What is going on? Lin Hao did not explain, but said, "Pick a wedding dress for Shiyun, no price limit." The female boss. The 3 employees in the bridal shop. Everyone is a little confused. How to choose a wedding dress for the bridesmaid? Qin Shiyun, who was standing by, blushed slightly, feeling a little embarrassed. She was Zhang Jingjing's bridesmaid before, and now she was trying on a wedding dress. People in the bridal shop will definitely think too much. She did not explain. It would be better not to explain such things. She took Lin Hao's arm and took this action as an invisible explanation. The female boss. 3 employees. When they saw Qin Shiyun holding Lin Hao's arm, a strange look flashed in their eyes and their brains were working rapidly. This. Could it be that Zhang Jingjing was dumped? The maid of honor is here? Isn't this too exciting? The female boss quickly calmed down, with a faint smile on her face, giving people a sense of affinity, and said to Qin Shiyun, "Let's take a look at the wedding dress first." Qin Shiyun nodded lightly. The female boss and the three employees in the store did not ask any questions, but enthusiastically helped Qin Shiyun choose a wedding dress. Qin Shiyun did not waste time. She put on a white wedding dress, faced Lin Hao, turned slowly in place, and said softly, "How about this one?" Lin Hao nodded and smiled, "It looks good." Lin Hao praised from the bottom of his heart, saying that a good-looking person looks good in anything, and Qin Shiyun looks even more charming in this wedding dress. Lin Hao thought for a moment, looked at the female boss and said, "This is it. Has this wedding dress been rented before? I want the same style that has not been tried on by others, so I will buy it directly." He had no money before and had to rent a wedding dress. Now that the system has rewarded him with 1 million, he has a lot more money on hand. He wanted to buy the wedding dress outright and let Qin Shiyun wear it on their wedding anniversary every year. Maybe, it can also be used as a kind of sexy clothing. It's not impossible. After hearing this, the female boss was stunned. When Lin Hao and Zhang Jingjing came to try on wedding dresses before, they didn't think of buying them directly, but renting them. Want to buy it now? The female boss smiled and reminded, "This wedding dress is 99,000. Normally, it is rented. It is not cost-effective to buy it. After all, you only get married once." Lin Hao shook his head. "After we get married, we can wear it every year on our wedding anniversary." The female boss and 3 female shop assistants. The 4 of them were stunned. Lin Hao's words were really touching. You can wear it on your wedding anniversary. However, most people still choose to rent. In addition to being moved, the 4 people were also very confused. Where was Zhang Jingjing? Swipe the card. At this time, Qin Shiyun took out a bank card from her bag and handed it to the female boss. Lin Hao raised his eyebrows and looked at Qin Shiyun, "I'll pay." As he spoke, Lin Hao also took out the card and handed it to the female boss. Qin Shiyun looked at Lin Hao with some doubt in her eyes. Doesn't Lin Hao have no money? Qin Shiyun was puzzled, but she directly put the card in her hand into the female boss's hand and said, "Swipe my card." The female boss. 3 female shop assistants. The 4 of them were so confused, and they were still scrambling to pay? What was even more rare was that Qin Shiyun actually took the initiative to pay. "Go and brush it," Qin Shiyun said to the boss with a faint smile on her face. The female boss was stunned for a moment, then went to swipe her card. Lin Hao was a little angry and whispered in Qin Shiyun's ear, "How can I let you spend money on buying a wedding dress for the wedding?" Qin Shiyun smiled. If Lin Hao had a lot of money and bought her a wedding dress, she wouldn't say anything. But Lin Hao has no money. Even if he could come up with 99,000, it would probably be a huge loss. "I'm not short of money," Qin Shiyun said softly, and then immediately changed the subject. "When we meet uncle and aunt later, you have to take care of me, otherwise it will be very embarrassing." Lin Hao nodded lightly, thinking in his heart that Qin Shiyun took out 99,000 yuan at once. Qin Shiyun had taken a year off from school and graduated a year later than him. In other words, Qin Shiyun has only graduated for 1 year. "But I can take out 99,000 at once." Lin Hao suddenly remembered that when he was a freshman in college, he remembered that Qin Shiyun's family seemed to be quite wealthy. At least he never saw Qin Shiyun lacking money. Maybe it was pocket money given by Qin Shiyun's parents, or maybe it was the money Qin Shiyun saved after working for a year. But being able to save more than 99,000 yuan in a year is also very impressive. Paid the money. Qin Shiyun changed into the same wedding dress that had never been tried on by anyone, took Lin Hao's arm, and got into the wedding car parked outside. In the store, the 3 female employees and the female boss watched the wedding car drive away and couldn't help gossiping. A female employee gossiped, "Where is the previous bride? Why is the bridesmaid wearing a wedding dress?" The female boss was also a bit gossipy, "I don't know about that, but judging from the situation that day, the previous bride and Mr. Lin were still very affectionate. Why did they suddenly change people?" Several people were puzzled. Gangnam Hotel near downtown Yancheng. 3 people got out of a taxi. The leader was Huang Meixia, followed by Zhang Jingjing and Zheng Hongyu. The 3 men had angry faces and rushed to the door of Jiangnan Hotel. "Lin Shanhe, get out here. You must give my family an explanation today." Huang Meixia's voice was so loud that many guests at the hotel entrance and inside the hotel could hear it. Almost all the people who came here today are relatives and friends of Lin Hao's family. And Lin Shanhe is Lin Hao's father. Lin Shanhe was originally greeting guests in the hotel. When he heard Huang Meixia's voice outside, his face couldn't help but turn ugly. Huang Meixia. His son Lin Hao called him before and said that when picking up the bride, Huang Meixia forced his son to raise another 180,000 yuan for the betrothal gift in front of so many people. This incident made him very angry. I think Huang Meixia's family is so shameless and immoral. Now you're here to make trouble at the wedding. At this time, a beautiful woman with charm came over. Her face was cold and her eyes were filled with anger. This Huang Meixia is so shameless. On the wedding day, she asked Xiuhao for 180,000 yuan as a betrothal gift, and now she's here to make trouble at the wedding. She really thinks that I, Yishui, am easy to bully. The beautiful woman who still has charm is named Yishui, Lin Hao's biological mother. She had learned everything that had happened from her husband Lin Shanhe. She was so furious that she wanted to go to Huang Meixia's house immediately to settle the score. If she hadn't learned that her son's ex-girlfriend was willing to marry her son and was already on her way to get a wedding dress, she would have gone to Huang Meixia's house with a knife in hand. Chapter 6. My son is tall and handsome, and there are so many people who want to marry him. Go and take a look. Lin Shanhe's face sank slightly. Yi Shui also had a gloomy face. Both of them were very annoyed in their hearts because today was their son's wedding day. As a result, things happened one after another. And the culprit is Huang Meixia's family. The two men walked out of the hotel, followed by a group of relatives and friends who wanted to come out to see what was going on. Outside the hotel, several security guards were stopping Huang Meixia and others. Huang Meixia was furious and yelled at the security guards, "What a bunch of watchdogs! You don't have eyes to stop anyone? I'm here today to ask Lin Shanhe and his family for an explanation." When the security guards heard the word watchdog, they couldn't help but get angry, but they didn't dare to do anything. Nowadays, people who have no power, no influence, and no money dare not take action easily, because the cost of doing so is too high. They were also afraid that Huang Meixia's family would blackmail them. Judging from Huang Meixia's appearance, there is a high possibility that she is blackmailing someone. Huang Meixia, do you have any shame? My son married your daughter and promised to notarize half of the house to your daughter, and also gave her 180,000 yuan as a gift. But you are so good. On the wedding day, you asked my son for another 180,000 yuan as a gift. When Yi Shui's voice was heard, all the relatives and friends present looked at Huang Meixia and her family of three in shock. Some of the people present did not know that Lin Hao spent half of his house and 180,000 yuan in betrothal gifts to marry his wife. This has shocked them. Under normal circumstances, only a betrothal gift will be given, and half of the house will not be given to the woman. But after hearing what Yi Shui said, he actually gave half of the house to the woman. This is not the most surprising thing. What is most shocking is that on the wedding day, Huang Meixia's family actually asked Lin Hao's family for a dowry of 180,000 yuan. This is really immoral. Yi Shui stared at Huang Meixia with a sullen face and said in a cold voice, "Do you think that on the wedding day, all my relatives and friends will be present? If the wedding doesn't go smoothly, it will be a huge loss of face? Do you think we will be forced to compromise and raise another 180,000 for you? If you think so, you are daydreaming." Huang Meixia looked cold and stared at Yi Shui angrily. "What's wrong with asking for 180,000 yuan as a betrothal gift? I raised my daughter to adulthood, and you want to take my daughter away with half a house and 180,000 yuan as a betrothal gift? How can it be so cheap?" Huang Meixia then said in a cold voice, "My daughter is so beautiful, and the people who want to marry her can line up from one end of the village to the other. It would be unfair to my daughter to marry your son." Yi Shui laughed angrily, looking at Huang Meixia with disdain. "My son is tall and handsome, and has a good education. There are so many people who want to marry him." When Huang Meixia heard this, she couldn't help but think of the time when Lin Hao proposed to Qin Shiyun, and Qin Shiyun also agreed to Lin Hao's proposal. When she thought about this, she got very angry. When she thought about the fact that Qin Shiyun didn't want Lin Hao's gift, she became even angrier. She was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She wanted to tie Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun, the couple, to the railing with a rope and whip them hard. Why? Why did her son marry Qin Shiyun? Qin Shiyun directly asked for a dowry of 360,000 yuan. She also said that she wanted a dowry of 360,000 yuan, just because she didn't want her son to bother Qin Shiyun. Her son is so outstanding. Is Qin Shiyun blind? Huang Meixia stared at Yi Shui and Lin Shanhe with a cold face and said, "Your son broke off the engagement in public today and proposed to my daughter's best friend. According to the rules, we will not return the 180,000 yuan betrothal gift your family gave us before. In addition, you have to compensate our family for mental damages, 100,000 yuan, and let's just leave it at that." Originally, Huang Meixia wanted to ask for more compensation for mental damage, but she was afraid that if she asked for too much, Lin Hao's family would not be able to afford it, so they simply refused to compensate her. "So I just asked for 100,000. You can always come up with 100,000, right?" Yi Shui sneered, crossed her arms, looked at Huang Meixia and said coldly, "If your family hadn't suddenly asked for a betrothal gift of 180,000 on the wedding day, would my son have regretted the marriage in public? And now he wants compensation for mental damage? It's good enough that my family didn't ask your family for mental damage compensation." Lin Shanhe, who was standing aside, had a cold face, stared at Huang Meixia and said coldly, "The 180,000 yuan betrothal gift my family gave me before, including the 3 gold jewelry, you must return it all." Huang Meixia's chest was heaving with anger, her face flushed red, and her eyes looked like they could eat people. She stared at Yi Shui and Lin Shanhe and said coldly, "If you don't pay me 100,000 today, your son and that little bitch won't be able to get married today." Lin Shanhe and Yi Shui were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. Huang Meixia was going to throw a tantrum and demand 100,000 yuan in compensation. If her son wasn't getting married today, she really wanted to tear Huang Meixia to pieces. The relatives and friends present were also very angry. Huang Meixia's family was so shameless. "Mom, stop talking." Zhang Jingjing became more and more panicked as she saw her mother arguing with Lin Hao's parents more and more fiercely. The main reason she came here was to win back Lin Hao and get Qin Shiyun out. If she can't win Lin Hao back, she will ask for compensation for mental damage. But looking at the current situation, she has no way of winning back Lin Hao, and even if she did, her mother and Lin Hao's parents have already fallen out. How are the two families going to get along in the future? When Huang Meixia heard her daughter Zhang Jingjing's voice, she glared at Zhang Jingjing fiercely. She knew that her daughter still had fantasies and wanted to marry Lin Hao. "Shut up. Lin Hao's parents and I have had such a big fight, and you still fantasize about being with Lin Hao. Are you out of your mind?" Huang Meixia became angrier and angrier the more she thought about it. Girls really can't be taught aside when they grow up. They always turn their elbows outward. Zhang Jingjing had been dominated by Huang Meixia since she was a child, so she didn't dare to say anything contrary to Huang Meixia until now. Seeing that Huang Meixia was very angry, she couldn't help but shut up. "I just feel very sad. This means that there is absolutely no hope for her and Lin Hao." Then she thought of what happened before, and thought of Lin Hao proposing to Qin Shiyun, and Qin Shiyun directly agreed to Lin Hao's proposal. "When I thought about this, I became angry." She clenched her fists tightly, her heart was ruthless, she would not let Qin Shiyun get what she wanted. She wants revenge. At this time, Yi Shui had already called 110 and asked the police to take Huang Meixia and her family away. If this wasn't a society ruled by law, she would have wanted to tear Huang Meixia's mouth apart right now. "The wedding car convoy is here," a voice sounded at this time. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but shift their gaze and look a little further away. When the wedding car arrived at the hotel entrance, Lin Hao got out of the car first, then reached out and pulled Qin Shiyun. When Qin Shiyun got out of the car and revealed her true face, all the friends and relatives present had flashes of astonishment in their eyes. Beautiful. So beautiful. Qin Shiyun is tall to begin with, and now she looks even taller in the right high heels, and the white wedding dress she wears shows off her figure perfectly. This figure is amazing. Not a bit more, not a bit less, just right, absolutely perfect. As for her face, it is even more amazing. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as an angel's face. Everyone looked at Zhang Jingjing again. Although Zhang Jingjing was beautiful, she did not give people a stunning feeling. Compared with Qin Shiyun, she was far inferior. Chapter 7. I was acting in self-defense. What a perfect match. One of the friends and relatives present couldn't help but praise them. After hearing this, the people around nodded secretly. They are indeed a good match. Lin Hao is 180 centimeters tall, which is just the right height, and he is also very handsome. Qin Shiyun is beautiful and charming, and when she stands next to Lin Hao, they look like a match made in heaven. Zhang Jingjing also looked at Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun. Seeing Qin Shiyun holding Lin Hao's arm, her face became extremely gloomy, and an icy coldness emerged in her eyes that she could not suppress. She hates. So hateful. Before, when Lin Hao proposed to Qin Shiyun did not hesitate at all and directly agreed to Lin Hao's proposal. What does that mean? She knows it very well. This means that Qin Shiyun fell in love with Lin Hao very early on, and she liked him very much. If Qin Shiyun didn't like Lin Hao very much, logically speaking, she would not have agreed to Lin Hao's proposal on the spot without considering her feelings. Qin Shiyun. Zhang Jingjing gritted her teeth, her eyes bloodshot. If she didn't take revenge on Qin Shiyun, she would not be able to swallow this humiliation. This is the hatred of having your husband taken away. Things have come to this point, and her mother has completely fallen out with Lin Hao's parents. She can no longer get back to normal with Lin Hao. She has no other choice now. Only revenge. She wants to take revenge on Lin Hao, and even more so on Qin Shiyun. Qin Shiyun, I will beat you to death. Zhang Jingjing was completely overwhelmed by anger and rushed over immediately. When everyone saw this scene, their expressions changed. Lin Shanhe and Yi Shui became even angrier and rushed over quickly. Just as Zhang Jingjing was about to reach Qin Shiyun and raised her hand to hit Qin Shiyun's face, Qin Shiyun moved, and with just one kick, Zhang Jingjing was kicked back 2 steps with a bang, and then fell to the ground. When everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned. The bride is also a martial artist. That kick gave people the feeling that he had practiced martial arts for many years. Zhang Jingjing fell to the ground, but quickly got up again, as if she didn't feel any pain at all. Perhaps it was the anger that stimulated her adrenaline, making her temporarily insensitive to the pain. Qin Shiyun, how dare you hit my daughter? You hit my sister. Huang Meixia and Zhang Hongyu saw this and quickly came to Zhang Jingjing's side. Huang Meixia glared at Qin Shiyun and immediately rushed over. If you hit my daughter, I'll beat you to death. Stop. Lin Shanhe and Yi Shui also came to Qin Shiyun's side and stopped Huang Meixia immediately. Lin Shanhe and Yi Shui were very angry. If today wasn't a special day and I didn't want to cause trouble, I would have started a fight with Huang Meixia's family a long time ago. If they take action now, the police will come and they will be taken to the police station, and they will not be able to hold the wedding. Lin Hao's relatives also surrounded Huang Meixia and her family of 3. But they didn't do anything, they just stopped Huang Meixia. Huang Meixia. Yi Shui stared at Huang Meixia with a cold face and said, I'll say it again. My son regretted his marriage because your family took advantage of the situation on the wedding day and suddenly asked for a betrothal gift of 180,000 yuan. The 180,000 yuan betrothal gift my family gave before, including the jewelry you bought, must be returned in full. Now we live in a society ruled by law. You can't just say you don't want to return it. If you don't accept it, you can sue me. Huang Meixia's face turned red with anger. She came here today mainly to make trouble at the wedding. She didn't want to return the betrothal gift she had given before, and she also wanted to ask for compensation for mental damages. But from what Yi Shui said, if a lawsuit is filed, it seems that the betrothal gift given before must be returned. No. The betrothal gift must not be returned. If she returned the betrothal gift, wouldn't she get nothing? And even lose face in front of relatives and friends? Huang Meixia suddenly remembered something. Qin Shiyun had just kicked her daughter. These days, you can demand 50,000 yuan in compensation for just slapping someone. And Qin Shiyun kicked her daughter. At least you can get 50,000 yuan in compensation, or maybe even more. Huang Meixia immediately looked at Zhang Jingjing and winked at her. Girl, you were kicked just now, it must be painful, right? Zhang Jingjing was almost crying with anger at this time. She originally wanted to beat Qin Shiyun up, but she failed and was kicked back. This made her want to take revenge on Qin Shiyun even more. When Zhang Jingjing heard Huang Meixia's words and saw her look, she immediately understood. She wants revenge, and revenge means attacking from all sides, not letting go of any opportunity. Didn't Qin Shiyun kick her? Then she would ask Qin Shiyun for compensation. Make Qin Shiyun lose money. It hurts, Mom, brother, my stomach hurts. Zhang Jingjing suddenly looked painful and covered her stomach. My daughter. Huang Meixia immediately cooperated, then glared at Qin Shiyun and cursed, Qin Shiyun, you stole my daughter's husband and now you beat my daughter. I won't let this go. Hongyu, call 120 quickly. Huang Meixia immediately said to Zhang Hongyu. Zhang Hongyu quickly called 120. After finishing the call, Huang Meixia looked at Qin Shiyun and the others coldly. You kicked my daughter, so you'll have to pay 100,000 or 80,000. After hearing this, everyone present looked unhappy. This Huang Meixia is so fucking disgusting. It was obviously Zhang Jingjing who attacked first. Qin Shiyun was just acting in self-defense. Huang Meixia still has the nerve to ask for compensation? Qin Shiyun didn't buy it. She looked at Huang Meixia coldly and said, "Your daughter hit me first." Although she didn't hit me, her intention was obvious. I was just defending myself. Besides, I didn't defend myself excessively. I just kicked your daughter once, and I didn't use much force. If you are not satisfied, you can sue me. Qin Shiyun felt more and more disgusted with Huang Meixia's family. If possible, she really wanted to never see these three people in her life. Just at this moment, siren sounded, a police car stopped and two policemen came out. The police asked what happened. Soon someone took out a cell phone, which contained a video of the entire process. After watching the recorded video, the police officer couldn't help but glance at Huang Meixia and the other two. Huang Meixia didn't care who was right or wrong. She just shouted, "My daughter was kicked by this bitch. My daughter is in pain now. I want compensation from this bitch." The police watched the recorded video. In the video, Zhang Jingjing got up quickly after being kicked at the beginning, and it didn't seem like anything serious happened. Later, Huang Meixia winked at Zhang Jingjing, and Zhang Jingjing immediately looked painful. From this point of view, they also have some idea in their minds. The police officer looked at Huang Meixia and said, "In the video, your daughter attacked the bride first. Although she didn't hit her, her intention was obvious. The bride's attack was just self-defense." Huang Meixia said with an unpleasant expression after hearing this, "But my daughter looks very painful now. This bitch is over-defending." The police officer frowned slightly, glanced at Zhang Jingjing, who looked painful, and then said to Huang Meixia, "We need to go to the hospital to get an injury assessment first." Chapter 8, Uncle and Aunt. Actually, my family is very rich. After a while, the police handled the dispute. I took a statement and signed it. Let Zhang Jingjing follow the ambulance to the hospital for a physical examination. Nothing happened after that. In the ambulance, Zhang lay there quietly, almost crying with anger, her eyes filled with a strong chill. Originally, she wanted to take revenge on Qin Shiyun and make her lose money. But from a legal perspective, Qin Shiyun was indeed acting in self-defense. To determine whether Qin Shiyun's defense was excessive, we have to look at the severity of her injuries, but she was aware of her injuries and knew she was not injured at all. Qin Shiyun just kicked her once, not even breaking her skin, but it did turn a little red. But what's the use of this? The police have taken photos of the places where she was hit, including whether there were any bumps when she fell. Even if she wanted to be cruel, it was impossible for her to hurt herself. Qin Shiyun. Zhang Jingjing closed her eyes, and the scenes of torturing Qin Shiyun and Lin Hao emerged in her mind. The scenes that happened today emerged in her mind, making her grit her teeth in anger. She would never let this account go just like that. Huang Meixia and Zhang Hanyu also had gloomy expressions, but there was a nurse in the ambulance, so they didn't say anything. The other side. In Jiangnan Hotel, Lin Hao was in a bad mood. On the wedding day, Zhang Jingjing's family suddenly asked him for a dowry of 180,000 yuan. They also came to make trouble at the wedding, and all the relatives and friends knew about it. Today was his wedding day, but it ended up being so embarrassing that he will never forget it in his life. But overall, it's okay. He now has Qin Shiyun, and they are about to get married and she will become his wife. Now, Lin Jianghe and Yi Shui looked at Qin Shiyun seriously. They also knew what happened before. Qin Shiyun is Zhang Jingjing's best friend and her son's ex-girlfriend. But when his son proposed to Qin Shiyun agreed directly, and it was in front of Zhang Jingjing, and under such circumstances. Just based on this point, it can be seen that Qin Shiyun is a ruthless person. I'm afraid most people can't do this. Yi Shui was thoughtful, her mind racing. Qin Shiyun was Zhang Jingjing's best friend, but she was still thinking about her son. Although she didn't want to think that badly of people. But the mind can't help but think more. Qin Shiyun and Zhang Jingjing are best friends. Could it be that she is waiting for Zhang Jingjing to break up with her son and then take the opportunity to get back together with her son? If this is true, Qin Shiyun is also very scheming. But if you think about it from a positive perspective, it also fully proves that Qin Shiyun really loves her son. After all, with Qin Shiyun's conditions and her looks, she will definitely have no shortage of suitors. Qin Shiyun felt a little scared when Yi Shui looked at her, and couldn't help feeling a little panicked. Uncle, hello aunt. Qin Shiyun was a little afraid to look at Lin Shanha and Yi Shui. Yi Shui came back to her senses, showing a kind and friendly smile, and said softly to Qin Shiyun, "You want to marry my son, have you thought it through? If you haven't thought it through, you don't have to get married yet. It's better to be cautious about things like marriage. Besides, your parents don't know about it. If you get married rashly, I'm afraid your parents." Yi Shui wanted Qin Shiyun and Lin Hao to get married today, but it was too sudden. Qin Shiyun's parents are not here and are not even aware of the situation. What will be their reaction when they find out that Qin Shiyun has married her son? Lin Zhanghe nodded, looked at Qin Shiyun and said, "Marriage should be cautious. If your parents knew that you married someone without telling them, they would probably be very angry." Qin Shiyun shook her head, her eyes and tone were very firm, and she said, "Uncle and aunt, I am not impulsive. I really want to marry Lin Hao. As for my parents, I will take Lin Hao back to meet my parents in a few days." Lin Shanha and Yi Shui looked at each other and felt something was wrong. Qin Shiyun hurriedly said, "Uncle and aunt, let me marry Lin Hao first. After we get married, I have something to tell you in the evening. She has 2 daughters, who are Lin Hao's biological children. After they get married, she will tell Lin Hao, as well as Lin's father and mother, all these things tonight." Lin Jianghe and Yi Shui looked at each other. Since Qin Shiyun said so, what could they do? Just get married first. As for the matter with Qin Shiyun's parents, we can only deal with it after a few days. Yi Shui nodded and looked at Qin Shiyun. "You don't want a betrothal gift?" Qin Shiyun nodded, looked at Yi Shui and said, "The betrothal gift is of no use to me. My family is actually very rich." Yi Shui, Lin Shanha. Lin Hao. Yi Shui and Lin Shanha felt a little pressured. Is Qin Shiyun's family very rich? If he was rich, would Qin Shiyun's parents like their son? By then, there will probably be trouble again, which will be a headache. Qin Shiyun seemed to see the worry of Yi Shui and Lin Shanha, and couldn't help but said, "It's okay, my parents are fine." Yi Shui had a headache. She looked at Qin Shiyun and said, "Do you want to call your parents first?" Qin Shiyun shook her head. "No, there are some things my parents don't know yet. I plan to take Lin Hao back to see my parents in a few days, and then I'll tell them." "What don't you know?" Yi Shui was a little confused. After hearing what Qin Shiyun said, she always felt that Qin Shiyun seemed to have some secret. Qin Shiyun looked at Yi Shui, "Aunt, can you wait until Lin Hao and I get married before I explain to you? There are so many guests outside now, and we can't delay it for too long. Don't worry, my business is definitely a good thing, and it will make uncle and aunt very happy." Lin Shanha and Yi Shui. Will Qin Shiyun's matter make them very happy? They really couldn't figure out what could make them happy? And this matter is related to Qin Shiyun. Lin Hao standing by was also confused. How could this make his parents very happy? "Mom and Dad, let me marry Shiyun first. All the relatives and friends are here. If we don't get married now, there will be no end to it," Lin Hao said. He had considered Qin Shiyun's parents before, but Qin Shiyun insisted on getting married first. He was also a little nervous. After all, Qin Shiyun's parents were still unaware of the situation, and he didn't know what Qin Shiyun's parents' attitude would be. But overall, he still felt somewhat confident. The confidence comes from the nanny system. Once he marries Qin Shiyun and activates the daddy system, all problems will no longer be a problem. Yi Shui and Lin Shanha thought about it for a while and finally agreed. As for the matter of Qin Shiyun's parents, well. Then several people walked out. Because this wedding was so special, the wedding host didn't know what to do for a while. You can only avoid questions that shouldn't be asked. When Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun appeared, the lights in the hotel began to change and sacred music sounded, making the wedding look solemn, dignified, and sacred. Chapter 9. Mom, I miss you so much. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun appeared in everyone's sight, holding hands. My cousin is so handsome. My cousin is so beautiful. Everyone seated in the hotel was looking at Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun on the stage. They both thought they were a good match. However, more people are still curious about Qin Shiyun. According to the information they have now, they only know that the original bride was Zhang Jingjing. Lin Hao broke off the engagement because Zhang Jingjing's family took advantage of the situation and demanded 180,000 yuan in betrothal gifts from Lin Hao's family on the wedding day. But where did this Qin Shiyun come from? There were very few people present who knew about it, only the wedding host and other staff, and the 4 best men. On stage, Lin Hao took a deep breath, feeling somewhat complicated. Originally on the way to pick up the bride today, he was full of hope, looking forward to a beautiful and happy life with Zhang Jingjing in the future. But I didn't expect that such a thing would happen. He will never forget it in his life. But overall it's okay. He has reunited with Qin Shiyun and they are married. Although he had some doubts in his heart, for example, when he proposed to Qin Shiyun actually agreed directly. You have to know the situation at that time. Qin Shiyun was Zhang Jingjing's best friend after all, but she agreed to his proposal in front of Zhang Jingjing and so many people. Under normal circumstances, even if Qin Shiyun still likes me very much, I have to consider my relationship with Zhang Jingjing, right? Also, he always felt that Qin Shiyun seemed to be hiding something. Never mind. Don't think about it. Qin Shiyun has already said that she will explain some things after the marriage. He would know by evening. Qin Shiyun, who was standing aside, was in a good mood. She felt that this was the best day she had ever had in recent years. Reunited with the one you love and got married on the same day. In addition, she gave birth to 2 daughters that year, but she never told her parents about them. Now that she is married to Lin Hao, she can finally stop hiding it and tell her parents about her 2 daughters. She felt her married life would definitely be happy. For a moment, Qin Shiyun began to look forward to the future. The wedding lasted until 1:30 in the afternoon. The relatives and friends who came to attend the wedding left one after another, and Lin Shanhe and Yi Shui were still seeing them off. The same goes for Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun. It wasn't until 2 p.m. that it was finally over. Yi Shui looked at Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun and chuckled, "You 2 go back first, we will come to find you later." Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun nodded slightly, then went back. Arrived at the wedding room. The bridal room had been decorated before, and there were wedding photos of Lin Hao and Zhang Jingjing. Seeing this, Lin Hao felt a little embarrassed and quickly took away all the wedding photos. Qin Shiyun didn't think much of it. She took a look at the wedding room. This would be where she and Lin Hao would live in the future. It has 2 bedrooms and a living room, which is not very big, but it is enough for her, Lin Hao, and their 2 daughters to live here for the time being. But she may not live here for long, as she has her own house in Yangchang. 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 1 kitchen and 2 bathrooms, a total of 150 square meters. Living at her place, there's more space. Qin Shiyun went to pour a glass of water and handed it to Lin Hao. "Don't be busy later, drink some water." Lin Hao. Lin Hao took a sip, then sat on the sofa with Qin Shiyun. Lin Hao. Why did he feel a little restrained when being alone with Qin Shiyun? Qin Shiyun also felt that the atmosphere was a little unusual. It wasn't awkward, just weird. After a moment of silence, Lin Hao spoke first. "Why did you agree so readily when I proposed to you?" Qin Shiyun glanced at him and asked, "Then why did you suddenly propose to me?" Lin Hao. Lin Hao broke out in a cold sweat. The system's prompt reminded him of his past with Qin Shiyun. He regretted not getting back together with Qin Shiyun. And because Zhang Jingjing's family asked him for a dowry, he regretted it so much that he didn't know why and proposed to Qin Shiyun. "I thought about getting back together with you before, it's just..." Lin Hao sighed, feeling a little pained. "It was at that time that we had a quarrel, and it was quite intense. I said harsh words at that time. If I take the initiative to get back together with you, I would be a dog. At that time, because of my face, Qin Shiyun was also very sad. When she had an argument with Lin Hao, not only did Lin Hao say harsh words, but she also said harsh words. If she got back together with Lin Hao, she would be a pig. It was because of this harsh remark that she did not take the initiative to find Lin Hao to reconcile. She felt that she had no way out and was very embarrassed. Lin Hao. Qin Shiyun suddenly felt like crying, and she leaned on Lin Hao. Lin Hao hugged her, holding her in his arms tightly, feeling the warmth of Qin Shiyun's body. Bite. The host chooses to marry Qin Shiyun. The daddy system is officially activated. Instructions for the nanny system. The host can randomly trigger rewards if she takes care of her children from the bottom of her heart, makes them happy, or does things that help their children grow up healthily physically and mentally. Activate the nanny system for the first time and get a novice gift pack. Congratulations on receiving the Increase 5 cm newbie gift pack. Add 5 cm description. The host can act on any part of the body, or increase 5 centimeters to height, or increase the neck by 5 centimeters. Host, please decide within 1 minute to increase 5 centimeters to any part of your body. Lin Hao. After Lin Hao finished listening to the system's voice, his idea at the moment was not to add these 5 centimeters to his height. He was already very satisfied with his height, and there was no point in increasing his height by another 5 centimeters. So, Lin Hao thought to himself and said to the system, 5 centimeters increase in. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hao felt some changes in his body. He wanted to go to the toilet. Well, I'm going to the bathroom, Lin Hao said to Qin Shiyun. Go ahead. Qin Shiyun. Lin Hao went to the toilet and was immediately surprised. Wow. This. How terrifying. While going to the toilet, Lin Hao heard the ringtone of a WeChat call outside. Then 2 voices came from Qin Shiyun's cell phone. Mom, when will you be back? Mom, I miss you. In the living room, Qin Shiyun was having a video call with her 2 daughters. Qin Shiyun showed a motherly smile and said softly to her 2 daughters, Mom has something to do today and won't be back until tomorrow. You can sleep with Auntie tonight. The aunts Qin Shiyun mentioned were the 2 nannies she hired. When she was not at home, the 2 nannies would take care of her 2 daughters. After hearing this, the 2 daughters immediately showed disappointment. Mom, I miss you so much. Mom, then you have to go home early tomorrow. Chapter 10 Why are you so stupid? Qin Shiyun nodded gently and said, Mom will go back early tomorrow to accompany you. Mom, your word is yours. Come back early to accompany us tomorrow. Qin Shiyun smiled gently, I know, you guys go play first, Mom will be back tomorrow. Okay, bye, Mom. Goodbye, Mom. After hanging up the phone, a happy smile appeared on Qin Shiyun's face. She feels so happy now. Married to the man I love and have 2 lovely daughters. And in the bathroom. Lin Hao was in a heavy mood and looked unhappy at this time. He heard the voices of 2 little girls, who called Qin Shiyun Mom. This. Qin Shiyun actually has a daughter. And there are 2 of them. Although he had broken up with Qin Shiyun before, Qin Shiyun was Zhang Jingjing's best friend after all, so he and Qin Shiyun still had contact. There is also Qin Shiyun's WeChat. But in the past few years, he has never seen any updates about the 2 little girls in Qin Shiyun's circle of friends. I have never heard Zhang Jingjing say that Qin Shiyun has a daughter. This. Lin Hao was very upset that Qin Shiyun agreed to his proposal so readily. He had asked Qin Shiyun before, asking whether she had thought it through, and also that Qin Shiyun's parents were not aware of it. Qin Shiyun insisted on marrying him. Lin Hao felt annoyed. If Qin Shiyun readily agreed to his proposal, it would mean that she wanted him to be the father of 2 children. Isn't this too bad? But Lin Hao thought about it and thought, maybe he was overthinking it? After all, based on his understanding of Qin Shiyun should not do such a thing. Could it be that he had misunderstood something? Lin Hao was silent for a while, washed his hands, and then walked out. Qin Shiyun turned her head to look at Lin Hao. Seeing that Lin Hao looked a little unhappy, she couldn't help but think of the conversation she had just had with her 2 daughters. Lin Hao should have heard it. Lin Hao. Qin Shiyun called out. Lin Hao sat next to Qin Shiyun, lit a cigarette, took a puff, lowered his head slightly and asked Qin Shiyun, You have a daughter? Qin Shiyun nodded lightly. After hearing this, Lin Hao felt very upset. Qin Shiyun really had a daughter. But he still felt that Qin Shiyun shouldn't be that bad. Lin Hao asked again, biological? Qin Shiyun, my biological child. Lin Hao was in a completely bad mood, my own son. They are actually his biological children. Lin Hao looked at Qin Shiyun with a sullen face. Just as he was about to say something, Qin Shiyun spoke first. Qin Shiyun explained, the child is your own flesh and blood. Lin Hao had a lot of question marks on his face. Are you taking me for a fool? But in a flash, he suddenly remembered that Qin Shiyun had taken a year off from school. He later asked Qin Shiyun why she took a year off, and Qin Shiyun just said that there was something going on at home, without giving any specific explanation. Is it possible that she is going to give birth to a child? Lin Hao immediately calculated the timeline and recalled his freshman year. 4 months after breaking up with Qin Shiyun came to see him. When they met, he felt that Qin Shiyun seemed to have gained a little weight. Thinking of this, Lin Hao's face suddenly changed. He stared at Qin Shiyun, and his breathing became heavy. Shiyun, you were not pregnant when you were a freshman, were you? Yeah. Qin Shiyun nodded slightly. She had originally planned to tell Lin Hao some things after she married him. Now that Lin Hao asked, she answered directly. Qin Shiyun picked up her phone and logged into another WeChat account. She opened her circle of friends and scrolled forward. I kept flipping back to 5 years ago, which was my freshman year. The first post in moments, I'm pregnant with your child. I've already decided on a name for the child. If it's a boy, I'll name him Lin Jun, and if it's a girl, I'll name her Lin Yanyan. Please get back together with me soon. The accompanying picture is a photo of Qin Shiyun's belly. The second post in moments, fate is so cruel. I didn't expect that you would be with someone else only 3 months after breaking up. I really don't want to abort the baby in my belly. The accompanying picture is a photo of Qin Shiyun's belly. At this time, Qin Shiyun's belly was already a little bulging. The third update in the circle of friends, I'm taking a leave of absence from school. I want to take good care of my pregnancy and give birth to my baby. The fourth update in the circle of friends, the due date is approaching, and I will meet the baby. Poor baby, he was born without a father. Fifth update, the babies were born, twins, 2 daughters, one named Qin Yanyan and the other named Qin Anran. The picture includes photos of 2 children. Sixth update, the baby is so cute. Accompanying pictures are photos of 2 kids. Seventh update, Lin Hao, I miss you so much and I regret it so much. Eighth update, I feel so sad. My parents don't know I have a child, and my baby is born without a father. Ninth update, Lin Hao, I wish you happiness. 10th dynamic, my daughter is so cute, kiss her JPG. Article 11. Update 39, Lin Hao and Zhang Jingjing are getting married tomorrow, and I have completely given up the idea of marriage. Lin Hao, I wish you happiness. Article 40, I am destined to be alone in this life, so I will spend the rest of my life with my 2 daughters and my parents. Lin Hao read all the updates on Qin Shiyun's WeChat moments. There was no one on this WeChat account. Qin Shiyun only used it to post updates and vent her feelings. Finished watching the dynamics. Lin Hao felt very uncomfortable. He felt very guilty for how hard Qin Shiyun had lived these years. Lin Hao, a grown man, had tears in his eyes. He gently held Qin Shiyun in his arms, his tone full of heartache. Why are you so stupid? You should have told me immediately when you got pregnant. Qin Shiyun smiled gently, without any sadness, only happy satisfaction. However, when she thought about the past, she felt that she was such a fool. When she got pregnant, she should have told Lin Hao as soon as possible, instead of waiting until her belly got bigger before running to find Lin Hao. If she had told Lin Hao at the first moment, then she and Lin Hao would have been together forever, and she would not have lived such a miserable life in the past 5 years. Lin Hao felt very distressed. He looked at the updates on Qin Shiyun's circle of friends and found out that Qin Shiyun had given birth to a child but didn't even tell her parents. How tiring it must be to raise a child in secret. You are so stupid. Lin Hao felt sorry for Qin Shiyun and wanted to scold her. This was too stupid. Qin Shiyun didn't say anything and leaned into Lin Hao's arms. After a while, Lin Hao asked, "Where is the child now?" Lin Hao really wants to see his 2 daughters, they are his biological daughters. He felt sad when he thought about the fact that his 2 daughters still had no father. Qin Shiyun smiled gently, in Tianfu community, I live there. Lin Hao couldn't wait to say, let's go see the child now. Qin Shiyun. Although Qin Shiyun also wanted to take Lin Hao to meet her 2 daughters, her parents-in-law were still unaware of the situation, so she also wanted to take her parents-in-law with her to meet them. Wait until my parents-in-law come back, I will explain everything to them, and then we will go to see our daughter together. Qin Shiyun said softly. Lin Hao thought about it for a while and decided that he really had to tell his parents about this matter. He immediately called Yi Shui and said that he had something important to discuss. Chapter 11. This is my old, this is my husband. After Lin Shanha and Yi Shui received Lin Hao's call, they immediately rushed over. At this time, when my son said he had something urgent, it must have been a real emergency. They had just finished their work and arrived in less than 15 minutes. Yi Shui looked at Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun sitting on the sofa and asked curiously, what's the emergency? Qin Shiyun's face turned slightly red, and she was a little embarrassed to explain. She touched Lin Hao's arm and motioned Lin Hao to explain. Lin Shanha and Yi Shui couldn't help feeling confused when they saw Qin Shiyun looking a little embarrassed. Lin Hao smiled and looked at his parents and reminded them, before you say it, you must be mentally prepared and don't be scared. Seeing her son's relaxed and happy look, Yi Shui had an idea in her mind. It didn't look like a bad thing, but a good thing. Could it be related to the good thing Qin Shiyun had mentioned before? Yi Shui rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily, "Hurry up and tell me, stop dithering." Lin Shanha also looked at Lin Hao, wanting to hear what was going on. Lin Hao smiled and said, "I have 2 children. Yi Shui and Lin Shanha." They were both puzzled. Lin Hao had 2 children. The two looked at each other, then looked at Lin Hao, and then at Qin Shiyun. Child? How can a son have a child? Looking at Qin Shiyun's appearance, is she born this way? But they knew that their son had been in a relationship with Zhang Jingjing for 5 years, so how could he have a child with Qin Shiyun? Lin Hao's words piqued the interest of Lin Shanha and Yi Shui. Yi Shui couldn't help but ask, "What's going on?" Lin Hao smiled and without further delay, told Lin's father and mother everything. When Lin Shanha and Yi Shui first heard that Qin Shiyun had given birth to a child alone, and that she had done so after breaking up with her son, they were shocked and heartbroken. The two of them put themselves in Qin Shiyun's shoes and got pregnant with her boyfriend's child after breaking up with him. But my boyfriend has a new love. It's really heartbreaking to think about it. She gave birth to 2 daughters alone without telling her parents about the birth of the children. And so many years have passed. How did Qin Shiyun survive these 5 years? You must be feeling very miserable. Yi Shui sat next to Qin Shiyun, holding Qin Shiyun's hands, and said distressfully, "Silly child, why are you so silly? You should have told Lin Hao immediately when you were pregnant." Qin Shiyun smiled lightly, very happily, "It's all in the past. I'm already very satisfied to be married to Lin Hao now." Lin Shanha said directly, "If this guy dares to bully you, just tell me and I will help you deal with him." After hearing this, Qin Shiyun nodded heavily. Lin Hao was speechless. Disaster came from the sky. Yi Shui looked at Lin Hao, glared at him and said, "Shiyun has suffered so much in the past few years, you must treat her well. If I find out that you bully Shiyun, your father and I will beat you with belts." Lin Hao. What the hell? Even if he feels sorry for his wife, he wouldn't target her in this way, right? Although he originally wanted to bully Qin Shiyun tonight. No. He didn't want to bully Qin Shiyun, but wanted to love Qin Shiyun well. Qin Shiyun has been having a hard time in the past 5 years, and all he can do is to make Qin Shiyun happy. At night, he will love Qin Shiyun well. Lin Hao nodded, got it. Without his parents telling him, he would take good care of Qin Shiyun. He would satisfy Qin Shiyun in all aspects, both spiritually and materially. Make up for the shortcomings of these years. By the way, he has 2 daughters. They are now 5 years old and have never enjoyed their father's love. He feels very distressed about this and he will give his best things to his wife and children. Lin Hao looked at Qin Shiyun and said, "Let's go see our daughter now." Lin Shanha and Yi Shui were also very excited after hearing this. Unexpectedly, I have a granddaughter now. And he is already 5 years old all of a sudden, which means he is 4 years old according to his actual age. But in Yangchang, people always calculate based on their age in lunar calendar. Qin Shiyun nodded, feeling very happy. She was married to Lin Hao, and soon the father and daughter would recognize each other. All that's left is to deal with her parents, and then there will be no problem. Several people immediately went downstairs, got into Lin's father's car, and headed to Tianfu community. Along the way, Lin Shanha and Yi Shui also asked about Qin Shiyun's affairs over the years. The two were shocked to learn that the house in Tianfu community where Qin Shiyun lived was bought in full by Qin Shiyun. You should know that Tianfu community is located in a bustling area and the housing price has reached 28,000 yuan per square meter. Although Qin Shiyun bought it a few years ago, the housing price in Tianfu community was also 16,000 yuan per square meter a few years ago. I bought a house of 150 square meters, which is a lot of money. Yi Shui asked about Qin Shiyun's family situation. Qin Shiyun said that her family runs a company and her father is the richest man in Sichuan. After Lin Shanha and Yi Shui found out, they felt under tremendous pressure. The richest man in Sioux City? Where is Sioux City? Suzhou City has the highest GDP in Jiangsu province and is the most economically developed city in the province. Even when compared with cities across the country, it can be ranked among the top 10. Qin Shiyun's father is actually the richest man in Sichuan. This is too much. After hearing this, Lin Hao was also under great pressure. Damn, the richest man in Sioux City? Is it necessary to be so aggressive? Although he is now bound to the nanny system, which is also his confidence, there is simply no comparison between him and the richest man in Sioux City in the short term. Shin Shur-yoon could sense that her parents-in-law were under a lot of pressure, so she comforted them, "It's okay, my parents love me very much and will respect my opinions. Plus, I have Lin Hao's child now, so even if my parents are angry and want to make things difficult for Lin Hao, they won't go too far. It will be fine once they calm down." Lin Shanha and Yi Shui were a little nervous. That was what they said, but Shin Shur-yoon said, "I will take Lin Hao to meet my parents in a few days." Yi Shui nodded slightly, hoping that everything would go well. It would be very hurtful if Shin Shur-yoon's parents refused to agree. About 15 minutes. Arrived at Tianfu Community. I took the elevator directly to the 16th floor. The door lock is quite advanced, including fingerprint unlocking and face unlocking. Once Shin Shur-yoon's face is detected, the door opens directly. Uncle and aunt. Shin Shur-yoon asked Lin Shanha and Yi Shui to enter the house first. Lin Shanha and Yi Shui didn't think too much about it. They were just anxious to see their two granddaughters. Entered the house. They saw a middle-aged woman in the room. They knew that she was the nanny hired by Shin Shur-yoon to take care of her two granddaughters. The middle-aged woman had also received the message from Shin Shur-yoon and knew that someone would come this afternoon. Shin Shur-yoon walked in and introduced them with a smile. "Aunt Lu, this is my father-in-law and mother-in-law. This is my my husband." Chapter 12. Dad. Aunt Lu's eyes widened after hearing this. Father-in-law and mother-in-law? Husband? What is going on? When Shin Shur-yoon had not yet given birth to the child, she was hired by Shin Shur-yoon to take care of Shin Shur-yoon's daily life. After Shin Shur-yoon gave birth to two daughters, she took care of the two little girls. It can be said that over the years, even if she didn't know Shin Shur-yoon particularly well, she knew her relatively well. But now, Shin Shur-yoon's father-in-law and mother-in-law, as well as Shin Shur-yoon's husband, suddenly appeared. "This is Aunt Lu." Shin Shur-yoon also introduced Aunt Lu. "There is another aunt at home, but she is on the night shift and will come here at night." "Hello." Lin Shanha and others greeted Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu was confused, but she also greeted Lin Shanha and the others. After a brief acquaintance, Shin Shur-yoon looked at Aunt Lu and asked, "Are Nian Nian and Ran Ran sleeping?" Aunt Lu nodded. "Nian Nian and Ran Ran have been playing all day and are tired." Shin Shur-yoon nodded slightly and was about to go to the two daughters' room. Yi Shui stopped Shin Shur-yoon and shook her head gently. "The child is sleeping, let him sleep first." Yi Shui felt sorry for her two granddaughters whom she had never met, and she didn't want to disturb their good sleep just because she wanted to see them so much. Lin Shanha also said, "Let them sleep for a while, we will wait here for them to wake up." Shin Shur-yoon. She wanted to wake up the two girls directly. "Mom, are you back? Mom, is that you?" At this time, a door opened, and then two voices like nature's sound were heard. The sounds were very comfortable to listen to, and seemed to calm the irritable mood quickly. Lin Shanha, Yi Shui, and Lin Hao immediately looked over when they heard the sound. When they saw the two little girls, Lin Shanha and Yi Shui were very excited. This is their granddaughter. So pretty. So cute. Although she is only 5 years old, she has already shown the embryo of a beauty. When she grows up, she will definitely be a top-notch beauty. The skin is white with a rosy glow, making people want to pinch it. However, Lin Shanha and Yi Shui held back, fearing that the two kids might be disgusted if they suddenly went over to hug them. As for Lin Hao, he was even more excited. The first time he saw the two babies, he was sure that they were definitely his children. It's his own flesh and blood. He still has some similarities with her. More like Shin Shur-yoon. Shin Yan and Shin Anran also saw Lin Shanha and Yi Shui, and also saw Lin Hao. With a hint of curiosity in his eyes, he came to Shin Shur-yoon, grabbed Shin Shur-yoon's hand, and asked curiously, "Mom, who are they?" Shin Shur-yoon looked at her two daughters, and a layer of mist appeared in her eyes. The two daughters have been without a father since they were born, let alone grandparents. Now they see their biological father and grandparents, but they don't recognize them. "Nian Nian, Ran Ran, this is your grandfather, your real grandfather." Shin Shur-yoon pulled her two daughters to Lin Shanha. Lin Shanha was so excited that tears were about to fall. When he looked at his two granddaughters, he just wanted to hear them call him Grandpa in person. Shin Nian Nian's big watery eyes showed a hint of surprise. "Grandpa?" She knew that all the children in the kindergarten had grandparents, so she asked her mother why she didn't have grandparents. Mom said that grandparents are very far away and can't come to see them for the time being. Now Grandpa shows up. Nian Nian, Ran, call me Grandpa quickly. Qin Shiyun taught immediately. Although Qin Nian and Qin Anran were unfamiliar with Lin Shanha, they felt a special sense of intimacy when they saw Lin Shanha like this. Grandpa! The two kids called out. After hearing this, Lin Shanha trembled with excitement and replied in a lost voice, "Oh. Good granddaughter." Lin Shanha looked at the two kids and asked, "Can Grandpa hug you?" When the two children saw that Lin Shanha really wanted to hug them, they always felt something special. Qin Nian nodded, "Sure." Qin Anran's personality was rather quiet, not particularly lively, so she nodded slightly at this time. After hearing this, Lin Shanha squatted down excitedly and hugged his two granddaughters. This made Yishui standing by extremely envious and jealous. "That's enough. I've already called you Grandpa, and you've hugged him. It's my turn now," Yishui said to Lin Shanha jealously. Lin Shanha reluctantly let go of his two granddaughters. Qin Shiyun was very happy, with a happy smile on her face. She brought her two daughters to Yishui and said softly to them, "This is Grandma, call her Grandma." Qin Nian looked at Yishui. She knew that her grandparents were a pair. If there was a grandpa, there must be a grandma as well. "Grandma, you are so beautiful." Qin Nian looked at Yishui, her little mouth seemed to be covered with honey. Qin Anran didn't say much, just said, "Grandma." After hearing this, Yishui could no longer hold back her joy. She squatted down, hugged her two granddaughters, and said, good granddaughters, good granddaughters." Hug for a while. It was Lin Hao's turn. Lin Hao's heart beat faster at this moment, and his breathing became a little faster. He looked at his two daughters and suddenly his status rose to that of a father. From now on, he is a father. At this moment, he is looking forward to his two daughters calling him Dad. Qin Shiyun looked at her two daughters, pointed at Lin Hao, and said softly to them, "This is Daddy, call him Daddy." After hearing this, the two kids were stunned. "Dad?" In kindergarten, almost every child has a father, and I often hear children talk about what delicious food their fathers bought for them and where they took them to play. And they don't have a father. They also asked their mother, where is their father? Mom said that dad and grandparents are all very far away and can't come to see them for the time being. After hearing what their mother said, they felt lost for a while. They also wanted their father to take them out to play and eat delicious food. Now I have a dad. Dad. Qin Nian looked at Lin Hao. She could feel that her father was very excited. Qin Anran also called out, "Dad." She looked at Lin Hao, her eyes full of curiosity. After hearing this, Lin Hao was very excited. His two daughters called him Dad. The word dad made him feel like he had suddenly grown up. He is no longer a boy, but a father with family responsibilities. Nian, Ran. Lin Hao squatted down, gently pinched the two kids' faces, and then hugged the two kids in his arms. The two kids didn't do anything and let Lin Hao hug them. Qin Shiyun, who was standing by, felt truly relieved when she saw this scene. Although her daughters do not feel that kind of closeness to Lin Hao yet, she believes that in the future, the relationship between her two daughters and Lin Hao will definitely heat up. She looked at this scene, her heart felt warm and a happy smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. The father and daughter recognized each other, and she married Lin Hao. She was looking forward to living a life with her husband and children. Chapter 13 rewards God-level cooking skills. Lin Hao hugged the two girls for a while. He really wanted to chat with them, but since he had never met them before, he didn't know how to talk to them. Lin Hao sighed in his heart, it seems that he can only take it slow. Mom, can we go out and play? Qin Nian said at this time. Qin Anran was also somewhat moved. Although she didn't say anything, her eager eyes spoke volumes. Qin Shiyun. I just brought my parents-in-law home and I want to go out and play. Okay, let's go out and play. Lin Shanha and Yishui said with a smile. Now that they suddenly have a granddaughter, they wish they could satisfy her in everything. Okay. Seeing that her parents-in-law said so, Qin Shiyun decided to go out for a walk together. Because it's already 3:30 in the afternoon, it's a bit late to go to the amusement park or the zoo. A few of them went to the food street together and bought whatever they saw delicious food and drinks. Lin Hao's attention was almost entirely focused on his two daughters. Looking at them, he felt very fond of them. Qin Shiyun felt a little unhappy when she saw that Lin Hao had been caring about his two daughters and seemed to have ignored her. Lin Hao. Qin Shiyun pretended to be unhappy and called Lin Hao. Lin Hao looked over and saw that Qin Shiyun was a little unhappy. He was a little confused and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Qin Shiyun was speechless. "Have you forgotten me now that you have a daughter?" Lin Hao understood immediately. Is he jealous of his daughter? Lin Hao smiled, took Qin Shiyun's hand, and whispered in her ear, "Let's talk slowly in the evening." Qin Shiyun's face turned slightly red in an instant. Normally speaking, Lin Hao's words were nothing. But he said it close to her ear, whispering it so that no one else could hear it. The meaning behind it. She is an adult, of course she understands. Hateful. Qin Shiyun blushed and turned her head away. Lin Hao joked, "Why are you so shy? I just wanted to chat with you in the evening. I didn't say we would do anything. Is it necessary to be like this? Are you thinking the wrong thing?" Qin Shiyun was a little crazy and wanted to punch Lin Hao. But Lin Hao said so, but he really wouldn't talk about something else at night? She didn't believe it. But when I thought about sleeping in the same bed with Lin Hao at night, suddenly I feel a little nervous, but also a little excited. After 5 years, I'm sleeping with Lin Hao again. Seeing her like this, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel excited. He believed that he would give Qin Shiyun a big surprise tonight. The system rewarded him with 5 centimeters, which surprised himself, let alone Qin Shiyun. Maybe you will be scared? Lin Hao smiled, held Qin Shiyun's hand, and walked slowly, looking at his 2 daughters and parents in front of him. Until 5 p.m. Yi Shui suggested, "Let's eat out today." After hearing this, Lin Hao couldn't help but think of the system. In his understanding, the system even has rewards like 5 centimeters, so what about cooking skills? He really wanted to make some delicious food for his 2 daughters, so as to enhance his relationship with them. Bite. Feel the host's strong joy for his daughter. Randomly trigger the reward of the God-level cooking skill. A moment. Lin Hao had countless recipes in his mind, and he even knew how to make them by heart. This. Lin Hao was shocked, but also pleasantly surprised. With his God-level cooking skills, he could make rare delicacies in the world, and his 2 daughters would definitely like them. Lin Hao looked at Yi Shui and immediately said, "Mom, I'll cook tonight." After hearing this, Yi Shui rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily, "Forget it. The food you cook is not bad, but it is not very delicious either. I want my granddaughter to eat more delicious food." Lin Hao. Lin Hao was speechless. The last time I cooked was 2 years ago. I am a great cook now. It is definitely better than what the chef cooks. Yi Shui rolled her eyes at him. She didn't believe it. Qin Shiyun said at this time, "Why don't we go home to eat? Aunt Lu and Aunt Chen prepare all 3 meals a day at home. Then let's go back. I want to cook." Lin Hao said. He had to show off his skills today. Yi Shui didn't say anything else. It was okay to go back and eat, as long as she didn't let her son cook. "Dad, is the food you cook delicious?" Qin Yanyan looked up and looked at Lin Hao. From what her grandmother said, it seemed that the food her father cooked was not delicious, but her father insisted on cooking and seemed very confident. When Lin Hao heard his daughter ask this, he was immediately very happy and said very confidently, "If Dad dares to say that the food he cooks is second to none in the world, no one dares to say that it is the best in the world." Lin Hao first boasted that he wanted to create the most powerful image in front of his daughter. Qin Yanyan's eyes lit up after hearing this. "Dad will cook tonight. I want to eat delicious food." Okay. Lin Hao was very excited. He looked at Qin Yanyan and Qin Anren and asked, "What do you 2 like to eat?" "Dad will make it when he gets home." Qin Yanyan, "I want to eat braised pork and chicken stewed with mushrooms." Qin Anren, "I like fried lobsters and crabs." Lin Hao patted his chest and promised, "After eating the food cooked by Dad, I will never make you want to eat food cooked by others." Qin Yanyan and Qin Anren couldn't help but look forward to it. Yi Shui on the side was speechless. He was bragging so much now, but when the time comes, he would disappoint his granddaughter. Qin Shiyun was a little unhappy. She kept asking her 2 daughters what they wanted to eat, but why didn't she ask her what she wanted to eat? Several people walked towards the parking lot. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun were walking together. Qin Shiyun was a little unhappy and said, "You asked your daughter what she likes to eat, but why didn't you ask me what I like to eat? You are so biased." Lin Hao held her hand, looked at her, his eyes full of tenderness, and said softly, "You like to eat braised crushing carp and stewed chicken with mushrooms. After hearing this, Qin Shiyun's heart seemed to be touched by something, and a layer of mist appeared in her eyes involuntarily. 5 years. Lin Hao still remembers what she likes to eat. Lin Hao. Qin Shiyun held Lin Hao's hand tightly and leaned closer to Lin Hao involuntarily. Lin Hao also tightened his grip on Qin Shiyun's hand and said softly, "Shiyun, I will love you all my life." Qin Shiyun was so moved that she wanted to fall directly into Lin Hao's arms, but there were so many people on the street, and her father-in-law, mother-in-law, and 2 daughters were still in front of her, so she couldn't let go. Qin Shiyun thought to herself that she would serve Lin Hao well tonight. Several people arrived at the parking lot, and they came in 2 cars. One was driven by Lin Shanhe. A car driven by Qin Shiyun. Qin Shiyun drives a Hongqi H9. The 2 daughters were in the same car with Lin Shanhe and Yi Shui. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun were in the same car. Lin Hao asked curiously, "You are a girl, why do you like to drive a Hongqi H9? Qin Shiyun drove the car and smiled, "I have been influenced by my parents since I was a child to support domestic products. By the way, I will buy you a car tomorrow. You must choose a domestic one, preferably a Hongqi one, because my father likes patriotic young people. If you buy a Hongqi, my father will treat you better." Chapter 14, Show Your Cooking Skills. After listening to this, Lin Hao also had a preliminary understanding of his father-in-law. My father-in-law likes young people who are patriotic, which in itself shows that he himself is also very patriotic. Those who love their country are not bad. He really despises those who worship foreigners. It is normal to be patriotic and look at overseas countries rationally. He thought that if there were any shortcomings in his country, he should not complain, but should start with himself and contribute to this country and this big family. Lin Hao nodded slightly, "Just buy a Hongqi car. Domestically made ones are pretty good now." Qin Shiyun nodded and asked, "Have you ever donated money or anything?" Lin Hao didn't know why Qin Shiyun asked this, so he said, "I donated once in the first half of the year. Before that, there was a flood in a province, and I donated 300 yuan. I have donated before, but the previous ones were forwarded by other people's friends. It was that people were sick and needed money for treatment, so I donated a few dozen yuan." Qin Shiyun nodded. "My dad also likes young people who donate money sincerely. Your donation is also a plus. My dad will be more friendly to you after he knows about it." Lin Hao. Lin Hao asked curiously, "Where's your mother?" Qin Shiyun smiled and said, "My mother also likes young people who are patriotic and kind-hearted. My mother was with my father because he is mature, steady and humorous, and also because he is patriotic and kind-hearted. My mother is a good wife to my father. Don't worry, my mother is also very good." After hearing this, Lin Hao felt relieved, but still a little nervous. After all, Qin Shiyun's father is the richest man in Sichuan. Lin Hao asked, "Do your parents have any requirements for your significant other's family?" Qin Shiyun pondered for a while and said, "It's not really a requirement. Generally speaking, you want to find someone who is a good match, but it's not a hard requirement. It mainly depends on what kind of people the other person's parents are like, and what kind of person the other person is like. Don't worry, it'll be fine." Lin Hao. Will it really be okay? He felt that the matter was serious. Qin Shiyun has had a child for so many years, and her father-in-law and mother-in-law are unaware of it. Now that she is suddenly getting married to me, my father-in-law and mother-in-law will find out. Even if they have a good personality and dote on Qin Shiyun, they will probably be very angry. Stayed home. Aunt Lu had already prepared the ingredients that Qin Shiyun requested over the phone and had cleaned them all. These include lobster, crab, chicken, and other ingredients. "Aunt Lu, I'll cook today," Lin Hao said to Aunt Lu with a smile. "Aunt Lu, you're not really going to cook, are you?" Yi Shui looked at Lin Hao speechlessly. How could she not understand her son? Would her 2 granddaughters like the food she cooked? Lin Hao nodded, "I'll cook tonight. If Mom is really worried, she can watch me cook in the kitchen. If she feels that it's not okay, she can just ask someone else to cook." After hearing this, Yi Shui thought this was an acceptable option. So, Lin Hao and others went into the kitchen. The ingredients had already been washed and did not need to be washed again. Lin Hao took a pound of pork and started cutting it directly. The movements are done in one go, and there is a sense of beauty when cutting the meat. Yi Shui was stunned. Looking at Lin Hao, she felt like she didn't even recognize her son. This knife skill. Really like a chef. But when did my son become so good at knife skills? Aunt Lu was also very surprised. She felt inferior to his knife skills. Lin Shanha also looked at Lin Hao in surprise. This sword skill. When did you learn it secretly? Qin Shiyun was also surprised. Lin Hao's knife skills were so good and he looked very skilled. Did he cook often? But seeing the shocked look on the father-in-law and mother-in-law's faces, it's obvious that Lin Hao doesn't cook much at home. Could it be that he learned it when he was with Zhang Jingjing? When Qin Shiyun thought of Zhang Jingjing, she felt a little uncomfortable. Lin Hao was cutting the meat and he finished quickly. Then he started cutting other ingredients. His movements were still smooth and looked pleasing to the eye. After all the ingredients are processed. Then I started cooking. Turn on the range hood, start the pot, and heat the oil. As time went by, the kitchen was filled with rich aroma. Even though the kitchen door was closed at this time, the living room was filled with aroma, whetting people's appetite. Qin Yanyan and Qin Anren couldn't help drooling when they smelled the aroma of the food. Qin Shiyun also wants to eat it. Lin Shanha and Yi Shui felt as if their appetites had been whetted, they wanted to eat so much. When the food was ready, several people quickly brought it to the table. Lin Hao smiled and took a few lobsters and crabs and placed them in the bowls of his two daughters. Try what daddy cooked. After hearing this, the two kids started eating immediately, peeling off the shrimp shells like hungry wolves. Soon a lobster was eaten. Qin Anren picked up the crab leg, which had been broken by the crab claws, and bit it directly. Seeing this, Lin Hao couldn't help laughing. His daughter liked the food he cooked, and he couldn't help feeling happy. He looked at Qin Shiyun at this time, and saw that Qin Shiyun looked a little unhappy. He felt a little cold in his heart. He was so busy caring about his daughter that he forgot about his wife. Come on, have a lobster. Lin Hao took a lobster and put it in Qin Shiyun's bowl. Qin Shiyun rolled her eyes at him. He finally remembered her. Qin Yanyan and Qin Anren were quietly eating crabs, and they looked very cute in the eyes of others. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the two kids touched their little bellies with an unsatisfied look on their faces, because their stomachs were really full of food. Lin Hao looked at the two girls and smiled. How is it? Is it delicious? Qin Yanyan smiled and said, it's very delicious. Can I eat my father's cooking again in the future? Qin Anren also looked at Lin Hao expectantly, thinking that it would be great if she could eat such delicious food every day. Lin Hao rubbed the two kids' heads and said, from now on, Dad will cook 3 meals a day for you. After hearing this, the two kids laughed happily. Yi Shui and Lin Shanha looked at each other. They also wanted to eat it every day. But after thinking about it, I decided to give up. After all, my son is married and needs his own space. It's not good for 2 generations to live together. Yi Shui looked at Qin Shiyun and said, you won't need the nanny you hired anymore. If you two need to go out for something, you can leave the child with us. Qin Shiyun nodded. When Aunt Lu left, I told her that I would give Aunt Lu and Aunt Chen 3 months extra salary as compensation. Yi Shui. Lin Shanha nodded slightly. That's good. There are 2 aunts at home, and it's always a bit inconvenient for you to live together. When you are busy, you can leave the child with us. Okay. Qin Shiyun. Lin Shanha smiled. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. It was his son and daughter-in-law's wedding night and there were still many things to do. Especially since the marriage was so sudden, there were many things to say. It was not appropriate for him and his wife to stay here. Then we'll go back first. Chapter 15. Mom and Dad, are you kissing? Qin Shiyun persuaded him to stay here for 1 night. Lin Shanha smiled and waved his hand. I won't bother you young people anymore. Get up early tomorrow and have breakfast at my place. Yi Shui smiled and said to her 2 granddaughters, Grandma is leaving. Come to her house for breakfast tomorrow morning. Qin Yanyan, goodbye, Grandpa and Grandma. Qin Anren, go slowly on the road. Yi Shui smiled, feeling quite surprised. The 2 granddaughters were young but very sensible. Then Lin Shanha and Yi Shui left first. For a moment, only Lin Hao, Yi Shui and their 2 children were left. Lin Hao, I'll go wash the dishes. Qin Shiyun, I'll go too. Lin Hao looked at her and said, take your daughter to take a bath first. Qin Shiyun, that's fine. Lin Hao went to the kitchen to do some work. After he was done, he went to another room to take a shower. When I was almost done washing, the door opened a little, and a hand came in with something. It was Qin Shiyun. Qin Shiyun said, "Put on the underwear and pajamas I bought from the takeaway first." Seeing this, Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh. "Why don't you just come in? Just put your hand in." Qin Shiyun's face outside the door blushed slightly. She was too embarrassed. Although she was married to Lin Hao, everything that should have happened between her and Lin Hao when they were dating had happened. But after all, the marriage was so sudden, and I still feel embarrassed. Hurry up and put it on. Qin Shiyun. Lin Hao didn't say anything. After tonight, Qin Shiyun wouldn't feel so embarrassed anymore. He took the pajamas and underwear, put them on, and blew his hair. Then opened the door. Qin Shiyun looked at Lin Hao at this time, walked in with a slightly red face, then found the clothes that Lin Hao had changed, took them away, and threw them into the washing machine to wash. Lin Hao didn't say anything. He went to the living room and turned on the TV. Qin Shiyun soon came over, poured a glass of water for Lin Hao, and then sat next to Lin Hao. Although Qin Shiyun was watching TV at this time, she was absent-minded. She knew what she would do on her wedding night. Because I knew what was going to happen, I couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Lin Hao wasn't really nervous, but he was still a little nervous. After all, he hadn't touched Qin Shiyun for a long time. Lin Hao moved his position, getting closer to Qin Shiyun, and then naturally hugged Qin Shiyun in his arms. Qin Shiyun fell into his arms. Seeing this, Lin Hao teased, "You don't even struggle?" Qin Shiyun wanted to bite Lin Hao. Lin Hao stopped teasing and turned his head to look at Qin Shiyun. "Nothing to say?" Qin Shiyun. "Yes, but I don't know where to start." Qin Shiyun thought about the past 5 years. She felt really miserable. She should have had a lot to say to Lin Hao, but now she didn't know how to say it. Lin Hao had the same feeling. He should have had a lot to say to Qin Shiyun, but now he didn't know what to say. "I don't know what to say, so why not just go to sleep?" Lin Hao thought it would be better to be direct. After it was over, he believed that he and Qin Shiyun would have a lot to say. Qin Shiyun's ears turned red. How could she respond? Too unrestrained. But when I think about it, it's a bit inappropriate to be so reserved after getting married. Qin Shiyun thought about it quickly, and whispered a little embarrassedly, "My daughter is watching TV in the room, wait until they fall asleep." Lin Hao looked at her, a little confused. "Why do you have to wait until your daughter falls asleep?" "Oh." Lin Hao suddenly showed a look of realization, stared at Qin Shiyun, and joked, "You are thinking wrongly, I just want to take a nap." Qin Shiyun wanted to bite Lin Hao once, no. Twice. Always bullying her. Seeing her embarrassed look, Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh. After 5 years, she's still so cute. Just like that, Lin Hao hugged Qin Shiyun, and Qin Shiyun fell into Lin Hao's arms. It lasted about 2 minutes. The male and female protagonists in the TV series suddenly kissed each other. Qin Shiyun. She subconsciously withdrew her gaze, too embarrassed to look again. Lin Hao was watching with great interest, and said to Qin Shiyun, "What do you think of the male lead's kissing skills?" Qin Shiyun. Lin Hao, the heroine's kissing skills are quite immature, and the hero is quite domineering. Do you like the domineering one, or the gentle one? Qin Shiyun. In the TV show, the male protagonist moved, pulled the female protagonist into the room, and domineeringly pressed her onto the bed. Lin Hao, excitement, do you like it? Qin Shiyun. Lin Hao glanced at Qin Shiyun and saw that she was not staring at the TV. Instead, she closed her eyes, blushed, and looked embarrassed, which made him feel playful. He moved closer to Qin Shiyun, and his breath hit Qin Shiyun's face. Qin Shiyun's whole body tensed up, her nervousness mixed with a strong anticipation. But after waiting for more than 10 seconds, Lin Hao still didn't kiss her, so she knew that Lin Hao was deliberately teasing her again. So annoying. Good or bad? Worse than before. Qin Shiyun still closed her eyes. Although she knew that Lin Hao was teasing her, she was too embarrassed to open her eyes because once she opened her eyes, she would see Lin Hao's face. It was so close that she didn't dare to look. Lin Hao looked at Qin Shiyun's face closely. The more he looked, the more beautiful she seemed to him. She has a perfect face shape, fair and tender skin, very delicate facial features, and is very spiritual, with beauty exuding everywhere. He couldn't help but want to greet them all. Lin Hao couldn't help swallowing. Although he wanted to play a trick on Qin Shiyun, he didn't want to do that at this moment. Just kissed her directly. Qin Shiyun. She was nervous and her mind went blank. Mom and Dad, are you kissing? Just at this moment, a voice sounded, and Qin Shiyun pushed Lin Hao away like a frightened rabbit, then sat up straight. Lin Hao. This is just the beginning. Before anything happened, I pushed him away. Lin Hao looked at Qin Shiyun and couldn't help but laugh when he saw that her ears were red. Mom, why don't you kiss me? Qin Yanyan and Qin Anran walked over. Qin Shiyun. Lin Hao smiled and said to the two kids, "Come to daddy." Qin Yanyan came to Lin Hao and Lin Hao held her in his arms. Then he held Qin Anran in his arms. Lin Hao looked at the two kids and said lovingly, "Besides eating delicious food, what else do you two like to do? If you want to go out and play, Daddy will take you out tomorrow." After hearing this, Qin Yanyan suddenly became energetic and said, "Let's go to the amusement park and ride the roller coaster." Lin Hao raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, "Have you ever ridden a roller coaster?" Qin Yanyan sighed and said, "No, I'm not tall enough, so I'm not allowed to ride the roller coaster." Lin Hao said, "To ride a roller coaster, the height must be at least 120 centimeters. The two kids are only 4 years old, 5 years old in age, and they don't even look 120 centimeters tall." I got it. Lin Hao thought of a place and said to the two kids, "There is a place where you can ride a roller coaster." Lin Hao knows an amusement park with a children's roller coaster suitable for children. Chapter 16. It's impossible for us. I can't let Shiyun down. After hearing this, Qin Yanyan suddenly became alert and looked up at Lin Hao. "Then let's go play tomorrow." Lin Hao smiled and looked at Qin Yanyan. "Call me Dad 3 times and I'll take you out to play." "Dad, Dad, Dad." Qin Yanyan hurriedly called out. Lin Hao was delighted to hear this, and the smile on his face lingered for a long time. He looked at Qin Anran, a girl who didn't talk much and had a quiet personality. He smiled and said, "Call me Daddy, okay?" Qin Anran, "Dad." "Well, good boy." Lin Hao was delighted and kissed the two kids on each cheek. Qin Shiyun, who was standing by, couldn't help but smile happily when she saw this scene. In the past, I always felt that something was missing at home. Now that Lin Hao is here, she feels that this family is complete. We played until 9:30. Qin Yanyan felt a little sleepy, and looked at Qin Shiyun and said, "Mom, I'm sleepy. I want to sleep in your arms." "Okay." Qin Shiyun. Then the 4 of them went into a room. Qin Yanyan likes to sleep in Qin Shiyun's arms, and Qin Anran naturally likes it too. However, Qin Anran was held in Lin Hao's arms, and Qin Anran felt quite comfortable in his father's arms. About half an hour later, the two kids fell asleep. Lin Hao glanced at Qin Shiyun beside him and didn't dare to say anything, for fear of accidentally waking up the two girls. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Qin Shiyun, "Go to another room?" Qin Shiyun was playing with her phone when she saw a WeChat message pop up. It was from Lin Hao, so she couldn't help but glance at Lin Hao. Then he looked at the message sent by Lin Hao. Qin Shiyun felt a little nervous and embarrassed when she saw the message sent by Lin Hao. But after all, we are getting married today, no matter how embarrassed I am, I still have to. Qin Shiyun sent a message to Lin Hao, "Go to the next room first." Lin Hao sent a message, "Why don't you go together?" Qin Shiyun. Qin Shiyun, you go first, we'll be there in 2 minutes. Lin Hao, "Okay, I'll wait for you sexy." Qin Shiyun. Lin Hao walked out carefully and went to the next room. Qin Shiyun was very nervous at this time. Her breathing became heavier and her heart beat faster. "I am nervous but also looking forward to it." After struggling with his thoughts for a minute and a half, he took a deep breath and then walked out carefully. To the next room. The light in the room was on, and she saw Lin Hao leaning against the headboard, not even wearing pajamas. Just wearing underwear. Now looking at her. Qin Shiyun walked over with a slightly red face, and as soon as she sat down, she was pulled into Lin Hao's arms. Qin Shiyun blushed and said, "Turn off the lights." "Turn off the lights." Lin Hao, "I like to turn on the lights." Qin Shiyun. "How can this be so embarrassing?" "No, turn off the lights." Qin Shiyun. "Lin Hao, no." Qin Shiyun covered her face with her hair, not wanting to make a fool of herself. Lin Hao held her in his arms and whispered softly in her ear, "Shiyun, do you miss me?" "Qin Shiyun made a mosquito-like sound. "I want to, how could I not want to?" Whenever she saw her daughter, she couldn't help but think of Lin Hao. There is a scar on the back of her wrist. This scar was caused by a cut she made after she broke up with Lin Hao and learned that Lin Hao was with Zhang Jingjing. She was heartbroken and cut herself. Lin Hao was originally smiling and wanted to play a prank on Qin Shiyun, but soon he could no longer laugh because he saw the 4 cm scar on Qin Shiyun's wrist. What's with this scar? Lin Hao frowned and grabbed Qin Shiyun's wrist and looked at her. Qin Shiyun didn't want to hide it, and there was no need to hide it at this time, so she briefly told Lin Hao about it. When Lin Hao learned that the scar was caused by him, his heart sank and he looked at Qin Shiyun with heartache. "I'm sorry," Lin Hao whispered. If he had gone to Qin Shiyun to reconcile back then, so many things wouldn't have happened. It's all in the past. Qin Shiyun didn't care about these things. She cared more about her future with Lin Hao. She pushed away her hair that covered her face and looked at Lin Hao tenderly with her beautiful eyes. "I think we will be fine in the future, holding hands and growing old together." Lin Hao hummed lightly, turned over and pressed Qin Shiyun under him. Although Qin Shiyun was a little nervous and shy at this time, she wanted to be with Lin Hao more. At this time, let Lin Hao do whatever he wants. Anyway, she is Lin Hao's wife, and Lin Hao is her husband, so her husband can do whatever he wants to her. 1 minute later. Qin Shiyun was horrified and couldn't help but exclaimed. After exclaiming, Lin Hao's cell phone rang. Lin Hao glanced at the phone next to him. When he saw the familiar number, no matter how good his mood was, it disappeared at that moment. He had originally deleted Zhang Jingjing, but he had already memorized Zhang Jingjing's number. Qin Shiyun was originally frightened by Lin Hao, but now when she heard the incoming phone call, she couldn't help but look at Lin Hao. Seeing that Lin Hao's face didn't look good, she immediately guessed that it might be Zhang Jingjing calling. She really didn't want to mention Zhang Jingjing at this moment, but she couldn't avoid it for the time being. Qin Shiyun was silent for a few seconds, then looked at Lin Hao and said softly, "Take it, and explain it to her clearly." Lin Hao nodded lightly and answered the phone. "What's the matter?" Lin Hao's tone was slightly cold. "Lin Hao, I miss you." Zhang Jingjing was in bed at this time, her eyes were red and swollen, and it was obvious that she had been crying. She thought about her past 5 years with Lin Hao, and then about what happened today, and she felt extremely regretful. Why did she believe what her mother and brother said? If she hadn't listened to her mother and brother, she would never have asked Lin Hao for a dowry of 180,000 yuan. But it seems too late now. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun are already married. But it doesn't seem too late. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun just held a wedding banquet, but they probably haven't gotten the marriage certificate yet. As long as you don't have a certificate, you still have a chance. When Lin Hao heard Zhang Jingjing's words, he said in a cold tone, "I'm already married. I'm sleeping with Shiyun now." When Zhang Jingjing heard Qin Shiyun's name, her grief-stricken mood instantly turned into anger. The more sad, the more angry. If it weren't for Qin Shiyun, when she tried to keep Lin Hao during the day, Lin Hao would definitely agree to marry her. But because of Qin Shiyun's existence, she failed to keep Lin Hao. Although Zhang Jingjing was very angry, she wanted to keep Lin Hao at this time and hoped that Lin Hao would not get the marriage certificate with Qin Shiyun. Zhang Jingjing begged, "Lin Hao, I was wrong, please forgive me, I was bewitched by my mother and brother, that's why I..." "Lin Hao, I was wrong, please forgive me, okay?" Zhang Jingjing cried and begged, "I will never believe what my mother and brother say again. From now on, I will only listen to you. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Please, Lin Hao, just get the marriage certificate with me, not with Qin Shiyun, okay?" After hearing this, Lin Hao felt mixed emotions. He has always known that Zhang Jingjing is a bit like Voldemort and a mama's girl, but it's not serious. But on the wedding day, she ignored his feelings and forced him to collect another 180,000 yuan for the betrothal gift. This incident made him so sad. "It's impossible for us. I can't let Shiyun down." Lin Hao took a deep breath and spoke in a firm tone, then he hung up the phone. Chapter 17. Texting each other. Revenge. After hanging up the phone, Lin Hao glanced at Qin Shiyun under him. He was no longer in the mood. He turned over, stood beside Qin Shiyun, and hugged her in his arms. "I'm sorry." Lin Hao closed his eyes and whispered to Qin Shiyun. It was supposed to be a wonderful moment, but a phone call from Zhang Jingjing ruined his mood. "It's okay." Qin Shiyun was no longer in the mood. She leaned into Lin Hao's arms and said considerately, "I'm already satisfied that you can reject Zhang Jingjing." Lin Hao didn't say anything and was in a bad mood. During the phone call just now, Zhang Jingjing was crying. He could tell that Zhang Jingjing was really sad and regretful. But what's the use? He became very angry when he thought about how Zhang Jingjing, Huang Meixia and Zhang Hongyu had teamed up to ask him for a dowry of 180,000 yuan. He also asked Zhang Jingjing if she would marry him if he couldn't come up with the 180,000 yuan betrothal gift today. Zhang Jingjing said that if she couldn't raise 180,000 yuan in betrothal gifts today, she would not marry him. When he heard Zhang Jingjing's words, he was sad and disappointed. After 5 years of relationship, this is the result. It's become a joke. Now she is crying and begging him, begging for his forgiveness. What can it do if Zhang Jingjing regrets it? Don't worry, I won't have anything to do with Zhang Jingjing. Lin Hao whispered to Qin Shiyun. Qin Shiyun hummed softly and kissed Lin Hao on the lips. I believe you. Lin Hao didn't say anything and hugged Qin Shiyun tightly. Jingle. 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 At this time, Qin Shiyun's cell phone rang with a text message reminder tone. Qin Shiyun turned over and took out her cell phone to look at it. It was a text message sent by Zhang Jingjing. Seeing the content of the text message, Qin Shiyun's face darkened slightly. Content of SMS. Zhang Jingjing, you are very happy now, right? My best friend. You have been with me for so many years and have always been thinking about my man. Now you succeeded. Are you very happy? Zhang Jingjing, ha. I want to let you have it easy. Zhang Jingjing sent several photos via MMS. The photos included her and Lin Hao. Zhang Jingjing, are you angry after seeing the intimate photos of me and Lin Hao? You have the right to be angry. I just want to disgust you. Zhang Jingjing on the other side had a gloomy face and only wanted revenge. Since she couldn't win back Lin Hao, she would take revenge. If she wants to make her sad, she will make Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun unhappy. At this point in time, she guessed that something might happen between Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun. When she thought of how powerful Lin Hao was, she realized that the one enjoying Lin Hao now was not her, but her enemy Qin Shiyun. The more she thought about it, the more upset she felt. If she wants to feel less depressed, she will make Qin Shiyun feel depressed. Aren't they in love? I posted a photo of her and Lin Hao being intimate, to see if Qin Shiyun would be in the mood. Zhang Jingjing edited another text message and sent it. Although Lin Hao was taken away by you, since he was taken away by someone else, it also allowed me to see a person clearly earlier, which is good. Zhang Jingjing, I've been playing with men for 5 years, but I'm tired of it and don't want to play anymore. By the way, if you have any questions, you can ask me. After all, I know Lin Hao better than you do, ha ha ha. Zhang Jingjing, let me tell you a secret. Lin Hao's mouth may not be clean to you. Ha ha ha. Do you know where Lin Hao's mouth has kissed me? Ha ha ha. Guess. Zhang Jingjing, did you kiss Lin Hao? If you kissed Lin Hao, wouldn't it be equivalent to kissing me indirectly? Ha, I'm dying of laughter. Qin Shiyun read the content of the text message and was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. What kind of person is this? It seems as if it's all her and Lin Hao's fault. Don't you think about who colluded with Huang Meixia and Zhang Hongyu to take advantage of the situation on the wedding day and demand 180,000 yuan in betrothal gifts from Lin Hao? Is it wrong for Lin Hao to regret his engagement in public? Before this, she had never thought of breaking up Lin Hao and Zhang Jingjing. During the day, Lin Hao proposed to her after he regretted his marriage. She accepted his proposal at this time. Was it wrong? Qin Shiyun looked at the content of the text message with a gloomy face. Is Zhang Jingjing trying to disgust her now? Do you really think she is easy to mess with? Qin Shiyun edited the text message and sent it over. When I was a freshman, Lin Hao was my boyfriend. If we hadn't broken up because of a quarrel, do you think you would have had a chance to be with Lin Hao? Qin Shiyun edited another text message, also. When I was in my freshman year and I were dating Lin Hao. Lin Hao also kissed me in many places. In other words, you also kissed me indirectly. Understand? Qin Shiyun, Lin Hao has greeted my whole body. He has greeted every place you can think of. Zhang Jingjing on the other end looked at the message sent by Qin Shiyun and her face turned extremely ugly. I also understood some things. No wonder. No wonder Lin Hao proposed to Qin Shiyun, and Qin Shiyun agreed to Lin Hao's proposal so readily. It turns out that they were once a couple. Now it's time to rekindle old feelings. Qin Shiyun is so scheming. Looking at the contents of other text messages, his expression became even gloomier. Lin Hao has greeted Qin Shiyun from anywhere. That she. Ugh. Zhang Jingjing suddenly felt nauseous. She quickly got up, went to the bathroom, and lay on the sink to vomit. She has been with Lin Hao for 5 years. In the past 5 years, she and Lin Hao have done everything they should do. Wherever Lin Hao asks about her, doesn't he also ask about Qin Shiyun? Lin Hao was with Qin Shiyun first, so she was also indirectly exposed to Qin Shiyun. Ugh! Zhang Jingjing's stomach churned and she vomited madly. She actually indirectly contacted the enemies. Vomit. Zhang Jingjing vomited for a long time, then picked up the toothpaste and toothbrush to brush her teeth. After brushing her teeth, Zhang Jingjing still felt very nauseous. She was so nauseous that she wished she could lose her memory and stop thinking about those things. Zhang Jingjing returned to the bedroom with a gloomy face, picked up her phone and sent a message to Qin Shiyun, "I am disgusted by you. But, I think you are disgusting too. When you are with Lin Hao in the future, you will definitely think about what Lin Hao did to me, hee hee. Let's see if you are still in the mood to be with Lin Hao." The other end. Qin Shiyun is in a bad mood. "I don't feel disgusted, I'm just pissed off by Zhang Jingjing." Lin Hao, who was standing by, also saw the text messages between Zhang Jingjing and Qin Shiyun. At this moment, he felt as if he was trampled by 10,000 dark horses. Lin Hao looked at Qin Shiyun and reminded her, "She is deliberately trying to piss you off. If you get pissed off by her, you'll fall into her trap." Qin Shiyun is not stupid. She knows that Zhang Jingjing is deliberately disgusting her. She is not disgusted, but she is angry. Lin Hao, block her. Lin Hao was afraid that Zhang Jingjing would send him some disgusting photos again, or say something disgusting to Qin Shiyun. This would affect his and Qin Shiyun's future life. Qin Shiyun didn't say anything and blocked Zhang Jingjing. Then there was silence. Lin Hao hugged her, but didn't do anything, nor did he kiss her. He wondered if Qin Shiyun would associate something with him if she kissed him now. Chapter 18. Mr. Lin and Ms. Qin bought their dresses and do not need to return them. Lin Hao didn't know what Qin Shiyun was thinking, so he asked tactfully, "You wouldn't think too much, would you?" Although Qin Shiyun was very angry, she was not disgusted by Zhang Jingjing's words. Although Lin Hao also greeted Zhang Jingjing, some things are unavoidable during a relationship. Qin Shiyun answered Lin Hao with her actions. She kissed Lin Hao on the lips and whispered, "I'm not disgusted by her, I'm just very angry." Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief, "That's good. Otherwise it really affects your mood." On the other side, although Zhang Jingjing felt a little nauseous, she also felt very happy at the moment. After she said those words to Qin Shiyun, will Qin Shiyun kiss Lin Hao in the future? Don't even think about it, at least it is unlikely to happen in the short term. Later on, she would send some photos to Qin Shiyun every once in a while to disgust her and make her feel bad. When Qin Shiyun is in a bad mood, she will be happy. Not enough. Zhang Jingjing's face was gloomy. How could this be enough to take revenge on Qin Shiyun? She also has to find a way to drain Lin Hao's family's money so that Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun will become poor after marriage. Let them have a hard time. Zhang Jingjing was thinking, how to empty Lin Hao's family assets. She will definitely not return the 180,000 yuan betrothal gift given by Lin Hao's family. Not only will they not refund the money, they will also demand compensation for mental damages from Lin Hao. After all, it was Lin Hao who broke off the engagement first. During the day, although she said that she would not marry Lin Hao unless she collected 180,000 yuan as a betrothal gift, she also said later that she did not want Lin Hao's betrothal gift. Based on this point, it can't be considered that she regretted the engagement, but Lin Hao was the one who regretted the engagement first, right? In addition to this, they often come to make trouble. They have no peace. Zhang Jingjing has decided to go over and make a scene tomorrow. She left the room, found her mother and brother, and told them about the situation. Huang Meixia nodded after hearing this. "We will go and make trouble tomorrow, and we will do it every day. If we annoy them, not only will they not take the 180,000 yuan we gave them before, they will also compensate us more." Huang Meixia thought quickly and said, "Just ask them for 100,000 yuan in mental damages. If it's more, his family probably won't be able to afford it." Zhang Jingjing said coldly, 100,000? Too little. It needs to be 200,000. 100,000 can cause serious damage to Lin Hao's family? 200,000 is about right. He wanted Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun to pay back the money every day when they opened their eyes. They also had to pay back the money when they closed their eyes. They couldn't sleep every day. After hearing this, Huang Meixia and Zhang Hanyu looked at Zhang Jingjing in surprise. Why did she seem to have changed? At that time, I was still crying at home and blaming them. Now I've suddenly become more ruthless than them. But it's better this way, only when the family works together can things be accomplished. Early the next morning, Zhang Jingjing, Huang Meixia, and Zhang Hongyu first went to the bridal shop to return the wedding dresses and bridesmaid dresses they had rented previously. There is also a deposit inside. Once you return the dress, the deposit will be returned. And the deposit was the money given by Lin Hao. Arrived at the bridal shop. The female owner of the bridal shop and her 3 employees saw Zhang Jingjing and her family, and a look of gossip flashed in their eyes. Before, Lin Hao brought his bridesmaid Qin Shiyun and bought a wedding dress for her. At that time, they were very gossipy and wanted to know what had happened. The female boss smiled faintly, looked at Zhang Jingjing and said tentatively, "Yesterday, Mr. Lin brought your bridesmaid to pick out wedding dresses. Could it be that you 2 couples are getting married together?" After hearing this, Zhang Jingjing's face suddenly changed. She then remembered that the dress Qin Shiyun wore yesterday was not a bridesmaid dress, but a wedding dress. That wedding dress, she thought about it now, looked very familiar. She remembered that the rental cost of the wedding dress was about 8,000 yuan. When she and Lin Hao were choosing a wedding dress together, the one she chose cost 3,000 yuan to rent. And the wedding dress that Lin Hao picked for Qin Shiyun actually cost 8,000 yuan to rent. Zhang Jingjing asked with a gloomy face, "Didn't Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun come here to return the wedding dress?" When the female boss saw Zhang Jingjing's expression and the information revealed in her few words, she immediately understood that something serious had happened. It seems that it is true that on the wedding day, Lin Hao regretted his marriage and married the bridesmaid. The female boss also became cautious. She said, "Mr. Lin and Miss Qin bought their dresses. They don't need to be returned. Buy." Zhang Jingjing's face changed after hearing this, and disbelief appeared in her eyes. "Buy? It's very expensive to buy." Zhang Jingjing looked gloomy and asked in a cold voice, "How much did it cost?" The female boss said, "That wedding dress is 99,000 yuan, and Mr. Lin's suit is 9,999 yuan. Zhang Jingjing's expression changed after hearing this. A wedding dress worth 99,000 yuan and a suit worth 9,999 yuan? Doesn't Lin Hao have no money? Zhang Hongyu was also anxious after hearing this. He hurriedly asked, "Who paid?" The female boss said cautiously, "Two people were vying to pay, but in the end it was Miss Qin who paid." What? After hearing this, Zhang Hongyu's face turned red with anger and he felt like his lungs were about to explode. Qin Shiyun married Lin Hao, and not only did she not ask for a dowry and pay out of your own pocket. I bought a wedding dress for 99,000 yuan and a suit for 9,999 yuan. At that time, Qin Shiyun told him that if he wanted to marry her, he would need a dowry of 360,000 yuan. Fuck. Zhang Hongyu was so angry that his lungs hurt. How was he inferior to Lin Hao? When he thought about Qin Shiyun being so devoted to him and maybe even taking the initiative to serve Lin Hao last night, he became even angrier. He was so angry that he felt a little dizzy. Although Huang Meixia was very angry, she heard some key information revealed by the female boss. Huang Meixia's face was gloomy, her fists were clenched, and she said angrily, "We were deceived." Huang Meixia said coldly, "Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun rushed to pay, which means that Lin Hao's card must have a balance of more than 110,000. After hearing this, Zhang Jingjing and Zhang Hongyu's faces turned extremely cold. There must be more than 110,000 yuan balance in Lin Hao's card. If the balance is not more than 110,000, how dare you rush to pay? And the number may be far more than 110,000. Otherwise, how could you dare to spend 99,000 just to buy a wedding dress? Zhang Jingjing looked unhappy. She originally wanted to ask for 200,000 yuan in compensation for mental damage. But now it seems that there are fewer. It'll cost at least 400,000. Isn't Lin Hao rich? Qin Shiyun dared to buy a wedding dress worth 99,000 yuan, which means that Qin Shiyun has a lot of money in her card. Think about it this way. Zhang Jingjing suddenly felt that it was too little and should be 500,000. Return the wedding dress and give us the deposit. Zhang Jingjing said in a deep voice. The female boss looked embarrassed. She had already heard that Zhang Jingjing was not married to Lin Hao. The one who married Lin Hao was Qin Shiyun. The female boss looked embarrassed and said, "The deposit was paid by Mr. Lin, and this deposit should be returned to Mr. Lin." Huang Meixia went berserk and glared at the female boss, scolding, "Lin Hao cheated our family and owes us money. This deposit must be returned to us." The female boss said in embarrassment, "How about this, I'll call Mr. Lin." After saying that, the female boss went to the computer, found the number that Lin Hao had registered before, and then dialed it. Chapter 19. Sorry, the deposit cannot be refunded to you. The call was connected quickly. The female boss immediately said, Mr. Lin, Miss Zhang is here to return her wedding dress and bridesmaids' dresses. The deposit is to be returned to them. After hearing this, Lin Hao on the other end of the phone turned slightly cold. Return the deposit to Zhang Jingjing? On the wedding day, Zhang Jingjing forced him to collect 180,000 yuan as a betrothal gift, and said that she would not marry him if he didn't collect enough money. He couldn't raise the money for the wedding gift at that time. It was like Zhang Jingjing regretting the marriage. Now that I've gone to the bridal shop to return the dress, I still want the deposit he gave me? Lin Hao said to the female boss on the other end of the phone in a slightly depressed tone, transfer the deposit to me. The mobile phone number is my WeChat ID. The female boss said, okay. After hanging up the phone, the female boss looked at Zhang Jingjing and the others and said calmly, Mr. Lin asked me to transfer the deposit to him, so I'm sorry, I can't return the deposit to you. Huang Meixia's face turned blue with anger. Zhang Hongyu raised his eyebrows and looked at the female boss and said, the deposit was given by Lin Hao. If the wedding dress is damaged, it should be compensated by Lin Hao, right? After hearing this, Huang Meixia's eyes turned cold and she really wanted to tear up the wedding dress and then ask the female boss to ask Lin Hao to pay compensation. After hearing this, the female boss frowned slightly, her face turned cold, and she stared at Zhang Hongyu and the others and said coldly, if you destroy the wedding dress now, I will not ask Mr. Lin for compensation, but ask you for compensation. After hearing this, Zhang Hongyu felt extremely disappointed. Huang Meixia snorted coldly and threw the wedding dress and bridesmaid dress in her hand directly into the hands of the female boss. Let's go. Huang Meixia said coldly as she led Zhang Hongyu and Zhang Jingjing out, let's go to Lin Shanha. Let's continue to ask his family for money today. Huang Meixia just found out that Lin Hao had money in his card, but he didn't take it out to make up the 180,000 yuan for the betrothal gift. She got angry just thinking about it. Lin Hao doesn't love her daughter at all. This time, I must ask for more compensation for mental damage. Otherwise, how can she make up for the 5 years of her daughter's youth? How many years of youth does a woman have? The daughter had given 5 years of her youth to Lin Hao. If Lin Hao said he would not marry her, then he would not marry her. Then he would have to compensate her daughter for the loss of 5 years of her youth. Huang Meixia's face was gloomy. She said, girl, you have been with Lin Hao for 5 years, and your 5 years of youth have been wasted. A woman's 5 years of youth are very valuable. Based on the 100,000 yuan per year youth loss compensation, you should ask him for 500,000 yuan. Zhang Jingjing nodded slightly with a cold face. She had originally planned to ask for 500,000 yuan. Now her mother asked for 500,000 yuan as compensation for the loss of youth, which was exactly what she wanted. Zhang Hongyu, who was standing by, couldn't help but get excited after hearing this. 500,000. 500,000 for loss of youth, plus the 180,000 given as betrothal gift, that is 680,000. Take out 180,000 yuan from the 680,000 yuan to buy a car, and use 500,000 yuan as a down payment to buy a house. Just right. Lin Shanha's home. Lin Hao, Qin Shiyun, and their 2 kids just arrived at his parents' house. On the way there, Lin Hao received a call from the female owner of the bridal shop. Zhang Jingjing returned her wedding dress and actually wanted his deposit. In the past, he thought that Zhang Jingjing was okay in other aspects except that she was a bit of a mama's girl and a bit of a brother-obsessed person. But now, he felt that Zhang Jingjing was also shameless. Don't be angry. Haven't you already received the deposit? After we finish dealing with my parents' matters in a few days, we will go through legal procedures and get back the 180,000 yuan betrothal gift you gave us before. Qin Shiyun comforted. Lin Hao nodded lightly. Listening to Qin Shiyun's gentle and heartwarming words, his mood improved a lot. At this moment, in the kitchen, Lin Shanha and Yi Shui were busy preparing breakfast. It didn't take long to finish the work. Qin Shiyun went over to help bring the food to the table. There is a pot of tea on the coffee table. Lin Shanha and Yi Shui were sitting on the sofa at this time, looking at Qin Shiyun with smiles on their faces, and they became more and more satisfied the more they looked. Qin Shiyun blushed slightly. There is a custom in Yangcheng that the bride has to offer tea to her parents-in-law on the second day after the wedding. The main purpose of serving tea is to change one's words. You can no longer call them uncle or aunt, but have to call them mom and dad. On the ground, there was a red blanket, very clean, bought just a few days ago. Qin Shiyun poured 2 cups of tea, holding 1 cup first, then knelt on the red carpet, raised the cup with both hands towards Lin Shanha, and called out somewhat embarrassedly, "Dad, please have some tea." After hearing this, Lin Shanha's face was filled with smiles and he was extremely excited. My son married a good wife. He took the teacup, drank the tea in one gulp, and then took out the red envelope he had prepared long ago from his pocket. The red envelope was a big one, filled with money. Judging from its thickness, it must have contained at least 10,000 yuan. Lin Shanha looked at Qin Shiyun and said with a smile, "If Lin Hao dares to bully you, tell daddy and he will help you vent your anger." After hearing this, Qin Shiyun couldn't help but smile. She felt that Lin Hao's parents were really nice, and she was very happy to have such parents-in-law. "I got it, Dad." Qin Shiyun chuckled and took the red envelope. Then he took another cup of tea, raised it with both hands, handed it to Yi Shui, and called out, "Mom, please have some tea." Yi Shui's face was filled with a satisfied smile, even though Qin Shiyun's marriage to her son was very sudden. But after learning yesterday how Qin Shiyun has been living for the past 5 years, she felt very distressed and also very satisfied with Qin Shiyun. "I'm really afraid that Qin Shiyun will suffer and be wronged." Yi Shui took the tea and drank it all, then looked at Qin Shiyun and smiled kindly, "It's the same with Mom. If Lin Hao dares to bully you and makes you suffer the slightest injustice, just tell Mom and I will definitely pin him to the ground and beat him up." Qin Shiyun smiled and said, "I know, Mom." Yi Shui smiled and took out a big red envelope, filled it with money, and handed it to Qin Shiyun. "Get up and have breakfast," Yi Shui said with a smile. Qin Shiyun got up, and several people sat around the dining table together. Dad and Mom Lin liked the 2 kids very much. Qin Yanyan had a million questions and kept asking Yi Shui, "Grandma, why did Mom kneel down just now?" Yi Shui explained with a smile. Qin Yanyan seemed to understand what he said, but not quite. After breakfast, Lin Shanha and Yi Shui went to the store to work. The 2 of them opened a small supermarket. Except for the long working hours, everything else was fine. As for Lin Hao, Qin Shiyun, and their 2 children, they went to the forest store to look at cars. Qin Shiyun's car had just left the community gate. A taxi drove up. Zhang Jingjing, who was sitting in the passenger seat of the taxi, saw the oncoming car. Lin Hao was driving in the driver's seat. She also vaguely saw Qin Shiyun and 2 children in the back seat. Zhang Jingjing quickly said to the taxi driver, "Turn around. Follow that car." After hearing this, the taxi driver couldn't help but look at the car Zhang Jingjing pointed at. The driver didn't say anything, turned around immediately and followed Qin Shiyun's car in front. "What's wrong?" Huang Meixia was a little confused and asked immediately. Zhang Jingjing had a slightly cold face and replied coldly, "I saw Lin Hao, Qin Shiyun, and 2 children in that car." Chapter 20. Just go through the formalities and I'll pick up the car this afternoon. After hearing this, Huang Meixia's face changed and she immediately looked at the car in front of her. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun were in that car? Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun had money, so they just went to these 2 people to ask for money. Zhang Hongyu looked at the Hongqi H9 in front with an unpleasant expression. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun were sitting in the same car. He couldn't help but think that something must have happened between Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun on their wedding night last night. The thought of his goddess being bullied by Lin Hao. What's more, my goddess doesn't want any dowry, but I'm actually paying for her. Perhaps Qin Shiyun was also very proactive on the wedding night? Thinking of this, Zhang Hongyu felt as if his heart was bleeding. He felt extremely uncomfortable and angry. Not long after. After passing the traffic light, Lin Hao drove through it when the light was yellow, but the taxi driver did not dare to speed up because the yellow light was about to turn red. Zhang Jingjing looked anxious when she saw this, and said to the driver, "Is he going to lose me?" The driver glanced at her and said, "It's okay. We'll catch up soon after the green light." When the green light turned, the driver immediately accelerated to catch up, but Lin Hao's car also accelerated a little, and turned right at the next traffic light. Gradually, the driver became anxious. It was rush hour at this time and it was difficult to catch up with the car. Lin Hao drove to the 4S store, parked the car, and then several people went to look at the cars together. Qin Yanyan looked up at Lin Hao and asked in confusion, "Dad, aren't we going to the amusement park? Why are you here?" Lin Hao looked at her lovingly, "Dad will buy a car first, and then I'll take you out to play." "Okay." Qin Yanyan. When I got to the store, a salesperson came over immediately. When the salesperson saw Lin Hao, he couldn't help but be stunned. Lin Hao. The salesperson quickened his pace. Lin Hao was stunned and looked at the girl who was coming. Xiao Muxue? Lin Hao looked at her in surprise. Xiao Muxue was his high school classmate and also Zhang Jingjing's classmate. Xiao Muxue looked at Lin Hao with a smile. You still remember my name, we haven't seen each other for several years. Xiao Muxue glanced at Qin Shiyun, then looked at the two kids, and couldn't help but feel a little confused. She had also seen the wedding photos posted by Lin Hao and Zhang Jingjing on her Penguin Space a while ago. She also knew that Lin Hao and Zhang Jingjing were getting married. But what is happening now? Who is the incredibly beautiful woman next to Lin Hao? Who are these two little girls? Lin Hao smiled at Xiao Muxue. It's not like you lost your memory, of course I remember your name. By the way, let me introduce you, this is my wife Qin Shiyun, and these two children are my daughters. Xiao Muxue was secretly shocked. Qin Shiyun? Wife? The child is Lin Hao's daughter? So what about the wedding photos with Zhang Jingjing that I saw on Penguin Space before? Although she was very confused, Xiao Muxue was not stupid enough to ask anything at this time. She stretched out her hand, looked at Qin Shiyun and smiled politely. Hello, my name is Xiao Muxue, Lin Hao's high school classmate. Qin Shiyun looked at her, shook hands with her, and said with a polite smile, Hello? Student Xiao, I come here today to buy a car. Do you have a Hongqi H9 in stock? Lin Hao went straight to the point and asked with a smile. Xiao Muxue immediately smiled and said, Yes, I'll take you to see it. After looking at the car, Lin Hao was very satisfied. He took out a card and his ID card and handed them to Xiao Muxue. Go ahead and complete the formalities. Xiao Muxue was stunned. So satisfying? The Hongqi H9 that Lin Hao chose is quite expensive. She gave the best discount, and the full payment was 500,000. Don't take another look? Xiao Muxue looked at Lin Hao in shock. Lin Hao smiled and said, Don't read it, just go through the formalities, I'll come and pick up the car this afternoon. Xiao Muxue nodded woodenly. She looked at Lin Hao in shock. Did you get rich? Qin Shiyun, who was standing by, was also surprised to see Lin Hao. She thought that Lin Hao's family had paid for the wedding house in full and had borrowed some of the 180,000 yuan for the betrothal gift. Logically, Lin Hao should be out of money. Although Lin Hao rushed to pay for the wedding dress yesterday, it seems that there should be tens of thousands of yuan left in Lin Hao's card. But now I can buy a Hongqi H9 for 500,000 yuan. Full payment. How did Lin Hao get it out? Originally, she came to look at cars and planned to buy one for Lin Hao, but now. Lin Hao smiled at Xiao Muxue and said calmly, I used to play with virtual currency, but I never sold it. I just sold it yesterday and the cash has been deposited into my account. After hearing this, Xiao Muxue immediately thought of Bitcoin. But isn't Bitcoin dead? Could it be another currency? For a moment, Xiao Muxue was extremely envious. He spent 500,000 yuan to buy a car without changing his expression or even blinking. How much did Lin Hao make from selling virtual currency? Millions? Tens of millions? In short, it can't be less than 1 million. If you only have 1 million, you will feel a little sad if you spend 500,000 on a car. Xiao Muxue quickly came back to her senses, looked at Lin Hao and said, You guys sit down for a while, I'll go handle the formalities. It took Xiao Muxue 15 minutes to complete the formalities. She returned her ID card and bank card to Lin Hao and said with an envious smile, I'll help you with the license plate and other things. You can come and pick up the car directly in the afternoon, or I can drive the car to your house. Lin Hao smiled and said, No, I'll take the kids to the playground for a day and come get the car in the afternoon. After chatting for a while, Lin Hao and his friends left first. Although Xiao Muxue was envious, she was more confused at this moment. Qin Shiyun was Lin Hao's wife, but what about Zhang Jingjing? For a moment, Xiao Muxue became curious. Xiao Muxue found Zhang Jingjing on QQ, and then sent her a message, Are you married to Lin Hao? On the other side, Zhang Jingjing and the other two had already gotten out of the taxi. She was very upset at the moment. She had originally asked the driver to follow Lin Hao's car, but he lost it. She is so angry. At this moment, a QQ notification sounded from her cell phone. She took a look at the message and her face turned cold. Now that Lin Hao was mentioned, she got angry. Especially Xiao Muxue actually asked her whether she and Lin Hao were married. This irritated her nerves even more. Zhang Jingjing didn't want to pay attention to Xiao Muxue, but she soon thought of something and there was some doubt in her eyes. Why did Xiao Muxue suddenly ask her this question? Although she and Xiao Muxue were classmates in high school, after graduating from high school, she went to Sucheng to attend college and had no contact with Xiao Muxue since then. A classmate who hadn't contacted her for so many years suddenly asked her if she was married to Lin Hao. "There is a problem." Zhang Jingjing immediately replied, "Why are you asking this?" Xiao Muxue, just curious. Zhang Jingjing, curious? Are you suddenly curious about what happened between me and Lin Hao? Did you hear any news? Xiao Muxue, what news? Zhang Jingjing. Zhang Jingjing, I remember you seemed to work nearby, selling cars in a forest shop? When Zhang Jingjing thought of this, her face suddenly changed. The car that was chasing Lin Hao was lost, and Xiao Muxue was working nearby, at a forest shop. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun went to buy a car. Xiao Muxue saw Qin Shiyun and wondered why it was Qin Shiyun who was supposed to marry Lin Hao. It must be like this. Zhang Jingjing's face turned a little colder. She was now very sure that Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun must be in the forest store. Chapter 21 Still want compensation. 1 million? Zhang Jingjing put away her phone and immediately said to Huang Meixia and Zhang Hongyu, "Mom, brother, I know where Lin Hao is. He's at a nearby forest store." Huang Meixia was stunned. "How do you know?" Zhang Jingjing didn't want to waste time, so she said directly, "Let's talk while we walk." As they walked quickly, Zhang Jingjing said that a high school classmate had just asked her whether she and Lin Hao were getting married. After saying that, Huang Meixia's face was extremely ugly, and she gnashed her teeth and said angrily, "Buy a car." It seems that Lin Hao still has a lot of money. Lin Hao obviously has money, but he doesn't use it to make up the 180,000 yuan gift. What does this mean? This means that Lin Hao doesn't love her daughter enough. But at this moment, it doesn't matter whether you love me or not. She only knew that Lin Hao was rich, so she asked Lin Hao for more money to compensate her daughter for the loss of her youth, as well as her family's reputation and mental loss. Zhang Hongyu was so angry that his face became even uglier. His enemy who stole his wife was actually living such a comfortable life and even had money to buy a car. Waited to the forest shop. Zhang Jingjing quickly found Xiao Muxue. Zhang Jingjing glanced around and didn't see Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun. She looked at Xiao Muxue with a slightly cold face and a little anger. "Where is Lin Hao?" Xiao Muxue saw Zhang Jingjing and her family suddenly coming here, with angry looks on their faces, as if they were going to cause trouble for Lin Hao. Xiao Muxue couldn't help but think of many things. After Lin Hao and Zhang Jingjing got engaged, they took wedding photos, but they did not get married. Lin Hao married Qin Shiyun. That's why Zhang Jingjing went to settle the score with Lin Hao. To sum it up in one sentence, Zhang Jingjing was cheated on. Thinking of this, Xiao Muxue's heart was slightly sweaty. She looked at Zhang Jingjing and said, "I came to see the car at that time, and left after completing the formalities." Go through the formalities? Zhang Jingjing and the other two changed their expressions. What formalities can be done here? The only formalities required are when buying a car. Zhang Hongyu asked solemnly, "What car did he buy?" Xiao Muxue, red flag H9. What? Zhang Hongyu was incredulous after hearing this. Hongqi H9. He likes cars and likes to learn about all kinds of cars. He knows that Hongqi H9 is also quite expensive. The price is between 350,000 and 550,000. Where did Lin Hao get the money to buy such an expensive car? Or in other words, is it in installments? Zhang Hongyu looked grim, looked at Xiao Muxue and asked, "Did you buy it in installments?" Xiao Muxue was confused. Why did Zhang Jingjing's family keep asking about this? Aren't they looking for trouble with Lin Hao? Why did it feel like they were asking about Lin Hao's family background? Could it be? Xiao Muxue didn't think much about it. At this moment, she just wanted to get rid of Zhang Jingjing and the others as soon as possible. She looked at Zhang Hongyu and said, "I paid in full for 500,000 yuan in total." What? Zhang Hongyu's eyes showed disbelief after hearing this, but Xiao Muxue had no reason to lie to him. "But this is 500,000. 500,000. Didn't he say before that the 180,000 yuan betrothal gift given by Lin Hao's family was all scraped together?" Zhang Hongyu knew that he had been deceived by Lin Hao, and his sister had been deceived even more badly by Lin Hao. In fact, Lin Hao's family is quite rich. There was an unconcealable jealousy in Zhang Hongyu's eyes. Zhang Jingjing on the side had a gloomy face. After hearing what Xiao Muxue said, she realized that she had been deceived by Lin Hao, and she was deceived so badly. Lin Hao always said that his family opened a small supermarket, which supported a family of 3 and left little money. But what about now? Pay 500,000 yuan in full and buy a car directly. Lin Hao. Zhang Jingjing clenched her fists and her face was gloomy. She had been in a relationship for 5 years and she had been open and honest with Lin Hao, but Lin Hao had been deceiving her for 5 years. They are obviously very rich, but they always say that they don't have much money and are just an ordinary family. Since she was so rich, she asked Lin Hao for a dowry of 180,000 yuan on the wedding day. Why didn't Lin Hao give it to her? Don't love her? Oh. Zhang Jingjing understood that Lin Hao didn't love her enough. If he loved her enough, let alone 180,000 yuan, he would give her even 500,000 yuan. Now, she is not as good as a car. Thinking of this, Zhang Jingjing's desire to take revenge on Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun became stronger. Huang Meixia was so angry that her lungs ached. Damn Lin Hao, he obviously had so much money but he didn't take it out. He also said he had no money and couldn't raise 180,000. Go and settle the score with Lin Hao. Huang Meixia said angrily. Zhang Hongyu said with a gloomy face, I originally only wanted Lin Hao to pay 500,000 yuan, but now it seems that he will have to pay 1 million yuan. Lin Hao didn't spend much time to buy a car for 500,000 yuan, which means he has quite a bit of money. Zhang Jingjing's face was gloomy, and she said to Zhang Hongyu and Huang Meixia in a deep voice, go to Lin Hao's supermarket and ask his parents for money. The 3 of them reached a consensus and then left. Xiao Muxue looked at the 3 people leaving and felt a headache. She was just wondering why Lin Hao didn't marry Zhang Jingjing, but it turned out like this. Xiao Muxue thought about it again and again and decided that it would be best to tell Lin Hao about this. So she sent a message to Lin Hao via QQ. At this time, Lin Hao and his companions had already arrived at the amusement park and were queuing up to ride the roller coaster. Lin Hao's QQ rang at this time. Lin Hao looked at the message and his face suddenly darkened. Xiao Muxue said that Zhang Hongyu's family wanted to claim 1 million from him. And Zhang Hongyu and his family were on their way to his supermarket. Lin Hao's face turned slightly cold. He mainly wanted to take his wife and children out to relax today, but now this happened. Lin Hao thought about it and called Lin Shanhe to remind him. After hanging up the phone, Qin Shiyun's face turned slightly cold, and her tone was filled with anger. You still want compensation? Qin Shiyun was so angry that she didn't feel like playing anymore. Not only does Zhang Jingjing's family have to pay compensation, but they also have to pay 1 million yuan in compensation. 1 million in compensation is not much for her, but if this million is paid to Zhang Jingjing's family, she would feel disgusted. Qin Shiyun looked at Lin Hao with a cold face and said, let's go back first and see what Zhang Jingjing's family can do today. Mom and Dad, we haven't ridden the roller coaster yet. Qin Yanyan couldn't help but look up and look at Qin Shiyun when she heard Qin Shiyun say that she wanted to go home. Although Qin Anren didn't say anything, she didn't want to go back. Lin Hao looked at his 2 daughters, and their eyes told him that they didn't want to go back. Lin Hao felt a little reluctant. After all, this was the first time he brought his 2 daughters out to play. Lin Hao was silent for a few seconds, his expression softened a little, and he rubbed the 2 kids' heads lovingly and said, let's go back after we finish riding the roller coaster, okay? Okay. Qin Yanyan. Qin Anren said nothing and withdrew his gaze. Qin Shiyun frowned slightly and thought it would be better to go back first, but seeing that Lin Hao said so, and it was almost their turn in the line, it would only take a few minutes to ride the roller coaster. She didn't say anything else. Soon they arrived. Qin Yanyan happily held Qin Anren's hand and rode the children's roller coaster together. Chapter 22, Your daughter is youthful, but my son is not? After the roller coaster started, Qin Yanyan and Qin Anren couldn't help but exclaim. They felt it was so exciting and scary. After a full minute, Qin Yanyan and Qin Anren were already pale and terribly frightened. But it feels particularly exciting. Lin Hao hurried over, picked up his 2 daughters, and asked with concern, are you okay? Qin Yanyan shook her head slightly. She felt it was scary when she first started playing, but after she finished playing, she felt it was exciting. Qin Anren also shook his head slightly. Bite. The host took his daughter on a roller coaster ride, and the host was rewarded with double the fun points talent. Double pleasure points talent description. When a couple is having sex, the other half's nerve points will be increased to twice their original value. Lin Hao. This. Lin Hao was speechless. The system had rewarded him 3 times in total. The first time was 5 centimeters, the second time was god-level cooking skills, and now the third time. The rewards are weird. But it was exactly what he wanted. As if I could sense what he wanted more. Lin Hao subconsciously looked at Qin Shiyun. On their wedding night yesterday, both he and Qin Shiyun were in no mood because of Zhang Jingjing's phone call and malicious text messages. What about tonight? Looking forward to it. Qin Shiyun saw Lin Hao looking at her and didn't think much about it. She just wanted to go back early. Qin Shiyun, let's go. Lin Hao nodded lightly. Then go back to the supermarket. Lin Shanha and Yi Shui were busy in the small supermarket they opened at this time. Lin Shanha had received a call from Lin Hao before and knew that Zhang Jingjing's family was coming to ask for compensation. Lin Shanha sneered. There was an iron rod under the cash register. Would he be afraid of Huang Meixia's family? Yi Shui had a cold face and didn't say anything, but she was already ready, waiting for Huang Meixia and her family. Just 5 minutes. 3 figures walked into the supermarket. Huang Meixia, the leader, pointed at Lin Shanha and Yi Shui angrily and said, Lin Shanha, Yi Shui, my daughter has been with your son for 5 years, and your son said he would not marry her. You must compensate us for the loss of my daughter's youth in the past 5 years, as well as the loss of our family's reputation and mental damage. Just compensate us 1 million. When the customers in the store heard what Huang Meixia said, they were stunned and then stood there watching the fun. Lin Shanha sneered, took out an iron rod, looked at Huang Meixia and said coldly, Are you playing rogue in front of me? Huang Meixia was not afraid at all. She even took 2 steps forward, put her hands on her hips, and looked at Lin Shanha with disdain. Want to hit me? Come on, hit me. Do you dare? I'll give you 3 times the courage. Do you dare to try it today? If you dare to do it, I will ask you for another 300,000 yuan, and I will put you in jail. After hearing this, Lin Shanha's face turned grim. If a fight broke out these days, the consequences would be very serious. If he dares to do it, he will either go to jail or pay a huge amount of compensation. But if he lets Huang Meixia do whatever she wants, will he still be able to keep his shop open? Yi Shui had a cold face and called the police, someone is harassing us. After briefly explaining the situation, he hung up the phone. It is impossible to fight unless Huang Meixia's family takes action first. Otherwise the consequences will be serious. This kind of thing should be handled by the police. Huang Meixia was not afraid when she saw Yi Shui calling the police. She sneered and said, Call the police? What's the use of calling the police? I didn't do anything, and I didn't do anything. The police can only persuade me when they come. After the police leave, I will continue to make trouble. Let's see what you can do. Yi Shui glanced at Huang Meixia, her eyes revealing undisguised disgust. If it weren't for the fact that they were living in a society ruled by law, if they got into a fight and accidentally went to jail, they would have a criminal record, which would affect the future of their descendants. Otherwise, we will have to rely on force. Yi Shui looked at Zhang Jingjing. Zhang Jingjing had a sullen face and said nothing. Yi Shui looked at her and said calmly, When picking up the bride, your mother and your brother teamed up to ask Lin Hao for 180,000 yuan. Do you think what you did was excessive? Zhang Jingjing lowered her head slightly, what she did was wrong. But Lin Hao obviously has money and he didn't hesitate for long before buying a car worth 500,000 yuan. Why didn't he give her the 180,000 yuan? Is she not as good as a car? Zhang Jingjing looked at Yi Shui with a slightly gloomy face, and her tone was slightly cold. What I did was wrong, but Lin Hao obviously had money in his hands, so why didn't he give me the 180,000? He went to buy a car today, and in a blink of an eye he paid the full price for a 500,000 Hongqi H9, which shows that he has money, and a lot of it. I just asked him to take out another 180,000, but he refused to give me this money. What does this mean? It means that he doesn't love me. Yi Shui raised her eyebrows slightly. Her son spent 500,000 yuan to buy a Hongqi H9. Where did he get so much money? It must have been bought by his daughter-in-law for Lin Hao. Whenever she thought of Qin Shiyun, she felt distressed and loved her very much. Having such a daughter-in-law would bring blessings to 3 generations of descendants. Zhang Jingjing had a cold face at this time. She stared at Yi Shui and became bolder. She said in a cold voice, I came here today to ask Lin Hao for 1 million yuan in compensation for the loss of his youth. After the money is paid, I won't bother you anymore. After hearing this, the customers in the store had their 3 views refreshed one by one. Youth loss compensation, and 1 million? It takes so much. Who would dare to fall in love in the future? If you break up, you have to pay money. I'm afraid no one in this world would dare to fall in love anymore. Yi Shui sneered and looked at Zhang Jingjing as if she was looking at an idiot. Youth loss compensation? You have youth, but my son doesn't? How do you think you should compensate my son for his loss of youth? Zhang Jingjing looked unhappy. Youth refers to women. What does it have to do with men? Huang Meixia, who was standing by, had an icy expression on her face. She stared at Yi Shui and said coldly, "Your son slept with my daughter for 5 years in vain. 1 million is not too much for these 5 years." Yi Shui sneered, as if she heard a joke. She looked at Huang Meixia and sneered, "It could also be that your daughter has slept with my son for 5 years. Your daughter has slept with my son for 5 years, so I ask you for 10 million. Isn't that too much?" After hearing this, Huang Meixia's face became even gloomier. What the hell was Yi Shui saying? It was nonsense. Since ancient times, women have always been slept with by men. I have never heard of a man being slept with by a woman. Yi Shui glanced at Huang Meixia and the other two and said coldly, "After sleeping with her for 5 years, you want 1 million. How could you think of that? What do you think of your daughter? A lady?" Lin Shanha on the side didn't say anything. He was not as good as women in talking. Women were very good at talking. He just had to take action when a fight broke out. Huang Meixia's face looked grim. She came here today to ask for money, but looking at the situation, Yi Shui would never give her 1 million. Then we can only make noise. She made trouble every day. She made Yi Shui's family very upset. In the end, they either gave up the store or gave her 1 million. Huang Meixia looked at Yi Shui with her hands on her hips and looked like a scoundrel who was throwing a tantrum. "If you don't pay me, I will come here to make trouble every day until you pay me." Chapter 23. There is no such thing as youth loss compensation in the law. Yi Shui has a cold face and comes to make trouble every day? Lin Shanha on the side was waiting for the police to come and see what the police would say. About 5 minutes passed. Lin Hao, Qin Shiyun, and their 2 kids arrived here. When Qin Shiyun saw Zhang Jingjing, her face turned slightly cold. She took Lin Hao's arm and held him close to her. She knew that Zhang Jingjing couldn't stand seeing her being intimate with Lin Hao, so she had to let Zhang Jingjing see it. When Zhang Jingjing saw Qin Shiyun holding Lin Hao's arm, her face suddenly became extremely gloomy. Qin Shiyun. If it weren't for Qin Shiyun, she should have married Lin Hao smoothly. But now, Qin Shiyun has snatched her man. She sleeps with her man every day and enjoys his kindness. Now, in front of her, he was holding Lin Hao's arm, deliberately. Qin Shiyun did it on purpose for her to see. When Zhang Hongyu saw the goddess holding Lin Hao's arm, his face turned red instantly and he felt like his lungs were about to explode with anger. He had always treated Qin Shiyun as a goddess. He thought about her day and night, wanting to get her. When he learned that Qin Shiyun said that a dowry of 360,000 yuan would be needed to marry her, he was very excited, which meant that as long as he could get the dowry of 360,000 yuan, Qin Shiyun would be his. He tried every possible way to get money from Lin Hao, but what happened? Qin Shiyun actually threw herself at Lin Hao without asking for a single cent of betrothal gift. Thinking about it now, I am still very angry. Especially now that Qin Shiyun was holding Lin Hao's arm and pressing close to him, he felt even more uncomfortable. He couldn't help but think of how Lin Hao bullied Qin Shiyun at night, and how Qin Shiyun cooperated with Lin Hao. He didn't dare to think about it anymore, for fear that if he continued to think about it, he would not be able to control himself and want to beat Lin Hao up. Grandpa and Grandma. Qin Yanyan and Qin Anren saw Lin Shanha and Yi Shui and couldn't help but walk over. When Lin Shanha and Yi Shui saw the 2 kids, their expressions couldn't help but relax a little and they smiled a little more. The cries of the 2 children made Huang Meixia and the other 2 change their expressions. Huang Meixia stared at Qin Yanyan and Qin Anren. She felt that these 2 children were more like Qin Shiyun. These 2 children called Lin Shanha and Yi Shui Grandpa and Grandma? Could it be that Qin Shiyun already has a child? Zhang Jingjing's eyes were filled with shock. She glanced at the 2 children, then stared at Lin Hao, and said in disbelief, "Qin Shiyun already has a child, and you don't mind?" Lin Hao looked at Zhang Jingjing coldly and said, "The child is mine, of course I don't mind." What? Zhang Jingjing's mind froze, and she couldn't figure it out for a moment. The child was Lin Hao's? How was this possible? In a flash, Zhang Jingjing thought of something and her face suddenly changed. She remembered the message Qin Shiyun sent her yesterday. Qin Shiyun fell in love with Lin Hao first. Could it be that Qin Shiyun was already pregnant during school? It's Lin Hao's child that she's pregnant with. Zhang Jingjing looked at the two kids and found that they also looked a bit like Lin Hao. Zhang Jingjing's heart started beating faster at this time. She felt like her blood pressure was rising, and her head was a little dizzy. Qin Shiyun and Lin Hao both had children. Two at that. No wonder. No wonder she called Lin Hao yesterday and begged him to forgive her, but Lin Hao coldly rejected her. It turns out the real reason for rejecting her was because of these two children. Zhang Jingjing had completely given up hope at this point, and the little bit of fantasy she had before was also completely shattered. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun have a child. No matter how hard she tries, Lin Hao can't come back to her. Qin Shiyun. Zhang Jingjing's face was gloomy, her eyes were bloodshot, and she stared at Qin Shiyun as if her eyes could kill her. She gritted her teeth and said, "You are so scheming. My best friend is so scheming." Zhang Jingjing is feeling scared now. Qin Shiyun has been her best friend and has been hiding by her side for 5 years. During these 5 years, Qin Shiyun must have been waiting for her to break up with Lin Hao. Once she breaks up with Lin Hao, Qin Shiyun will take the opportunity to swoop in. What a deep scheme. After hearing this, Qin Shiyun looked at Zhang Jingjing coldly and said, "I have explained it before, and I don't want to explain it again. At least in the past 5 years, I have never thought of breaking you up, nor have I done anything tricky. Otherwise, do you think you and Lin Hao can be together for 5 years?" Qin Shiyun was not bragging. If she really wanted to break up Zhang Jingjing and Lin Hao, she had plenty of ways to do it. But she didn't do that, but waited for it to happen naturally. Originally, on the day of Lin Hao's wedding, she had completely given up, but who knew that Zhang Jingjing suddenly doubled the betrothal money to Lin Hao on the wedding day? Zhang Jingjing deserves what has happened now. Zhang Jingjing stared at Qin Shiyun with a gloomy face. "If it weren't for you, Lin Hao and I would have been married a long time ago." Yi Shui, who was at the cashier counter, looked at Zhang Jingjing with a slightly cold face. "You and my son couldn't get married because you suddenly doubled the betrothal gift to my son. If it weren't for this, you and my son would have been married a long time ago. If you want to blame someone, don't blame my daughter-in-law, blame yourself, your mother and your brother." Zhang Jingjing had a gloomy face, because she blamed her mother and brother for this matter. But things are different now. She now has the same stance as her mother and brother. She doesn't want Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun to have an easy life, especially Qin Shiyun. At this time, the police are here. Who is the person who reported the case? A policeman looked at Yi Shui. Yi Shui looked at him and said, "I called the police. These 3 people came to my store to make trouble and asked me to pay them 1 million yuan for the loss of their youth." After hearing this, the police couldn't help but be a little confused. 1 million yuan for loss of youth? When Huang Meixia saw the police, she immediately complained, looking pitiful, "My daughter has been with her son for 5 years. They were about to get married, but on the wedding day he suddenly married my daughter's best friend. My daughter's 5 years of youth have been wasted. I want 1 million yuan in compensation from her family for the loss of her youth, as well as the loss of my family's reputation and mental damage. Is that reasonable?" Yi Shui sneered and retorted, saying to the police, "She only told part of the story. The real reason why my son didn't marry her daughter was that her son needed a gift of 360,000 yuan to marry his wife, but on the day of the wedding, she suddenly asked my son for another gift of 180,000 yuan." Yi Shui and Huang Meixia kept talking. The police soon understood the situation. With a slightly gloomy face, they looked at Huang Meixia and said seriously, "There is no such thing as youth loss compensation in the law. It is illegal. If you continue to pester us, we will have no choice but to detain you." Huang Meixia's face turned extremely ugly after hearing this. There is actually no such provision in the law for compensation for loss of youth. Then wouldn't it mean that her daughter had been slept with by Lin Hao for 5 years in vain? Zhang Hongyu looked unhappy. Is there no money left? He didn't get the money, but the goddess ended up in Lin Hao's arms. Zhang Jingjing's face was also pale at this time. Couldn't Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun pay a little price? Chapter 24. Don't stop, keep calling me husband. Yi Shui remembered something, and looked at the police and said, "My family gave her family 180,000 yuan as a betrothal gift before. Now we want to get the 180,000 yuan as a betrothal gift back, as well as 3 pieces of gold jewelry." Huang Meixia immediately became anxious after hearing this. She looked at Yi Shui and said angrily, "Not only do you not want compensation, but you also want to take away 180,000 yuan. Your son suddenly proposed to my daughter's best friend on the day of the wedding. My family's reputation and spirit have been damaged. I will not give you this 180,000 yuan no matter what. Zhang Hongyu was also anxious, as he still wanted to use the 180,000 yuan to buy a car. No, we can't retreat, Zhang Hongyu said immediately. After hearing this, the police glanced at Huang Meixia and Zhang Hongyu and said sternly, this 180,000 yuan betrothal gift must be returned. After that, he looked at Yi Shui and said, you can sue and solve this problem through legal means. If they still don't pay, we will enforce it. You just need to prepare the relevant materials and submit them to the court. After hearing this, Yi Shui nodded slightly and said, I'll take some time to go there in the next 2 days. The police nodded, worked for a while, and finally looked at Huang Meixia and the others seriously and said, if you continue to make trouble, we will have no choice but to detain you. No matter how brave Huang Meixia was, she didn't dare to challenge the police at this time. She looked embarrassed and said to her son and daughter in a deep voice, let's go. Zhang Hongyu was unwilling, but since the police had said so, he didn't dare to do anything and followed Huang Meixia unwillingly. Zhang Jingjing was even more unwilling to accept this, as the people who benefited the most from this incident were Qin Shiyun and Lin Hao. And she was the one who suffered the most. She has lost her man and her money too. She is so fucking miserable. But Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun are living such a comfortable life. Especially Qin Shiyun, who had been dormant by her side for 5 years. Now that her dream had come true, she must be so happy in her heart. When she thought of this, Zhang Jingjing's face became even gloomier, and her hatred for Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun grew deeper. She looked at Qin Yanyan and Qin Anren. The more she looked at these two children, the more annoyed she became. She raised her head and looked at Qin Shiyun, with a hint of resentment in her eyes that could not be concealed. And intense revenge. Qin Shiyun looked indifferent as she met Zhang Jingjing's resentful gaze. She was not afraid of Zhang Jingjing at all. In a one-on-one fight, Zhang Jingjing is no match for her. In terms of family background, Zhang Jingjing is not qualified. When it comes to connections, she is miles ahead of Zhang Jingjing. If you want to take revenge on her, she is not someone you can easily mess with. Zhang Jingjing and her family left here, and the police also left here. There were more customers in the store at this time, and the number of people who came to watch the fun also increased rapidly. Fuck, that family just now was so shameless, suddenly raising the price of the gift on the wedding day, it's so fucking disgusting. The main thing is that they are asking for compensation now. What kind of compensation for loss of youth? How shameless. They are all of the same ilk. The onlookers were talking about it. Yi Shui looked at Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun and said, you two should take the children out to play first. Lin Hao shook his head. Let's play some other time. I'll go to the court with Shiyun later to submit some documents and get back the 180,000 yuan and the 3 golds I gave you before. Lin Hao was not short of money now, but the 180,000 yuan and the 3 gold jewelry must be returned. He would feel very upset if they were given to Huang Meixia's family for nothing. Yi Shui nodded, all right, leave the child with me. Lin Hao nodded, then left with Qin Shiyun. Get in the car. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun prepared some materials, then went to the court, submitted the relevant materials, and then waited in line for the court to process the case. By the time I finished my work, it was already noon. The two of them found a small restaurant and ate while chatting. Lin Hao looked at Qin Shiyun and said, I guess nothing will happen next. Zhang Jingjing and the others shouldn't make trouble anymore. Qin Shiyun nodded slightly. No matter how brave Zhang Jingjing and the others were, they didn't dare to make too much trouble, otherwise they would be taken to the police station. However, she always felt that Zhang Jingjing would not give up so easily. Before leaving, Zhang Jingjing's eyes were full of resentment, and she felt that Zhang Jingjing would take revenge on her. But she doesn't care. She just needs to be careful during this period. The matter is over, except for my parents. Qin Shiyun couldn't help but feel a headache when she mentioned this. Although her parents are nice people, they are absolutely of high quality and culture, they are very gentle to others and they dote on her. But she gave birth to a child and hid it from her parents for 5 years. Now that she's married to Lin Hao and has hidden it from her parents, no matter how much her parents dote on her, they'll probably be furious. After hearing this, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel a headache. The issue with Qin Shiyun's parents might be even more difficult to resolve. Let's take it one step at a time. Take the kids out to play for the next 2 days, and then go to your parents' place. Lin Hao said. Qin Shiyun nodded slightly. By the way, how do we get the child's household registration? Lin Hao suddenly remembered something. After the child is born, what should we do with the household registration without telling his parents? Qin Shiyun smiled and said, I moved my household registration to Yangqing a long time ago. I am the head of the household, and my parents' household registration is still in Sucheng. After hearing this, Lin Hao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as the child has a household registration, it will be fine. Otherwise, if he is an illegal resident, he will not be able to go to school under the current circumstances. The child is not small anymore and can go to kindergarten. Lin Hao said. Qin Shiyun rolled her eyes at him and said, she's already started school. After the summer vacation, she'll be in the middle class. Lin Hao was surprised. He was about to start the middle class. He doesn't know enough. The two chatted about things, their children, Qin Shiyun's recent years, and Lin Hao's recent years. As they talked, Lin Hao felt very guilty. After lunch, Lin Hao suggested, let's go to my parents' house and take the kids out to play? Qin Shiyun didn't want to take care of the child, she wanted to be alone with Lin Hao. Qin Shiyun shook her head gently, let's leave the child with uncle and aunt first. Uncle and aunt? Lin Hao raised his eyebrows and looked at her. Qin Shiyun blushed slightly, I can't change my words for the time being. Lin Hao, what should it be called? Dad, Mom. Qin Shiyun. Then how do you call me? Lin Hao looked at her. Qin Shiyun said a little embarrassedly, husband. Lin Hao, call me 20 times, until you get used to it. Qin Shiyun looked around and saw that there were quite a few people in the restaurant. There are so many people. Are you still embarrassed? What's there to be embarrassed about? Lin Hao glanced at her, then asked the boss to settle the bill. After paying the bill, the two walked out and got in the car. In the car, Lin Hao looked at Qin Shiyun who was sitting in the passenger seat, now yell 20 times. Qin Shiyun. She felt that Lin Hao was so domineering. But she also likes Lin Hao's dominance. I feel like I like being dominated by Lin Hao. Deep down, I want to be a little woman. Husband. Qin Shiyun called out in a low voice. Don't stop, keep going. Lin Hao said lightly. Husband Qin Shiyun. Chapter 25 What surprise! Qin Shiyun called her husband, and she felt a little embarrassed every time she called him. Lin Hao originally just wanted Qin Shiyun to call him that and slowly develop a habit. But as Qin Shiyun kept calling out, he suddenly felt something and wanted to hug Qin Shiyun and kiss her. But there is an armrest box in the middle. He had no choice but to put his hand on Qin Shiyun's thigh. Smooth and delicate, this was the feedback his hands gave him. Qin Shiyun. Qin Shiyun couldn't help but think of last night. Last night really scared her. After 5 years of not seeing each other, Lin Hao became more and more exaggerated. Qin Shiyun felt scared when she thought about it now. If Zhang Jingjing hadn't suddenly called Lin Hao yesterday, she couldn't imagine what would happen next. But when I looked at the sky, it was noon now, and it wasn't far from night. Qin Shiyun was nervous and had no expectations at all. At this moment, she couldn't help but wonder, how did Zhang Jingjing bear Lin Hao when they were together? But then I thought, if Zhang Jingjing can do it, why can't she? But I still feel unsure, it's so scary. Lin Hao looked at her, why don't you yell? You only called me husband 6 times. Qin Shiyun. Husband, husband, husband. Qin Shiyun called her husband over and over again. It didn't stop until it reached the 20th time. Lin Hao nodded in satisfaction. He looked at Qin Shiyun and said, go back and get your household registration booklet and ID card to get the certificate. Qin Shiyun then remembered that she and Lin Hao had not yet obtained a marriage certificate and were not yet in a legally recognized husband and wife relationship. Go back and get it. Qin Shiyun. Then I went back home, got my household registration book and ID card, and went to the Civil Affairs Bureau, but it was not yet afternoon business hours. The two of them waited in the car. The two did not arrive at the Civil Affairs Bureau until the Bureau's working hours. There were already more than 30 people queuing in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Those who were getting divorced line up in one line, and those who were getting married line up in another line. Qin Shiyun took a quick look and was secretly surprised. There were 12 couples getting divorced, but only 4 couples had obtained marriage certificates. This ratio. Qin Shiyun was secretly curious, and whispered to Lin Hao, there are quite a lot of divorces. Lin Hao whispered, it's normal. The divorce rate is getting higher and higher now. Qin Shiyun was a little curious. What is the reason for most divorces? Lin Hao shook his head slightly. He wasn't very clear either. Try searching with the sound. Lin Hao whispered. Qin Shiyun used her mobile phone to search in, and the search content was, why has the divorce rate been getting higher and higher in recent years? I found several video answers. Some videos say that women drank too much toxic chicken soup. Some videos say that men with money spend their money on wine and women and keep lovers, while women with money keep gigolos. Some videos also say that it is related to the little life between husband and wife, and usually the husband cannot satisfy his wife. Some videos also say that it has something to do with money. Married life is all about rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea. Couples without money often quarrel because of lack of money. After a long time, they may get divorced or something. There are also reasons such as the woman is Voldemort, the man is a mama's boy, and the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, etc. Qin Shiyun couldn't help but think at this time, she didn't have a younger brother, she was an only child, she would never be obsessed with her brother, so this factor of divorce could be ignored. As for the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, she felt that Yi Shui was a good person. Besides, she didn't live with her parents-in-law, so there would never be any conflicts or quarrels between them. As for keeping a gigolo, she simply ignored it. She would never do such a thing. There are also poisonous chicken soup and the like. She doesn't like to drink poisonous chicken soup. Some of the poisonous chicken soup jokes cannot stand scrutiny if you think about them. Only people with poor brains, who cannot think from other people's perspectives and cannot look at problems from an objective perspective, will be dominated by poisonous chicken soup. And then there's the money and stuff. She is not short of money, and her family is even less short of money. In the future, she will inherit her parents' property. As long as she doesn't waste it, she will never be short of money in her life. The last reason for divorce is the lack of harmony in the couple's personal life. Qin Shiyun couldn't help but have a headache. The scene yesterday really scared her. She couldn't imagine how Lin Hao could be so terrifying. But let us watch it tonight. I hope Lin Hao will be gentler. Lin Hao, who was standing by, also watched the video on Qin Shiyun's phone. He filtered out all the reasons for divorce and found that there was nothing he needed to care about. However, the biggest challenge at hand is still with my father-in-law and mother-in-law. Lin Hao looked at Qin Shiyun and asked a hypothetical question, what if your parents don't agree with us being together? Qin Shiyun shook her head gently and said in a positive tone, after my parents know about us, they will inevitably be angry. It is probably impossible for them to stop us from being together. After all, we have obtained the marriage certificate and have a child. As long as my parents think you are reliable and have no problems, there will basically be no problem. Lin Hao nodded lightly. After hearing what Qin Shiyun said, he felt that both his father-in-law and mother-in-law were very nice, but he still felt a little unsure. Forget it, just take it one step at a time. Soon it was Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun's turn. They took a photo on the spot and then got their marriage certificate. After getting the certificate, I got in the car. Lin Hao held Qin Shiyun's hand, then took a photo, and then took 2 more photos with Qin Shiyun. Then I took a photo of the marriage certificate. Finally posted it on WeChat Moments. When Qin Shiyun saw Lin Hao posting on WeChat Moments, she also wanted to post on WeChat Moments, but she didn't dare. Her WeChat includes her parents and some of her relatives. If I send it, it will be troublesome. Although she could block her parents and some relatives, she felt that since she was married to Lin Hao, if she posted on WeChat Moments, she should not block anyone, and everyone would know about it. Jingle. At this time, Qin Shiyun's phone rang with a WeChat message alert. Qin Shiyun checked her phone and saw it was a message from her father. Dad Qin, when are you coming home? Your mom and I miss you. Qin Shiyun saw the message from her father and wondered if she should test him to let him prepare himself mentally. Qin Shiyun sent a message in a joking tone, Dad, what would you do if I told you that I got married to someone in Yangchang? Dad Qin sent a message quickly. Dad Qin gave a silly smile and said, then your mother and I can finally put our minds at ease. You are not young anymore and it is time for you to get married. This time I asked you to come back because I wanted to introduce you to a talented young man. I will introduce him to you when you come home. Qin Shiyun then sent a message to Qin's father, what would you do if I told you that I gave birth to 2 daughters? Qin's father, then your mother and I can have grandchildren. When will you come home? I will introduce you to a young talent. Get married early, and your mother and I can have grandchildren. Shin's father didn't believe what Shin Shiryun said and thought she was joking. Shin Shiryun, I will go back the day after tomorrow and give you and mom a surprise. Dad Shin, ? What surprise? Chapter 26 What are you afraid of? Shin Shiryun, I got married and gave birth to 2 daughters. Is this a surprise? Dad Shin, forget it. If you really get married and have 2 daughters, your mom and I will wake up laughing in our dreams. But if you don't get married and don't have 2 daughters, then you have to listen to your mom and me and go on a blind date and get married as soon as possible. Shin Shiryun, got it grin. Shin Dad, laughing. Lin Hao, who was standing by, was looking at the chat records between Shin Shiryun and her father-in-law. Judging from the chat records, the relationship between her father-in-law and Shin Shiryun was quite good. Lin Hao thought about it and said to Shin Shiryun, how about testing your dad? For example, send your dad the photo of our marriage certificate. If your dad gets anxious, you can say it was photoshopped. Shin Shiryun. Shin Shiryun was sweating slightly, looking at Lin Hao and said, if I send the photos, my parents will probably come to see me right away. Lin Hao. Forget it, let's talk about it when we go meet your parents. Lin Hao looked at Shin Shiryun, where are we going to play now? We still have an entire afternoon. Let's go to the mall. Shin Shiryun said, I'll buy you some clothes. Lin Hao, okay. The two went to the mall. Shin Shiryun was in high spirits and kept picking out clothes and shoes for Lin Hao. She felt quite happy too. Shin Shiryun didn't buy any clothes for herself. She had enough clothes and couldn't wear them all. Then she went to buy diamond rings, one for each of her and Lin Hao. It wasn't until 5 p.m. that the two of them went back. Arrived at the supermarket. When Lin Shanha and Yi Shui saw the two of them, they smiled even more. They knew that their son and daughter-in-law went to get their marriage certificate in the afternoon and were now a legally recognized couple. Dad, can you cook tonight? Shin Yanyan ate the food made by Yi Shui at noon. Although it was delicious, it was still far inferior to the food her father cooked. Shin Anran also looked at Lin Hao expectantly. She also wanted to eat the food her father cooked. Lin Hao rubbed the two kids' heads lovingly and said with a smile, Dad cooks, what do you like to eat? Shin Yanyan, same as yesterday. Shin Anran, me too. Lin Hao nodded and smiled. He now knew what his 2 daughters liked to eat. Nian Nian liked home-cooked meals, while Anran liked seafood. Then Lin Hao went to cook. After the meal was ready, Lin Shanha and Yi Shui closed the supermarket and went home to eat. The 2 kids wolfed down the food, ate with relish, and enjoyed the meal very much. Lin Shanha and Yi Shui took care of the 2 children while eating, and they thought the food their son cooked was really delicious. Shin Shiryun also has a good appetite. After eating the food made by Lin Hao, she no longer wants to eat the food prepared by the chef. 2 hours later, we had eaten and drunk our fill, and had cleaned up the dishes. Shin Shiryun rubbed the 2 kids' heads and said with a smile, do you like being with your grandparents? Shin Yanyan immediately said, I like it. She felt that her grandparents were very nice and treated her better than her mother. Shin Anran also said, I like it. Shin Shiryun chuckled and said, how about sleeping with grandpa and grandma tonight? Shin Yanyan looked at Shin Shiryun and asked doubtfully, what about mom? Shin Shiryun smiled and said, of course mom and dad went back to sleep. Yi Shui glanced at Shin Shiryun. She felt that Shin Shiryun didn't want to take the child back to sleep. Could it be? As someone who had experienced it, Yi Shui understood it instantly. Shin Shiryun married her son very suddenly. After being separated for 5 years, they got back together and must have missed each other a lot. When you miss someone in your heart, your body will also produce corresponding reactions. Shin Shiryun wanted to have a good chat with her son tonight. Yi Shui smiled at the 2 kids and said, how about sleeping with grandpa and grandma tonight? Shin Yanyan looked at her and nodded, okay. Shin Anran, okay. Yi Shui laughed. She looked at Shin Shiryun and Lin Hao and said, go, and do whatever you need to do first. Shin Shiryun. Why does she feel that her little thoughts have been seen through by her mother-in-law? Ah. So embarrassing, so shameful. Social death. Lin Hao was sweating slightly. Shin Shiryun said it so obviously, it would be strange if his parents didn't notice it. It was quite awkward. Lin Hao said to Yi Shui, Shiryun and I will go and get busy first. Go ahead. Yi Shui said with a smile. Lin Shanha didn't say anything, but he also smiled meaningfully. Lin Hao greeted the 2 kids, kissed them, and left with Shin Shiryun. After getting in the car, Qin Shiyun blushed slightly. Did my parents-in-law see anything? Lin Hao glanced at her and asked, what did you see? Qin Shiyun. I was the one who sent the child away. Qin Shiyun. Lin Hao looked at her. Why did you send the child away? Qin Shiyun looked at Lin Hao, and seeing Lin Hao's meaningful smile, she knew that Lin Hao was deliberately bullying her again. I'm not going to pay attention to you. Qin Shiyun pretended to be angry. Lin Hao smiled and didn't try to coax Qin Shiyun. He knew that Qin Shiyun was not angry at all. Drove back home. Lin Hao suddenly hugged Qin Shiyun in his arms and looked into her eyes tenderly. Let's take a shower together. Qin Shiyun blushed slightly and shook her head gently. No. Lin Hao smiled and said, your refusal is not firm enough. It seems that you still want to take a bath with me. I didn't. Qin Shiyun was annoyed by Lin Hao. Why is this guy like this? The shame in her heart forced her to resist Lin Hao and not let him succeed. Lin Hao let her go with a smile, and saw Qin Shiyun jogging back into the room. Lin Hao shook his head and laughed. He was still embarrassed. After today, he was afraid that he would not even know what shame was. Lin Hao went to the bathroom to take a shower. After he finished washing, he wanted to go back to his room, but the door was locked. Lin Hao was speechless. They were already married, but she was taking a shower inside and locked the door. After waiting for about 20 minutes, the door finally opened. Lin Hao heard the sound of a hairdryer coming from the room and walked over. Looking at Qin Shiyun, who was wearing pajamas and blowing her hair, he suddenly thought of her and hugged her waist from behind. He smelled the fragrance of shampoo and shower gel emanating from her body, took a deep breath, and whispered, it smells good. Qin Shiyun. After blow-drying her hair, Qin Shiyun seemed a little nervous. She turned around, fell into Lin Hao's arms, and hugged Lin Hao. Lin Hao also hugged her and whispered in her ear, sleep? Qin Shiyun's voice trembled a little, I'm scared. Lin Hao thought about what happened last night. Qin Shiyun saw it and might have scared her. Lin Hao whispered in her ear, what are you afraid of? Don't you believe me? I'm so gentle. Qin Shiyun buried her head in Lin Hao's arms, not daring to speak. Lin Hao was also very gentle. He pulled Qin Shiyun onto the bed. Turn off the lights. Qin Shiyun said weakly. Lin Hao didn't turn off the lights. If he did, it would lose some fun. He also wanted to see Qin Shiyun's shy face with his own eyes. Thinking about Qin Shiyun's shy look and Qin Shiyun's uncontrollable look, it feels very interesting. Chapter 27 You must live a good life, make Lin Hao regret it, and make Qin Shiyun envious and jealous. Lin Hao didn't turn off the lights, he just pressed Qin Shiyun down and kissed her. Qin Shiyun. Blushing, under Lin Hao's guidance, she kissed Lin Hao. 3 minutes later. Lin Hao was just about to get down to business when suddenly his cell phone rang with a message alert tone, not just 1, but 5. It's still Qin Shiyun's cell phone. Qin Shiyun also heard it. She originally didn't want to pay attention to the message on her phone, but it rang 5 times at once, as if someone was looking for her urgently. Qin Shiyun blushed slightly and said shyly, let me see who is looking for me. Lin Hao. Lin Hao didn't say anything and continued to kiss Qin Shiyun, but he didn't kiss Qin Shiyun's mouth. Qin Shiyun freed her hands and took the phone from the bedside table. After unlocking the lock screen, she found that it was a text message. Qin Shiyun's face changed slightly. It was a text message, and it came at this time. She suspected that it was a message from Zhang Jingjing. But she blocked Zhang Jingjing yesterday. Or maybe it was a text message sent by Zhang Jingjing using another mobile phone number. If it was really a message from Zhang Jingjing, she guessed it might be another disgusting photo. Qin Shiyun was hesitating. Should she click on the message or ignore it? But what if the message wasn't sent by Zhang Jingjing? After hesitating for 2 seconds, Qin Shiyun couldn't help but click on the information icon. It was a message from an unknown number. Qin Shiyun clicked on it and read the information. When Qin Shiyun saw the content of the message, her face suddenly became gloomy. She regretted that she should not have read the message. The message was sent by Zhang Jingjing. There are several photos taken with Lin Hao. In the photo taken together, Zhang Jingjing holds Lin Hao's hand. And Zhang Jingjing gave Lin Hao. Although Zhang Jingjing blurred her image, she could still tell that the person in the photo was Zhang Jingjing. Zhang Jingjing, I have been with Lin Hao for 5 years. In addition to taking many photos, we also have many videos, which total 96 GB. I will share them with you every day. Zhang Jingjing, the man I played with for 5 years, has long since become a slut. How do sluts wear? Is it appropriate? Zhang Jingjing, TSK. In the past 5 years, I have trained Lin how to be an experienced driver. Everything he knows was practiced on me. You should thank me. If I hadn't trained Lin Hao for you for 5 years, would Lin Hao be able to become an experienced driver? Qin Shiyun had a gloomy face. She knew that Zhang Jingjing wanted Lin Hao more than anyone else. Zhang Jingjing said this deliberately to disgust her. She is really disgusted by Zhang Jingjing now. How can there be such disgusting people in this world? Qin Shiyun's face was gloomy, and her fingers were flying on the phone screen, typing, "Do you think I care if you send these photos? Do you think what you say can disgust me? I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, how could I reconcile with Lin Hao? How could I marry Lin Hao? By the way, Lin Hao and I got the marriage certificate this afternoon. Qin Shiyun, thank you for giving my 2 daughters a father, and a biological father at that. Qin Shiyun, thank you to your whole family. If it weren't for your whole family's greed, Lin Hao and I wouldn't be sleeping in the same bed now. Qin Shiyun, by the way, Lin Hao is really amazing. I like him very much." After sending the message, Qin Shiyun directly blocked Zhang Jingjing. The other end. Zhang Jingjing was lying in bed reading the message sent by Qin Shiyun, her face so gloomy that it seemed as if ink could drip out of it. Qin Shiyun said that if it weren't for her and her family, Qin Shiyun's child would not have a father, and a biological father. She also said that if it weren't for her and her family, Qin Shiyun would not have married Lin Hao, and they even got their marriage certificate this afternoon. In particular, Qin Shiyun said that Lin Hao is very powerful and Qin Shiyun likes him very much. Grass. Zhang Jingjing clenched her fists, her eyes flashed with a cold light. Her man was gone. Her money was also gone. Her enemy is enjoying the goodness of her man at this moment. Is there anything more distressing than this? Zhang Jingjing's face was gloomy. She wanted revenge. Revenge on Qin Shiyun. But I was at a loss for a moment, how to take revenge. Boom boom boom. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Jingjing, are you asleep? Huang Meixia asked outside the door. Zhang Jingjing said gloomily, I didn't sleep. Huang Meixia pushed the door open and walked in. Looking at her daughter who was covering her head with the quilt, Huang Meixia said in a deep voice, don't be angry. You'll get sick from being angry. I guess Lin Hao and that bitch will be so happy that they'll die. Zhang Jingjing didn't say anything. Huang Meixia sat on the bedside, looked at Zhang Jingjing and said, at that time, matchmaker Wang chatted with me and found a good family for you. The man's family is rich, he has a college degree, he is 182 centimeters tall, and he looks okay. He now runs a factory by himself and is also a small boss. Do you want to meet him? Zhang Jingjing didn't say anything. Huang Meixia sighed and said, girl, you have to move forward. You are 25 years old this year. It is easy to get married at this age. After you turn 30, even if you want to get married, you can only find a divorced woman with children. Huang Meixia continued, if you don't get married and can't get married, think about Qin Shiyun. Qin Shiyun will definitely be very happy. She wants to see you living a bad life. Huang Meixia's tone was a little heavier, you want Qin Shiyun to see that you are not doing well? You should be living a good life, to make Lin Hao regret it, to make Qin Shiyun envy and hate you. Lin Hao is 180 centimeters tall, and the man I introduced to you is 182 centimeters tall, 2 centimeters taller than Lin Hao, and he is not worse than Lin Hao in appearance, and he is more capable than Lin Hao, and his family is richer than Lin Hao, crushing Lin Hao in all aspects. Huang Meixia continued, if Qin Shiyun knew that you married a man who was many times better than Lin Hao, what do you think Qin Shiyun would feel? She would definitely be envious and jealous. Zhang Jingjing was buried in the quilt, and she couldn't help but feel a little moved at this moment. Mom was right, she wanted to live a good life, she wanted to make Lin Hao regret it, and she wanted to make Qin Shiyun envious and jealous. This might be a good way of revenge for her. Zhang Jingjing thought for a while, then asked, how rich is the man's family? Huang Meixia saw that her daughter was moved, and she couldn't help but smile a little more, saying, I heard from matchmaker Wang that the factory run by the man can make 1.5 million a year, and the factory run by the man's parents is even bigger, and I heard that they can make more than 4 million a year. Huang Meixia was also very excited. If her daughter married this blind date man, how could the dowry and other things be less? The bride price is a small amount. After my daughter marries the man, she can still support her son. It will be a long and steady stream in the future. Unlike Lin Hao's family, they don't have much money and can't rely on it for a long time, so they can only ask for more dowry at one time. After hearing this, Zhang Jingjing was also moved. The man's family was so rich, she could use some money to open a bigger supermarket, directly opposite Lin Hao's supermarket, and steal Lin Hao's business. Suppressing Lin Hao's family and business is also a way of revenge. And the effect is good. Zhang Jingjing said, "Mom, please arrange a time to meet with him." Chapter 28. Where are the children? Asking for monthly tickets. Huang Meixia was delighted when she heard this. My daughter is moved, and if she is moved, everything will be easy. Given her daughter's looks and the fact that she graduated from a prestigious university, her daughter is still very popular considering all the other factors. Huang Meixia immediately said, "I'll talk to matchmaker Wang right now and arrange a time for you to meet." Zhang Jingjing suddenly took off the quilt, revealing her head. She sat up and looked at Huang Meixia with some doubt. "Mom, the man is very good. Is there any need for a blind date for such an excellent person?" Zhang Jingjing was very confused. The blind date guy was 182 centimeters tall and looked no worse than Lin Hao. He had a bachelor's degree and owned a factory. His annual income was 1.5 million. These were excellent conditions. But such an outstanding person, logically speaking, would not be short of women. He is the boss of a factory and has a wide network of contacts. Knowing that the other party is single, there will definitely be people who want to curry favor with him and introduce him to someone. But ended up going on a blind date. She couldn't understand this. Huang Meixia was also stunned after hearing this. Yes, she had forgotten about this. Logically speaking, the man was so outstanding that he should not be short of women, but he had fallen to the point of blind dating. Thinking about it now, it was a little hard to understand. Huang Meixia thought for a while, looked at Zhang Jingjing and said, "When you meet him, ask him what the situation is." Zhang Jingjing nodded slightly and said, "Then I'll ask him after we meet." The other end. Qin Shiyun is in a better mood now. The photos and words that Zhang Jingjing sent her just now made her very angry and disgusted. However, when she hit back at Zhang Jingjing, she felt better. She guessed that Zhang Jingjing must be very angry now and might not be able to sleep tonight. As for Lin Hao, his face was slightly gloomy at this moment. He was originally kissing Qin Shiyun, but when he saw Qin Shiyun looking at the message on her mobile phone and his face suddenly became gloomy, he also looked at Qin Shiyun's mobile phone. Then I saw some photos that Zhang Jingjing sent to Qin Shiyun. Some exciting information too. Lin Hao frowned and looked at Qin Shiyun. He wanted to say something to comfort Qin Shiyun, but he didn't know how. Qin Shiyun saw Lin Hao looking at her. She also looked at Lin Hao, showing a faint smile, and said softly, "I'm fine, I just got mad at her for a while. I'm much better now. If she sends me a message again, I will fight back and make her mad to death." Lin Hao nodded lightly. Although Qin Shiyun said so, she should still feel a little uncomfortable in her heart. Lin Hao didn't say anything, and he wasn't in the mood to have anything to do with Qin Shiyun. He turned over and hugged Qin Shiyun to sleep. The next day, Lin Hao went to the 4S store, drove back the Hongqi H9 he bought, and then went to his parents' small supermarket with Qin Shiyun. When Qin Yanyan saw Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun, she immediately jumped in front of them and said, "Mom and Dad, I want to go to the zoo to see the animals." Qin Anrun also came over. Although he didn't say anything, his eyes were full of anticipation. Lin Hao looked at the two kids lovingly and smiled. "It's too hot today, and the sun is too strong. How about we go indoors and look at some small animals?" Qin Yanyan asked curiously, "What little animal?" "Just some little bears, little birds, mice, sloths, and so on." Lin Hao explained with a smile. "Okay." Qin Yanyan nodded, very interested. Qin Anrun nodded slightly and said nothing, but he was in a good mood. Lin Hao looked at his parents and said, "Then Shiyun and I will take the kids out to play first." Lin Shanha smiled and said, "Go ahead, bring a few bottles of water and snacks." Lin Hao nodded, took a few bottles of drinks and the children's favorite snacks, and then the four of them got in the car and left. Arrived at the tourist destination. Lin Hao held Qin Anrun's left hand and Qin Shiyun's right hand, while Qin Shiyun held Qin Yanyan's hand. The family of four walked together, attracting the attention of many passers-by. "Damn, this family is so good-looking. What a perfect match. You look so young. You have two children at such a young age? The children look about 5 years old, right? Oh my god, the child is so big. How old was he when he had this child?" Shin Shuryun also heard some discussions from passers-by, and a smile appeared on her face. She gave birth to her child quite early. She doesn't look old now, she is only 24 years old, still very young. It is not uncommon for a 24-year-old to have 2 daughters this old. However, both she and Lin Hao are very good looking. When they walk together, even she herself thinks it is a beautiful landscape. Lin Hao also heard some discussions from passers-by, and a smile appeared on his face. He also didn't expect that his ex-girlfriend secretly gave birth to 2 daughters for him. Both daughters are so grown up now. At this time, several girls couldn't help but take out their mobile phones and record the Lin Hao family of 4. They thought that after recording, if they posted it on the Yin, there would definitely be a lot of likes and comments. Lin Hao and Shin Shuryun didn't say anything. They just held hands and took the 2 children indoors to see the little animals. Shin Yanyan was extremely excited when she saw the raccoon, and Shin Anran was also a little excited and watched. Lin Hao and Shin Shuryun held hands and followed the 2 children. Lin Hao felt that this kind of life was great. He was married to the person he loved and had 2 children with him. He couldn't imagine anything better than this in the world. Shin Shuryun felt the same way. It had been 5 years since she broke up with Lin Hao, and she was always unhappy when she went out to play with her children alone. Now that she has Lin Hao, her heart feels warm and sweet, and she wants it to stay like this forever. In a moment of emotion, Shin Shuryun couldn't help but look at Lin Hao. Coincidentally, Lin Hao also looked at her. The 2 seemed to understand each other's eyes and felt each other's feelings. They couldn't help but smile at each other, and they smiled very happily. Subconsciously, the people they were holding held their hands tighter. This scene was seen by some boys and girls. Look at these 2 people, they look so beautiful when they smile. I'm so envious. These 2 have each other in their eyes and look so happy. Ah, I want to fall in love. A girl couldn't help but say. At this moment, she really wanted to have a passionate love affair. Damn it, even after coming out to play I still have to be fed dog food. I regret coming out to play. I want to fall in love. Several people were so attracted by the way Lin Hao and Shin Shuryun smiled at each other that they wanted to fall in love. Some couples also saw what happened to Lin Hao and Shin Shuryun just now, and they couldn't help but hold each other's hands. Lin Hao and Shin Shuryun didn't care about the people around them. At this moment, they only had each other in their eyes. After more than 10 seconds, the 2 of them still smiled happily and sweetly. At this time, they glanced around and wanted to see the 2 children. Where are the children? Shin Shuryun was suddenly startled, her face changed, and she instantly woke up from her sweet and happy mood. Lin Hao's face also changed, and he became anxious, looking around for where the 2 children had gone. Chapter 29. These 2 little girls look familiar, asking for monthly tickets. The 2 of them hurried to look for them, and after searching for a minute, they found the 2 kids, who were looking at the sloth. Shin Shuryun was very anxious just now, and now seeing the 2 children, she really wanted to beat them up. There are so many people, why are you running around? But when she was about to take action, she suddenly remembered that she had just been distracted and that she was also wrong. The desire to take action gradually calmed down. Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief at this time. He was so immersed in the happy and sweet mood that he accidentally lost his focus and didn't pay attention to the child. If the child was lost, he would be worried to death. Lin Hao looked at Shin Shuryun and said, "There is a watch that can locate and make calls. Buy 2 and give them to the children." Shin Shuryun nodded. She was also very scared when something like this happened. This time the child was found, but if something unexpected happened next time and the child could not be found, she would have no place to cry. I'll buy it after I'm done playing. Shin Shuryun. Lin Hao nodded lightly, then looked at Shin Shuryun. Seeing the relieved looks in each other's eyes, he couldn't help but laugh again. The 2 of them were distracted just now and almost lost the child. It seems quite fun. Lin Hao smiled and held Shin Shuryun's hand. Shin Shuryun also held Lin Hao's hand tightly. Shin Shuryun stayed close to Lin Hao, freeing her right hand to hold the phone, and took a few photos of the 2 children. After taking the photo, he took a selfie with her and Lin Hao. Lin Hao kissed her and was caught on camera. Let's take a photo together later, Shin Shuryun said. The family of 4 had never taken a photo together, and she wanted to take a few more and save them. Lin Hao nodded. Shin Shuryun called the 2 kids over and took photos together. The 4 of them played until noon and were all very happy. Bite. Host takes his daughter out for fun. Reward, 1 million cash. cash will be withdrawn in the form of virtual currency. At this moment, the voice of the system sounded in Lin Hao's mind. The next second, Lin Hao's mobile phone rang with a text message reminder. He took a look at the message and saw that 1 million cash had arrived in his account. Lin Hao was naturally very happy to have money. With money, he could do a lot of things, such as taking his wife and children out for a big meal, giving his children the best education, and buying the best things for his wife. The most important thing is that having money means having security, so you don't have to worry about your family members getting sick but not having the money to treat them. He was very happy, but he was still curious about the emergence of the system. He would ask about it when he had time. Mom and Dad, are we going home now? Qin Yanyan asked at this time. Qin Shiyun glanced at the time and said to Qin Yanyan, let's eat outside at noon and then continue playing after lunch. Qin Yanyan looked at Lin Hao and said, Dad, I want to eat the food you cook. After hearing this, Qin Shiyun's face darkened slightly. She stared at Qin Yanyan with a stern face. How tiring is cooking? You have to buy vegetables, wash vegetables, and then cook. Dad is also a human being. It's tiring to cook every day. Qin Shiyun has cooked and done housework before, and she knows that taking care of household chores is very tedious and tiring. If she lets Lin Hao cook every day, wouldn't Lin Hao be tired? How could this girl be so ignorant? If you tire your dad to death, he will no longer be your dad. Qin Yanyan looked at Qin Shiyun innocently. She couldn't understand where she went wrong. Qin Shiyun looked at her with a stern face. Mom will cook tonight, don't be picky. Qin Yanyan was a little frightened by Qin Shiyun and didn't dare to speak. Lin Hao was sweating slightly. He knew that Qin Shiyun felt sorry for him and was afraid that he would be tired. But it was just cooking a meal, how could it be so tiring? Besides, he was happy to cook something delicious for his wife and children, and he also liked to eat the food he cooked. Lin Hao rubbed Qin Yanyan's head, smiled dotingly and said, Dad will cook tonight, you can eat whatever you want. After saying that, he rubbed Qin Anren's head again. Qin Yanyan nodded. Qin Shiyun glared at Qin Yanyan, then looked at Lin Hao and said with some heartache, I can't let you cook every day. It's very tiring. Don't spoil the child. It will spoil him. Lin Hao smiled and said, it's just cooking, how can it be so tiring? Qin Shiyun still felt distressed. She thought for a moment and said, then I'll help you. I'll do the work of washing and cutting vegetables in the future. Lin Hao smiled and nodded, okay. Qin Yanyan looked up at Qin Shiyun. She felt that her mother didn't love her anymore. Qin Anren looked up at Qin Shiyun. Ever since her father appeared, her mother smiled more often, but it seemed that she didn't love her as much anymore and preferred her father more. Then the four of them walked out, got in the car, and found a seafood restaurant. The food at this seafood restaurant is delicious. The fried prawns, fried crabs, and fried abalone are delicious. Lin Hao has been there several times. Several people sat down, and Qin Shiyun looked at Lin Hao and said, you order first. Qin Yanyan looked at Qin Shiyun. In the past, her mother would ask her and Anren what they wanted first, but now she asks her father. Qin Anren didn't think much about it. She had come here to eat more than a dozen times. She liked all the food here and was willing to eat anything. Lin Hao took the ordering tablet, then looked at the two kids and asked softly, what do you two like to eat? We have crabs, prawns, abalone. Qin Yanyan looked at Lin Hao. She now felt that her father was much better than her mother. Her father even knew to ask them what they liked to eat. Qin Yanyan, I eat both prawns and crabs. Lin Hao smiled and nodded, then looked at Qin Anren. This girl usually didn't talk much and didn't say anything on her own initiative, so he usually paid more attention to her. Before Lin Hao could ask, Qin Anren said, I can do anything. Lin Hao nodded and ordered a portion of crab, prawn, abalone, and other food. After ordering, I went to get a few bottles of drinks. When the food arrived, they started eating. Qin Shiyun was holding her phone and thinking about something. She would go back to Sucheng to see her parents the day after tomorrow. Should we prepare our parents first? Otherwise, it will be too sudden and may not be good. Qin Shiyun thought about it, took a few photos of the two children sitting opposite her, then edited them and posted them on WeChat Moments. Edit, these two girls are so cute. I wish they were my daughters. After sending it out, Qin Shiyun didn't care about it anymore. About 5 minutes later, people began to like and comment on Qin Shiyun's post. Qin Shiyun took a look at the likes and comments. Among them are likes and comments from her parents. Dad Qin, do you want to get married? Then come home quickly, your mom and I will introduce you to a handsome guy. Qin Ma, these two kids look familiar. Suchang is 300 kilometers away from Yangcheng. In a residential area in Suzhou. There is a single-family villa in this community, and it is the only single-family villa in this community. Sitting on the sofa in the villa's living room was a beautiful woman who was well-dressed, still had some charm, and exuded a mature and dignified aura. The beautiful woman was looking at the photos her daughter posted on her mobile phone. There were two little girls in the photos. She looked at the photo, with some doubt in her beautiful eyes. These two little girls look familiar, and if you look closely, they look a bit like her daughter. Chapter 30 Xu Yan. Just now, she had a fleeting thought that she suspected her daughter had secretly given birth to a child. But when I think about it carefully, I feel it is impossible. How long has it been since her daughter graduated? The two little girls in the photo look to be over 4 years old, right? If these two little girls are her daughter's daughters, doesn't that mean that they were born when her daughter was in college? Impossible. The beautiful woman quickly rejected this idea, because if she was pregnant, how would she go to school with such a big belly? But if they are not her daughter's children, why do these two children look a bit like her daughter? Coincide? Coincidentally, they look so similar? Is it another coincidence that my daughter knows these two little girls? It's too much of a coincidence. Could it be that the child was born to a relative? But she has basically seen all the relatives' children. Confused, the beautiful woman sent a message to her daughter Qin Shiyun asking, who are the two little girls posted on WeChat Moments? Qin Shiyun was having dinner when her phone rang with a WeChat message alert. She took a look and saw that it was from her mother. Mom asked her who the little girl in her circle of friends was. Qin Shiyun suddenly had a headache. What should she say? Talking about your friend as child? If she said that, her parents wouldn't be mentally prepared. I will take Lin Hao and my two daughters back to Suching the day after tomorrow. It is too sudden for my parents as they are not mentally prepared. Qin Shiyun thought about it and sent a message to her mother, I'll keep it a secret. I'll go home the day after tomorrow and bring him back to meet you. Qin Shiyun kept it a secret, leaving some suspense for her parents. Perhaps her parents would guess something because of her words, and isn't this exactly what she wanted? If her parents guessed that the two little girls were hers, they would be mentally prepared. The other end. There was a hint of doubt in Qin Ma Shuyan's eyes. Bring these two little girls to meet her? Under normal circumstances, why would the daughter bring her to meet these two little girls when they are not related at all? Besides, my daughter is in Yangcheng now. Should I bring these two little girls from Yangcheng to Suching to let her see them? Is this necessary? If necessary, it would be necessary unless these two little girls had a close relationship with her daughter. Another point is, if these two little girls were someone else's children, could her daughter just take someone else's children away so casually? The more Xu Yan thought about it, the more something felt wrong, as if something was wrong. She suspected that the two little girls were her daughter's children, but logically speaking, it was unlikely. Confused, Xu Yan sent a message to Qin Shiyun asking, why did you bring these two little girls to see me? Qin Shiyun immediately replied, these two little girls look a bit like me, don't you want to take a look at them, Mom? Xu Yan, whose are these two children? Qin Shiyun, grinning, I want to tell you. When I go back the day after tomorrow, you and Dad will know. Xu Yan frowned slightly. She put herself in Qin Shiyun's shoes and thought about it. If she were Qin Shiyun, what would be the point of Qin Shiyun keeping the secret at this time? After thinking for a while, Xu Yan frowned slightly. If she was her daughter Qin Shiyun, she would keep it a secret at this time. It is possible that the child is really a daughter. The daughter is keeping it in suspense because she thinks that if the truth is revealed suddenly, she will not be mentally prepared and will be frightened? Or maybe you're afraid that she'll be angry with her husband? Xu Yan's brows furrowed even more and she fell silent for a moment. Yangcheng Seafood Restaurant. Qin Shiyun was feeling a little nervous at this moment, with some sweat on her forehead due to nervousness. Her conversation with her mother Xu Yan was quite obvious. Her mother might have been guessing whether the child was hers. Lin Hao, who was standing by, also saw the conversation between Qin Shiyun and Xu Yan, and he felt very uneasy at this moment. The day after tomorrow he will meet his father-in-law and mother-in-law, and he is quite nervous about meeting them under such circumstances. It's okay. Lin Hao held Qin Shiyun's hand and comforted her, if your parents are very angry or want to beat you, I will help you bear it. Qin Shiyun also held Lin Hao's hand and tightened it a little. Lin Hao's words gave her courage and made her bolder. The worst that can happen is that my parents will scold me or I will get slapped a few times. She can handle it. Mom and Dad, what's wrong with you? Qin Anren, who usually doesn't talk much, noticed something was wrong and asked curiously. When Qin Yanyan heard Qin Anren's voice, she looked at her parents while gnawing on the crab legs with a look of confusion in her eyes. Lin Hao looked at the two kids, smiled casually and said, "It's okay, I'll take you to Suching to meet your mom's parents the day after tomorrow." Mom's parents? Grandpa and Grandma? Qin Anren raised her eyebrows slightly. She had seen photos of her mother's parents. Her mother said that her grandpa and grandma lived very far away and she couldn't see them for a while. Are we going to see my grandparents the day after tomorrow? Qin Yanyan blinked her eyes, and photos of her grandparents appeared in her mind. Grandpa was quite handsome, and Grandma was quite beautiful. I want to see you too. Qin Shiyun was sweating slightly, and looked at the two children and said, "When you meet Mom's parents, don't call them Grandpa and Grandma, but Grandpa and Grandma. Remember?" Qin Anren's eyes flashed with doubt, and he asked puzzledly, "Shouldn't we call them Grandpa and Grandma?" Qin Shiyun. "Listen to Mom and call them Grandpa and Grandma." Qin Shiyun emphasized. Lin Hao at the side understood something, but was a little uncertain. He looked at Qin Shiyun and whispered, "Are your parents planning to recruit a live-in son-in-law?" Qin Shiyun nodded slightly and explained, "My parents once said that if possible, they would find a live-in son-in-law. If they couldn't find a live-in son-in-law, one of their children would have to have the surname Qin." Lin Hao nodded slightly. He could understand. Qin Shiyun was an only child with no brothers or sisters. If Qin Shiyun got married and was registered as a huku of the man, the child would also take the man's surname. This is equivalent to the Qin family's genealogy being broken. There must be a child with the surname Qin and included in the Qin family genealogy. Qin Shiyun looked at Lin Hao, observing his expression, and whispered, "Don't worry, I won't let you become a live-in son-in-law. After all, you are an only child, so one of the children can have the surname Qin and the other Lin." Lin Hao smiled and whispered, "Nian Nian and Enran should just take the surname Qin. Don't change it. Wait until the third child has my surname." Qin Shiyun blushed. The third child. Still want to give birth. It would be great if the third one was a boy, then we would have both a son and a daughter. Qin Shiyun, okay. After dinner, they went shopping and bought positioning and call watches for their two daughters. They also bought some gifts to give to their father-in-law and mother-in-law when they went to Suzhou to see them the day after tomorrow. In a blink of an eye, it was 5:30 in the afternoon. After buying the vegetables, they went home. After returning home, Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun cooked together, chatting, flirting and kissing each other from time to time. The occasional small details also make both parties feel warm and sweet. Chapter 31 Sunan Qin Shihao. For example, when Lin Hao was washing vegetables and water accidentally splashed on his face, Qin Shiyun would use her sleeve to wipe the water off Lin Hao's face. When Qin Shiyun was washing vegetables, water accidentally splashed on her face. Lin Hao kissed her directly and sucked the water off her face. Qin Shiyun blushed and let Lin Hao suck the water off her face. While cooking like this, the two of them did not feel tired, but only full of happiness. Soon, the aroma of food filled the entire living room. The two children were watching cartoons on the sofa. When they smelled the aroma of food, they had no interest in watching cartoons anymore. Instead, they ran to the kitchen, stared at the delicious dishes, and couldn't help swallowing their saliva. "Mom, I want to have a bite of braised pork." Qin Yanyan swallowed, her eyes full of hunger. Qin Anren didn't say anything, but the way he swallowed his saliva and the look in his eyes said it all. Qin Shiyun was in a good mood. She picked up 2 pieces of braised pork and put them in the bowl. Then she took 2 pairs of chopsticks and gave them to the 2 girls. "Eat slowly. It's a little hot." The 2 kids took the chopsticks, each took a piece of braised pork, and started eating. Qin Yanyan was almost crying. She swore that this was the most delicious braised pork she had ever eaten. "Mom, I want more." Qin Yanyan looked at Qin Shiyun enviously. Qin Anren said nothing and looked at Lin Hao enviously. Qin Shiyun rolled her eyes at the 2 kids and said unhappily, "Eat later." Lin Hao smiled and put a few more pieces of meat in the bowl. Seeing this, the 2 kids started eating quickly. "You." Qin Shiyun gave Lin Hao a scolding look, "Don't spoil them too much, or they will become bad." Lin Hao shook his head and smiled. If the child wants to eat, just eat. It's nothing. Qin Shiyun shook her head slightly. Lin Hao doted on his two daughters too much, but she could also understand Lin Hao's feelings, so she didn't say anything else. Half an hour later, all the dishes were ready and the four of them sat down around the dining table. The two kids started eating right away. Lin Hao smiled and put some more dishes into the two kids' bowls, and then put some dishes into Qin Shiyun's bowl. Qin Shiyun also picked up some food for Lin Hao. Qin Shiyun remembered something at this moment. She picked up her mobile phone and recorded a video of her two daughters. Then I posted it on WeChat Moments. Text content in Moments, you look so cute when eating. This post on WeChat Moments quickly attracted a lot of likes and comments. So cute, these two children look so much like you. If you hadn't posted a message on your Moments saying that the two children were not yours, I would have suspected that they were your daughters. Second aunt, whose children are these two? They look a bit like you. Third aunt, these two children look a bit like you. Uncle, these two kids. Qin dad. Xu Yan. In the villa in Suzhou City. Qin's father and Xu Yan were also eating. Xu Yan couldn't help but frown slightly as she watched the video her daughter took on WeChat Moments. She spent the whole afternoon thinking, how come these two kids look a bit like her daughter? And a bit like her. In the afternoon, she sent photos of the two children to all her relatives and asked them if they recognized the two children. It turned out that no one recognized them. Father Qin also had a frown on his brow at this moment, because of what his daughter had said to him during the day, plus the photos and videos his daughter had taken on WeChat Moments. Based on some information he heard from his wife Xu Yan, he now suspected that the two little girls in the photo might be born to her daughter. But it's a bit illogical. If the two little girls were born to his daughter, doesn't that mean his daughter got pregnant when she was 18 or 19 years old? But at that time, my daughter was still in college. How is it possible to give birth to a child? Xu Yan watched the video on WeChat Moments for a while, then frowned and looked at Qin Shihao. Tell me, are these two children born to my daughter? Qin Shihao. He suspected that the child was from his daughter, but if it was from his daughter, then it would be a big deal. He will be very angry. Who made his daughter pregnant? Thinking of this, Qin Shihao's face couldn't help but turn cold, and a suffocating aura of majesty, like a tiger descending from the mountain, instantly filled the entire hall. Su Province. Sunan Qin Shihao. Chen Wanlin from northern Jiangsu. Suzhong Yi Chongfeng. The big three of Jiangsu Province. He, Qin Shihao, ranks first. Whoever gets his daughter pregnant. A chilling chill suddenly emerged in Qin Shihao's eyes. Seeing his expression, Xu Yan rolled her eyes at him unhappily. Why are you so angry when things haven't been sorted out yet? Qin Shihao's face was slightly gloomy. Although he hadn't figured out the matter, he couldn't help but imagine that his daughter had been made pregnant by someone when she was in college. Then go to school with a big belly. Qin Shihao remembered something, and his face suddenly became a little colder. I remember when my daughter was in her sophomore year, and during the summer vacation after her freshman year, there was a period of time when my daughter said that she wanted to go to work and wanted to experience the feeling of earning money through labor. During that time, I didn't see my daughter for a long time. Could it be that she secretly gave birth to a child at that time? Xu Yan frowned slightly. It is possible. Under normal pregnancy conditions, some people's bellies will appear a little bigger 2 months into their pregnancy. For some people, the belly will appear bigger in the 3rd or 4th month. For some people, their belly only becomes noticeably bigger in the 6th month. When my daughter was in school, I didn't go home for half a year. Half a year. Xu Yan looked at Qin Shihao, and after a moment's hesitation, she said, check your daughter's situation during college to see if she has missed classes or asked for leave. Xu Yan just finished speaking, and suddenly said, forget it, my daughter will be back the day after tomorrow. When she comes back, I will ask her clearly. Qin Shihao nodded slightly. Wait until my daughter comes back and then ask her clearly. That is. He felt like he couldn't sleep well tonight. Qin Shihao looked at Xu Yan. How about letting my daughter come back tomorrow? She worked in Yangcheng before, and I didn't say anything. Now she is not young anymore. First, she is old enough to get married. Second, she has to take over the company slowly. When I am old in the future, the company will still be managed by my daughter. Let her come back earlier and don't stay in Yangcheng anymore. Xu Yan looked at him and said, my daughter said she would come back the day after tomorrow, so let her come back the day after tomorrow. there is no need to rush today. Xin Shihao, I'm so anxious. But after thinking about it, I decided to give up. If I let my daughter come back a day earlier, she might realize something is wrong and simply not come back. Yang Chang. Xin Shiyun and the others were having dinner. Xin Shiyun looked at Lin Hao and whispered, Mom, Dad, and some relatives think that the two girls look like me. I guess my parents are already suspicious. Lin Hao. What can he do? He could only move forward with gritted teeth. In short, he would protect Qin Shiyun and would not let his father-in-law and mother-in-law slap Qin Shiyun. It's okay, I'm here. Lin Hao said softly. Qin Shiyun nodded and no longer felt so worried. With Lin Hao facing it with her, she had nothing to be afraid of. Chapter 32 Into Daddy's Arms. Several people finished their meal and cleared away the dishes. Qin Shiyun took the two children to take a bath. Lin Hao went to take a shower alone. He wanted to take a shower with Qin Shiyun, but what about the two children? The two kids are still young and need help washing them. Why? Lin Hao sighed and had to wash by himself for the time being. After taking a shower and changing into pajamas, they all leaned against the headboard and watched TV. Lin Hao hugged Qin Shiyun, and Qin Shiyun was in Lin Hao's arms. As for the two children, they were on the other side. At this moment in the TV series, the male and female protagonists suddenly kissed fiercely. While kissing, he took off some clothes. Lin Hao took the remote control and immediately switched to another channel. This kind of picture is not suitable for children to watch, because children's curiosity and ability to imitate are too strong. Xin Yanyan saw the screen was switched and couldn't help but look at Lin Hao. Dad, you and Mom should kiss each other too. Xin Anran didn't say anything, but stared at the two of them. Lin Hao. Xin Shiyun's face turned slightly red, with a faint sweet smile on the corner of her mouth. She buried herself in Lin Hao's arms, feeling a little embarrassed. Okay. How could Lin Hao refuse such a small request? He kissed Qin Shiyun directly. Qin Shiyun blushed. No, be serious in front of the child, it will teach the child bad habits. Lin Hao kissed her and said, It's okay, we just kissed, we didn't do anything else. Qin Shiyun. Qin Yanyan and Qin Anran were amazed when they saw this scene, especially the shy look on their mother's face which was blushing. It was the first time they saw it. Mom, why are you blushing? Qin Yanyan. Qin Shiyun didn't say anything. Qin Yanyan took Lin Hao's phone and asked, Dad, what's your phone password? 6 sixes. Lin Hao stopped kissing and turned his head to look at Qin Yanyan, asking curiously, What are you doing with your phone? Qin Yanyan suddenly smiled and said, I want to take pictures of my parents, pictures of them kissing each other. Lin Hao smiled and kissed Qin Shiyun again. Qin Shiyun couldn't help but feel something when she was kissed, so she closed her eyes and responded to Lin Hao. Seeing this, Lin Hao also wanted to take Qin Shiyun to the next room and love her more. Especially now that he has been strengthened, we don't know what the effect will be. In short, the effect is definitely great, but you will have to practice it to know how great it is. Qin Yanyan was taking pictures nearby. Qin Anran didn't say anything, just looked at Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun. We kissed for 5 minutes. Lin Hao stopped kissing. He didn't dare to kiss her anymore, fearing that if he continued, he might lose his mind. If the kids weren't here, it would be fine. Qin Shiyun stopped watching TV. Her face was slightly red as she buried herself in Lin Hao's arms, feeling as if she was at the mercy of Lin Hao. Seeing this, Lin Hao whispered in Qin Shiyun's ear, Wait until the child falls asleep. Qin Shiyun, does she need to respond? If I respond, it will seem like I am not reserved enough. It's quite embarrassing. Just don't say anything. Just bury yourself in Lin Hao's arms. Qin Yanyan looked at the way her parents hugged her, and she looked so comfortable. She usually sleeps in her mother's arms and finds it very comfortable to sleep in her mother's arms. But now. Qin Yanyan looked at Qin Anran and said, I'll hold you in my arms while we sleep. Qin Anran glanced at her and shook her head slightly. Qin Yanyan doesn't have much flesh, so it would be a bit painful if they hugged each other to sleep. It's not like sleeping in Mom's arms, because Mom has lots of flesh and it's very comfortable. It's also nice to sleep in Dad's arms. Dad's chest is so strong and elastic. Seeing that Qin Anran didn't agree, Qin Yanyan didn't say anything, but squeezed closer to her mother. Mom, I want to be in your arms. Qin Shiyun, she wanted to refuse, she still wanted to be in Lin Hao's arms. But Qin Yanyan kept leaning against her, and Qin Shiyun had no choice but to turn around reluctantly and pull Qin Yanyan into her arms. Qin Anren. She felt like an unwanted, unloved child. Why didn't anyone hug her? She was not like Qin Yanyan, who would take the initiative to ask for anything. At this moment, she didn't know what to do. Come into daddy's arms. Lin Hao usually pays more attention to Qin Anren. This girl is quiet and never speaks out what she likes, but the expression in her eyes still betrays Qin Anren's true thoughts. This girl also wants to be hugged. When Qin Anren heard Lin Hao's words, she moved obediently. Lin Hao held her in his arms. A family of 4, watching TV like this. Until I fell asleep. The next day, Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun took their 2 kids out to play. After playing for a whole day, they got home, took a bath, and changed into pajamas. They leaned against the headboard and watched TV together. However, Qin Shiyun and Lin Hao had no intention of watching TV at this time. Because tomorrow morning, we will go to Suzhou. Qin Shiyun frowned slightly, feeling a little confused. Should I tell my parents now? Qin Shiyun looked at Lin Hao and asked. Lin Hao thought for a moment, if I tell you now, your parents might not be able to sleep tonight. Qin Shiyun. She had a headache. What to do? What to do? What to do? She doesn't know what to do. She only knew that her parents suspected that she had secretly given birth to a child. Since she already suspected it, she didn't need to tell the truth now, right? Otherwise, her parents might not be able to sleep tonight. Lin Hao said at this time, don't your parents want to have grandchildren? Why not play the emotional card this time? Let your daughters say more things that your parents like. Maybe your parents will like it so much that they won't be so angry. After hearing this, Qin Shiyun thought this was a good idea. So, Qin Shiyun looked at her 2 daughters and told them, tomorrow when you see mom's parents, you have to call them grandpa and grandma, remember? I know. Qin Yanyan. Qin Anren nodded slightly. Qin Shiyun added, because mom did something wrong, grandpa and grandma are very angry with mom. When the time comes, you 2 should say more nice things to coax grandpa and grandma, understand? Qin Yanyan asked curiously, what's wrong? Qin Shiyun, don't worry about anything. Just go and coax your grandparents tomorrow. If you do a good job, there will be a reward. Qin Yanyan looked at Qin Shiyun, what reward? Qin Shiyun smiled, what reward do you want? Qin Yanyan, I saw people rowing boats on a lake on TV. I want to go boating. Qin Shiyun looked at her with a smile, as long as you can make grandpa and grandma happy, I will take you to go boating. Okay. Qin Yanyan agreed immediately. Qin Shiyun smiled. Of her 2 daughters, Nian Nian was the more lively and talkative one. She was good at talking and quite likable. As for Enron, he doesn't talk much normally, let alone coax people. But it's also very lovable. For several hours all night, Qin Shiyun taught the 2 children how to coax their grandparents until they fell asleep. Chapter 33, Dad and Mom love you so much, how could they be angry with you? The next day, I finished breakfast. Lin Hao and his companions drove to Sioux City. Qin Shiyun and her 2 children were sitting in the back row. Qin Shiyun was chatting with her father Qin Shihao at the moment. Qin Shihao, have you set off? Qin Shiyun, we've set off and are on our way. Qin Shihao, send me your location and see how long it will take to get home. Qin Shiyun sent a location message. Qin Shihao, were you chatting while driving? Qin Shiyun, no, someone was driving. Qin Shihao, who? Qin Shiyun, Dad knew it when I got home. Qin Shihao from Suchang was texting with his daughter on the sofa. At this moment, he frowned slightly. If it wasn't his daughter driving, then who was it? If those 2 little girls were secretly born by the girl, doesn't that mean that the girl also has a man? Could it be that the man driving now is my daughter's man? Depend on. Qin Shihao felt so sad that his precious daughter had a man. And she even gave birth to a child for this man. If it was really as he guessed, he felt like he was going to be mad to death. Qin Shihao immediately sent a message, start video? Qin Shiyun, I can get home in 2 or 3 hours. Qin Shihao, Dad wants to see who is driving, a man? Qin Shiyun, When Qin Shihao saw the message from his daughter, his face suddenly darkened and his mood became completely terrible. Male. The driver is really a man. Daughter's man? Xu Yan, who was standing by, was also looking at Qin Shihao's phone. Seeing that it was a man who was driving her daughter, she also thought about that aspect. The person driving the car is most likely my daughter's man. If the two little girls that my girlfriend posted on her moments were her daughters, doesn't that mean that her daughter was harmed by this guy a few years ago? Thinking of this, Xu Yan's face turned cold. If her daughter had given birth to a child a few years ago, she thought of too many possibilities at once. But she didn't dare to think about it any further, for she was afraid that she would faint from anger. On the way to Sioux City, Qin Shiyun sat in the car, feeling uneasy. She could already imagine how angry her parents would be when they found out the truth. Qin Shiyun was feeling anxious and hesitated for a few minutes. Finally, she decided to confess to her parents now. This was better than waiting until she met her parents to confess. If I confess to my parents in person, they might lose control. Qin Shiyun immediately typed, "Dad, are you with Mom?" Qin Shihao, your mother is next to me. Qin Shiyun, are you and Mom okay? Qin Shihao, your mother and I are in good health. Qin Shiyun, are your blood pressure and heart okay? Qin Shihao, that is fine, just say what you want to say. Your mother and I have guessed a little, but we're not sure. Qin Shiyun, Mom and Dad, I'm sorry, I did something that made you very angry. Qin Shihao and Xu Yan, who were in the villa in Sichuan, felt their hearts tighten when they saw the message sent by their daughter. Was their daughter going to confess? Qin Shihao took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He sent a message to Qin Shiyun, tell me what's the matter. Qin Shiyun took a deep breath, when I was a freshman, I got pregnant. Then I applied to the school for a year off. The two little girls I posted on WeChat moments were my daughters. Sioux City. When Qin Shihao and Xu Yan saw the message sent by Qin Shiyun, it was like a bolt from the blue that instantly struck their souls. The two people's minds were blank at this moment. Although they had long suspected that their daughter had secretly given birth to a child and had prepared themselves mentally, when their daughter confessed, they still found it difficult to accept it for a while. My daughter got pregnant when she was in her first year of college. Qin Shihao's face suddenly became much gloomier, so gloomy that it was scary. Xu Yan's expression wasn't much better. At this moment, her face was cold and her eyes were filled with anger. Qin Shihao had a gloomy face and sent a message to Qin Shiyun, why didn't you tell Dad at that time? Did that man abandon you? Or did he trick you into giving birth to a child? Tell Dad, and Dad will make the decision for you. Qin Shihao's face was gloomy, and he continued to send a message, don't be afraid. Dad has great power in Jiangsu province and even in the whole country. If anyone dares to bully you, Dad will definitely help you get revenge. Many thoughts flashed through Qin Shihao's mind at once. The man who got his daughter pregnant was her classmate. Maybe he's a society guy. Or maybe he tricked her daughter into having a baby. In short, not a single good idea. Qin Shiyun saw the message from her father and immediately explained, it's not what you think. I met him when I was a freshman in college and dated him for a year. We broke up because of a quarrel. It was more than a month after the breakup that I found out I was pregnant. Qin Shiyun continued to send a message, at that time, I wanted to find him and tell him about my pregnancy, but I couldn't save face, so I didn't find him. Later, my belly gradually grew bigger. I went to find him in the 4th month after the breakup, only to find out that he had a new girlfriend. Qin Shiyun, I wanted to abort the baby, but I couldn't bear to do so, so I dropped out of school and gave birth to the baby. Qin Shiyun, a few days ago, he married my best friend. When picking up the bride, my best friend's family suddenly doubled the price of the betrothal gift. He was so angry that he broke off the engagement. Then he proposed to me, and I married him. On the sofa in the living room of a villa in Suzhou. Qin Shihao and Xu Yan looked at the message sent by their daughter. My daughter said that she met the boy when she was a freshman in college and they dated for a year. After they broke up, she found out that she was pregnant. Then when my belly got bigger, I went to find that boy and wanted to get back together, but it turned out that the boy had a new girlfriend. Afterwards, the daughter didn't have the heart to abort the child, so she dropped out of school and gave birth to the child secretly. See here. Qin Shihao and Xu Yan were extremely distressed. How could their daughter be so miserable? After breaking up, I found out I was pregnant. And my boyfriend started dating a new girlfriend. Just thinking about it, I can feel the sadness and despair my daughter felt at that time. My daughter gave birth to another child and raised the child alone. My daughter must have felt very miserable over the past few years. Moreover, my daughter is actually best friends with that boy's girlfriend. Isn't the girl's heart even more miserable? She gets some news about the boy from her best friend almost every day. Maybe I even saw the boy kissing my daughter's best friend. If my daughter saw this, wouldn't she feel even more upset? Xin Shihao's eyes were wet, his fists were clenched, and he felt extremely distressed. His daughter was so miserable. So miserable. Xu Yan is also a woman, and Qin Shiyan's mother, so it was easy for her to put herself in Qin Shiyan's shoes at the time. At this time, tears welled up in her eyes and she wiped them away gently with tissue paper. Qin Shihao's eyes were red, and he sent a message to Qin Shiyun with heartache: drive slowly on the road, I'll ask your mother to make you something delicious. Qin Shiyun, Mom and Dad, are you angry? Qin Shihao and Xu Yan looked at each other. Not angry? How could they not be angry? But seeing their daughter in such a miserable state, they felt more heartbroken at this moment. Even if I am angry, I can't bear to take it out on my daughter. Qin Shihao sent a message to Qin Shiyun with heartache: Dad and Mom love you so much, how could they be angry with you? Chapter 34 Humph. So. Qin Shiyun couldn't help but feel relieved when she saw the message from her father. Her parents must have been very angry about what she just said, but they probably felt that she was quite miserable, so they felt more sorry for her and were not so angry anymore. But my parents are always very angry. But this momentum may shift. At present, this energy is likely to be transferred to Lin Hao. Qin Shiyun felt a little uneasy. She didn't want her parents' anger to be transferred to Lin Hao. Qin Shiyun immediately sent a message: Mom and Dad, I'm sorry for keeping it a secret from you for so long. In the villa in Suzhou City. Qin Shihao and Xu Yan looked at each other. Their daughter had hidden such a big thing from them, and had kept it hidden for so long. They must be very angry. It was just that when they imagined their daughter's tragic experience, they found it difficult to get angry, and they felt more heartbroken. But not being angry at my daughter doesn't mean I'm not angry at Lin Hao. Qin Shihao is very angry now. His daughter has suffered so much in the past few years. And what about my daughter's boyfriend? He has a new girlfriend. You must have been living a very comfortable life these years. Qin Shihao looked gloomy and sent a message to Qin Shiyun: send me a photo of your boyfriend. Including his education, height, physical health, whether he has a history of genetic diseases, how many people are in his family, and some of his detailed information. Qin Shihao wanted to see how outstanding the boy was who could make his daughter so obsessed. Qin Shiyun saw the message from her father Qin Shihao and immediately typed and sent it. Name: Lin Hao. Nationality: Han. Place of residence: Yangchang. Date of birth: November 26, 1996 lunar calendar birthday. Net height: 180 centimeters. Weight: 140 kgs. My parents run a supermarket. No history of genetic disease. There are 3 people in the family. His parents are still alive and are very good people. Lin Hao is an only child. Education: bachelor degree. No bad habits, occasionally smoking. He is honest, kind, gentle, considerate, humorous, patriotic, rationally supports domestic products, and has donated money voluntarily. Qin Shiyun posted a few more photos of Lin Hao's life. There are also photos taken in the last 2 days, in which Lin Hao holds Qin Anan and looks at his daughter lovingly. That burst of fatherly love should be a big plus. In the villa in Suzhou City. Qin Shihao and Xu Yan looked at the message sent by their daughter. The daughter really praised Lin Hao a lot. What about humor, gentleness, thoughtfulness, kindness? What about voluntary donations and rational patriotism? Qin Shihao knew very well that his daughter said this on purpose. His daughter knew that he was a patriotic person and liked patriotic young people. She pointed out Lin Hao's advantages in this aspect on purpose in order to prevent him from taking his anger out on Lin Hao? Humph. So. Qin Shihao said this with disdain. Thinking that his daughter was blinded by Lin Hao, he couldn't help but feel angry. What's so good about Lin Hao? Xu Yan, who was standing aside, looked at Qin Shihao and asked, what are you going to do? Qin Shihao was a little annoyed. What could he do? Let Lin Hao go away. If Lin Hao didn't have any serious problems, how could she ask him to get out? Maybe her daughter would elope with Lin Hao. What made him irritated was that his daughter's 2 daughters were Lin Hao's biological children. This makes him seem very passive. He really has no way to deal with Lin Hao. At most, it's just a bit of a hassle. Qin Shihao frowned and said to Xu Yan, let's wait until my daughter comes home. Now we have to test this Lin Hao to see if he is someone with bad intentions. We also have to see if he loves my daughter, or how much he loves her. Xu Yan nodded slightly. Testing something was necessary. There is no way. I am in a high position, my family is very rich, and I only have one daughter. If Lin Hao had known that her family was rich, then he might have been with her daughter more or less for money. Or maybe it's beauty and wealth. It all depends on Lin Hao's character. Qin Shihao glanced at Xu Yan and said, my daughter will be home soon. Let's go get ready and cook some more food. Xu Yan nodded slightly and got up to get busy. Qin Shihao sat on the sofa, looking at the information about Lin Hao sent by his daughter. He looked at Lin Hao's photo and became more and more unhappy. He still had a suspicion in his heart, that is, when Lin Hao went to pick up the bride, the girl's family suddenly doubled the betrothal gift, and then Lin Hao broke off the engagement. After breaking off the engagement, why did he suddenly propose to his daughter? Looking for a replacement? Or do you want to piss off the girl's family? He must make this clear. How could his daughter become someone else's substitute? How could she be played like a fool? At this time, the doorbell rang in the hall. Qin Shihao used the remote control to switch to the surveillance screen and saw two people outside the villa. Qin Shihao sighed. I knew my daughter was coming back today, and I wanted to introduce her to someone. Who knew this would happen? Qin Shihao stood up to greet the guests. Outside the villa, there were two men in suits, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s, and a young man who looked to be around 25 years old. The young man is quite tall, about 182 centimeters, and has a handsome appearance. He wears a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and looks quite gentle. After Qin Shihao appeared, a smile appeared on his face. He looked at the middle-aged man and said with a smile, Old Zhou, you are here. What gift do you bring? Old Zhou's name is Zhou Qidong, and he is one of the shareholders of the company. Zhou Qidong looked at Qin Shihao with a smile, it's just a small gift. My son knew that Shiyun was coming back today, so he bought some gifts for Shiyun. Uncle Qin. The young man next to Zhou Qidong looked at Qin Shihao and called him politely. Qin Shihao nodded and looked at the young man, whose name was Zhou Ruijie. Zhou Ruijie was a master's student abroad. He returned to China in the past 6 months and currently worked in a company. He also noticed Zhou Ruijie's outstanding performance in the company and thought that Zhou Ruijie was quite good. He originally wanted to introduce Zhou Ruijie to his daughter, but he didn't expect his daughter to use a big move today, catching him off guard. Sit inside. Qin Shihao smiled. Zhou Qidong asked with a smile, is Shiyun back? Qin Shihao smiled and said, on the way to Suzhou City, it will probably take another 2 hours. Zhou Qidong smiled and said to his son Zhou Ruijie behind him, Shiyun's undergraduate major is the same as yours. Shiyun will also work in the company in the future. You can communicate more. Zhou Ruijie nodded lightly. Qin Shihao couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. He had originally agreed with Zhou Qidong to let the children of the two families meet and get to know each other. Because his daughter and Zhou Qidong's son are both at the age of marriage, he wants to see if the children of the two families can be together. As a result, this happened early this morning. On the highway, Lin Hao, who was driving, was chatting with Qin Shiyun. Qin Shiyun looked at Lin Hao, who was driving. My parents are not mad at me anymore, but they seem to be mad at you. Chapter 35. Call Grandpa and Grandma. Lin Hao was sweating slightly. He was worried that his father-in-law and mother-in-law would be angry because Qin Shiyun concealed something. But after hearing what Qin Shiyun said, her father-in-law and mother-in-law were no longer angry with her, but instead felt sorry for what Qin Shiyun had experienced over the years. But the resentment towards him increased a lot. Lin Hao was speechless. If he had told him immediately when Qin Shiyun was pregnant, how could he have been with Zhang Jingjing? Lin Hao sighed, I'm glad your parents aren't mad at you. I can understand why they take their anger out on me. Lin Hao also prepared himself mentally based on what he had learned from Qin Shiyun in the past 2 days. The father-in-law and mother-in-law would not be so angry as to hit him, but they would probably make things difficult for him and say some unpleasant words. He didn't care anymore. After all, the marriage certificate had already been obtained and the child was his own flesh and blood. No matter what his father-in-law and mother-in-law did, they would not separate him from Qin Shiyun. Qin Shiyun looked at Lin Hao and said, I will help you and won't let my parents go too far. Lin Hao smiled and said, Your words are enough. After driving for about 2 hours, we finally arrived at the city center of Suzhou. Looking at the navigation interface, it is only 2 kilometers away from my father-in-law's house. It's only 2 kilometers, and you can get there quickly by car. At this time, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Facing his father-in-law and mother-in-law, and meeting them under such circumstances. He didn't know what to do. Qin Shiyun became even more nervous. Although her parents were no longer angry with her. In today's situation, especially when she brought her husband and 2 children to meet her parents. After about 5 minutes, I finally arrived outside the only villa in the community. Parked the car. Lin Hao went to the trunk and took out the gift he had bought long ago. Qin Shiyun held the hands of the 2 children and walked to the gate. Facial recognition successful. There was an electronic sound from the gate, and then it opened. And in the living room of the villa, Qin Shihao was chatting with Zhou Qidong when his phone suddenly vibrated. He glanced at the phone and saw a few words pop up on the interface. "My dear little baby, your face has been successfully recognized." Qin Shihao's expression changed slightly, and his mood suddenly became complicated. His daughter came back and he felt sorry for her. But my daughter's boyfriend is back too. And his 2 granddaughters are back too. Wife, stop busying yourself, our daughter is back. Qin Shihao shouted towards the kitchen. After hearing this, Xu Yan, who was busy in the kitchen, immediately turned off the fire, adjusted the range hood to the lowest setting, and then walked out immediately. Zhou Qidong, who was sitting on the sofa, saw Qin Shihao stand up, and he stood up as well, feeling a little depressed. So what? Is it necessary to be so excited about Qin Shiyun's return? Zhou Ruiji also stood up. He saw that everyone had stood up, and it seemed a bit inappropriate for him to still be sitting. At this time, the door of the villa opened. Several figures appeared. Standing in the front were Qin Anren and Qin Yanyan. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun stood behind the 2 children. Zhou Qidong was stunned when he saw the scene, with a lot of question marks in his mind. What's going on? Isn't it said that Qin Shiyun is still single? Is this single? She brought a boy of similar age and 2 little girls. Are you sure she is single? And not a married woman? Zhou Ruijie was also confused. His father told him that he wanted to introduce Qin Shiyun to him, and of course he was happy to do so. Qin Shiyun has a good family background, a good figure, good looks, and a good education. The overall condition is excellent. It would be strange if he didn't like it. But what is the situation now? From the scene in front of us, does it confirm that Qin Shiyun is single? Why does it look like she has been married for a long time and is visiting her parents' home with her family? Qin Shihao's first glance was focused on his daughter Qin Shiyun. When he saw his daughter, he felt extremely distressed. The second thing I saw was Qin Anren and Qin Yanyan. These 2 granddaughters look so much like my daughters. A bit like his wife. Qin Shihao was in a very complicated mood for a moment. He had granddaughters, and 2 of them. It's so sudden. Can't digest it for a while. He looked at Lin Hao for the 3rd time. Seeing that Lin Hao was also looking at him, Qin Shihao's face instantly turned colder, and he even snorted to express his dissatisfaction. Xu Yan felt the same way. She first looked at her daughter, and then saw her 2 granddaughters. She saw that the 2 granddaughters looked very much like her daughter, and a little like her, and they looked very cute and likable. She immediately liked them very much. Then she looked at Lin Hao, and her expression turned a little colder. Call Grandpa and Grandma quickly. Qin Shiyun immediately used her ultimate move. If she wanted to calm her parents down at this time, she had to rely on her 2 daughters to act as a reliever. Qin Yanyan and Qin Anren saw photos of Qin Shihao and Xu Yan and immediately recognized them. Qin Yanyan was quite lively and not afraid of strangers, so she immediately walked over and looked up at Qin Shihao and Xu Yan, Grandpa and Grandma. Qin Anren also came over and called out, Grandpa and Grandma. His eyes were also full of curiosity. Are these my mom's parents? Qin Shihao and Xu Yan were originally angry with Lin Hao, but when they heard the cries of their 2 granddaughters, their hearts softened immediately. Hey, my dear granddaughter. Qin Shihao squatted down slightly and held Qin Anren in his arms. Xu Yan also picked up Qin Yanyan and looked at her. Zhou Qidong. Zhou Ruijie. The 2 looked left and right, completely confused. What the hell was going on? Qin Shiyun and Lin Hao stood still, neither of them knew where to stand. It feels like making a mistake and waiting to be scolded. Qin Shiyun looked at Zhou Qidong, Uncle Zhou. She glanced at Zhou Weijie. She didn't know this man, but he looked a bit like Uncle Zhou. He should be Uncle Zhou's son. Qin Shiyun nodded slightly to Zhou Weijie and said nothing. Zhou Qidong was a little confused at the moment, but looking at the situation in front of him, he also realized that something was wrong. Zhou Qidong glanced at Lin Hao, then looked at Qin Shiyun. Shiyun, your Uncle Zhou is confused. What's going on? Qin Shiyun. Qin Shiyun looked at Zhou Qidong. Uncle Zhou, it's a long story. Zhou Qidong looked at Qin Shihao. Old Qin, what's going on? After hearing this, Qin Shihao sat down with Qin Anren in his arms, his face turned colder, and he snorted. This morning, the girl told me that she had given birth to a child a few years ago. What? Zhou Qidong's eyes flashed with shock after hearing this. He looked at Qin Shiyun. In his impression, Qin Shiyun had always been sensible and well-behaved. How could she secretly give birth to a child and hide it from her parents for so many years? Zhou Weijie was also secretly shocked, and at the same time, he felt a little uncomfortable. He had seen Qin Shiyun's photos and knew some basic information about her. His family is rich, and he will take over the company's affairs in the future and become the chairman of the group. He already had a determination to win Qin Shiyun, but now it's ruined. P.S. There is no recommendation for the new book period. Friends who like to read this book, please vote for the recommendation and monthly tickets you have. If there are advertisements, please read the advertisements. Thanks. Chapter 36. This is my husband Lin Hao. We have already obtained the marriage certificate. Qin Shiyun was sweating slightly, and when she saw Uncle Zhou's expression, she knew that he was shocked. If she were in his shoes, she would also be very angry and surprised if she knew that her daughter had secretly given birth to a child and had kept it a secret for so many years. Mom and Dad, I know I was wrong. Qin Shiyun looked at her parents and apologized. Qin Shihao felt sorry for his daughter and said calmly, sit down first. Although his tone was calm, one could still sense a hint of anger in it. Qin Shiyun didn't say anything and pulled Lin Hao to sit on the other end of the sofa. Lin Hao wanted to say hello, but seeing that his father-in-law and mother-in-law didn't even look at him, he didn't want to make trouble. Grandma, you are so beautiful. Qin Yanyan was in Shu Yan's arms. She looked at Shu Yan and praised her. After hearing this, Shu Yan's anger dissipated a lot and a faint smile appeared on her face. Shu Yan wanted to tease Qin Yanyan, so she asked with a smile, who's prettier, Grandma or Mom? Qin Yanyan, they are all beautiful, but beautiful in different ways. Qin Yanyan couldn't explain why they were so different in beauty, but she just felt different, like two different styles. But they are all very beautiful. Shu Yan smiled. She looked at Qin Yanyan and asked softly, has your mother been raising you all by herself these past few years? Qin Yanyan shook her head. We had Grandma Chen and Grandma Lu at home before. They were the nannies my mother hired. Shu Yan nodded. Is that so? In this way, my daughter won't be too tired physically, but she will definitely feel sad. Shu Yan asked again, has Mom been happy these years? Qin Yanyan thought for a moment and shook her head gently. I was unhappy before, and sometimes I even cried at night. Now Mom is very happy because Dad is back. Qin Yanyan finished speaking. The hall suddenly became extremely quiet. Shu Yan felt a pain in her heart and tears welled up in her eyes. Has her daughter ever cried at night before? She had already guessed why she was crying. When Qin Shihao heard what Qin Yanyan said, he felt sorry for his daughter and was also very angry. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. His daughter cried secretly at night. Why are you crying? Just guess it. Besides that bastard Lin Hao, who else could she cry for? Qin Shihao had a cold face and glanced at Lin Hao coldly. The more he looked at him, the more unhappy he became. At this moment, Lin Hao also felt a pain in his heart. Looking at Qin Shiyun, he felt extremely distressed. He didn't know that Qin Shiyun had cried at night, and Qin Shiyun had never mentioned it. Now that I know this, I feel very sad. Qin Shiyun didn't feel anything. It was all in the past. She only knew that she was very happy now. Mom, you were cooking at that time, right? Why don't you try Lin Hao's cooking? Lin Hao's cooking is delicious. Qin Shiyun wanted to highlight some of Lin Hao's strengths so that her parents would look at him with admiration. Shu Yan glanced at Qin Shiyun and said coldly, the food I cooked is not delicious? Qin Shiyun, no, of course my mother's cooking is delicious, I just want you to taste Lin Hao's cooking skills. Qin Shihao snorted coldly, I like the food your mother cooks. Qin Shiyun. Well, I'm still angry. Qin Yanyan looked at Xu Yan at this time, Grandma, is the food you cook better than that of Dad? After hearing this, Xu Yan said confidently, Grandma has been studying various cuisines for many years and has even learned from some top chefs. I guarantee that after you eat the dishes that Grandma cooks once, you will want to eat them again and again, countless times. After hearing this, Qin Yanyan couldn't help but look forward to it. When can we eat? Xu Yan smiled and glanced at the time. It was almost time for lunch. She said, Grandma, go serve the dishes. Let's eat now. Okay. Qin Yanyan was very much looking forward to trying more delicious dishes. Qin Anran was also a little excited, as she was a little hungry now. Qin Shiyun saw her mother serving the dishes and immediately said to Lin Hao, come with me to the kitchen to serve the dishes. Yeah. Lin Hao. Then the two of them went to the kitchen to serve the dishes. Xu Yan glanced at the two of them and said nothing, but was also observing Lin Hao secretly. Her daughter wanted to serve the soup, but the soup bowl was large, heavy, and a little hot. Lin Hao grabbed it directly and went to take the bowl of heavy and hot soup. Xu Yan said nothing and walked out with the dishes. Soon all the dishes were served on the table and everyone sat down. Qin Shihao greeted Zhou Qidong and Zhou Ruijie, Old Zhou, I'm sorry for today. Originally, I wanted to let Lao Zhou's son meet his children, but now that this has happened, the previous plan has to be abandoned. Zhou Qidong was extremely depressed. He had originally considered Qin Shiyun to be his daughter-in-law, but in the end, his daughter-in-law was gone. Zhou Qidong smiled and said, it's okay, it's okay. Ruijie and Shiyun can get to know each other and become friends. We will both work in the company in the future and take care of each other. Qin Shihao nodded and said to Qin Shiyun, this is Ruijie, your uncle Zhou's son. He had been studying abroad before and only returned to China in the past 6 months. He now works in the group company. Qin Shiyun hummed and nodded slightly to Zhou Ruijie. Zhou Ruijie also nodded slightly. Mom and Dad, Uncle Zhou, let me formally introduce you. This is my husband Lin Hao. We have already obtained the marriage certificate. Qin Shiyun said at this time. Cough cough cough. Qin Shihao, who had just taken a sip of tea, was choked when he heard his daughter's words. Xu Yan and Zhou Qidong were also frightened. Have you got the certificate? Qin Shihao's face darkened slightly. He glanced at Lin Hao, then looked at Qin Shiyun and said in a deep voice, didn't you say that we just had a wedding? Qin Shiyun. After the wedding, we went to get the certificate the next day. Qin Shiyun. Qin Shihao. Xu Yan. Hello, uncle and aunt. Lin Hao looked at Zhou Qidong again and called out, hello, Uncle Zhou. Qin Shihao ignored Lin Hao. Xu Yan ignored Lin Hao. Zhou Qidong responded. He looked at Lin Hao and smiled, old Qin is still angry with your mother-in-law. It will be fine in a few days. Lin Hao nodded slightly. Qin Shiyun didn't know what to do. Her parents couldn't calm down for a while, so they could only take it slowly. Xu Yan picked up some food for the two kids and asked with a smile, how about trying Grandma's cooking? The two kids ate a few bites. Xu Yan smiled and asked, how does it taste? Qin Yanyan, it's delicious, but my father's cooking is even better. Xu Yan was originally quite happy, but when she heard Qin Yanyan's last words, she couldn't help but be stunned. Are the dishes she cooks not as delicious as those cooked by Lin Hao? She found it a little hard to believe, as she had a hobby of cooking various dishes and had learned from top chefs. Although her cooking skills are not as good as those of top chefs, her dishes are also first-rate. But now my granddaughter says that the dishes she cooks are not as delicious as those cooked by Lin Hao. Lin Hao is a chef. Xu Yan looked at Lin Hao, are you the chef? Lin Hao, no, I just like to think about making some delicious dishes. Chapter 37 Lin Hao really makes me feel inferior. Xu Yan found it hard to believe. Lin Hao was not a chef. He just liked to think about making some delicious dishes. Can this cooking skill be better than hers? How many years has she been cooking? How long has Lin Hao been cooking? Xu Yan didn't say anything. Qin Shihao ate the food his wife cooked and nodded in praise, my wife's food is still delicious. I can't eat the food made by some top chefs at all. Zhou Qidong smiled and said nothing. During the meal, Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun didn't talk much. They just listened quietly and took a bite of food from time to time. It was not until almost the end of the meal that Qin Shihao suggested, "Let's go to the club to take a shower together." Zhou Qidong glanced at Xu Yan, then looked at Qin Shihao, a little puzzled. "In the middle of summer, you're going to a club to take a shower?" Qin Shihao smiled and said, "Let's go to the club for a massage. Let's go together." After saying that, Qin Shihao glanced at Lin Hao secretly. Lin Hao is from Yangchang. What is Yangchang most famous for? One is mahjong. The other one is the bathing club. Yangchang's bathing culture is one of the best in the country. To be more precise, it is number one. All one-style services have to stand aside. He has lived for so many years and has seen so many people, many of whom are gentlemen during the day and beasts at night. Lin Hao is from Yangchang, which makes him suspicious. Does Lin Hao often go to the club to take a bath? Take Lin Hao to the club to take a bath, and you can guess something by observing him. Xu Yan glanced at Qin Shihao. Her husband usually didn't go to the club. Even in winter, he seldom went to the club to take a bath. Now you suddenly want to go to the club to take a shower? Soon, she understood. Lin Hao is from Yangchang, and Yangchang's bathing culture is well known throughout the country. Does her husband suspect that Lin Hao often goes to clubs? Xu Yan smiled at this time. "It's good to take a bath. I just want to have a massage." Zhou Qidong. Zhou Ruijie. The father and son were a little speechless, but they both suggested taking a bath, so let's take a bath. Lin Hao was even more speechless. Go to the club to take a shower? Why are you taking a shower for no reason? Qin Shiyun didn't say anything and just followed him. After that, he cleaned up the dishes and drove to the most famous club in Suzhou. Arrived at the club, Xu Yan, Qin Shiyun, and the two children went to the women's bathroom together. Lin Hao, Qin Shihao, Zhou Qidong, and Zhou Ruijie went to the men's bathroom. Everyone wore a handcard on their wrist. They went to the locker in area F together. 3 minutes later. Fuck. Zhou Qidong looked at Lin Hao. Zhou Qidong's voice attracted the attention of Qin Shihao and Zhou Ruijie. Qin Shihao couldn't help but follow Zhou Qidong's gaze and looked at Lin Hao. Qin Shihao was secretly surprised. What the hell? Damn. Zhou Ruijie also looked at Lin Hao and was secretly shocked in his heart. Then he couldn't help but feel inferior. Lin Hao was a little embarrassed. Originally, this was something that made him very proud, but his father-in-law was here, and he saw the shock in his eyes. This is very embarrassing. Fuck. Fuck. At the cabinet in area F, everyone, including those passing by, were secretly surprised when they saw Lin Hao. This Nima. It really makes me feel inferior. Lin Hao was so embarrassed that he didn't even want to take a shower. This was too. Finally, they had no choice but to go to the bathhouse and take a bath together. During this period, it attracted a lot of people's attention, intentionally or unintentionally. Lin Hao took a quick shower and immediately changed into the club's clothes. Then wait for Qin Shihao and others. After waiting for 20 minutes, Qin Shihao and his friends finally came out. Zhou Qidong patted Lin Hao on the shoulder and smiled, a smile that was meaningful. Lin Hao. Zhou Ruijie felt a little inferior. He originally thought that he had excellent conditions, but now, he couldn't help feeling inferior. Qin Shihao's mind was filled with too many images at this moment, and he fell silent for a moment. A few people went up to the second floor, which was a leisure area with milk tea, noodles, wontons, dumplings and other snacks, as well as a movie theater, as well as areas for fitness and sauna. Qin Shihao glanced at Lin Hao and said calmly, "Do you know what the third floor is for?" Lin Hao shook his head. Qin Shihao said calmly, and then asked, "Then what do you think the third floor of the club in Yangcheng should be used for?" Lin Hao was sweating slightly. At this time, he guessed something. His father-in-law brought him to the club mainly to test whether he often took a bath, especially whether he had some special services. Lin Hao hesitated for a moment, then decided to tell the truth. The third floor is usually for massage. Qin Shihao's heart sank after hearing this. A proper massage? Lin Hao. Yangzhou's bathing culture is well known throughout the country. You are from Yangzhou. How many times a year do you go to the club to take a bath? Qin Shihao. Lin Hao, I usually go there in winter, take a bath and feel relaxed. Qin Shihao sneered in his heart and said lightly, "Have you been to the third floor?" Lin Hao shook his head. "I had a girlfriend at the time. Even if I didn't have a girlfriend, I wouldn't go." Qin Shihao's heart sank, but he said calmly, I don't believe it. As a Yancheng native, how many people have never been to a club to take a shower? Do you dare to bet? If I lose, I will give you 1 million. You show me your WeChat bill and Alipay bill to see which places you have spent money and how much money you spent. Lin Hao looked at him, I have spent money in clubs, but usually it was no more than 100 yuan. Qin Shihao looked at Lin Hao with a gloomy face, as long as it's not more than 150 yuan. Lin Hao didn't say anything and gave the phone to Qin Shihao. He knew that his father-in-law wanted to see if he had played with it. He had nothing to worry about. Just watch it. Seeing Lin Hao being so frank, Qin Shihao's expression couldn't help but ease a little, and then he checked Lin Hao's bill. He looked very carefully. They even produced bill vouchers, which could retrieve consumption bills from the last few months, and they would be useless even if they were deleted. About 15 minutes passed. Qin Shihao's face looked much better. At least Lin Hao didn't go to whorehouse. My daughter told me that Lin Hao doesn't gamble and doesn't drink much. Although he smokes very little. Now at least we know that Lin Hao doesn't have any bad habits. Give me the card number and I'll transfer it to you. Qin Shihao returned the phone to Lin Hao. Lin Hao shook his head and smiled, forget about the bet. Uncle Qin just wanted to know if I was messing around. Zhou Qidong looked at Qin Shihao and smiled, Lin Hao is pretty good. Zhou Weijie on the side didn't say anything. At this moment, the scene of taking a bath before involuntarily emerged in his mind. Lin Hao. It really makes me feel inferior. Seeing that Lin Hao didn't want money, Qin Shihao didn't make a fuss and wouldn't be polite to Lin Hao. It was just 1 million, so it was fine if Lin Hao didn't want it. At this time, Lin Hao's cell phone rang. It was Qin Shiyun calling. Lin Hao picked up the call, we are in the recreation area on the 2nd floor. Chapter 38 I love Shiyun now. After a while, Qin Shiyun and others arrived here. When Zhou Ruijie saw Qin Shiyun, his eyes were slightly stunned, but then he thought of something and his expression immediately returned to normal. He was in a complicated mood at this moment. At the beginning, his father introduced Qin Shiyun to him. After seeing Qin Shiyun's photos and knowing some information about Qin Shiyun, he became very interested in Qin Shiyun. He felt that with his conditions, capturing Qin Shiyun would not be difficult, and might even be relatively easy. At that time, he was at Uncle Qin's house and was stunned when he saw Qin Shiyun for the first time. Now seeing Qin Shiyun just finished taking a bath, without any makeup, still looking extremely beautiful, my heart couldn't help but be moved. But he was only moved for a few seconds, and suddenly he felt a little inferior, and no longer had any thoughts about Qin Shiyun. His mind couldn't help but recall the scene of taking a bath before. While taking a bath, he looked at Lin Hao intentionally or unintentionally and was shocked by Lin Hao. He felt that Lin Hao must be 20 centimeters thicker in an abnormal state. Qin Shiyun and Lin Hao are husband and wife, so they must sleep together every day. Qin Shiyun has seen the vast world, how could she possibly be interested in him? Maybe she would even despise him. Just thinking about it makes me feel inferior. Qin Shiyun walked up to Lin Hao and whispered to him, did my dad say anything to you? Lin Hao. Qin Shiyun's heart tightened. What did her father say to Lin Hao? Did he make things difficult for Lin Hao? Qin Shiyun whispered, what did you say? I'll send you a message later. Lin Hao said in a low voice. His father-in-law and mother-in-law were both next to him, so it was difficult to say anything. Lin Hao sent a message to Qin Shiyun on his mobile phone, telling her the purpose of his father-in-law's proposal to come to the club, including looking at his consumption bill and so on. When Qin Shiyun saw the message from Lin Hao, she couldn't help but feel relieved. It seemed that her father was checking to see if Lin Hao had any problems with his work style. From another perspective, it means that her father is willing to recognize Lin Hao as his son-in-law. This is a good thing. Qin Shiyun couldn't help but laugh, and it was a very sweet laugh. Xu Yan glanced at Qin Shiyun, and was speechless when she saw her daughter smiling so sweetly. However, she was also very happy in her heart. As long as her daughter was happy, it was fine. The main issue now is to see if Lin Hao has any problems with his work style. Xu Yan came up to Qin Shihao and asked in a low voice, how is it? Did you find anything? Qin Shihao shook his head slightly and whispered, I checked his consumption bill, and he didn't play around. After hearing this, Xu Yan felt relieved. She was afraid that Lin Hao was a person who indulged in drinking, whoring, and gambling. My daughter told me that Lin Hao doesn't gamble, doesn't drink much, and occasionally smoking a cigarette is not a big problem. But what about prostitution? If Lin Hao did such a thing, he would definitely not let his daughter know. Now her husband suddenly checked Lin Hao's consumption bills. He must have checked very carefully. Some bills would have traces if they were deleted. The remaining balance of each consumption bill could tell whether it had been deleted. If her husband says it's okay, then there's no big problem. That's it. Qin Shihao suddenly spoke at this time, with a complicated expression and looking a little conflicted. Xu Yan looked at Qin Shihao, frowned slightly, and asked in a low voice, "What is it?" Qin Shihao didn't know whether he should say it or not. "I'll send you a message," Qin Shihao whispered. Xu Yan was puzzled. Her husband was so mysterious. What did he discover? Could it be that Lin Hao is young? It seems possible. After all, I just took a bath. Xu Yan was silent for a moment. If Lin Hao was really young, wouldn't his daughter be? But my daughter is smiling sweetly, so it seems like there is nothing wrong with her. Qin Shihao hesitated, but still sent a message to his wife Xu Yan. Lin Hao has 20 centimeters plus. After Xu Yan read the message, her expression became strange. Completely the opposite of what she had guessed. Xu Yan sent a message to Qin Shihao. Is this how it is under normal circumstances? Qin Shihao, no, under normal conditions. I estimated it based on abnormal conditions, and it's south pretty close. Xu Yan. What should she say? Xu Yan looked at Qin Shihao and knew what he was thinking. She couldn't help but glared at him secretly and whispered unhappily, "Why should you worry about it?" Qin Shihao thought about it. Yes, is it necessary for him to worry about such things? As long as his daughter is happy. Let's go to the private room for a massage. Qin Shihao turned around and said to Zhou Qidong with a smile. Zhou Qidong was speechless. Qin Shihao and Xu Yan were whispering about something just now, and Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun were also whispering about something, making it seem as if he and his son were forgotten. A few people went to a large private room, and a few technicians came and gave them massages. Qin Yanyan and Qin Anran were also being massaged by the technician, and the two kids just felt so comfortable. Qin Shihao then spoke up, "My daughter told me that you regretted the engagement on the day you picked up the bride, and then proposed to my daughter. Why did you suddenly think of proposing to my daughter?" Qin Shihao asked the doubts in his heart. If he wanted to break off the engagement, then he should break off the engagement. Why did he suddenly propose to his daughter? Looking for a replacement? Or just want to piss off the girl's family? After hearing this, Lin Hao explained with a slightly gloomy face, "At that time, Zhang Jingjing's younger brother, Zhang Jingjing, was the person I was going to marry, and her younger brother liked Shiyun. Shiyun had told her younger brother that if he wanted to marry her, he would need a gift of 360,000. The girl's family suddenly raised the price of the betrothal gift because they wanted to use the betrothal gift money I gave to marry Shiyun. I was angry at the time, and Shiyun and I were boyfriend and girlfriend before, so I proposed to Shiyun and said I would give half of the wedding house to Shiyun as betrothal gift money." After hearing this, Qin Shihao's face turned cold and he said in a deep voice, "You proposed to my daughter because you want to piss off Zhang Jingjing and her brother?" Lin Hao shook his head and explained, "I was very annoyed by the behavior of Zhang Jingjing's family. When I thought about the days when I was with Shiyun, the contrast between the two was too great, and I felt regretful. Plus, my mind was in a mess at the time, so..." Qin Shihao snorted, "What about now?" Lin Hao said in a deep and serious voice, "I really love Shiyun now." Qin Shihao didn't say anything else. Lin Hao said that he loved his daughter very much. Love or not cannot be expressed with words. Time will prove everything. Xu Yan didn't say anything. Zhou Qidong and Zhou Ruijie didn't say anything. Qin Shiyun said at this time, "Mom and Dad, let's try Lin Hao's cooking tonight. The dishes Lin Hao makes are really delicious." Qin Shiyun knew that her parents were willing to accept Lin Hao as their son-in-law, but they had not yet fully accepted it. She wanted to magnify Lin Hao's strengths. For example, cooking. "Qin Shihao, I like the food your mother cooks." Xu Yan smiled and said, "Okay, I'll try it tonight." She heard from her granddaughter that Lin Hao's cooking was better than hers, so she wanted to see it for herself. After hearing this, Qin Shiyun became a little excited. Maybe her parents would like the dishes cooked by Lin Hao after tasting them. Chapter 39. If you treat my daughter badly, I will never forgive you. Several people stayed in the club until 5 in the afternoon. Zhou Qidong and his son went back first. Lin Hao and his companions returned to the villa. Lin Hao went to the kitchen to busy himself, and Qin Shiyun followed him. Xu Yan was curious about Lin Hao's cooking skills, so she followed him to the kitchen to see it for herself. Seeing Lin Hao cutting vegetables, it looked very beautiful and his movements were done in one go, just like a top chopping master. Seeing this, Xu Yan stopped looking down on him. When Lin Hao cooked, she watched the whole process. The more I watched, the more shocked I was. This looks like top chef. But Lin Hao said before that he is not a chef, he just likes to think about making some delicious dishes. Talent. When the food was ready, it was served on the table. Xu Yan tasted it. After a while, Xu Yan's expression became a little complicated. The dishes cooked by Lin Hao were indeed delicious, even better than those cooked by some top chefs. Mom, how does it taste? Qin Shiyun looked at Xu Yan with anticipation. Xu Yan nodded slightly, comparable to a top chef. Qin Shiyun laughed and said, I think it tastes better than any dish made by a top chef. Xu Yan. Dad, how does it taste? Qin Shiyun looked at Qin Shihao expectantly. Qin Shihao said indifferently, I like the food your mother cooks. Qin Shiyun. Lin Hao smiled and said, Auntie's cooking is indeed delicious. Xu Yan smiled, she looked at Lin Hao and asked, has your daughter told you about the situation at home? Lin Hao nodded slightly, I said that a few days ago. Xu Yan looked at Lin Hao and asked with a smile, what did you say? Lin Hao said, Shiyun said that Uncle Qin is the richest man in Sioux City. Xu Yan smiled, the richest man in Sioux City is right. To be more specific, he is the richest man in Sioux Province. Lin Hao nodded slightly. To him, there was no difference between the richest man in Sioux City and the richest man in Sioux Province. In short, as long as they were rich, it mattered. Xu Yan asked again, what do you plan to do in the future? Lin Hao was stunned and couldn't help but be stumped by the question. Before he got the system, he just wanted to live a life with a wife and children, and then do some business to have some capital and live a comfortable life. It's different now. With the system, he wants to spend more time with his wife and children. But if he tells his father-in-law and mother-in-law that he just wants to spend time with his wife and children, is that not a good thing? After thinking for a while, Lin Hao replied, save some money, do some business, and spend time with my wife and children. That's it? Qin Shihao's face turned cold after hearing this, and he said dissatisfiedly, don't you have any lofty ambitions? For example, make a lot of money, donate it to people in need, or use the money to research and develop technology to contribute to the country. Lin Hao, I used to want to make a lot of money, and I also wanted to become a scientist and develop advanced technology. But I haven't thought about that in the past 2 years. I just want to live a stable life. Qin Shihao. Xu Yan nodded gently, that's good too. Make some money and spend more time with your wife and children. Don't ignore your wife and children just to make money. After saying that, Xu Yan glanced at Qin Shihao with a hint of resentment in her eyes. Qin Shihao noticed Xu Yan's resentful look and couldn't help feeling a little guilty. When I was young, I was busy with my career. Although I was thinking about my wife and children, I was really too busy and didn't have much time to spend with them. Qin Shihao immediately changed his words and nodded, it's also good to do some small business and spend time with my wife and children. But Qin Shihao changed the subject and looked at Lin Hao with a serious tone, my family is big and powerful, and the group's assets will be passed on to my daughter sooner or later. If you want to be my son-in-law, I'm afraid it won't work if you start a small business. Qin Shiyun couldn't help but say, Dad, everything has to be done slowly. How is it possible to make Lin Hao a fat man in one go? Qin Shihao glanced at Qin Shiyun, speechless and feeling a little uncomfortable. My daughter actually spoke up for Lin Hao. Besides, he was fine. Qin Shihao said sourly, Dad means that it will be too tiring for you to manage the company by yourself, and you need someone to assist you and help you share the burden. Lin Hao nodded, I understand what uncle means. My previous idea was to do some small business and spend more time with my wife and children, but the situation is different now. If Shiyun is going to inherit the company in the future, he will definitely help. How could he let his wife suffer alone? Qin Shihao snorted lightly. He remembered that what he had just said was a bit inappropriate. After saying so much, didn't he approve of Lin Hao as his son-in-law? Lin Hao is not a fool, he must have seen it. After finishing the meal, cleaned up the dishes. After taking a shower, they sat on the sofa in the living room and watched TV. Xu Yan smiled at the two kids and said, sleep with grandma tonight. Okay? Qin Nian Nian, okay. Qin Anran nodded slightly. When Qin Shihao heard Shu Yan's words, he couldn't help but wonder how he was going to sleep tonight. Let Lin Hao sleep with his daughter. This is fucking terrible. I feel uncomfortable just thinking about it. My daughter has had such a miserable life these years, while Lin Hao is free and easy and has even been in a relationship for 5 years. Although my daughter's life was so miserable, it was also related to the fact that she concealed her pregnancy. But if it weren't for Lin Hao, how could his daughter get pregnant? Under normal circumstances, even if something happened, wouldn't you take some protective measures to prevent pregnancy? He doesn't believe that his daughter doesn't know about contraception. It must be Lin Hao who did this. That's why I didn't take any contraceptive measures. Qin Shihao looked at Shu Yan and said, you and my daughter haven't talked for a long time. You should sleep with my daughter tonight. Shu Yan immediately understood what Qin Shihao meant. She also felt that it was inappropriate to let Lin Hao sleep with her daughter. Although her daughter and Lin Hao obtained a marriage certificate and held a wedding, she was unaware of the whole process. We have to have at least one more wedding before we can sleep together. At least we can't sleep together under her nose. It's a good opportunity to talk to my daughter. Shu Yan said. She also had a lot to say to her daughter. Qin Shiyun. This whole. When she returned home, she didn't originally want to sleep with Lin Hao. After all, her parents were there, and it always felt a little inappropriate. Are her parents saying this now because they are afraid that she will sleep with Lin Hao? Lin Hao didn't think much of it. He just slept alone. I'll sleep with you at night. Qin Shihao said to Lin Hao at this time. There are some things he wants to talk to Lin Hao about, and he also wants to get in touch with Lin Hao more and understand what kind of person Lin Hao is as soon as possible. Lin Hao. Two grown men sleeping together, this is not good. It was difficult for him to refuse. I could only nod helplessly. It was 9 o'clock in the evening. Then he went back to his room to rest. Lin Hao and Qin Shihao slept in the same room and lay on the bed. Lin Hao felt a little nervous, a little weird, and uncomfortable all over. Qin Shihao glanced at him and said, why, you don't want to sleep with me? Lin Hao shook his head, no. Qin Shihao withdrew his gaze, his face gradually turned a little colder, and a majestic aura permeated out. He said in a low voice, Shiyun, and you got a marriage certificate and gave birth to 2 children. As a father, if you don't have any big problems, I won't do anything to break up the couple. I will only remind you once, if you are not good to my daughter, I will not forgive you. Lin Hao could understand Qin Shihao's feelings, and his expression became serious. Father-in-law, don't worry, I will definitely treat Shiyun well. Chapter 40. The gift you gave was really special. Qin Shihao felt better after hearing what Lin Hao said. But that's not enough. It's not enough. It hasn't met his expectations yet. What he cares about most now is whether Lin Hao will be good to his daughter, or how long he can be good to his daughter. Qin Shihao thought for a while, then said with a slightly gloomy face, my daughter has been suffering these past few years. Although it is related to the fact that she concealed her pregnancy, if she hadn't concealed her pregnancy, she wouldn't have suffered these 5 years. Do you think that you didn't know about all this, so you think you are not wrong? Lin Hao shook his head slightly, I was wrong. Qin Shihao raised his eyebrows and looked at Lin Hao, what's wrong? Lin Hao. This, should he say it or not? If I told him, my father-in-law would probably be so angry that he wouldn't be able to sleep well at night. At that time, he just wanted to enjoy himself for a while, so he didn't take any contraceptive measures. This matter was his fault, and he felt very guilty. If he hadn't been greedy for temporary pleasure, Qin Shiyun wouldn't have been pregnant. Qin Shihao had a cold face and said in a deep voice, did you not take any contraceptive measures because you wanted to have a good time? Lin Hao was sweating slightly, feeling guilty and didn't dare to look Qin Shihao in the eye. When Qin Shihao saw Lin Hao's appearance, his expression suddenly turned even colder. Really? Just as he guessed. The reason his daughter got pregnant was because Lin Hao wanted to have a momentary pleasure. Qin Shihao wanted to hit someone and wanted to beat Lin Hao severely. If it weren't for Lin Hao, how could his daughter get pregnant? If we calculate it according to the timeline, his daughter was only 19 years old when she got pregnant. Pregnant at 19. This is too early in the city. 19 years old, still a child. Qin Shihao stared at Lin Hao with a gloomy face, gritted his teeth and said angrily, I'm very angry now. What do you say I should do? Lin Hao was sweating slightly. What could he do? I can only sincerely assure Qin Shihao, and forcefully say, I owe Shiyun and the child, I will never let them down in this life. Lin Hao was speaking from his heart. He had such a good wife like Qin Shiyun, and he knew that Qin Shiyun had not had a good life in recent years, so he felt so distressed. In addition, he had encountered the incident of Zhang Jingjing's family asking for a dowry before, so he felt that Qin Shiyun was very good and he would cherish Qin Shiyun all his life. And there are children. He will try his best to make the children happy every day and not let them suffer any grievances. Bite. Feel the host's strong love for his daughter. Randomly reward the host with 9 bottles of men's intermittent pills. Instructions for men's Duanshu pills. Taking a bottle of men's Duanshu pills can change the body's condition and promote secondary development. One person is limited to 1 bottle. Taking more than 1 bottle will not work. Men's intermittent pills are automatically placed in the host's suitcase. Lin Hao was stunned when he heard the system's voice. Men's intermittent pills are so awesome. If this was not a reward from the system, he would have suspected that it was a fake medicine. After all, there are too many drugs like this on the Taobao platform, and they are all fake. Buying them would be like paying an IQ tax. Qin Shihao had a gloomy face and was angry. Lin Hao said that he would be good to his daughter and granddaughter for the rest of his life. Although he could tell that Lin Hao was speaking from the bottom of his heart, he was still very angry when he thought about his daughter getting pregnant at the age of 19. Seeing that his father-in-law was still very angry, Lin Hao felt a little sweaty and coughed, Uncle Qin, I brought some special gifts this time. I hope Uncle Qin likes them. Qin Shihao was disdainful. A gift? Want to calm him down with a gift? Do you think he has never seen the world? Uncle Qin, please wait a moment. Lin Hao said, and immediately walked out. When he reached the suitcase, he saw 9 bottles of men's intermission pills. He then took 1 bottle and returned to the bedroom. Uncle Qin, I hope you like it. Lin Hao handed a bottle of medicine to Qin Shihao. When Qin Shihao saw Lin Hao giving him a bottle of medicine, his face became even colder with anger. Medicine? He is in very good health. What medicine do I need to take? He took the medicine and looked at the name on the bottle, men's interruption pills. The name sounds like a male medicine. Qin Shihao frowned slightly and his face became even colder. Lin Hao actually gave him such a thing. Do you think he is old? He then looked at the instructions on the medicine bottle. After 15 seconds, Qin Shihao subconsciously tightened his hand holding the medicine bottle. His expression was no longer cold, and there was no anger in his eyes. He seemed to be thinking about something. Lin Hao was a little nervous. If he gave this medicine to his father-in-law, 2 situations might occur. One is that the father-in-law is very angry. The second is that the father-in-law will like it very much. It was a risk for him to give this medicine as a gift. If his father-in-law liked it very much, then not only would his relationship with his father-in-law be much better, but it would even get better and better. If my father-in-law doesn't like it, that would be bad. However, he subconsciously still felt that his father-in-law would like this medicine. After all, men understand men. Qin Shihao suddenly looked at Lin Hao coldly and said angrily, You gave me a very special gift. Lin Hao was sweating slightly, I don't have anything else to give. Qin Shihao snorted coldly, Turn off the lights and go to sleep. Qin Shihao casually threw the medicine into the trash can, looking like he didn't like it at all. After turning off the lights, Lin Hao couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Is he angry? Finished. When Qin Shihao was sleeping at night, he had a dream. He dreamed that he took men's intermittent pills for a month and then slept with his wife. His wife looked shocked. Qin Shihao laughed out loud in his dream and felt extremely happy. But in reality, Lin Hao was very embarrassed and speechless at this time. Did his father-in-law have a dream that he shouldn't have? Just hug him and sleep. Still not honest. Lin Hao felt that he had to stop it, otherwise he really couldn't bear it. He took Qin Shihao's hand away, and this one move woke Qin Shihao up from his dream. Qin Shihao was stunned. He actually hugged Lin Hao to sleep. Lin Hao is a man, he is his son-in-law. He remained calm and pretended to turn over, moving away from Lin Hao. Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief, everything was finally back to normal. Early the next morning, Lin Hao woke up first and went to the bathroom to wash up. When Lin Hao went to the bathroom, Qin Shihao immediately got up and went to the trash can, picked up the men's intermittent pills, and put them away immediately. Then he picked up the garbage bag and walked out, looking like he was going to throw away the garbage. After Lin Hao washed up and changed his clothes, he went downstairs to the kitchen to make breakfast. After a while, Xu Yan arrived in the kitchen and saw Lin Hao making breakfast. She couldn't help but smile, getting up so early? Lin Hao looked back at Xu Yan and laughed, it's not too late. Aunt Xu, go and have a rest first. The meal will be ready soon. Xu Yan smiled. She had talked to her daughter for a long time last night. From some of the things her daughter said, she felt that Lin Hao was a pretty good person. Now looking at Lin Hao, I find him much more pleasing to the eye. Chapter 41 Zhang Jingjing's Blind Date. She heard her daughter talk a lot about Lin Hao. My daughter said that when she was a freshman in college, she and a few friends were having dinner together and passed by a bar when they were harassed by a few drunks. After seeing this, Lin Hao beat up those drunkards by himself. From this point of view, Lin Hao is warm-hearted, courageous, and never panics when faced with difficulties. My daughter also said that Lin Hao made 1 or 2 million by playing virtual currency. He also bought a Hongqi H9 and made voluntary donations. Although the donation was not much, from this point of view, Lin Hao is also a kind-hearted person. He has a kind heart and no bad habits. He is handsome and doesn't play around, which is pretty good. Xu Yan also asked her daughter about some things in the past last night. The daughter broke up with Lin Hao at first, and later wanted to get back together. Although she didn't say it explicitly, Lin Hao knew that his daughter wanted to get back together. Lin Hao was with Zhang Jingjing at the time and had no intention of getting back together with his daughter. Although Zhang Jingjing is pretty, she is not as pretty as her daughter. If Lin Hao was a scumbag, he might be with Zhang Jingjing at the same time and with her daughter. Or he could just break up with Zhang Jingjing and get back together with her daughter. After all, her daughter is prettier than Zhang Jingjing. And Lin Hao didn't do anything that only a scumbag would do. Instead, he was with Zhang Jingjing and they were in a relationship for 5 years. Judging from this incident, the possibility that Lin Hao is a scumbag is almost ruled out. Xu Yan looked at Lin Hao who was cooking and felt that Lin Hao was quite pitiful. I heard from my daughter that when Lin Hao was with Zhang Jingjing, he bought a lot of game skins for Zhang Jingjing's younger brother, and even gave money directly to Zhang Jingjing's younger brother. And every year when it's time to harvest the crops in Zhang Jingjing's fields, Lin Hao would go to help. The daughter also said that Lin Hao bought a new air conditioner and a new refrigerator for Zhang Jingjing's family, and would bring some gifts from his own supermarket during the holidays. It was also said that Lin Hao often took some food and daily necessities from his own supermarket for Zhang Jingjing's family. When they got married, Lin Hao's family gave a dowry of 180,000 yuan and promised to notarize half of the wedding house to Zhang Jingjing. Judging from these things, Lin Hao really loves Zhang Jingjing and has invested his time, energy, money and emotions in her over the past 5 years. In the end, on the wedding day, Zhang Jingjing's family suddenly doubled the betrothal gift. The reason for doubling the bride price was that they wanted to use the bride price given by Lin Hao to let Zhang Jingjing's brother marry her daughter. Xu Yan shook her head gently and looked at Lin Hao. The more she looked, the more pitiful he seemed to her. After giving so much, this is the result in the end. One can imagine how Lin Hao felt on the day of the wedding. As an outsider, she couldn't help but feel angry. What else more, Lin Hao is the person involved. But poor Lin Hao, poor Lin Hao. She also asked her daughter last night whether she got pregnant because she did not take any contraceptive measures or because she did not take adequate measures. After her daughter told her this, she couldn't help but feel angry. In order to gain temporary pleasure, Lin Hao did not take effective contraceptive measures, which led to his daughter's pregnancy. Xu Yan said nothing and walked out of the kitchen. After a while, Qin Shihao went to the living room and sat on the sofa. He looked at Xu Yan beside him and imagined in his mind the shocked look his wife would have on her face in a month. 1 month. 3 centimeters. And that bottle of medicine contained 50 pills. Take 1 pill a day, and it will take 50 days to finish the whole bottle of medicine. This means that 1 bottle of medicine can increase 5 centimeters. 5 centimeters. It's so scary. Xu Yan looked at Qin Shihao at this time. Seeing that Qin Shihao looked a little strange, she couldn't help but ask, "What did you talk about with Lin Hao last night?" Qin Shihao came back to his senses and said calmly, "We just had a brief chat and then went to sleep." Xu Yan raised her eyebrows slightly. "What did you talk about?" Qin Shihao said, "I just said something that made him feel guilty, hoping that he could be better to his daughter, the kind that would treat her well for the rest of her life." He said those words last night, saying that Lin Hao got his daughter pregnant just for the sake of momentary pleasure, just to make Lin Hao feel remorseful and guilty. In this way, Lin Hao will treat his daughter better and better for a longer period of time. Xu Yan nodded slightly and told Qin Shi Hao what she had talked about with her daughter last night. After hearing this, Qin Shi Hao's anger towards Lin Haoxing dissipated a little. I didn't expect Lin Hao to be so miserable. After giving so much sincere effort to the girl's family, in the end, the girl's family doubled the bride price. In particular, Zhang Jingjing also raised the price of the betrothal gift to Lin Hao. Zhang Jingjing was the person Lin Hao loved deeply before. How sad would Lin Hao be when the person he loved did such a thing? One word to describe Lin Hao: miserable. After a while, Qin Shiyun walked down with the two children. Qin Shiyun glanced at her parents sitting on the sofa, then went to the kitchen and saw Lin Hao busying around. Qin Shiyun said distressfully, "Why are you making breakfast? Mom doesn't even help." Lin Hao smiled and said, "I'll let your mother take a break. Making breakfast won't be tiring." Qin Shiyun still felt distressed. She had to cook breakfast for a whole family by herself. Even if she wasn't tired, she couldn't cook by herself. At least there is someone to lend a hand. Qin Shiyun accompanied Lin Hao in his work, and when they were done, she brought breakfast to the table. After they sat down, they started eating. Qin Shi Hao said at this time, "Let's go around for a few days and take Nian Nian and Ran to have fun in Sioux City." Qin Shiyun nodded slightly. To be honest, she had never taken her two daughters to play in Sioux City. After breakfast, the family went out to play. At noon, in a restaurant in Yangchang, Zhang Jingjing dressed up carefully. Sitting opposite her was a young man who looked to be about 25 years old. He was quite tall, over 180 centimeters, with a well-proportioned figure and handsome looks. Zhang Jingjing looked at the young man with a puzzled look in her eyes. Logically speaking, you are excellent in all aspects, and there should be many girls who like you. Why are you going on a blind date now? The young man in front of her was the blind date introduced to her by her mother Huang Meixia. The young man opened his own factory and earned 1.5 million yuan a year. My parents also run a factory and have an annual income of 4 to 5 million. The young man is tall, handsome, well-educated and in good health. Because I run a factory, I have a good network of contacts. Logically speaking, her blind date shouldn't be on a blind date. But she had to go on a blind date, which puzzled her. When the young man Chen Wei heard Zhang Jingjing's words, his expression became a little unnatural. From a normal logic point of view, given his conditions, he will never lack women. But he has a hidden secret. It's all because of my youth and ignorance. He was handsome and his family was rich, so he never lacked women. This has led to his current powerlessness, and he has not even had a girlfriend in the past 2 years. He was afraid that after he got a girlfriend, she would dislike him. Chen Wei tried to appear more natural. He looked at Zhang Jingjing and said, "Have you filled out the document I sent you last night?" Zhang Jingjing looked at Chen Wei, feeling a little unhappy, as Chen Wei did not answer her question. As for the document Chen Wei sent her last night, she only glanced at it and hadn't filled it out yet. But she found that the questions asked in the document were a bit wrong. Chapter 42 is useless. For example, what do you care about most in your significant other? Please rank them in order of importance. The factors that can be arranged are height, appearance, education, physical condition, family background, work, personality, sense of humor, caring, and married life. At that time, she felt a little uncomfortable, because there was an item called married life in the arrangement, which was the things between men and women. Marital life is also included in the arrangement. How should she fill it out? Zhang Jingjing shook her head slightly and looked at him. "I was a little sleepy yesterday, so I didn't fill it in." Chen Wei was silent for a while, then looked at Zhang Jingjing. "Can you fill it out first?" "It will be quick, only 5 minutes." Zhang Jingjing nodded slightly. "Pick up your phone and start filling it out." She quickly filled in the questions that had made her feel uneasy before. She put them in order of importance: personality, caring, work, height, physical condition, marital life. She puts married life last. After Zhang Jingjing filled it out, she sent it to Chen Wei. Chen Wei received the document sent by Zhang Jingjing and looked at it immediately. Seeing that Zhang Jingjing ranked married life last, he couldn't help but feel relieved. He had excellent conditions. In the past, he was very proud of himself because his family was rich, he was handsome, and girls liked him. But ever since his physical condition deteriorated and he became powerless, he couldn't help but feel inferior. He felt that for a man, even if he came from a wealthy family, was handsome, and had good conditions in all aspects, But if there is something hidden in the man's words, nothing can be discussed. He still feels very inferior. Chen Wei looked at Zhang Jingjing at this time, and from this moment on, he wanted to marry Zhang Jingjing. Because Zhang Jingjing puts married life last. If it were any other woman, she would definitely rank sex in the top 5, or even the top 3. Chen Wei is very satisfied with Zhang Jingjing now, but he is a little confused. Zhang Jingjing is very pretty and has a good academic background. Based on these 2 points, Zhang Jingjing would be a hot commodity. Why did Zhang Jingjing end up on a blind date? Chen Wei looked at Zhang Jingjing and asked the question in his mind, you are pretty and well educated, so there should be a lot of boys chasing you, right? After listening to this, Zhang Jingjing couldn't help but think of Lin Hao. When she thought of Lin Hao, her face suddenly became gloomy. Lin Hao is obviously rich. It's so refreshing to buy a Hongqi H9 for 500,000 yuan. Why did Lin Hao refuse even though she just asked for another 180,000 yuan in betrothal gifts? Is the car more valuable than her? Besides, he actually proposed to her best friend. Especially since Qin Shiyun actually agreed to Lin Hao's proposal, which made her so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Some things that happened later made her want to kill. It turned out that Qin Shiyun and Lin Hao were in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship many years ago, and they even secretly gave birth to 2 daughters. When I think about the fact that Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun have obtained their marriage certificate and the whole family is reunited, it's a happy and harmonious scene. Thinking about her current situation, she couldn't balance her mind at all. She just wanted revenge. She just wanted to see Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun in such miserable condition. Moreover, she would appear in front of Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun in a dignified manner, looking down at Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun. But wanted to look down on Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun. She is going to become rich and better. Chen Wei's family conditions are much better than Lin Hao's. His appearance, height, and academic qualifications are no worse than Lin Hao's. If she were with Chen Wei, Qin Shiyun would know that her man was Chen Wei, and she would definitely feel unbalanced and would be envious, jealous, and hateful. After all, Chen Wei is a boss. He has his own factory and an annual income of more than 1.5 million. And what about Lin Hao? Currently I am just an employee with a monthly salary of only 8,000 yuan. Compared with Chen Wei, he is not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Zhang Jingjing couldn't help but imagine Qin Shiyun's expression of envy, jealousy, and hatred. I also imagined the scene where Qin Shiyun became psychologically unbalanced, began to dislike Lin Hao for not making much money, and complained about Lin Hao every day. Just thinking about it makes me feel very happy. Seeing Zhang Jingjing's face darken, Chen Wei's heart tightened and he asked cautiously, did I ask something I shouldn't have asked? Zhang Jingjing came back to her senses when she heard Chen Wei's voice. She shook her head slightly and said to Chen Wei with a slightly gloomy face, I just remembered something unhappy. Chen Wei nodded slightly and didn't ask any further questions, but looking at Zhang Jingjing's expression at the moment, it seemed that she was thinking of her ex-partner. He just mentioned that there should be a lot of boys chasing Zhang Jingjing, right? Perhaps it was because of this that Zhang Jingjing imagined her former significant other. It seems that Zhang Jingjing's former partner was a scumbag. Zhang Jingjing calmed herself down. The most important thing for her now was to deal with Chen Wei. As long as she can deal with Chen Wei, she will be able to take revenge on Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun. Zhang Jingjing calmed down a little. She looked at Chen Wei and asked, you haven't replied to my question before. She had asked Chen Wei before, how did such an outstanding person end up on blind dates? After hearing this, Chen Wei's expression briefly became unnatural, but soon returned to normal. He pondered for a while, then slowly spoke, I am relatively indifferent to matters between men and women. I prefer spiritual resonance rather than physical resonance. The few girlfriends I dated before had too high requirements for physical resonance and lower requirements for the spiritual level. Zhang Jingjing looked at Chen Wei, with a lot of thoughts in her mind. No wonder there was an option for married life in the document Chen Wei asked her to fill out. It turns out that Chen Wei is quite indifferent to matters between men and women. But Zhang Jingjing felt something was wrong again. She was already 25 years old and had been dating Lin Hao for 5 years. She already understood what an adult should know and had some accomplishments in this area. In her opinion, as long as the man truly likes the woman and is attracted to a certain characteristic of her, then he will definitely have the most original thoughts about her. But Chen Wei said that he was rather indifferent to matters between men and women. Did it mean that he never liked any of his previous girlfriends? Zhang Jingjing looked at Chen Wei, have you ever really liked any of the girlfriends you dated? Chen Wei didn't think much about it and thought that Zhang Jingjing wanted to know if he was the kind of person who played with people's feelings. Chen Wei immediately said, "I really like all the girlfriends I've dated." Zhang Jingjing nodded slightly, as if thinking about something. If Chen Wei really liked the girl, he would not be indifferent to the matter between men and women. Unless Chen Wei is telling lies. Why tell lies? Zhang Jingjing sorted out her thoughts. She thought about how Chen Wei was so outstanding, but ended up on a blind date. She thought about how Chen Wei said he was rather indifferent to matters between men and women. She thought about how Chen Wei said he genuinely liked every girl he dated. After a while, an idea popped into Zhang Jingjing's mind. That is, Chen Wei has played too much in the past few years. Now, at such a young age, it's useless. Thinking of this, a complex look flashed in Zhang Jingjing's eyes. If Chen Wei became disabled, wouldn't he be unable to provide her with even the most basic needs? Chapter 43, Trial in 3 days. How can I live my life if I can't even satisfy her with such a simple need? Give her money? Zhang Jingjing adjusted her mindset. She wanted to deal with Chen Wei. Wasn't it because she wanted to use Chen Wei's family background and money to help her take revenge on Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun? Having money is enough. Wait until you have enough money, then you can leave Chen Wei. Zhang Jingjing looked at Chen Wei and said calmly, "What do you think of me?" Chen Wei nodded, "So far, it's pretty good." Zhang Jingjing forced a faint smile and said to Chen Wei, "You are also quite good, but I need to get to know you better." Chen Wei nodded. He looked at Zhang Jingjing, pondered for a moment and said, "Can I ask you a more?" "Ask." Zhang Jingjing said directly. Chen Wei pondered for a while and looked at Zhang Jingjing. "How many boyfriends have you had?" "1." Zhang Jingjing thought of Lin Hao and her face darkened. Chen Wei noticed Zhang Jingjing's expression and guessed that Zhang Jingjing's ex-boyfriend might be a scumbag, otherwise why would her expression suddenly become so cold? Chen Wei then asked, "How long did you talk?" 5 years. Zhang Jingjing. After hearing this, Chen Wei's expression froze. 5 years. 5 years is a long time. No wonder Zhang Jingjing only has one boyfriend. But it's better this way. Nowadays, people are very open-minded and virgins only appear in their teens. It is almost impossible for a girl like Zhang Jingjing, who is so old and beautiful, to be innocent. He didn't expect to find a clean slate, it was unrealistic. I just want to find someone with fewer boyfriends. His bottom line is that he cannot have more than 3 boyfriends. But Zhang Jingjing only dated one person, and he felt more satisfied. If you date more often, who knows if there is any particularly outstanding one among these boyfriends? After seeing the big scene, Zhang Jingjing might dislike him. Chen Wei asked curiously, "Why did you break up?" Zhang Jingjing's face darkened after hearing this. "On the wedding day, he broke off the engagement in public and proposed to my best friend." After hearing this, Chen Wei couldn't help but be shocked. So cruel? Zhang Jingjing continued in a deep voice, "Later I found out that my best friend and my ex-boyfriend were in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship 5 years ago, and that my best friend secretly gave birth to my ex-boyfriend's child 5 years ago. My best friend and I have been together for the past few years, just waiting for me to break up with my ex-boyfriend so that she can take advantage of the opportunity to get in." After hearing this, Chen Wei's eyes flashed with shock. This was too cruel. As a victim, how much psychological trauma did Zhang Jingjing suffer? No wonder Zhang Jingjing ranked character first. That's fine. The more Zhang Jingjing values character and the less she cares about matters between men and women, the more satisfied he is, and it is just right for him. Zhang Jingjing said with a gloomy face, "My best friend scolded me in a text message a few days ago, and even sent a photo of her kissing my ex-boyfriend, deliberately provoking me." After hearing this, Chen Wei comforted her, "Just say that she treats the trash you don't want as treasure. It must make her so angry." Zhang Jingjing said in a deep voice, "I also quarreled with her, but my family conditions are average, while my ex-boyfriend and best friend are quite well off. When they quarreled with me, they always talked about what kind of car she drove and how much square footage of residential housing she lived in, and even said that I didn't even have a car." After hearing this, Chen Wei didn't know what to say. Just at this moment, Zhang Jingjing's cell phone rang, and Zhang Jingjing picked up the call. The voice coming from the phone made Zhang Jingjing's face turn much uglier. A minute passed. Zhang Jingjing hung up the phone, her face gloomy and a cold chill in her eyes. Seeing this, Chen Wei couldn't help but ask, "Who called?" Zhang Jingjing had a gloomy face and her tone contained anger. "The court called and said that the trial will be held in 3 days. My ex-boyfriend's family gave 180,000 yuan as a betrothal gift. After the marriage was broken off, they wanted the 180,000 yuan back. My family didn't agree, so they sued me. Zhang Jingjing originally thought that it might take 1 to 3 months from filing a lawsuit to the court accepting the case and then to the trial. I didn't expect it would only take a few days. The court is about to begin. Zhang Jingjing looked at Chen Wei. You know a lot of people, can you think of a way to not return the 180,000? If I do, I will be psychologically unbalanced. Chen Wei shook his head slightly. I think the betrothal gift will have to be returned. But it's okay. On the day of the trial, I will drive you there in the best car and pretend to be your boyfriend. Let your ex-boyfriend and your vicious best friend be jealous and hateful. After listening to this, Zhang Jingjing looked at Chen Wei with gratitude. Her mind couldn't help but imagine Chen Wei driving a luxury car to pick her up and appearing in front of Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun. Qin Shiyun must be envious and jealous. Just thinking about Qin Shiyun's envious, jealous, and hateful expression made her feel very happy. Chen Wei smiled faintly and said nothing. For him, driving a luxury car to support Zhang Jingjing was nothing. What he cares about most now is that he wants to marry Zhang Jingjing. Zhang Jingjing has a good education, is pretty, and doesn't care about married life. Where can you find a girl like her? Besides, he had no other choice. I'm afraid other girls would care a lot about their married life. In the villa in Suzhou City, Lin Hao, Qin Shiyun, the two kids, Qin Shihao and Xu Yan were having lunch together. At this time, Lin Hao's cell phone rang. Lin Hao glanced at the caller ID and then answered the phone. 1 minute later, Lin Hao hung up the phone. His expression was a little strange. He had just filed the lawsuit a few days ago, but he didn't expect to be notified so soon that the trial would start in 3 days. What's wrong? Qin Shiyun, who was standing by, saw Lin Hao's strange expression and asked. Lin Hao said, the court just called me. I sued Zhang Jingjing's family for not returning the betrothal gift. The court just notified me that the trial will be held in 3 days. Qin Shihao frowned after hearing this. Don't you want to return the betrothal gift to you? Lin Hao nodded slightly. Qin Shihao was speechless. Zhang Jingjing's family had become so shameless. The bride price was doubled on the wedding day. If Lin Hao couldn't afford the gift, the woman would not marry him. After breaking off the engagement, she still didn't want to return the betrothal gift to Lin Hao. Shameless. Xu Yan said calmly, normally, the betrothal money will be returned to you. Lin Hao nodded lightly. He must take the betrothal money back. Although 180,000 yuan is nothing to him now, he will feel upset if he doesn't get the betrothal money back. In addition to the 180,000 yuan betrothal money, there are also 3 gold jewelry. He wants them all back. After lunch, I took the 2 kids to continue playing. 2 days have passed in a flash. On the 3rd day, Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun drove back to Yancheng first. As for the 2 children, they stayed in Suzhou. In a few days, Qin Shihao and Xu Yan will bring their 2 children to Yangcheng to meet Lin Hao's parents. After driving for about 3 hours, we arrived in Yangcheng and went to our own supermarket. When Yishui saw Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun, a smile appeared on her face. She had chatted with her son on WeChat these days, and her son said that Qin Shiyun's parents had accepted him. This is a good thing. Chapter 44. What did you call me? Yishui smiled and looked at Qin Shiyun. Did your parents say when we can meet? Qin Shiyun said, after a few days, Mom and Dad will take Nian Nian and Ran to play in Suching for a few days. Yishui nodded slightly. Qin Shiyun's parents had already approved of her son, so there was nothing else to worry about. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun stayed in the supermarket for an hour or so. After lunch, they went to their own world and visited the nearby zoo. In the zoo, Qin Shiyun held Lin Hao's arm and sat on a public chair. She rested her head on Lin Hao's shoulder, looking relaxed and comfortable. She feels really relaxed and happy now. Her relationship with Lin Hao was settled, and her parents also approved of Lin Hao, so she had nothing to worry about. I just want to live a simple life with Lin Hao for the rest of my life. Lin Hao's head rested on Qin Shiyun's head. He looked very relaxed, and happiness surged in his heart all the time. Just like that, the 2 of them leaned against each other quietly for 5 minutes without saying anything. Qin Shiyun spoke up at this time, with a hint of playfulness in her tone. Lin Hao, after we play at the zoo, where are we going to play next? Lin Hao's face turned serious, and he pretended to be unhappy and asked, what did you call me? Qin Shiyun. Qin Shiyun felt a little embarrassed, a little nervous, and a little like calling out, so she called out weakly, "Husband." "Yes." Lin Hao was finally satisfied. He said with a warning tone, "Don't call me by my full name in the future. Do you hear me?" "Well," Qin Shiyun said a little embarrassedly, "if there are other people around, I would feel a little embarrassed to call you husband. You can use another name." "Lin Hao." Qin Shiyun thought for a moment, "Brother Hao?" Lin Hao shook his head slightly and refused, "This name is not good. It reminds me of an actor. People call him brother or Long Ho Hao." "Qin Shiyun, what about Xiu Hao? Zaya Heo Ho?" After hearing this, Lin Hao hugged Qin Shiyun tightly, stared into her eyes, and said word by word, "Me." "Little?" Qin Shiyun immediately understood Lin Hao's hidden meaning, and her face couldn't help but blush a little, hateful. Seeing her shy look, Lin Hao couldn't help but smile, then sighed and said, "It's been several days since I married you, and we haven't taken the last step yet. On the wedding day, my mood was spoiled by the photos sent by Zhang Jingjing. The second day after the wedding, Zhang Jingjing ruined my mood again. I was disappointed for several days. Later, when he arrived at his father-in-law's house in Secheng, he couldn't sleep with Shiyun, and there was nothing he could do. But today is different. The two girls were not around, so it was just him and Qin Shiyun. Whatever the two of them want, they can do." Lin Hao looked at Qin Shiyun and said, "The sound insulation at home is quite good, so don't worry too much." Qin Shiyun buried her head in Lin Hao's arms and said nothing. But her hand quietly fell on Lin Hao's waist, and then she pinched it hard. Hiss. Lin Hao took Qin Shiyun's hand away in pain and looked at her speechlessly. "Why are you pinching me? Who told you to bully me?" Qin Shiyun closed her eyes, and her mind couldn't help but emerge with the horror she saw on her wedding night. 5 years ago, she and Lin Hao were boyfriend and girlfriend, and everything that was supposed to happen had happened. Unexpectedly, after 5 years, Lin Hao had become so terrifying. Just thinking about it at this moment, I feel that I am no match for Lin Hao. She even felt like she was just a little lamb and Lin Hao was a big bad wolf, and she could only tremble and beg for mercy from Lin Hao in fear. Lin Hao hugged her, smiled gently and said nothing. The two then stood up and walked slowly, looking at the animals around them. "When you are tired, find a chair to rest." They played until 3 in the afternoon, and then they sat on public chairs in the zoo. Lin Hao remembered something and said to Qin Shiyun in his arms, "I want to treat some friends to a meal." Qin Shiyun nodded, "Tonight?" Lin Hao nodded lightly. His relationship with Qin Shiyun was completely settled, and he was very happy. It would be nice to have a meal and chat with some friends. Lin Hao said, "Do you still remember the groomsman who accompanied me to pick up the bride?" Qin Shiyun nodded, "I remember." She and Lin Hao went to college in Suzhou, but during college, she also came to Yangzhou with Lin Hao and got to know several of Lin Hao's friends. Lin Hao smiled and said, "I thought you forgot." "How could that be?" Qin Shiyun said with a smile, "I'm not forgetful." Lin Hao nodded slightly, then sent a message in the WeChat group, tagging everyone one by one. "Lin Hao, we'll have a dinner party tonight. I'll treat you." There are 9 people in the group. Among the 9 people, 4 were groomsmen who had gone to pick up the bride. "Zhao Ning, is your wife coming too?" "Zhang Wu, let us go to the club together after dinner." Smirk. "Sun Yu, damn, can you please not mention the club? My wife will think too much if she sees it." "Zhang Wu, Khan." "Lu Jun, damn, you guys are having another dinner together, I wish I were in Yangchang." Lin Hao sent a message, "My wife is coming too." "Zhao Ning, that's awesome. You're the one I admire the most." "Zhang Wu, Zhang Jingjing's family is so shameless. It feels good for you to be with Qin Shiyun." "Lin Hao, everyone who can come in the evening, please come. After dinner, please go to the club to take a shower." "Lu Jun, damn it. Please take a shower. I want to fly to Yangcheng." "Zhang Wu, take a shower? Okay, but your wife has to come along, too." Lin Hao was speechless, just taking a bath. "Sun Yu, I'm drunk." They are all talk and no action. They are just showing off. "Sun Yu, after dinner, it would be nice to take a bath and have a massage." "Sun Yu et Lin Hao, why did you think of going to the club after dinner?" Lin Hao looked at the group chat message and couldn't help laughing. In the past, he would usually only go to the club to take a bath in winter. Now, he just wanted to go to the club to take a shower, show off, and see how shocked his friends were. Previously in Suzhou, he went to take a shower with his father-in-law and he was quite embarrassed. Now that my father-in-law is not around, it won't be awkward. Lin Hao sent a message to the group, in Yangcheng, what else is there to do besides eating and taking a bath? He doesn't go to the bar. He thinks it's too noisy and his ears are buzzing. As for KTV, he doesn't have any songs he can sing, so he doesn't know what to do when he goes there. As for business-type KTVs, they are too expensive and I don't like them either. Zhang Wu, okay, what time in the evening? Lin Hao, let us go to Big Head Barbecue Restaurant at about 6:30 in the evening. Zhang Wu, okay. Sun Yu, okay. Li Yuliang, okay. After confirming the time and place, Lin Hao switched the interface, opened the camera, and took a few photos of Qin Shiyun. Just take pictures for fun. It was 6:30 in the afternoon. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun arrived at the Big Head Barbecue Restaurant, and two of their friends also arrived there earlier. Zhang Wu and Sun Yu greeted Qin Shiyun, and then mainly chatted with Lin Hao. Qin Shiyun followed Lin Hao and spoke less. She mainly listened to what Lin Hao said with his friends. Chapter 45. I felt so uncomfortable that it became difficult to breathe. After a while, two more friends arrived. A total of 4 people came. There were 4 others, 2 of whom were working out of town and 2 of whom were on night shift and could not come. Including Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun, there are 6 people in total. Sun Yu glanced at Qin Shiyun, then looked at Lin Hao and asked, "You and your wife got married suddenly. What do your wife's family say now?" They did know before that Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun took their children to Sioux City. At first, Lin Hao was a little uncertain about what he said in the group. He was not sure what his father-in-law and mother-in-law would think. Lin Hao smiled and said, "It's nothing now. My father-in-law and mother-in-law are fine too." Lin Hao briefly talked about some of the things that happened during this trip to Sioux City. When several friends learned that Qin Shiyun's parents no longer had any objections, they felt relieved. Sun Yu smiled at Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun, looking at your circle of friends, your 2 daughters are pretty and have inherited your genes. When they grow up, maybe our 2 families can become relatives. Zhang Wu and Li Yulian looked at Lin Hao with envy. Lin Hao married Qin Shiyun, and Qin Shiyun also gave them 2 children who were over 4 years old. The child is Lin Hao's biological flesh and blood. This is incredible luck. No one else can compare. Lin Hao rolled his eyes at Sun Yu and said, "Your son is only 6 months old, and you're already thinking about my 2 daughters?" Sun Yu smiled and said, "It's only 4 years old. 4 years is not a problem." Lin Hao was speechless. At the same time, I feel sad. He doesn't have enough time to love his 2 daughters. If they get married one day, he will feel so sad. People usually say that after you have a son, you have to work hard to buy him a house and make money for him to get married. If you have a daughter, you will worry even more. Children nowadays mature early and understand a lot of things when they are in their teens. What he is most worried about now is whether his 2 daughters will end up like Shiyun. Got pregnant during college and gave birth to the child in secret. If this was true, he felt like he was going to be pissed off. I can't resist the urge to beat up my daughter's future boyfriend. At this time, Lin Hao sighed softly. He now understood the feelings of his father-in-law and mother-in-law. When my father-in-law and mother-in-law found out that Qin Shiyun was pregnant and had a child during college, they must have been very angry and wanted to beat him up. Lin Hao turned his head and looked at Qin Shiyun, feeling very distressed. Shiyun had not been happy in the past few years. After the meat skewers were served, Lin Hao took some and placed them next to Qin Shiyun's mouth. "Open your mouth." Qin Shiyun suddenly felt embarrassed to feed her in front of so many people. When several friends saw this scene, they sighed. 3 of them were single, and they couldn't bear to see this scene. That's too much. That's too much. Can you please consider the feelings of us single guys? Showing affection in public is very hurtful. That's right. When we go out to eat, you are not allowed to show affection unless you introduce someone to us. Li Yulian. By the way, are there any suitable sisters who can introduce her to us? Zhang Wu looked at Qin Shiyun, and his mind became active. If Qin Shiyun has any close friends or something, she could get to know them. Qin Shiyun looked at him. Yes, but they are all in Suchong. After hearing this, Zhang Wu smiled and said, Sioux City is not bad either, it's not far from Yang City. Qin Shiyun, wait and see, there will be a chance to organize a party for you two to get to know each other, and the details will depend on you two. Zhang Wu smiled and said, okay, if it works, I'll treat you guys to a big meal. Qin Shiyun smiled and said nothing. Open your mouth, Lin Hao said to Qin Shiyun. Qin Shiyun opened her mouth a little embarrassedly and ate the barbecue kebab beside her. Lin Hao fed the food again and put a crispy bone next to Qin Shiyun's mouth. Qin Shiyun opened her mouth and continued to eat the crispy bones. Lin Hao took out an oyster, peeled it off the shell, then picked it up with chopsticks and put it to Qin Shiyun's mouth. Qin Shiyun blushed slightly and couldn't help but said, "Don't pick up food for me, there are so many people watching." Lin Hao smiled and said, "Be thick-skinned. There's nothing to be embarrassed about." Lin Hao. That's too much. Zhang Wu blared, "Can you please consider the feelings of us single guys?" That's right, that's right. Li Yuliang also said. As a single man, he hated to see others showing off their affection. When he thought about the fact that he was still a single man, he felt very sad. Lin Hao smiled and said to them, "Didn't Shiyun say that if there's a chance, we could organize a party and bring her friends together? If you guys get to know each other, you might find yourself no longer single soon." Zhang Wu and the others sighed in their hearts. That being said, it was just an acquaintance, but whether it could work out was still another matter. The meal took 2 hours. Then they went to the club together. This club is quite large, covering an area of 3,000 square meters, with 3 floors in total. Qin Shiyun went to the women's bathroom alone. Lin Hao and his companions went to the men's bathroom together. When they got to the closet, they lit a cigarette and chatted. 3 minutes later. Fuck. Zhang Wu looked at Lin Hao in shock. Sun Yu also looked at Lin Hao in shock. Li Yuliang and Zhao Ning's eyes seemed to pop out of their heads, with a look of disbelief on their faces. They and Lin Hao would go to the club to take a bath together every year, and they knew each other well. But what the hell? It's been a few months since we last took a shower together? Is that really the case? Seeing their shocked expressions, Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh. He specifically suggested going to the club to take a shower just to shock Zhang Wu and the others. He was very satisfied with the effect. When the people nearby heard the sound, they couldn't help but look over. When they saw Lin Hao, they were all surprised. What the fuck? After watching it, I feel really inferior. I don't even want to come to the club to take a shower. Lin Hao originally just wanted to shock a few of his friends, but he didn't expect others to stare at him, which made him feel embarrassed. Lin Hao hurried away and went to the bathhouse. Just arrived at the bathhouse, before getting into the water, he heard a familiar voice, and Lin Hao's face couldn't help but change. He looked over and saw Zhang Hongyu sitting at the edge of the bathhouse, talking to a few people. Zhang Hongyu was talking to his friends when he suddenly noticed someone staring at him and couldn't help but look over. When he saw Lin Hao's face, his expression suddenly turned cold, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Lin Hao. I didn't expect to see Lin Hao here. Zhang Hongyu really wanted to beat up Lin Hao, and luckily, several of his friends were here too, so it would be easy to beat up Lin Hao with so many people. But the next second, he subconsciously looked at other parts of Lin Hao. There was no way, it was too conspicuous. When he saw it, Zhang Hongyu's face instantly turned ugly, and his heart felt like it was being stabbed by countless needles. Lin Hao, you really make me feel inferior. When he thought of his goddess Qin Shiyun, who slept with Lin Hao every day, he knew that she might have been conquered by Lin Hao a long time ago. Just thinking about it and imagining it made him feel extremely uncomfortable, so uncomfortable that it even became difficult for him to breathe. Chapter 46 Contempt. Lin Hao. Zhang Hongyu stood up and stared at Lin Hao with a gloomy face. The two friends beside Zhang Hongyu also stood up at this time. They had heard Zhang Hongyu say that on the day Lin Hao and Zhang Jingjing got married, Lin Hao broke off the engagement in public and then married Zhang Jingjing's best friend. The two of them subconsciously looked at other places of Lin Hao. After seeing this, they couldn't help but feel a little inferior. Although there are 3 of them facing Lin Hao together now, they always feel that they have lost in momentum. Zhang Hongyu also has this feeling. He cursed in his heart. It was obviously not this that he was fighting for, but when facing Lin Hao, he seemed to be fighting for this subconsciously. Zhang Hongyu's face was gloomy and his voice was cold. He stared at Lin Hao and said coldly, "Do you think that tomorrow's court hearing will make my family very uncomfortable if the 180,000 yuan betrothal gift is taken back? If you think so, you are totally wrong." Zhang Hongyu sneered, his eyes flashing with contempt, and said disdainfully, "My sister is already engaged to someone. The man is a little taller than you, and his appearance is not worse than yours. He has a good education, and my brother-in-law runs his own factory. His annual income is 1.5 million, which is much better than yours. Do you think my family will care about the 180,000 betrothal gift you gave? Zhang Hongyu looked at Lin Hao with disdain and said contemptuously, after my sister and brother-in-law get married, even if my sister does nothing, the couple's common property will be divided into half, and my sister can get 750,000 yuan every year. And what about you? You work so hard and have no holidays all year round, but you only earn a little over 100,000 yuan a year. Zhang Hongyu suddenly thought of something and sneered, besides, my sister has promised me that she will marry me a woman who is prettier than Qin Shiyun. Zhang Hongyu knew in his heart that it would be very difficult to marry a woman more beautiful than Qin Shiyun. First of all, it is difficult to find someone more beautiful than Qin Shiyun. In all his life, he has never seen anyone more beautiful than Qin Shiyun. But he had to say this to Lin Hao now and hit Lin Hao as hard as possible. Lin Hao said nothing, he thought it was ridiculous. Who Zhang Jingjing marries has nothing to do with him. Even marrying the richest man in the world has nothing to do with him. He just wanted to get back the 180,000 yuan betrothal money and 3 pieces of gold jewelry. As for what Zhang Hongyu said, he found it ridiculous and was also very grateful. Fortunately, he did not marry Zhang Jingjing, otherwise he would have been endlessly demanded by Zhang Hongyu and Huang Meixia after marriage. Listen to what was just said? Zhang Jingjing promised to help Zhang Hongyu marry a more beautiful wife. Doesn't this mean that Zhang Hongyu will pay for his wife? Where did Zhang Jingjing get her money from? She must have gotten it from the man's family. Lin Hao suddenly felt that the man was quite pitiful. He was already being targeted by Zhang Jingjing's family before he even got married. After the marriage, given Zhang Jingjing's greed, wouldn't they ask for money to buy a house and a car? They might even ask for money under other pretexts? Fortunately, Lin Hao felt very fortunate that he was blinded by love at the beginning. As an insider, he seemed very confused. Now as an outsider, looking at all this and thinking about my past self, I feel like a complete idiot. Even worse than the idiot. Many people in the bathhouse were also staring at Lin Hao and Zhang Hongyu. They were all watching the fun. But while watching the fun, his eyes intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Lin Hao. Everyone suddenly felt a little inferior in their hearts. What the hell, this person came to the bathhouse to take a bath. Is he trying to attack others on purpose? Lin Hao didn't pay attention to other people's eyes at this time, nor did he pay attention to Zhang Hongyu, but he glanced at Zhang Hongyu. There was contempt and disdain in his eyes. Then Lin Hao went into the water. Zhang Hongyu's face looked extremely ugly at this moment, and he couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. Although Lin Hao didn't say anything, the look he gave him just now was full of disdain and contempt. Grass. Zhang Hongyu wants to hit someone. He really wanted to push Lin Hao into the water and make Lin Hao drink the water in the bathhouse. But at this moment, he saw 4 people walking towards him, and his face suddenly changed. He knew these 4 people, they were Lin Hao's friends. Zhang Wu and his companions also saw Zhang Hongyu. After seeing Zhang Hongyu, Zhang Wu smiled coldly. Hey, isn't this the brother Zhang who needs his sister to pay for the bride price when marrying a wife? Sun Yu sneered, this kind of rubbish is not even worthy of being a man. His sister has to pay for the bride price. Li Yuliang smiled and said, I feel uncomfortable when I see this rubbish. When they saw Zhang Hongyu's expression, they knew that Zhang Hongyu and Lin Hao must have had a conflict just now. As friends of Lin Hao, and already displeased with Zhang Hongyu, they couldn't help but say a few words against Zhang Hongyu at this time. When Zhang Hongyu heard their words, his face became extremely gloomy and he clenched his fists. He really wanted to do it, but he didn't dare. There are 4 people on the other side, plus Lin Hao, that makes 5 people. And he and his 2 friends were just 3 people. 3 against 5? It's hard to beat. What's more, his 2 friends may not help him. If the situation is favorable, he believes that his 2 friends will help him. But if the situation is unfavorable, his 2 friends will most likely not help him, at most they will just mediate. Let's go. Zhang Hongyu said to his 2 friends with a gloomy face. Zhang Hongyu's 2 friends didn't say anything and followed Zhang Hongyu away quickly. If they stay any longer, they might end up lying down today. To the closet. Zhang Hongyu had a gloomy face and just left like that. He was really unwilling to accept this. Especially since he had just been scolded by Zhang Wu and others. Zhang Hongyu had a gloomy face and said to his 2 friends in a deep voice, I'll make a phone call and call more people. The 2 friends nodded. Zhang Hongyu started to make a phone call. Hey, come to Mingyue Water Club to take a bath, I'll treat you. Hey, come to Mingyue Water Club, I'll treat you to a bath. Hey, come to Mingyue Water Club, I'll treat you to a bath. Yes, a massage, it's my treat. Zhang Hongyu made 6 calls in a row, and then said to his 2 friends, I called Wang Wen and the others over. They will be here soon. Together with the 3 of us, that's 9 people, 9v5, solid. Zhang Hongyu's 2 friends nodded, but they decided not to do anything physical. The cost of taking action these days is too high. The minimum penalty is compensation, starting from 10,000 words. In serious cases, the punishment would be to eat in a big pot for a minimum of 1 year. And even though it is 9v5, 9 people facing 5 people does not necessarily mean they will win. Even if they do, it will come at a considerable cost. No matter how you think about it, it's not worth it. In addition, Zhang Hongyu called someone and asked him to come and give him a bath and massage. If the person you called arrives and finds that it's not just a bath and massage, but a fight, she may not necessarily accompany Zhang Hongyu. If you are not united, even if 9 people are facing 5, it is difficult to win. In the bathhouse, Lin Hao was chatting with Zhang Wu and his friends, and Zhang Wu and his friends were talking about Zhang Hongyu. After taking a bath, I went to rub my back. Zhang Wu took a look at the price of back rubbing and shook his head. Forget it, it's too expensive. A back rub costs 168 yuan, which is too expensive. Chapter 47 Provocation. Asking for recommendation votes. Asking for monthly votes. Lin Hao smiled and said, I'm treating you today, don't be polite. Yun didn't ask for a betrothal gift. The court will open tomorrow, and we'll get back the betrothal gift we gave to Zhang Jingjing's family. We'll have enough money now. Zhang Wu and others shook their heads, thinking that forget it, as it would cost so much money just to rub a back. Seeing this, Lin Hao pushed them one by one onto the back scrubbing table, and then said to the back scrubbing masters, rub them. Okay. Several back scrubbing masters responded with a smile. One of the masters jokingly gave Lin Hao a thumbs up and praised him, brother, you are great. Lin Hao was a little embarrassed. This brother was not referring to Zhang Wu and his group, nor was he referring to any person. Lin Hao also went to the back rubbing table and asked the master to rub his back. About 15 minutes passed. 6 people came to Mingyue Water Club, arrived at the wardrobe area, and saw Zhang Hongyu. Several people looked at Zhang Hongyu and laughed. Did Boss Zhang get rich? Invite us to take a bath? To take a bath at Mingyue Shui, the bath fee alone is 59 yuan. If you add back scrubbing and massage, it will be over 500 yuan. With so many people, the money Zhang Hongyu has to spend is not a small amount. Zhang Hongyu smiled and felt very happy. He liked it when a group of people called him boss. Zhang Hongyu smiled and said, you guys can play as you please today, I'll take care of it. Zhang Hongyu didn't say much about Lin Hao and the others. He said to them, go to the bathhouse and take a bath first. After the bath, come to the rest area on the 2nd floor to find us. Okay. Several people nodded, changed their clothes and went to the bathhouse. Zhang Hongyu and his 2 friends went to the rest area on the 2nd floor to wait. One of the friends said to Zhang Hongyu, do you think Lin Hao and the others will run away when they see so many of us? Zhang Hongyu shook his head slightly, no. He also knew Lin Hao well and knew that he was not the kind of person who was afraid of trouble. You're not really going to do it, are you? If you do, at the very least you'll have to pay money, at the worst you'll have to go to jail and eat in the same pot for a minimum of 1 year. One of the friends panicked and couldn't help but remind Zhang Hongyu. Zhang Hongyu smiled and said, I'm not a fool. How could I be so foolish as to do that? I was just pissed off by Lin Hao and wanted to embarrass him. Just now, Lin Hao looked at him with contempt and disdain, which made him very annoyed. In addition, he felt extremely unbalanced. Why was there such a big gap between him and Lin Hao? The thought that Lin Hao slept with Qin Shiyun every day, and maybe bullied Qin Shiyun every day, made him feel more and more uncomfortable, and he really wanted to teach Lin Hao a lesson. He called people over mainly to be on the safe side, in case a fight really broke out, to avoid being at a disadvantage. The main purpose of calling people here was to boost his morale and prevent him from falling behind. Then he could mock Lin Hao and the others without restraint. I guess Lin Hao and the others wouldn't dare to act rashly. Just at this moment, Zhang Hongyu's face changed slightly. He looked into the distance, staring at the beautiful figure in the distance. Qin Shiyun. Once upon a time, Qin Shiyun was his dream goddess. Even though Qin Shiyun is with Lin Hao now, he still can't forget Qin Shiyun. When I think about Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun being together every day, especially how terrifying Lin Hao is, I feel very uncomfortable just thinking about it. Far away. Qin Shiyun was calling Lin Hao, but no one answered. She guessed that Lin Hao and his friends might be getting their backs rubbed. She went to the bar and ordered 6 cups of milk tea. She then took the 6 cups of milk tea to the coffee table in the lounge area and sat on the sofa waiting. After a few seconds, Qin Shiyun noticed someone was looking at her and couldn't help but look over. When he saw Zhang Hongyu, his brows couldn't help but frown slightly. If possible, she really wanted to never see Zhang Hongyu in her life. In the past, Zhang Hongyu was very annoying. Sent her messages all the time. Talk about some random things. Feeling very annoyed. It's so annoying that I feel annoyed just by looking at it. Qin Shiyun didn't say anything, nor did she look at Zhang Hongyu again. Instead, she lowered her head and played with her phone. When Zhang Hongyu saw Qin Shiyun discover him, his face suddenly turned colder, and his expression also became a little ugly. Is he so annoying? Is he worse than Lin Hao? Zhang Hongyu suddenly thought of Lin Hao's strengths, and his expression became even uglier. Qin Shiyun doesn't want a dowry from Lin Hao, maybe she is attracted by Lin Hao's strengths. Isn't that Qin Shiyun? The two friends beside Zhang Hongyu were also looking at Qin Shiyun. They had some thoughts about Qin Shiyun before, but it was Zhang Hongyu who spoke first and decided to pursue Qin Shiyun. They had no choice but to give up. Now, Zhang Hongyu failed to catch up with Qin Shiyun, but was instead taken advantage of by Lin Hao. About 5 minutes passed. Qin Shiyun's cell phone rang, and she immediately answered the call and said to Lin Hao on the phone, "I'm in the rest area on the 2nd floor." Lin Hao, getting on the elevator. Qin Shiyun, I saw Zhang Hongyu. Lin Hao, does he bother you? Qin Shiyun, not really. Lin Hao, coming up. Lin Hao and Zhang Wu and others reached the 2nd floor at this time. They glanced around and saw Qin Shiyun, as well as Zhang Hongyu and others. Lin Hao and his companions walked towards Qin Shiyun. You two have really spent a lot of money today. Sun Yu couldn't help but say when he saw the 6 cups of milk tea on the coffee table. When Qin Shiyun heard Sun Yu mention the young couple, she felt particularly happy and smiled more. She said to Sun Yu and the others, "A few cups of milk tea, it's not expensive." Sun Yu smiled and didn't say anything. Several people sat down. Lin Hao sat next to Qin Shiyun and hugged her in his arms, then looked at Zhang Hongyu and others who were sitting 10 meters away. Crack! When Zhang Hongyu saw Lin Hao hugging Qin Shiyun, his face suddenly became much gloomier. He couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, making a crisp sound from his knuckles. If Lin Hao just hugged Qin Shiyun, he would not be particularly angry. At most, he would be a little angry and feel a little uncomfortable. But when Lin Hao hugged Qin Shiyun, he looked at him with a provocative look. This made him very annoyed. Lin Hao! Provoking him. Zhang Hongyu had a gloomy face and stared at Lin Hao, who was 10 meters away. After staring at each other for a few seconds, Zhang Hongyu looked away first. He endured it first. Wait until his 6 friends finish taking a shower and go upstairs, then he will provoke them back. On the opposite side, Zhang Wu also saw Zhang Hongyu's gloomy face and the cruelty in his eyes. Zhang Wu said to Lin Hao, "The 6 people who were taking a shower downstairs just now were all called by Zhang Hongyu." While they were rubbing each other's backs, they heard the 6 people Zhang Hongyu had called talking to each other. They said that Zhang Hongyu had unprecedentedly invited them to take a bath and have a massage, and that Zhang Hongyu must have made a fortune. Sun Yu sneered and said, "Those 6 people seem to be called by Zhang Hongyu at short notice, not as if they had made an appointment long ago. Calling those 6 people here at this time is probably to target us." They had mocked Zhang Hongyu before. Can Zhang Hongyu just endure this? Chapter 48, Get lost if you don't want to fight. But they didn't care. Zhang Hongyu called 6 people, making a total of 9 people. On their side, there were 5 men and 1 woman, Qin Shiyun, a total of 6 people. 6v9, they were not panicked at all. What's more, does Zhang Hongyu dare to take action? Even if Zhang Hongyu dares to take action, will the friends he calls definitely help Zhang Hongyu? Listening to the conversation between the 6 people in the bathhouse downstairs just now, those 6 people might have been lured here by Zhang Hongyu. I don't know whether to help Zhang Hongyu fight. Lin Hao didn't care at all. He just hugged Qin Shiyun and kissed her from time to time. Qin Shiyun's face turned slightly red. Lin Hao kissed her, and she knew that Lin Hao did it on purpose for Zhang Hongyu to see, just to piss Zhang Hongyu off. But she felt a little embarrassed to be kissed in front of so many people. As for Zhang Hongyu on the opposite side, his expression was extremely ugly at this moment, and a hint of fierceness flashed in his eyes that he could not help but suppress. Lin Hao. Still provoking him. He kept kissing Qin Shiyun just for him to see. When he saw Qin Shiyun's face slightly red, his heart felt like it was pierced by a needle, and it hurt so much. He had never seen Qin Shiyun so shy before. Now that she was shy, there was something special about her. But Qin Shiyun is only shy when facing Lin Hao. Crack. Zhang Hongyu had a gloomy face and turned his head away, not wanting to look anymore. He was afraid that if he continued watching, he would not be able to control himself. Zhang Hongyu's two friends didn't say anything, but seeing Zhang Hongyu's face showing how angry he was, they felt that Zhang Hongyu was quite pitiful. Qin Shiyun is Zhang Hongyu's goddess. Zhang Hongyu once made a bold statement that he must marry Qin Shiyun. But what about now? He could only watch the goddess being kissed by Lin Hao. They thought of Lin Hao's strengths again. Zhang Hongyu probably also thought of Lin Hao's strengths. Just thinking about it, Zhang Hongyu must feel very uncomfortable, right? About 20 minutes passed. The 6 friends Zhang Hongyu had called earlier had already taken a shower, changed into the clothes they wore at the club, and went to the rest area on the second floor. When the 6 people saw Zhang Hongyu, they walked over together. Zhang Hongyu couldn't help but look excited when he saw his 6 friends coming. Now there were 9 of them, so why were they still afraid of Lin Hao? Sit here. Zhang Hongyu said to the 6 people. One of the 6 people looked at Zhang Hongyu and said, I saw Lin Hao in the bathhouse. Although they were not familiar with Lin Hao was Zhang Hongyu's future brother-in-law after all, and several people also knew Lin Hao. They also knew that Lin Hao broke off the engagement and married Qin Shiyun. After hearing this, Zhang Hongyu's face darkened. He looked towards the sofa not far away and said to his friends, Lin Hao is there. After hearing this, the 6 people couldn't help but look over and saw Lin Hao and the others, especially seeing Lin Hao hugging Qin Shiyun. The expressions of the 6 people changed slightly. I understood something instantly. Zhang Hongyu said that he invited them to take a bath and massage, and it was not for nothing. Do you want them to beat Lin Hao and his men? What the hell? The 6 people cursed in their hearts, wanting them to fight? They wouldn't do it. They are not 17 or 18 years old and have little awareness of the law, so it is normal for them to fight. We live in a society ruled by law now, and they are old now, so they have off of the law. In this day and age, if you fight, you will have to pay compensation at the very least, or go to jail at the worst. They have no grudges against Lin Hao, so why would Zhang Hongyu ask them to fight just because he invited them to take a bath and have a massage? They won't do it. But it can help to liven up the scene and boost morale. After all, they are friends with Zhang Hongyu, and Zhang Hongyu invited them to take a bath and massage this time for other purposes. But as a friend, it's still okay to support and mediate the fight. What do you want? Someone looked at Zhang Hongyu. The person next to him immediately reminded, I think it's best not to fight. After hearing this, Zhang Hongyu gave them a reassuring look and said, No, I'm not stupid. Earlier in the bathhouse, Lin Hao and his friends scolded me, and I wanted to scold them back. You just need to support me and show some strength. If a fight really breaks out, you can stop them. After Zhang Hongyu finished speaking, he remembered something and whispered to a few friends, I will be very fierce to Lin Hao later. It will look like I am going to hit Lin Hao. Just hold me back. Several people understood immediately, but were also speechless. Zhang Hongyu pretended to hit Lin Hao and asked them to pull hard. Speechless. Someone reminded Zhang Hongyu, I think we should just forget it. If we provoke Lin Hao and the others, they might really start to take action. After hearing this, Zhang Hongyu couldn't help but think about it. This was also possible. If he angered Lin Hao, he might be beaten up. I know what's going on. Zhang Hongyu said. A few people nodded slightly, feeling a little relieved. Zhang Hongyu stood up at this time. He walked in front, with 8 friends beside and behind him. The 9 people slowly walked towards Lin Hao and his companions. The way the 9 of them walked, as well as their facial expressions and eyes, looked as if they were looking for trouble. For a moment, everyone around couldn't help but look over. The staff in the club also noticed something was wrong, and several of them walked over here, calling on the intercom to report the situation. As for Lin Hao and his companions, they seemed very stable. Lin Hao held Qin Shiyun in his arms, looking at Zhang Hongyu and the other 9 people indifferently. Sun Yu glanced at Zhang Hongyu and the other 9 people, looking nonchalant. He looked at Zhang Hongyu with a hint of amusement in his eyes. What? Are you looking for trouble? The words fell. Sun Yu stood up, and Li Yuliang, Zhao Ning, and Zhang Wu also stood up. Lin Hao didn't stand up. He hugged Qin Shiyun with one hand. He looked at Zhang Hongyu and said lightly, "Want to fight?" Seeing that Lin Hao and his companions were very calm and not panicking at all, Zhang Hongyu even asked him directly if he wanted to fight. Zhang Hongyu's face froze slightly, and he didn't know how to answer for a moment. If you reply fight, a fight may start in the next second. If they don't fight back, their momentum will be weakened a lot in an instant. Zhang Hongyu looked gloomy, stared at Lin Hao, and said coldly, "I want to tell you something." "Fuck you. Do you want to fight? If not, get out of here." Zhang Wu saw that Zhang Hongyu was a coward. He brought 8 people here and wanted to say something nasty to them? Dream. Sun Yu also said coldly at this time, "If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't want to fight, then get out. Get out of here if you don't want to fight." Li Yuliang and Zhao Ning rubbed their hands together and took a step forward. Sun Yu and Zhang Wu also stepped forward at this time, staring at Zhang Hongyu with unfriendly eyes, as if they were going to attack him immediately if Zhang Hongyu didn't get out of here. Several of Zhang Hongyu's friends subconsciously took a few steps back. Although they were numerous, they were just ordinary friends with Zhang Hongyu and their relationship was not that deep. There was no need for them to start a fight with Lin Hao and his companions over such a trivial matter involving Zhang Hongyu. Not worth. Chapter 49 Qin Shiyun, I'll pay for today's consumption. Zhang Hongyu saw that several of his friends took a step back and only he stood at the front. For a moment, Zhang Hongyu cursed in his heart. What kind of drinking buddy is this? For eating, clubs, and KTV, they are almost always available at any time, but when something happens, everyone backs off. Do you want to get out or not? Zhang Wu said to Zhang Hongyu in a cold voice with a slightly cold expression. After hearing this, Zhang Hongyu was very angry. He really wanted to retort, but if he did, he might really get beaten, and his friends might not dare to intervene. Zhang Hongyu had a gloomy face and was silent for a few seconds. Finally, he left angrily without saying another word. Seeing this, several of his friends followed suit. After Zhang Hongyu and his companions took the elevator downstairs and disappeared from everyone's sight. The people watching in the club started discussing in groups of 3 or 5. I was drunk. I thought they were going to fight. I even recorded it, and this is it. Those 9 people looked so fierce just now. I thought they were so powerful, but they were scared away by just a few words. It's so funny, this guy is so cowardly. There are so many people, and you are still so cowardly, it's useless. The staff in the club breathed a sigh of relief at this moment, as they were afraid that someone would cause trouble in the club. I felt relieved but speechless at the same time. Is that it? At first, Zhang Hongyu and his 9 companions looked aggressive, but they were scared away by a few words. I just saw that man in the bathhouse. Someone looked at Lin Hao and recognized him immediately. I've seen him too, what a cool guy. One girl asked curiously, why is this guy so awesome? Buddha said, it cannot be explained. The boy next to her asked the girl a riddle. The girl hit the boy and asked, tell me, why is this guy so awesome? The boy coughed and said to the girl, then put your ear closer and I will speak softly. After hearing this, the girl felt speechless. As for? Is it necessary to whisper like this? Wouldn't it be better to just say it out loud? Out of curiosity, the girl approached the boy and urged him, hurry up and tell me. The boy leaned close to the girl's ear and whispered, this guy must be 20 plus in an abnormal state. What's 20 plus? The girl didn't understand what it meant for a moment. The boy smiled and whispered, unit, centimeters. It took the girl 3 seconds to understand what he meant. Her face turned red and her ears turned red. You're looking for death. The girl punched the boy. The boy was speechless, you insisted that I say that. The girl punched him again, and then couldn't help but look at Lin Hao in the distance. Is this guy so awesome? Then the woman in his arms, isn't it? The girl shook her head quickly, she felt that she was no longer innocent. Lin Hao and a few others were sitting on the sofa and chatting. Zhang Wu said, Zhang Hongyu is such a coward. Sun Yu smiled and said, it's mainly because the 5 of us men are all big. Lin Hao and his companions had practiced Sanda before. Except for Lin Hao, Zhang Wu, and the other 3 also had the habit of fitness. Each of them had obvious muscles and a sturdy build, which made them look very intimidating. Zhao Ning smiled and said, people like Zhang Hongyu are probably the kind of people who only bully the weak and fear the strong. Li Yuliang looked at Lin Hao and couldn't help but ask, the court will be held tomorrow. How confident are you that you can get back the betrothal money you gave me before? Lin Hao smiled and said, the betrothal gift will definitely be returned. He has been fighting back against Zhang Hongyu's provocation. Hugging Qin Shiyun and kissing Qin Shiyun is the best response to Zhang Hongyu. Lin Hao looked at Qin Shiyun in his arms and said with a smile, next time we encounter something similar, you have to feed me, give me water, and piss Zhang Hongyu off to death. Did you hear me? Qin Shiyun. She was a little embarrassed. Lin Hao said to Zhang Wu and the others, let's go to the private room for a massage. Zhang Wu, forget it. A massage costs 200 or 300 yuan, and there are so many of us. Zhao Ning also said, forget it, no massage, just chat like this. After you get the betrothal money back, pay off the money your family owes first. Lin Hao, the money owed by the family has been repaid. He had previously received cash as a system reward, and told his parents that he had made some money playing virtual currency, and then he transferred hundreds of thousands of yuan to his parents. After paying off the debt at home, there will be a lot left. Zhang Wu and his friends were a little skeptical. How could it be possible that it was paid back? The betrothal money had not yet been returned. Qin Shiyun spoke up at this time, don't be polite, I'll pay for today's consumption. Zhang Wu, Zhao Ning, Li Yuliang and Sun Yu couldn't help but look at Qin Shiyun. This is a very bold statement. However, the four of them still did not want to have a massage. After all, if 6 people had a massage together, at 300 yuan per person, it would cost 1,800 yuan. In addition, the back scrubbing I received in the bathhouse cost 168 yuan, and 6 people were doing the back scrubbing, which was a lot of money. Seeing that Zhang Wu and the others didn't want her and Lin Hao to spend money, Qin Shiyun couldn't help but have a better impression of them. I think this is what a true good friend is. Thinking about saving the other person money. Think about Zhang Jingjing again. Zhang Jingjing had been in a relationship with Lin Hao for 5 years and said that she loved Lin Hao very much. As a result, there was no love in what he did, and he didn't consider Lin Hao at all. He just wanted to get more money from Lin Hao. In particular, when Lin Hao's family was in financial difficulty, the bride price was suddenly doubled. Qin Shiyun looked at Zhang Wu and the other 3 and said, I'll pay for today's consumption. I know you're doing this for Lin Hao and me and don't want us to spend money. In fact, taking a bath or getting a massage only costs a few thousand yuan. When I was in school, my parents gave me 50,000 yuan in pocket money every month. When I was a junior, my dad transferred 5 million yuan to me so that I could invest in stocks and learn more about finance. After Qin Shiyun finished speaking, Zhang Wu and the other 3 looked at Qin Shiyun in shock. Even Lin Hao was surprised in his heart. When Qin Shiyun was in school, her monthly pocket money was 50,000 yuan. When she was a junior, Qin Shiyun's parents directly transferred 5 million to her so that she could practice? Fuck. Zhang Wu couldn't help but lose his voice. Oh my god. Zhao Ning. Li Yuliang and Sun Yu were still looking at Qin Shiyun in shock. I really can't believe that Qin Shiyun's family is so rich. During college, my monthly pocket money was 50,000. When she was a junior, her father directly transferred 5 million to Qin Shiyun so that she could practice. Damn it. How rich is Qin Shiyun's family? Haozi, is what your wife said true? Zhang Wu looked at Lin Hao, still finding it a little unbelievable. Lin Hao was sweating slightly. I don't know whether the pocket money of 50,000 or 5 million is used for stock trading, but Shiyun's family is indeed very rich. What the hell? After hearing this, Zhang Wu and the other 3 looked at Lin Hao in shock and envy. They knew that Qin Shiyun was an only child. When they were having a barbecue, Lin Hao also said that his father-in-law and mother-in-law had no objections. This means that if Lin Hao marries Qin Shiyun, he will have saved himself 100 years of hard work. Chapter 50. Do you know why I suggested buying the wedding dress? Well, does your family have a mind? Sun Yu looked at Qin Shiyun, still shocked in his heart. I also think Qin Shiyun is too low-key. The clothes Qin Shiyun wears and the things she uses are not from big brands. When ordinary people see Qin Shiyun for the first time, they will only think that Qin Shiyun is very beautiful, but they will not think that Qin Shiyun is very rich. This guy is too low-key. Qin Shiyun smiled and replied, there is no mine, my family just opened a company. Sun Yu and his friends? Okay, since Shiyun said so, don't be polite. My wife will pay for today's consumption. Lin Hao stood up at this time and said with a smile. Zhang Wu and his friends didn't hesitate and went to the private room for massage. At this time, Zhang Hongyu and 9 other people had arrived at the wardrobe area on the first floor, changing their clothes and preparing to leave the club. Zhang Hongyu's face looked very ugly. He originally wanted to curse back, but as soon as Lin Hao and others opened their mouths, they asked him if he wanted to fight. Of course he wanted to fight. He wanted to beat Lin Hao and the others up. But he didn't dare to take action. Even though they were more in number, it was unlikely that his friends would help him fight. Oh shit. Grass. Zhang Hongyu cursed in his heart, none of these friends are reliable. Zhang Hongyu's 8 friends were also silent at this time. They felt a little embarrassed and didn't know how to face Zhang Hongyu. Just now, Lin Hao and his friends directly scolded Zhang Hongyu and told him to get out if he didn't want to fight. None of them dared to speak, and they all watched Zhang Hongyu being scolded. Hongyu, I know someone who's a gangster. As long as you pay enough money, he will help you. A friend felt bad and introduced Zhang Hongyu to someone else. Zhang Hongyu said to him with a slightly gloomy face, I know him too. I'll ask him later. If he didn't teach Lin Hao and the others a lesson, he really couldn't swallow this humiliation. It was too aggrieved. He might not be able to sleep because of what happened today. Just at this moment, there was a call on Zhang Hongyu's cell phone. Zhang Hongyu looked at his phone. It was a call from his sister. He picked up the phone immediately. Hello, sister. Zhang Jingjing, where are you? I'm having dinner with your brother-in-law tonight. After hearing this, Zhang Hongyu's face darkened slightly, and he said in a low voice, I'm in Mingyue Water Club, sister, I was scolded by Lin Hao and the others. When Zhang Jingjing heard Zhang Hongyu's words, her expression suddenly changed and became a little colder. She asked in a deep voice, what's going on? I'll go find you guys and talk about it when we meet. Zhang Hongyu asked, where are you and your brother-in-law? Zhang Jingjing, it's the Times shopping mall in the city center. Call me when you get there. Zhang Hongyu, okay. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Hongyu's face became even colder. He just had an idea and planned to ask his brother-in-law for help. My brother-in-law is rich, has a wide network of contacts, and knows some people in the underworld. Times shopping mall in downtown Yangzhou. Zhang Jingjing and Chen Wei were staying in Starbucks. At this moment, Zhang Jingjing had a cold expression, and one could tell at a glance that she was angry. Seeing this, Chen Wei couldn't help but ask, what happened to your brother? Zhang Jingjing just called Zhang Hongyu, and then her expression suddenly changed like this. Zhang Jingjing said in a deep voice with a cold face, Hongyu said that he was scolded by Lin Hao and some of Lin Hao's friends. Chen Wei frowned slightly, Lin Hao? Zhang Jingjing looked at him, it's my ex-boyfriend. I told you before that on the wedding day, he married my best friend. After hearing this, Chen Wei's face turned much uglier. He is now engaged to Zhang Jingjing. He is now Zhang Jingjing's fiancé. As Zhang Jingjing's current boyfriend, what he fears most now is Zhang Jingjing's ex. Although Zhang Jingjing and Lin Hao are now in a hostile relationship, Lin Hao is Zhang Jingjing's ex after all, especially since they had been in a relationship for 5 years. He thought that it would be best if Zhang Jingjing and Lin Hao had no contact in this life, otherwise he would feel uncomfortable. But now Lin Hao actually dared to scold his brother-in-law. If he didn't do something, wouldn't Zhang Hongyu think that he, the current brother-in-law, was afraid of the former brother-in-law? In addition, Zhang Jingjing also intends to deal with Lin Hao, so he must deal with Lin Hao even more. After a while, Zhang Hongyu has arrived. Chen Wei looked at Zhang Hongyu with a gloomy face and said in a deep voice, what exactly happened? When Zhang Hongyu saw Chen Wei's expression, he knew that his sister must have told Chen Wei. Zhang Hongyu's face turned slightly cold, and he said in a deep voice, I was bathing in the bathhouse with 2 friends, and I met Lin Hao. Lin Hao and his friends targeted me. I couldn't swallow this breath at the time, so I called a few more friends. I wanted to vent my anger, but my friends were all afraid of trouble, so I didn't vent my anger. Zhang Hongyu changed the previous process and described himself as the victim. Zhang Hongyu looked at Zhang Jingjing at this time and said in a deep voice, Qin Shiyun is here too, in the rest area on the 2nd floor. Lin Hao deliberately hugged Qin Shiyun and kissed her, just for me to see. After hearing this, Zhang Jingjing's expression turned even colder, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. She couldn't help but think of their previous marriage, when Qin Shiyun agreed to Lin Hao's proposal. I thought of the text messages I sent to Qin Shiyun and cursed at each other. She had a gloomy face and cold eyes. Seeing Zhang Jingjing's expression, Chen Wei immediately said, I will help Hongyu get rid of this anger. Isn't the court hearing tomorrow? I will meet with Lin Hao and others before the court hearing. Zhang Jingjing nodded slightly. These days, Shenwei took her to buy brand name bags, clothes, shoes, and jewelry, all of which were big brands. I spent nearly 200,000 just to buy a few sets of clothes. She bought so many brand name clothes and she will wear them tomorrow, for Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun to see. She wanted to tell Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun that she was living very well now. Her man treats her very well too. She is living a very good life, even better than Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun. After Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun knew about this, they would probably feel extremely unbalanced and very angry, right? Zhang Jingjing looked at Zhang Hongyu and said in a deep voice, I will help you get rid of this anger tomorrow. Zhang Hongyu nodded and said that he would go with the court when it starts tomorrow. With his brother-in-law Chenwei around, he feels more confident and is not afraid of Lin Hao. Moon and water meeting. After Lin Hao and his friends had the massage, they changed their clothes and prepared to leave. After saying hello, they left. On the way back, Lin Hao was driving and chatting with Qin Shiyun, who was sitting in the passenger seat. The two of them didn't take tomorrow's court session seriously, including the previous conflict with Zhang Hongyu. Lin Hao looked calm, looking forward, and said to Qin Shiyun beside him, after taking a shower tonight, put on your wedding dress. Qin Shiyun looked at Lin Hao with some confusion and asked, why are you wearing a wedding dress? After hearing this, Lin Hao couldn't help but smile. He glanced at Qin Shiyun's puzzled expression and thought she was a little bit cute. Do you know why I suggested buying a wedding dress at that time? Lin Hao asked with a smile. Qin Shiyun looked at him, didn't you say that you would wear it on our wedding anniversary? Lin Hao smiled and said, this is one reason. Second, it can also be used as a kind of sexy clothing. Qin Shiyun's face turned red, she turned her head away, feeling a little embarrassed and annoyed for a moment. Chapter 51 Parking Space Stolen. Lin Hao treated the wedding dress as a sex toy. Lin Hao smiled and glanced at Qin Shiyun. Seeing that Qin Shiyun turned her head away with a slightly red face, his heart couldn't help but move. He has been married to Qin Shiyun for some time, but he has never touched Qin Shiyun. Tonight, yes. Arrived home. Lin Hao directly hugged Qin Shiyun in his arms and kissed her on the forehead. Qin Shiyun didn't say anything. She closed her eyes and hugged Lin Hao. She had already prepared herself mentally. Tonight, let Lin Hao do whatever he wanted. Lin Hao kissed her for a while and stopped. He just held Qin Shiyun in his arms, feeling her body temperature and smelling the fragrance coming from her hair. He felt very comfortable hugging Qin Shiyun. He was hugging someone he loved, and the person he loved also loved him. Just hugging them created a great resonance in their hearts. Holding Qin Shiyun in his arms, he only thought about being with Qin Shiyun for the rest of his life, and burying his ashes in the same grave after his death. Qin Shiyun hugged Lin Hao and buried her head in his arms. She heard Lin Hao's heartbeat. She felt very warm at this moment, both physically and mentally. She also felt very safe, thinking that Lin Hao was her safe haven and her warm home. We held each other for about 15 minutes. Lin Hao whispered softly in Qin Shiyun's ear, let's take a bath together. Qin Shiyun buried herself in Lin Hao's arms and hummed softly. Lin Hao didn't say anything else. He held Qin Shiyun's fingers and went to the room to take a shower together. It took about an hour to wash. During this time, Lin Hao had no distractions. He applied shower gel on Qin Shiyun and rubbed her back with a back towel. Qin Shiyun didn't have too many distracting thoughts. In the past, she would have felt a little embarrassed, but tonight Lin Hao was a bit serious, so she also became a bit more serious. She also put shower gel on Lin Hao and rubbed his back. I would blush occasionally during this period. I took a shower and changed into pajamas. Then he went into bed. Lin Hao hugged her tightly, and they could faintly hear each other's heartbeat and breathing. After 5 minutes of silence, Lin Hao spoke softly, come to think of it, I haven't confessed to you yet. Qin Shiyun nudged her head against Lin Hao's chest and whispered, do you want to confess now? Lin Hao said softly, do you want to listen? Qin Shiyun, I want to. Lin Hao hugged her tighter and whispered, from now on, I will only sleep with you until you die. Qin Shiyun. What kind of confession is this? Lin Hao, it's your turn to confess to me. Qin Shiyun. This. Lin Hao asked softly, are you willing to be slept with by me for the rest of your life? Qin Shiyun, Lin Hao, the voice is too soft. Qin Shiyun. Yeah. Qin Shiyun. It's still small. Lin Hao. Qin Shiyun. Lin Hao, it's still small. Qin Shiyun gently hit Lin Hao, you're so annoying. Lin Hao smiled and said nothing more. Early the next morning, Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun woke up almost at the same time. The two looked at each other. Qin Shiyun looked into Lin Hao's eyes and saw a special meaning in Lin Hao's eyes. She couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed and annoyed. Yesterday, Lin Hao kept bullying her, deliberately watching her make a fool of herself. When she thought of what happened last night, her mentality completely collapsed. How could she be like that last night? It's all Lin Hao's fault. Lin Hao smiled. Qin Shiyun was very cute last night. He wanted to see Qin Shiyun's cute appearance every day. Do you want to sleep a little longer? Lin Hao looked at her. Qin Shiyun shook her head slightly. Lin Hao, then get up and brush your teeth and wash your face. Qin Shiyun. The two got up and washed. Lin Hao cleaned up faster and then went to make breakfast. After Qin Shiyun finished packing, she went to the living room and saw that Lin Hao had already brought up breakfast. For a moment, I began to look forward to the future. It would be nice to live a simple life in the future. We sleep together, wake up together, cook together every day, and manage our family and work well. Just thinking about the future, being with Lin Hao every day, she felt satisfied and happy. Lin Hao also enjoys his current life. He wakes up with his wife every day, goes to bed with her, and plays and fights with her. These days are very interesting. After having breakfast, the two drove to the court. I arrived at the parking lot outside the court and was looking for a parking space. Lin Hao quickly found a spot and was about to back the car in. At this moment, a car roared and soon arrived at the spot where Lin Hao wanted to park. Then it backed up and parked. Seeing this, Lin Hao's face turned colder. Stealing a parking space? Qin Shiyun's face also turned a little colder. It was obvious that she and Lin Hao had discovered the parking space first and were looking for a suitable angle to back in. But at this moment someone suddenly came to grab the parking space. Really poor quality. Qin Shiyun's face turned slightly cold and she was angry in her heart. She was originally in a good mood, but now she was in a bad mood. Lin Hao's mood instantly turned bad. He encountered such a thing early in the morning. Lin Hao didn't say anything and drove the car a few meters ahead, where there was also an empty parking space. After he got in, he got out of the car with Qin Shiyun. Then the two of them looked at the car that had previously fought for the parking space. Mercedes-Benz 450L, a car worth about 1 million. The door of the Mercedes-Benz opened at this time. Several figures walked out. When Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun saw these people, they immediately understood what was going on. No wonder this car took their parking space. It turned out to be Zhang Jingjing, Zhang Hongyu, Huang Meixia, and a young man who looked to be around 25 years old. Lin Hao had a cold face. He glanced at Zhang Jingjing and Zhang Hongyu, and then glanced at the young man. Is this the brother-in-law Zhang Hongyu mentioned yesterday? Yesterday Zhang Hongyu said that Zhang Jingjing was engaged and the man opened a factory with an annual income of 1.5 million. At that time, he thought this man was very unlucky. Before he even married Zhang Jingjing's family had been eyeing his money. At this moment, he had no mercy at all for the man. This man had directly taken his parking space. He was not a good person either. Hey, isn't this Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun? Zhang Hongyu walked over with an arrogant step. When he saw Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun, he couldn't help but think of yesterday's meeting at Mingyue Water. Lin Hao kissed Qin Shiyun, deliberately kissing him for him to see. Just thinking about it made him angry. Zhang Hongyu took one look at the car Lin Hao was driving and immediately started to mock it, his tone full of contempt and disdain. Hongqi H9, it's only 500,000 yuan. My brother-in-law drives a Mercedes-Benz, which he bought for 1 million yuan. Huang Meixia also came over at this time. Seeing Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun, she immediately mocked them, you drive a car worth 500,000 yuan? My son-in-law drives a Mercedes-Benz, a big brand, which cost just over 1 million yuan. Huang Meixia took a look at the clothes Qin Shiyun was wearing. She couldn't tell what brand it was, so she couldn't help but sneer, look at what she's wearing? Lin Hao, Qin Shiyun is your wife after all, so you let your wife wear clothes from a cheap brand? Look at my son-in-law, he bought 3 sets of clothes for Jingjing, and he spent nearly 200,000. Chapter 52, Return of the Dowry. Zhang Hongyu and Huang Meixia immediately mocked when they got the chance, and they also wanted to show off. As long as Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun feel uncomfortable, that's enough. When Zhang Jingjing saw Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun, she felt like they were enemies meeting and was extremely jealous. She is wearing all branded clothes, pants, shoes, underwear, watches and other jewelry. Which one is not a branded? Zhang Jingjing looked at Lin Hao, her lips slightly raised. You insisted on breaking off the engagement and even proposed to Qin Shiyun. Do you regret it now? Lin Hao looked at Zhang Jingjing, somewhat puzzled. Why do you regret it? I think Shiyun is the most perfect woman in the world. You are not as good as her. Zhang Jingjing's family started to mock him right away, and he didn't stand back. After hearing this, Zhang Jingjing's face suddenly turned cold. From Lin Hao's point of view, it seemed that Lin Hao really had nothing to regret. Unless one day, she becomes very rich. Make Lin Hao regret being with Qin Shiyun. But now, the brand name clothes and expensive jewelry she wears were all obtained with the help of men. Zhang Jingjing turned to look at Qin Shiyun with a cold face, and said sarcastically, You agreed to Lin Hao's proposal before, do you regret it now? Lin Hao's family background is average, and his job is average. In a year, he only makes about 100,000 yuan. After deducting living expenses, he probably has no money left in a year. Zhang Jingjing suddenly laughed. She took Chen Wei's arm and showed off to Qin Shiyun, This is my fiancé Chen Wei. He is a little taller than Lin Hao and more capable than Lin Hao. Chen Wei opened a factory and has an annual income of more than 1.5 million. Chen Wei also said that next year, the factory will be expanded and he will make more money then. Zhang Jingjing observed Qin Shiyun's expression as she spoke. She and Qin Shiyun had been at odds with each other for a long time, so she would just mock her when she got the chance. She wants to make Qin Shiyun envious and jealous. She wants to make Qin Shiyun regret being with Lin Hao. However, she did not see any envy, jealousy or hatred on Qin Shiyun's part at this moment, nor did she seem to have any regrets. This made her feel extremely uncomfortable and did not achieve the effect she wanted. Qin Shiyun found it ridiculous to see Zhang Jingjing making sarcastic remarks and showing off to her. Chen Wei's annual income is over 1.5 million? He opened a factory, and then what? That's it? She hasn't even competed with her father yet. Her father is the richest man in Su province, but she has never shown it off. Qin Shiyun took Lin Hao's arm and looked at Zhang Jingjing calmly. What your man does or how much money he makes in a year has nothing to do with me. As long as I feel happy, that's all. After hearing this, Zhang Jingjing's face became much colder. She didn't believe it in her heart. How could Qin Shiyun not be envious, jealous, or hateful at all? This is impossible. Zhang Jingjing had a cold face and stared into Qin Shiyun's eyes, as if she wanted to see through Qin Shiyun's true thoughts through her eyes. Zhang Jingjing sneered and stared at Qin Shiyun. You pretend to be calm, but you've been feeling unbalanced for a long time, right? With your looks, it wouldn't be difficult for you to find a rich man if you really wanted to. But you're with Lin Hao, who doesn't make much money a year. How can you not have any thoughts in your mind? I don't believe it. Qin Shiyun smiled, took out her mobile phone, opened the security software, an interface appeared, and then she turned the phone screen towards Zhang Jingjing and Chen Wei. Zhang Jingjing didn't know much about security software, she only saw the balance on Qin Shiyun's mobile phone interface. Chen Wei understood all this and saw it at a glance. Chen Wei's eyes flashed with shock, and he couldn't help but lose his voice when he looked at Qin Shiyun. You made more than 7 million by stock trading? Qin Shiyun put away her phone without explaining. She glanced at Zhang Jingjing with a hint of disdain in her eyes. I am very calm because I have money. I don't need to rely on my man to support me. Unlike some people, they become crazy just because they are with a rich second-generation man. Honey, let's go. Qin Shiyun turned around and said to Lin Hao affectionately. Lin Hao didn't say anything, but a smile appeared on his face. His wife was really awesome. When Zhang Jingjing heard Chen Wei's words, her face suddenly changed. She was shocked and felt unbelievable. Qin Shiyun made more than 7 million by investing in stocks? How is this possible? Zhang Jingjing didn't believe it. She looked at Chen Wei, frowned slightly and asked, Did you see clearly? Did she really make more than 7 million yuan from stock trading? Chen Wei shook his head. It depends on how much her capital is. If the capital is 5 million, it is equivalent to earning more than 2 million. After hearing this, Zhang Jingjing looked at Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun's departing backs in disbelief. How is this possible? Is Qin Shiyun's family rich? She had heard Qin Shiyun say before that she came from an ordinary family. How could she have so much money? Zhang Jingjing suddenly thought of a possibility. Qin Shiyun must have been secretly kept by a wealthy man in the past few years. Otherwise, given Qin Shiyun's family conditions, how could Qin Shiyun have so much money? Seeing that Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun had walked away, Zhang Jingjing's face turned a little uglier, her eyes became much colder, and she couldn't help but clench her fists tightly. She prepared a lot for this court session. She asked Chen Wei to come in a luxury car and wore branded clothes, just to tell Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun that she was living a good life now and to make Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun envious and jealous. However, but it didn't achieve the effect she wanted. I was even impressed by Qin Shiyun. Zhang Jingjing's face darkened and she didn't say anything. Zhang Hongyu felt even more upset at this moment. Qin Shiyun was so rich. More than 7 million. If he could have been with Qin Shiyun at the beginning, he could have used some of the more than 7 million. Huang Meixia's eyes turned red. Qin Shiyun actually had more than 7 million. More than 7 million. Even if she works every day for the rest of her life, she won't be able to earn that much money. Chen Wei didn't say anything, but he was amazed when he saw Qin Shiyun before. But he didn't give it too much thought. He still liked Zhang Jingjing because Zhang Jingjing had very low requirements for married life. Let's go. Zhang Jingjing's face sank slightly. Several people entered the court together. 2.5 hours passed. It's over. Zhang Jingjing's family all looked unhappy. The court ruled that they should return 180,000 yuan to Lin Hao. Transfer, or cash. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun walked up to Zhang Jingjing and the others. Huang Meixia's face looked ugly. She really didn't want to give 180,000 to Lin Hao. But the court has already ruled. If the 180,000 is not given to Lin Hao, it will be enforced. Mom, transfer it to him. Zhang Jingjing looked at Huang Meixia. Although she was reluctant, she also knew the consequences of not returning it to Lin Hao. Several people went to the bank and returned the money to Lin Hao, as well as the 3 gold jewelry. Lin Hao said to Qin Shiyun, "Let's go." Qin Shiyun nodded lightly, took Lin Hao's arm, and was about to leave with Lin Hao. Wait. At this time, Chen Wei suddenly spoke. Chapter 53. Sometimes like a fool. When Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun heard Chen Wei's voice, they couldn't help but look at Chen Wei. Chen Wei's face was slightly cold. He stared at Lin Hao and his wife, and said in a somewhat cold tone, "Jingjing is my fiancée. After we get married next month, she will be my wife. I, Chen Wei, will not allow anyone to bully my wife, nor will I allow my wife to suffer the slightest grievance." He saw everything that happened before. He saw that Zhang Jingjing's face was very cold. As Zhang Jingjing's fiancé, he felt that Zhang Jingjing was frustrated, just like he was frustrated too. If he didn't get back at her, wouldn't that mean that he was useless? After hearing this, Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun didn't say anything. They looked at each other and left. Neither of them took Chen Wei's words seriously. Even if Chen Wei wants to deal with them, they are not afraid. Seeing Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun leave, Chen Wei looked at Zhang Jingjing and the other two with a gloomy face and said, "Although Qin Shiyun has more than 7 million, more than 7 million is nothing. When the time comes, I will open a bigger supermarket opposite his supermarket and make their supermarket business worse." Chen Wei continued, "Whenever his family does business in the future, whether it's opening a store or a company, I will open a better store or company of the same type near their home and suppress them everywhere." After hearing this, Huang Meixia smiled and looked at Chen Wei with more satisfaction. While feeling satisfied, I was also amazed at my daughter's charm. How long had my daughter known Chen Wei? Chen Wei was willing to spend nearly 200,000 yuan on clothes, bags, and jewelry. She was a little confused and sometimes felt that Chen Wei was a fool. After hearing this, Zhang Hongyu looked excited. It was really good to have such a brother-in-law. Zhang Jingjing, who was standing by, was touched when she heard Chen Wei's words, but at the same time, she also felt a little confused. Although she and Chen Wei are engaged, they have only been in contact for a few days. Is Chen Wei willing to give so much for her? She was very confused. Why was Chen Wei willing to give so much for her? Would a normal person give so much to someone they have only been with for a few days? Sometimes I feel like Chen Wei is a fool. Chen Wei, thank you. Zhang Jingjing looked at Chen Wei and thanked him. Chen Wei shook his head slightly and said nonchalantly, "It doesn't cost much to open a large supermarket, maybe a few 100,000 at most. Hundreds of thousands are not a lot for him. But it is impossible to ask him to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars for no reason. Opening a big supermarket can compete with the supermarket opened by Lin Hao's parents and make Zhang Jingjing happy. Secondly, opening a large supermarket can also make continuous profits, so he will not lose money at all. Thirdly, I felt a little guilty towards Zhang Jingjing. Although Zhang Jingjing's demands on men and women were very low, she still had some, but he was powerless and unable to satisfy Zhang Jingjing. He could only compensate Zhang Jingjing in other ways. When Huang Meixia heard what Chen Wei said, she seemed to understand something. Perhaps in Chen Wei's eyes, hundreds of thousands of dollars were not money at all. For a moment, Huang Meixia thought that after her daughter married Chen Wei, she could also find a reason to ask Chen Wei to give her money so that she could open a store. After opening a shop, she is also a boss. She felt extremely happy when she thought about someone calling her boss and some salesman coming to sell her products and being servile to her. Zhang Hongyu was also very happy. His brother-in-law was rich and didn't care about hundreds of thousands of dollars. After his sister and brother-in-law got married, he would find a chance to borrow some money from his brother-in-law to open a store. It shouldn't be a big problem, right? If the store makes a loss, his brother-in-law Chen Wei might not ask him to pay back the money. This would be the best of all good things for him. After chatting for a while, they went back. After lunch, Chen Wei sent Huang Meixia and Zhang Hongyu back home first, and then went out to play with Zhang Jingjing. However, after what happened in the morning, Zhang Jingjing's face looked rather ugly and she couldn't smile. Chen Wei would say nice things to make Zhang Jingjing happy. Zhang Jingjing couldn't be happy. She was feeling angry and she would feel very depressed if she didn't get rid of the anger. She wants to vent. There are many ways to vent, such as drinking, cursing, beating, or. In the past, whenever she felt aggrieved or angry, she would go to Lin Hao to vent. As for venting his feelings to Lin Hao, it was all done in bed. Now she really wants to vent, she wants to forget her troubles. But when she faced Chen Wei, she didn't know how to start. Chen Wei said before that the spiritual requirements are very high, but the physical requirements are very low. At that time, she suspected that Chen Wei might not be able to do it. Zhang Jingjing was very angry. She wanted to vent, but she didn't know what to do. It seems that I can only drink alcohol now. If you drink too much, you will feel dizzy and want to sleep. Let's drink tonight, Zhang Jingjing said. Chen Wei knew that Zhang Jingjing was in a bad mood and wanted to vent by drinking. He nodded and said, I'll drink with you tonight. Buy 2 boxes of beer and 2 bottles of white wine. Drink them at your house after taking a shower in the evening, Zhang Jingjing said again. Although she suspected that Chen Wei might not be able to do it, it was just a suspicion after all. What if it was really as Chen Wei said, and the requirements on the spiritual level were higher? She still held a glimmer of hope in her heart. I hope Chen Wei can really do it. Chen Wei didn't think much about it. He just thought that Zhang Jingjing wanted to go to sleep after getting drunk. Okay. Chen Wei nodded. His home is his wedding house. Currently, he lives there alone. After he and Zhang Jingjing get married, they will live together. Stayed till night. Chen Wei and Zhang Jingjing bought 2 boxes of beer and 2 bottles of high-proof liquor. Returned to Chen Wei's home. Zhang Jingjing looked at Chen Wei and said softly, after taking a shower, drink in your pajamas. I'm afraid that if you drink too much, you won't want to take a shower. Chen Wei nodded slightly, then you wash first, I'll order some takeout. Zhang Jingjing nodded lightly and went to take a shower first. Chen Wei ordered takeout first. More than half an hour later, the takeaway was delivered. After a while, Zhang Jingjing also finished her shower and was wearing pajamas. When Chen Wei saw Zhang Jingjing's appearance at this moment, he was a little dazed for a moment. Zhang Jingjing looked still beautiful after taking a shower and removing her makeup. At this moment, Zhang Jingjing's body exudes the fragrance of shower gel, and her hair exudes the fragrance of shampoo. Chen Wei took a deep breath, inhaling the fragrance into his lungs and letting it circulate in his lungs. Zhang Jingjing said to Chen Wei at this time, you should go wash too. Chen Wei nodded slightly, then you eat something first. Zhang Jingjing shook her head slightly, I'll wait for you. She eats alone, what good food is there? She didn't have much appetite and wanted to drink with Chen Wei. After hearing this, Chen Wei felt much warmer in his heart. Zhang Jingjing wanted to wait for him to eat together, which showed that she still cared about him very much. If you didn't care about him, you wouldn't wait for him to eat together. Chapter 54 is useless. Okay, then I'll take a quick shower. Chen Wei went to take a shower immediately. In less than 10 minutes, he came out in his pajamas. Seeing this, Zhang Jingjing opened the beer bottle cap and the takeaway lunchbox she ordered. After Chen Wei sat down, Zhang Jingjing looked at Chen Wei and said, "Let's drink one bottle first." Chen Wei nodded slightly and said nothing. Zhang Jingjing asked him to drink, so he drank it. Then, the two of them blew a bottle first, finished a bottle and had some food. Zhang Jingjing looked at Chen Wei, "How much can you drink?" Chen Wei laughed, "I can drink 9 bottles of this beer." Zhang Jingjing asked, "After drinking 9 bottles, did you pass out directly?" Chen Wei felt that he was being looked down upon. 9 bottles only make me slightly tipsy. If I want to get drunk, I have to add another glass of liquor. After listening to this, Zhang Jingjing understood what was going on. Then just let Chen Wei drink until he is slightly drunk. If he gets heavily drunk, he won't be able to do anything. She wanted to vent now, and also wanted to know whether Chen Wei was really incompetent or just pretending. If Chen Wei is really incompetent and is equivalent to a useless person, then marrying Chen Wei would be like being a widow. Such a marriage is meaningless and will not last long. If there is nothing wrong with Chen Wei, she will continue to be with Chen Wei. Although she doesn't love Chen Wei and doesn't like him very much, Chen Wei is in good condition and treats her very well, so it is not impossible for her to be with Chen Wei for the rest of her life. But if Chen Wei can't, then she can only divorce Chen Wei after getting enough money. Although doing so made her feel very sorry for Chen Wei, there was nothing she could do. She was a normal person, a normal woman, and she didn't want to be a widow. Cheers! Zhang Jingjing raised her glass. Chen Wei drank a glass with Zhang Jingjing and then asked Zhang Jingjing, "How much can you drink?" After listening to this, Zhang Jingjing said calmly, "It's similar to you. Drinking 9 bottles will make you slightly drunk." After hearing this, Chen Wei was a little surprised. Zhang Jingjing could drink quite a lot. When he was doing business, he often had to socialize, so his drinking capacity was acquired through training. "You can drink quite well. Did you practice it?" Chen Wei looked at Zhang Jingjing curiously. Zhang Jingjing shook her head slightly, "It's hereditary. My mom and my brother can drink a lot too." After hearing this, Chen Wei nodded slightly. So that's it. He also guessed that Zhang Jingjing's drinking capacity was trained. If Zhang Jingjing's drinking capacity was trained, then he had to wonder where Zhang Jingjing had drunk in the past. Is it a messy place? Now that he heard it was hereditary, he felt a little happier. I also felt that I really found a treasure. Zhang Jingjing doesn't play around. She has a bachelor's degree, is pretty, and has only had one boyfriend. In this day and age, there are probably very few people who have conditions like Zhang Jingjing but only have one boyfriend. Cheers! Chen Wei raised his glass and said to Zhang Jingjing. Zhang Jingjing drank it all in one gulp without any smile on her face. As time passed, Zhang Jingjing became a little drunk, and her mind was filled with memories of her time with Lin Hao. Especially when I thought of how powerful Lin Hao was. Lin Hao often bullied her, making her speak incoherently. I also thought of the day when Lin Hao proposed to Qin Shiyun. Then I thought about what would happen if Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun were together. The more she thought about the fact that Qin Shiyun would enjoy Lin Hao's kindness every night, the more uncomfortable she felt. Qin Shiyun. Zhang Jingjing's face was gloomy and she gritted her teeth, "Bitch." When Chen Wei heard Zhang Jingjing calling Qin Shiyun's name and saw Zhang Jingjing's gloomy face, he knew that Zhang Jingjing was very angry and hated Qin Shiyun to the core. Chen Wei looked at Zhang Jingjing and assured her in a deep voice, "Don't worry, I won't let Qin Shiyun and Lin Hao have an easy time." Zhang Jingjing came back to her senses when she heard Chen Wei's voice. She looked at Chen Wei. She wanted to take revenge on Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun, so now she could only rely on Chen Wei. "Chen Wei, I'm drunk." Zhang Jingjing's eyes were a little dazed as she looked at Chen Wei. Although she could see clearly, her head felt a little dizzy. Chen Wei was also a little drunk, but in a much better state than Zhang Jingjing. "Then I'll help you to rest," Chen Wei said softly. Zhang Jingjing. Chen Wei supported Zhang Jingjing and took her into the room. Zhang Jingjing took Chen Wei's hand and said vaguely, "Sleep with me. I want to hold you while sleeping." After hearing this, Chen Wei nodded softly and looked at Zhang Jingjing gently. Then, they slept together. Zhang Jingjing was in Chen Wei's arms, and Chen Wei was hugging Zhang Jingjing. 10 minutes later, Zhang Jingjing gave up. She felt very upset. Chen Wei was actually a waste. Although not completely useless, to her, what is the difference between this and being completely useless? Thinking back to when I was with Lin Hao before, there is simply no comparison. Too far away. It took 8 minutes just to wake up Chen Wei, and he was not in a very good condition. That's it. Zhang Jingjing felt uncomfortable, but she had to pretend that she loved Chen Wei very much. I feel tired just thinking about it. Think about Qin Shiyun again. Qin Shiyun is with Lin Hao now. I'm afraid she must be laughing to death every day. I'm sleepy, I want to go to sleep. Zhang Jingjing pretended to be very sleepy. In fact, she was a little sleepy, and it seemed that she was not acting at all. Chen Wei also nodded and hugged Zhang Jingjing. Thinking of Zhang Jingjing's previous appearance, he couldn't help but feel comforted. He didn't expect Zhang Jingjing to come so quickly, in less than a minute. Just right for him. It was 10 o'clock at night. Lin Hao looked at Qin Shiyun gasping for breath and hugged her to sleep. Early the next morning, Qin Shihao called and said that Nian Nian and Ran wanted to return to Yangcheng, and Qin Shihao and Xu Yan also wanted to come to Yangcheng to meet Lin Hao's parents. So, Qin Shihao, Xu Yan, and their 2 children finished their breakfast and drove to Yangcheng. At 10:30 in the morning, Qin Shihao arrived. Downstairs in the community, Lin Hao, Qin Shiyun, Yi Shui, and Lin Shanha had already been waiting. Grandpa and Grandma. Qin Yanyan and Qin Anran called out when they saw Lin Shanha and Yi Shui. Lin Shanha and Yi Shui smiled, rubbed the 2 kids' heads, and then looked at Qin Shihao and Xu Yan. To be honest, even though we are about the same age. But Qin Shihao and Xu Yan look younger, and their dress and temperament make it obvious that they are from wealthy families. Qin Shihao and Xu Yan also secretly looked at Lin Shanha and Yi Shui. Judging from his appearance, he should be a good person. Come in and sit down. Lin Shanha and Yi Shui were very enthusiastic. They knew about Qin Shiyun's situation and knew how hard it had been for her in the past 5 years. As Qin Shiyun's parents, Qin Shihao and Xu Yan must be feeling very distressed and a little angry. Qin Shihao smiled and said, I've been to Yangcheng before, but I haven't been to Yangcheng in the past 2 or 3 years. Yangcheng has developed very fast. Lin Shanha smiled and said, in recent years, many rural houses have been demolished and rebuilt into residential areas or industrial parks. The changes in recent years are quite big. Qin Shihao and a few others started chatting. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun accompanied them. Chapter 55, Meeting Zheng Hongyu again. Several people were chatting. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun went to the kitchen and were busy. While Qin Shiyun was working, she would smile foolishly from time to time. Lin Hao was speechless and very curious. What are you laughing at? Qin Shiyun looked at Lin Hao with a smile. I thought of something happy. What happy thing? Lin Hao asked curiously. Qin Shiyun smiled and said, my parents have met your parents, and they seem to have a good chat. I think this is the perfect ending now. Her parents accepted Lin Hao, Lin Hao's parents accepted her, and the 2 families lived happily together. This is the true perfection. Lin Hao smiled and said nothing. He also felt that the current situation was perfect. After lunch was ready, everyone sat down and ate together. Xu Yan tasted every dish and praised sincerely, this cooking is indeed better than the meals made by some top chefs. Yi Shui smiled and said, I only recently learned about Xiaohao's cooking skills. Although he cooked before, his food was not very delicious, just average. I tried it a while ago and found that his cooking skills are better than those of many chefs in big hotels. Xu Yan smiled and chatted with Yi Shui. Qin Shihao said at this time, we were not present when my daughter married Lin Hao before. My wife and I want to hold another wedding. Yi Shui nodded lightly, it should be. When Xiaohao and Shiyun got married suddenly, I felt it was inappropriate. After all, you didn't come, and you didn't know about it. It would be better to hold another wedding. Qin Shihao nodded slightly. He came to Yangcheng for one reason, to meet Lin Hao's parents and see what kind of people they were. Second, I want to discuss holding a new wedding for my daughter. As their daughter's parents, they were not present at her wedding. What's going on? Now that we have settled the matter, there is nothing else to do. After finishing the meal, Lin Shanha suggested, let's go to the club to take a shower after dinner. Yangcheng's massage and foot therapy are well known throughout the country. If you come to Yangcheng and don't experience foot therapy and massage, it's like you haven't been to Yangcheng at all. Qin Shihao. Is this massage serious? Seeing that Lin Shanha said it seriously, it should be quite serious. Xu Yan. Xu Yan chuckled, alright, let's experience Yangcheng's bathing culture. Lin Shanha felt a little embarrassed after hearing this. Bathing culture does not refer to normal massage. Yi Shui had lived in Yangqing for many years and knew what Yangqing's bathing culture was, and she couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. After a good meal. After cleaning up the dishes, they went to the largest and most famous Mingyue water club in Yangchang. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun looked at each other, a little speechless. They had just come to Mingyue Water Club yesterday, and they came again today. When they arrived at Mingyue Water Club, Lin Hao, Lin Shanha, and Qin Shihao went to the men's bathroom. Qin Shiyun, Xu Yan, and Yi Shui went to the women's bathroom. Men's bathroom. D cabinet area. While Lin Shanha and the other two were changing their clothes, Lin Shanha was introducing to Qin Shihao how good the massage in Yangchang was. Qin Shihao listened quietly. After about 2 minutes, Lin Shanha subconsciously glanced at Lin Hao. What the hell? Lin Shanha was shocked and his eyes widened, as if he had seen something incredible. When Qin Shihao heard the voice, he couldn't help but look in the direction Lin Shanha was looking. Qin Shihao. He had seen it last time in Sioux City, and Lin Hao had shocked him greatly at that time. After seeing it now, I am still a little shocked and a little envious. There is also strong expectation. Lin Hao gave him a bottle of medicine before, and he pretended to be angry and threw the medicine into the trash can, but later he secretly picked it up again. There are 50 pills in a bottle of medicine. 1 pill per day. It can last for 50 days. In 50 days, you can grow 5 centimeters. He has felt some changes recently and is now looking forward to the results after finishing a whole bottle. What the hell? Lin Shanha was still shocked. He looked at Lin Hao, his eyes full of disbelief and a hint of doubt. This is his biological son? Why is there something wrong with the inherited genes? Or a gene mutation? Lin Hao felt a little embarrassed, being stared at by his old father like that and looking at him with such a shocked look. So embarrassing. Lin Hao quickly slipped away, not daring to stay any longer. This kid. Lin Shanhai came back to his senses at this time. He looked at Qin Shihao, and seeing that Qin Shihao looked calm, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. He himself is so surprised. How come you look so calm? Qin Shihao saw Lin Shanha's doubts. He smiled and whispered to Lin Shanha, the last time Lin Hao went to Sucheng, he gave me a bottle of medicine. Qin Shihao told Lin Shanha about some things. After hearing this, Lin Shanha felt very envious and jealous, and also felt sour in his heart. What does this brat mean? The medicine was given to my father-in-law Qin Shihao. Not giving him his biological father? It's been a waste. Lin Shanha decided to ask his son for a bottle of medicine later. Arrived at the bathhouse. Lin Shanha coughed and looked at Lin Hao. I heard from your father-in-law that you gave him a bottle of medicine? Lin Hao couldn't help but look at Qin Shihao, but Qin Shihao didn't look at him. Lin Hao understood Lin Shanha's meaning in an instant. He whispered, I'll give you a bottle when we get back. After hearing this, Lin Shanha couldn't help but laugh. I was already imagining the effects of taking the medicine for 2 months. 2 months later, let's take a bath together. Qin Shihao said at this time. He just thought of something. If he took a shower with Lin Shanha and Lin Hao together, it would definitely shock all the men in the club, right? The prerequisite is that you have to wait 2 months. Lin Shanha nodded and smiled. He didn't have any hobbies, but now, he seemed to have some hobbies. Lin Hao was speechless. He didn't want to take a shower with his father-in-law and dad. It was too embarrassing. Soaked for a while. Lin Hao's face changed slightly and his brows frowned. He saw someone. Chen Wei. I didn't expect that Chen Wei also came to Mingyue Water Club. But think about it, Mingyue Water Club is the most famous club in Yangchang, so it is normal for Chen Wei to come here to take a bath. After another 10 seconds, Lin Hao saw another person. It was Zhang Hongyu. Seeing this, Lin Hao didn't say anything, but he didn't expect that Zhang Hongyu and Chen Wei would come to Mingyue Water Club. Lin Hao. Zhang Hongyu saw Lin Hao first, and his expression changed. Then he saw Lin Shanha, and his expression suddenly became colder. These 2 days are so unlucky. I came to the club and saw Lin Hao, and now I see Lin Shanha. When Chen Wei heard what Zhang Hongyu said, he couldn't help but look in the direction Zhang Hongyu was looking. Then he saw Lin Hao. Chen Wei's face suddenly turned cold, and his eyes also became colder. Zhang Hongyu's face was slightly gloomy, and he whispered to Chen Wei, the one on Lin Hao's left is Lin Hao's father, and I don't know who the one on the right is. Chapter 56 Shrimp and Pork Heart. Chen Wei said nothing. Zhang Hongyu didn't say anything either. Neither of them wanted to cause trouble at this time. Besides, there are 3 people in Lin Hao's group, and if the 2 of them pick a fight, they will only be asking for trouble. Just seeing Lin Hao made them feel unhappy. Lin Hao was sitting there, and when he saw Zhang Hongyu and Chen Wei, he felt unhappy. Although he was unhappy, he didn't want to pick a fight or anything. If the other party didn't provoke him, he wouldn't just sit there and look for trouble. Lin Shanha also saw Zhang Hongyu at this time. His face turned slightly cold, and he didn't say anything. Qin Shihao noticed the changes in Lin Shanha and Lin Hao's expressions, and asked with confusion in his heart, "What do you two look like?" Lin Shanha explained, "I saw a person." Lin Shanha glanced in Zhang Hongyu's direction and said, "That fat guy is Zhang Jingjing's younger brother. Zhang Jingjing is the one who almost married Xiaohao before." After hearing this, Qin Shihao finally understood. No wonder his expression turned colder. After taking a bath for a while, Lin Hao stood up, put on his slippers, and deliberately faced Zhang Hongyu and Chen Wei. When Zhang Hongyu saw Lin Hao, his face turned ugly and he couldn't help feeling envious and jealous. Why is Lin Hao so terrifying? Throw him far away. The gap is too big. Chen Wei also looked at Lin Hao at this time. Seeing Lin Hao's terrifying appearance, his face suddenly became extremely ugly, even uglier than Zhang Hongyu's. Lin Hao was Zhang Jingjing's ex-boyfriend and they had been in a relationship for 5 years. In these 5 years, everything that should have happened between Lin Hao and Zhang Jingjing must have happened. In other words, Zhang Jingjing has witnessed the horror of Lin Hao. And he is now Zhang Jingjing's current boyfriend. But there is such a big gap between him and Zhang Jingjing's predecessor. Maybe Zhang Jingjing disliked him in her heart? Do you think he is not as good as Lin Hao? When I think about the fact that Zhang Jingjing was slept with by Lin Hao for 5 years, when I think about how terrifying Lin Hao is, he felt very uncomfortable. Chen Wei looked at Zhang's face with difficulty. He recalled the scene with Zhang Jingjing last night, and the more he thought about it, the more something seemed wrong. He suspected that Zhang Jingjing was pretending. Now that I think about it, I feel more and more that Zhang Jingjing is pretending. How could Zhang Jingjing only have 1 minute? Thinking of this, Chen Wei's face became even uglier. He felt extremely uncomfortable and angry. Zhang Jingjing. I actually pretended for him to see. He felt extremely humiliated. Is there anything more humiliating than having your own woman perform for you? For a moment, Chen Wei had many more thoughts in his mind. He was wondering whether he should cancel the engagement with Zhang Jingjing. If he didn't cancel the engagement, he was afraid that he would never be in a good mood when he was with Zhang Jingjing in the future, and he would not be able to help but think of the horror of Lin Hao. I would also think of Zhang Jingjing performing for me. In particular, I'm afraid Zhang Jingjing will perform it for him in the future. Just thinking about it makes me feel uncomfortable and hard to accept. But if he broke off the engagement with Zhang Jingjing, what would he do in the future? Who to marry? He will get married sooner or later. If it were another woman, she would probably not know how to blame him in her heart. After thinking it over, Chen Wei decided not to cancel the engagement for the time being. He would wait until he married Zhang Jingjing and let her get pregnant. After she gave birth to the child, he would make plans. Lin Hao didn't leave, but stood there, swaying left and right, chatting with Lin Shanha and Qin Shihao. Lin Shanha. Qin Shihao. The 2 men saw what Lin Hao was thinking. They stood there just to show off, mainly to Zhang Hongyu and Chen Wei. Look at Zhang Hongyu and Chen Wei's faces, how ugly they are. Lin Shanha was speechless. This child. Killing people is heartbreaking. Qin Shihao was also speechless, but Lin Hao's method of attacking was indeed very harmful to people. In the parlance of the game, that's a critical hit. At this time, Chen Wei said in a low voice, "Let's go. He can't stay here any longer." Lin Hao was swaying left and right, trying to show off to him, and he really couldn't stand it. He felt that if he stayed any longer, he would be pissed to death. Zhang Hongyu nodded. He couldn't bear it either. When he saw Lin Hao, he couldn't help but think of his goddess Qin Shiyun. His goddess is bullied by Lin Hao every day. The 2 got up and went to the shower area in the back. Seeing this, Lin Hao immediately followed and arrived at the shower area. Fuck. Chen Wei couldn't stand it anymore when he saw Lin Hao following him. He stared at Lin Hao with an ugly face and said coldly, "If you follow us again, don't blame us for being rude." Chen Wei's voice was a little loud, and people around him couldn't help but look over. After hearing this, Lin Hao raised his lips slightly, glanced at Chen Wei and Zhang Hongyu, and said calmly, "Who followed you?" Isn't it normal for me to take a shower after taking a bath? Lin Hao laughed, a little playfully, and looked at Chen Wei. Are you too sensitive? Are you feeling inferior? After saying that, Lin Hao glanced at Chen Wei. After hearing this, Chen Wei's face became extremely gloomy, his muscles tensed, and his fists clenched tightly. He really wanted to punch Lin Hao. Zhang Hongyu also had a cold face, staring at Lin Hao and said coldly, although you look scary, maybe you are just good looking but useless? After hearing this, Chen Wei's expression eased a little. Yes, maybe Lin Hao is all show and no use. Just like some muscular men in the gym, they look very intimidating, but many of them are not as strong as the workers on the construction site. After hearing this, Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Zhang Hongyu and said, if you want to know whether I'm useful or not, just ask your sister. Damn it! After hearing this, Zhang Hongyu's face turned red and he looked at Lin Hao angrily. Chen Wei's face also turned extremely red, and anger surged in his eyes. Lin Hao said nothing more, walked aside and started washing his hair. His goal has been achieved, and he feels very happy at this moment. Chen Wei and Zhang Hongyu snatched his parking space yesterday and even mocked him, so this can be considered revenge. Right now. Lin Shanha and Qin Shihao also came over. They had just heard the noise coming from this side and immediately rushed over. Seeing that nothing was wrong, I felt a little relieved. After taking a shower and changing clothes, I went to the rest area on the second floor. Yi Shui, Xu Yan, and Qin Shiyun also arrived at the rest area on the second floor, and the six of them reunited. Qin Shiyun came to Lin Hao's side and whispered, in the women's bathroom, I saw Zhang Jingjing. After hearing this, Lin Hao raised his eyebrows. It turned out that not only Chen Wei and Zhang Hongyu came to Mingyue Water Club, but also Zhang Jingjing. Lin Hao whispered, Zhang Hongyu and Chen Wei are here too. Lin Hao shared with Qin Shiyun what had happened in the bathhouse before. After hearing this, Qin Shiyun wanted to laugh, but her parents-in-law and parents were all here. She didn't dare laugh too much. I could only hold back my laughter. Lin Hao is so bad. Qin Shiyun whispered and shared, in the women's bathroom, I also got angry at Zhang Jingjing. Qin Shiyun shared what happened before. She also deliberately showed off to Zhang Jingjing. Lin Hao. Chapter 57, Overwhelming Momentum. Lin Hao sweated slightly. Qin Shiyun said that in the women's bathroom, Qin Shiyun, his mother, and his mother-in-law were all D, while Zhang Jingjing was C, and she crushed Zhang Jingjing in terms of momentum. Zhang Jingjing was so angry that her face turned blue. Qin Shiyun laughed, and felt happy when she thought about what happened before. Lin Shan has said at this time, let's go get a massage. 6 people went to a large private room and had a massage. The other side. Chen Wei and Zhang Hongyu also arrived at the rest area on the second floor. They glanced around and didn't see Lin Hao and his friends. They felt much better. Whenever they see Lin Hao now, they feel particularly uncomfortable. At this time, Zhang Jingjing also arrived at the rest area on the second floor. Her face was very cold, but there was a fire in her heart that lingered for a long time. She thought of what happened in the women's bathroom before and was so angry that she wanted to curse. That bitch Qin Shiyun, as well as Yi Shui and Xu Yan, are actually better than her. Just thinking about it makes me angry. The most infuriating thing was that Qin Shiyun looked at her with contempt in her eyes. Isn't he just a little bit better than her? Zhang Jingjing had a gloomy face. She glanced around, saw Chen Wei and his brother, and walked over. Seeing that Chen Wei and his brother looked unhappy, he couldn't help but ask, why do you two look so unhappy? Chen Wei didn't say anything, and neither did Zhang Hongyu. Chen Wei looked at Zhang Jingjing, you don't look well either. Zhang Jingjing said coldly with a cold face, I saw Qin Shiyun and Lin Hao's mother in the women's bathroom. Chen Wei, Zhang Hongyu. The two looked at each other, somewhat suspicious that what happened in the women's bathroom might be similar to what happened to them. Thinking of this, their faces became even uglier. Zhang Hongyu said coldly, I'll settle this account with them sooner or later. Chen Wei said with a cold face, tomorrow I will find a storefront and open a supermarket opposite Lin Hao's supermarket. Originally, he wanted to wait until he married Zhang Jingjing before spending money and effort to deal with Lin Hao. But after what happened before, he didn't want to wait any longer. He wants revenge now. He wants to suppress Lin Hao's business. Suppress from all aspects. Don't let them have an easy time. After hearing this, Zhang Hongyu couldn't help but glance at Chen Wei. His mind was as clear as a mirror. It seemed that Chen Wei had just been provoked by Lin Hao. Zhang Jingjing was a little more excited after hearing this. She looked at Chen Wei and said, Lin Hao's supermarket is not big, about 60 square meters. After hearing this, Chen Wei asked, that's it? Only 60 square meters? Chen Wei sneered, I'll open a 200 square meter supermarket opposite his supermarket. He has made up his mind to rent a few more shops, connect them together, and open a big supermarket. After hearing this, Zhang Jingjing felt much better, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. As long as she can suppress Lin Hao's family and make them suffer, she will feel very happy. Chen Wei said at this time, let's go get a massage first. After the massage, let's go to Lin Hao's supermarket to see if there are any shops. Zhang Jingjing couldn't wait any longer. She said impatiently, I don't feel like having a massage. Let's go now. Chen Wei hesitated for a moment, then nodded, okay. Then the three of them left the club and went to the community where Lin Shanhe and Yi Shui lived. After some questioning, I found that all the shops here have been rented out. No more extra shops. What should I do? Zhang Hongyu's face was slightly grim. If he couldn't rent a storefront, he couldn't open a supermarket. If he couldn't open a supermarket, he couldn't suppress the supermarket owned by Lin Hao's parents. Chen Wei frowned. He did have a way to take over a few storefronts, but it would cost more. He hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to take over a few shops. If he didn't open a supermarket to suppress Lin Hao's supermarket, he would be very angry and unhappy. One afternoon, Chen Wei and the other two were negotiating with some shop owners. Chen Wei wanted those merchants to transfer the shops to him. In the end, I spent a lot of money in negotiated deals with some merchants. The store transfer agreement was signed that afternoon. The merchant also promised to pack up and leave the next day. After finalizing some shops, Chen Wei contacted the landlords of these shops. He wanted to knock down some walls to connect the shops. The landlords did not agree at first, but after Chen Wei paid some price, several landlords stopped saying anything. That night, Chen Wei contacted the decoration company again and asked them to come and take a look tomorrow. After everything was done, the three of them went to a restaurant and had dinner. Chen Wei raised his glass and looked at Zhang Hongyu and Zhang Jingjing, his eyes flashing with a cold look. Lin Hao's supermarket is too small. In addition to cigarettes and alcohol, it only sells normal daily necessities. In addition to cigarettes, alcohol and daily necessities, the supermarket we opened also sells vegetables, fresh meat, and fruits. Chen Wei's eyes flashed with confidence, and he said, when the supermarket opens, Lin Hao's supermarket will definitely have no business. After hearing this, Zhang Hongyu and Zhang Jingjing couldn't help but feel excited. If Lin Hao's supermarket had no business, it would definitely close down. This is equivalent to Lin Hao's parents directly losing their source of income. Zhang Hongyu also raised his glass, looked at Chen Wei, and said with a flattering smile, brother-in-law is really amazing. He has dealt with so many merchants in one afternoon, including the landlord. When the supermarket opens, Lin Hao's supermarket business will obviously get worse. Chen Wei smiled and said, of course. Although there are several supermarkets on this street, they are not big and their business scope is too small. The supermarket he wanted to open would stock vegetables, fresh meat, and fruits, which were not available in those supermarkets. Once his supermarket opens, it will definitely be a blow to the several small supermarkets around it. Chen Wei and Zhang Hongyu clinked glasses. Zhang Jingjing didn't drink, she wanted to drive her brother back. After drinking a glass of wine, Zhang Hongyu looked at Chen Wei and said, brother-in-law, how about I take care of the supermarket after it opens? You have your own factory, and it will be expanded next year, so you won't be able to take care of everything. I don't have anything to do right now, so why don't I take care of the supermarket? After hearing this, Chen Wei nodded slightly and agreed directly, okay. After he opens the supermarket, he won't take it too seriously and still needs to find someone to manage the store. If Zhang Hongyu wants to run this store, then he can do it. When Zhang Hongyu saw that Chen Wei agreed, the smile on his face became much more intense. Brother-in-law, cheers. Zhang Jingjing glanced at Chen Wei and suddenly thought to herself that if Chen Wei had a normal married life, she would spend her whole life with Chen Wei. After all, Chen Wei treated her very well and was willing to give. But Chen Wei is so bad at having sex. Her marriage to Chen Wei is no different from being a widow. She could tolerate it in the short term, but if it lasted for a long time, she would find it hard to accept. She planned to get some money and then separate from Chen Wei. Now Chen Wei opened a supermarket. Perhaps. Chapter 58. The surname should not be Chen, it should be Yang. Zhang Jingjing wants to put this supermarket under her name. In this way, when she divorces Chen Wei one day, she will also have a supermarket that can allow her to continue making money. She thought about it quickly and decided that it still wouldn't work. If I tell Chen Wei at this time that I want to put the supermarket under her name, Chen Wei might think too much and think that she is coveting his supermarket before they are even married. Zhang Jingjing thought about it for a while and decided to forget it. After she married Chen Wei, half of the money Chen Wei earned would be hers. The common property of a couple after marriage is not just talk. In addition, after marrying Chen Wei, I will think of a way to take control of the family finances. With financial power in her hands, she has more room for maneuver. Zhang Jingjing looked at Chen Wei and said in a gentler tone, "Drink less, and come back later and drink with me." After hearing this, Chen Wei couldn't help but laugh and said to Zhang Jingjing, "I can drink quite a bit, I'll drink with you when we get back." Zhang Jingjing nodded lightly. After dinner, Zhang Jingjing drove Zhang Hongyu back first, and then drove to where Chen Wei lived. Arrived home, Zhang Jingjing whispered to Chen Wei, "Take a shower first, then drink after you finish the shower." Chen Wei nodded slightly. Zhang Jingjing went to wash first, while Chen Wei was looking up information on the internet. He had his share of secrets, and there were billboards outside saying that there were hospitals that could cure this disease. He wanted to go for treatment, but he was too embarrassed and didn't have the nerve to go. Chen Wei opened a bottle of wine and drank the white wine directly. After getting a little drunk, his mind involuntarily emerged with the encounter with Lin Hao at Ningyue Water Club today. Thinking of how terrifying Lin Hao was, his face turned extremely ugly and he couldn't help feeling jealous in his heart. I couldn't help but imagine how great it would be if he was the same as Lin Hao. I'm sure Zhang Jingjing will cry and beg for mercy. But when he opened his eyes and looked at the familiar living room, he came back to his senses. He was just daydreaming. The reality is, he is not as good as Lin Hao. Not even as good as normal people. He is a patient. Thinking of this, Chen Wei felt unbalanced. When he thought about what might happen between him and Zhang Jingjing after drinking too much, and when he thought about his condition, Chen Wei felt extremely uncomfortable. He also thought of how Lin Hao deliberately showed off in front of him today. Especially, when Zhang Hongyu said that Lin Haozhong was useless, Lin Hao said to Zhang Hongyu, "If I am useless or not, you can find out by asking your sister?" Whenever he thought of this, he became very angry and wished he could hit Lin Hao to death. Chen Wei had a gloomy face. It wasn't until Zhang Jingjing came over in her pajamas that his expression eased a little. Zhang Jingjing looked at Chen Wei and said, "Go take a shower." Chen Wei nodded lightly and then went to take a shower. Zhang Jingjing didn't say anything. She opened a bottle of wine and started drinking. When she was slightly drunk, the scenes of today came to her mind involuntarily. Just thinking about it makes me angry. She drank while thinking about how to take revenge on Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun. But from the current perspective, after several shops have been bought and converted into supermarkets, the supermarket business run by Lin Hao's parents will definitely decline. This is just a financial blow to Lin Hao's family. But Qin Shiyun still has a huge sum of more than 7 million. Even if Lin Hao's parents' supermarket eventually goes bankrupt, Qin Shiyun can still live a good life with the money she has. Zhang Jingjing's face was slightly gloomy, and she couldn't think of any other way to take revenge on Lin Hao and the others. The more depressed I feel. After Chen Wei finished taking a shower, he came over. Zhang Jingjing glanced at Chen Wei, her mood somewhat low, "Drink some wine, then go to sleep." Chen Wei looked at Zhang Jingjing, nodded lightly, sat down and started drinking. His mood was not high. Even now when he was alone with Zhang Jingjing at home, he couldn't help but think of what Zhang Jing performed for him, and also thought of the horror of Lin Hao. Just thinking about it makes me feel uncomfortable. The two of them didn't say anything, just drank. When they were slightly drunk, Zhang Jingjing looked at Chen Wei and said softly, "Take a rest." Chen Wei nodded lightly. They both went to the bedroom to rest. Zhang Jingjing is in Chen Wei's arms. Zhang Jingjing was angry and wanted to vent, but when she thought about Chen Wei's failure, she felt very disappointed and became extremely unbalanced psychologically. The life she lived and the life Qin Shiyun lived were completely on a different level. Now that she is following Chen Wei, she has everything she needs materially, but she lacks so much spiritually and physically. And what about Qin Shiyun? Qin Shiyun likes Lin Hao, and Lin Hao also likes Qin Shiyun. On the spiritual level, Qin Shiyun is rich. In terms of material wealth, Qin Shiyun has more than 7 million, and she is also rich. On the physical level, she knew Lin Hao's goodness too well, and Qin Shiyun was also rich on the physical level. It can be said that Qin Shiyun's life is really fulfilling and rich. And she. Except for the material aspect, which is barely considered rich, other aspects are a mess. Zhang Jingjing felt the warmth from Chen Wei's body. She still held a glimmer of hope in her heart. She hoped that Chen Wei could still do it. 10 minutes later. Chen Wei closed his eyes and whispered, "I'm sleepy. I don't want to think about anything else. Let's wait a few days." After hearing this, Zhang Jingjing hummed softly. "But I was extremely disappointed in my heart." 10 minutes. I tried every way to wake up Chen Wei, but Chen Wei was like a mountain, motionless. It's useless. It's completely useless. The little bit of hope that Zhang Jingjing had held on to before was completely extinguished at this moment. She thinks Chen Wei shouldn't have the surname Chen. The last name should be Yang. Waste. At this moment, Chen Wei felt extremely tormented and painful. When he first met Zhang Jingjing, he praised her, he has higher spiritual requirements. But now. Zhang Jingjing is not a fool, she must have understood what he said before, but he was just trying to cover up his mistake. Zhang Jingjing already knew that he was not a real man. Chen Wei felt extremely distressed, and couldn't help but think of the horrific thing he saw on Lin Hao during the day. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. As time goes by little, 4 hours passed in the blink of an eye. It's already midnight. Chen Wei saw Zhang Jingjing breathing evenly and looked like she had fallen asleep. Chen Wei carefully picked up Zhang Jingjing's mobile phone, then gently lifted Zhang Jingjing's thumb and pressed lightly on the fingerprint unlock button on the phone screen. Then Zhang Jingjing's phone was unlocked. Chen Wei looked at Zhang Jingjing's cell phone. People say that a person's cell phone contains many secrets. He wanted to know more secrets of Zhang Jingjing, especially whether there were any traces of Lin Hao in Zhang Jingjing's cell phone. I checked my moments first, and then looked at the updates on Penguin Space. It seems that a lot of things have been deleted. He looked at the settings of the phone again and saw that it was divided into primary space and secondary space. He unlocked the secondary space with Zhang Jingjing's finger, and after entering the secondary space, he checked the photo album. I saw many disgusting photos and videos. Chapter 59, 500,000, transfer it to my card before 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon at the latest. And the front of some photos is Zhang Jingjing. Zhang Jingjing wears all kinds of clothes. For example, nurses, students, school uniforms, ancient white dresses, pajamas for winter, etc. Besides that. And there are ancient prisoners' clothes. Crack. Chen Wei's face turned extremely red at this time, and his eyes seemed to be spewing with unquenchable anger. He couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. He never thought that Zhang Jingjing, a seemingly normal girl, could have so much fun. Although looking at these photos made him annoyed, he still looked at them one by one. See the back. Chen Wei was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. In the photo, Zhang Jingjing was wearing prisoner's clothes, kneeling on the ground, looking pitiful. There is also Lin Hao in the photo. Lin Hao was wearing the armor of an ancient soldier, and it was obvious that the armor was of inferior quality. Although it was inferior quality, when Chen Wei saw this photo, his lungs ached with anger. He suppressed his anger and continued to look through other photos. When he turned to the photos at the back, he was so angry that he felt dizzy. In the photo, Zhang Jingjing is actually giving Lin Hao. Especially Zhang Jingjing's face. Grass. Chen Wei couldn't help it. He originally wanted to wait until Zhang Jingjing gave birth to the child and then see the situation to see whether he needed to divorce Zhang Jingjing. But now, he no longer wants to marry Zhang Jingjing. Zhang Jingjing is not clean. Nowhere is clean. Thinking of the time when he kissed Zhang Jingjing on the mouth, he felt extremely disgusted. Bitch. Chen Wei glanced at Zhang Jingjing, who was sleeping, and couldn't help but curse her in a low voice. Bitch. 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 Seeing that Zhang Jingjing was sleeping very soundly, Chen Wei knew that Zhang Jingjing couldn't hear him even if he scolded her, so he scolded her a few more times. Although Zhang Jingjing fell asleep, she vaguely heard someone calling her a bitch. Bitch. As the voice continued to ring in her ears, Zhang Jingjing gradually woke up. She opened her eyes and saw Chen Wei. She saw Chen Wei staring at her and called her a bitch. Seeing this, Zhang Jingjing woke up completely and opened her eyes wide. Chen Wei was confused at this time. He scolded Zhang Jingjing just to vent his anger. Unexpectedly, Zhang Jingjing woke up. Zhang Jingjing glanced at the phone in Chen Wei's hand. When she saw the photos in the phone, she immediately snatched it away, staring at Chen Wei with an extremely ugly expression, and scolded coldly, "Who told you to peek at my phone?" Chen Wei was furious when he heard this. He stared at Zhang Jingjing angrily and said through gritted teeth, "You've already broken up with Lin Hao. Why are you still keeping these photos and videos?" Zhang Jingjing looked unhappy and angrily said, "I just forgot to delete it." Zhang Jingjing was very angry at this moment. Chen Wei actually peeked at her cell phone. While she was angry, she couldn't help but feel a little panicked. If she couldn't marry Chen Wei because of this, then wouldn't she be able to get money from Chen Wei? After thinking about it again, it has come to this point, will Chen Wei still marry her? It's probably impossible, right? Zhang Jingjing looked gloomy and said to Chen Wei, "I can just delete it now." Chen Wei's face looked grim. Just delete it? It would be fine if he didn't know, but now that he knows, he feels very uncomfortable. "I want to cancel the engagement," Chen Wei said angrily. He couldn't accept Zhang Jingjing's past. Zhang Jingjing was actually having so much fun. Especially when he thought of how terrifying Lin Hao was, he could no longer accept Zhang Jingjing, and all he could feel was anger. After hearing this, Zhang Jingjing's face suddenly turned gloomy. Chen Wei wants to cancel the engagement? She had a gloomy face, and her eyes suddenly became sharp as she stared at Chen Wei. Her tone also became extremely cold. "You can cancel the engagement. You suddenly cancelled the engagement, and I was hurt mentally. You have to compensate me for my mental damages, 500,000. After hearing this, Chen Wei was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. How could Zhang Jingjing be so shameless? 500,000 yuan for mental damages? Although 500,000 was not a lot for him, he was unwilling to compensate Zhang Jingjing 500,000 for this. Chen Wei said coldly, "Mental damages? Dream on. If you have any objections, we can meet in court." After hearing this, Zhang Jingjing's face turned cold. If she went to court, she would most likely not get any compensation for mental damage. But Zhang Jingjing laughed at this time. Her smile was a little cold, and she looked at Chen Wei with a bit more sarcasm in her eyes. "If you don't compensate me for my mental damages, I will tell everyone that you are a waste. You are not a real man." Zhang Jingjing's words hurt Chen Wei's self-esteem. Chen Wei seemed unable to bear this stimulation and seemed to be gradually losing control. Zhang Jingjing felt uneasy when she saw this. If she annoyed Chen Wei, he might get hot-headed and do something that would threaten her life. Zhang Jingjing was panicking inside, but pretended to be calm on the surface. She warned Chen Wei, "This is a society ruled by law. If you hurt me, your life will be over." After hearing this, Chen Wei couldn't help but calm down a little. He almost lost control just now and wanted to beat Zhang Jingjing severely. But now, Chen Wei is a little more sober. Seeing this, Zhang Jingjing said nothing more and immediately got up and put on her clothes. She wants to leave here. Otherwise, who knows if Chen Wei would get hot-headed and do something that threatens her life. Seeing this, Chen Wei's face turned grim, but he didn't say anything. He just hid endless anger in his heart. Zhang Jingjing said he was useless. She said he was a waste. But what Zhang Jingjing said was the truth. He cares a lot. Zhang Jingjing put on her clothes quickly and left immediately. She only breathed a sigh of relief after she arrived downstairs at the community and got into a taxi. Zhang Jingjing picked up her phone and sent a message to Chen Wei, 500,000, not a cent less. It's best to transfer it to my card before 5 p.m. tomorrow. Card number. The other side. Chen Wei looked at the message with a gloomy face. He clenched his fists in anger and punched the headboard hard. When he first got together with Zhang Jingjing, he thought she was a perfect match for him. I didn't expect that just a few days had passed and he had bought so many things for Zhang Jingjing and even gave her some pocket money. As a result, it has come to this. At this time, Zhang Jingjing sent another message, "You probably don't want your parents to know that you are actually useless, right?" Chen Wei's face was gloomy, and he replied to Zhang Jingjing, 500,000, don't even think about it. You said that, do you think my parents will believe it? Zhang Jingjing, mischievous expression, then try it. You really can't do it. Compared with Lin Hao, you are far, far behind. Zhang Jingjing felt very angry when she thought about Chen Wei peeking at her phone and calling her a bitch. Chen Wei looked at the message with an extremely ugly expression on his face, and threw the phone hard to the ground. Zhang Jingjing arrived home late at night and happened to meet Huang Meixia, who got up to go to the bathroom. Huang Meixia couldn't help but wonder when she saw her daughter coming back at this time. "You didn't stay at Chen Wei's house?" Zhang Jingjing shook her head with a cold face and said, "He wants to break off the engagement with me." Chapter 60, Talent with Tenfold Increase in Attraction. Zhang Jingjing briefly told Huang Meixia what had happened but did not go into details. Huang Meixia's face suddenly turned ugly after hearing this. She gritted her teeth and said angrily, "Cancel the engagement? It's not that easy to cancel the engagement." The other side. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun slept in each other's arms and slept soundly. The two kids slept in each other's arms and slept soundly. Get up in the morning. Several people sat together and had breakfast. Qin Yanyan looked at Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun, "Mom and Dad, can we go to the amusement park today?" Lin Hao looked at the two girls and said with a smile, "Okay." Qin Yanyan smiled happily. Shu Yan smiled and nodded, "Today our whole family will go out to play." "Okay." Qin Yanyan smiled even more happily. At this time, Shu Yan called Yi Shui and said that they would go to the amusement park together today. Yi Shui agreed immediately. After breakfast, the group reunited. Everyone dressed up today. Shu Yan is quite tall, about 172 centimeters tall, and has perfect body proportions. Her face is also exquisite. Although time has left traces on her face, she is still very beautiful. It has a mature, dignified, and noble air. Yi Shui also dressed up carefully. She had a good figure and was tall, 170 centimeters tall. Her appearance was first-rate when she was young, and even though she is middle-aged now, she has a unique beauty. As for Qin Shiyun, her figure and appearance are first-class. Standing with Yi Shui and Shu Yan, she is like a beautiful landscape, pleasing to the eye. Qin Shihao and Lin Shanhe were both wearing blue suits. Lin Hao was not that formal, he was just wearing normal clothes, but handsome people look good in anything and don't need to dress up deliberately. The two children were wearing exactly the same clothes and straw hats on their heads to protect themselves from the sun. "Let's go." Lin Hao picked up Qin Anren. Qin Shiyun picked up Qin Yanyan. The family drove 2 cars to the amusement park. After arriving at the playground, Shu Yan and Yi Shui walked together. They were about the same age and had a lot of common topics. Qin Shihao walked with Lin Shanhe, who whispered, "How do you feel about the medicine you took?" Qin Shihao smiled and whispered, "It works." After hearing this, Lin Shanhe finally felt relieved. His son gave him a bottle of medicine yesterday, and he doubted whether the medicine was effective or not. Although he does not have a high level of education, he still knows some basic knowledge. Now that Qin Shihao said it was useful, he couldn't help but look forward to it. 2 months later, it would be the beginning of his second spring. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun walked together, holding the hands of the two children. When the people nearby saw Lin Hao and his companions, they couldn't help but look at them a few more times. Some of them stared at them until they disappeared from their sight. Some people even turned on their cameras to record the video. Fuck, this family is amazing. This family is really good looking. Awesome pen. I imagined a scene in my dream, where the whole family is very good looking. I didn't expect to see it in reality. There are many beautiful and handsome people these days, but it is rare for a whole family to be very good looking. For the eyes of passers-by. Neither Lin Hao nor Qin Shiyun took it too seriously. Lin Hao remembered something. He had signed up for the nanny system. He had been busy in recent days, and his child was in Sioux City before, so he hadn't been able to spend much time with his child. Lin Hao asked the two kids, "What do you like? Daddy will buy it for you?" Qin Anren shook his head gently, "There's nothing I particularly like." Qin Yanyan, "I don't have any favorites." Lin Hao, "Where are the toys? Where are the stuffed toys?" Qin Anren, "I have it at home." Qin Yanyan, "I have it at home." Lin Hao was depressed. Other people's children liked all kinds of toys, but why did his two daughters like nothing? Lin Hao asked, "So what do you two like to do?" Qin Anren thought for a moment, then looked up at Lin Hao, "I want my dad to hold me and sleep in his arms at night." Qin Yanyan, "Me too." After hearing this, Lin Hao blinked. Was it so comfortable in his arms? "Okay, when you go to bed at night, Daddy will let you hold me in his arms," Lin Hao said with a smile. Qin Shiyun on the side was unhappy. She looked at Lin Hao and pretended to be angry and said, "Then what should I do?" Lin Hao smiled and said to Qin Shiyun, "You sleep alone." Qin Shiyun. Lin Hao picked up Qin Anren at this time. He also discovered during this period that Qin Anren was more attached to him and liked him more. Qin Yanyan likes his wife more. He held Qin Anren in his arms, then lifted her up high, and finally let Anren ride on his neck. "How is it? Is it fun?" Qin Anren laughed happily, it's fun. Lin Hao smiled and said, as long as his daughter is happy. Bite. The host hugged Qin Anren, which made Qin Anren very happy. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent that increases attraction tenfold. Tenfold increase in attraction talent description, mainly for the opposite sex. 10 meters away from the host, the attraction doubles, and so on. Every meter closer to the host, the attraction doubles, and physical contact with the host increases the attraction tenfold. Lin Hao heard the system's prompt sound. This talent reward is good. In an instant, Qin Anren rode on Lin Hao's neck. Somehow, she seemed to like her father more and wanted to play with him every day. Qin Yanyan raised her head at this time and looked at Lin Hao. Why does she feel that her father was so handsome? I really want to kiss you. Qin Shiyun, who was standing aside, glanced at Lin Hao at this time. After taking a look, she felt she couldn't take her eyes off him. She really wanted to hug and kiss Lin Hao, even. Qin Shiyun's ears suddenly turned red, and she cursed in her heart, what was wrong with her? In broad daylight, she just. Oh, what is going on? Why does she feel that Lin Hao is more handsome? We are together every day. Qin Shiyun moved closer to Lin Hao, then walked while holding Lin Hao's clothes. Lin Hao. He felt that his daughter seemed to become more attached to him. As for my wife. Dad, I want you to hold me. Qin Yanyan couldn't help but say at this time. She really wanted to hug her father. Qin Anren glanced at Qin Yanyan and said, Dad only has 2 hands, so he can't hold 2 people. Qin Yanyan pouted, then come down later and let Daddy hold me. Qin Anren glanced at her and ignored her. Qin Yanyan snorted angrily, then walked up to Lin Hao, grabbing Lin Hao's clothes and walking. Lin Hao couldn't help laughing when he heard the voices of his 2 daughters, and then said, Daddy can hold you both at the same time. After saying that, Lin Hao adjusted himself and held both babies in his arms. The very side. When Xu Yan heard the voices of her 2 granddaughters, she couldn't help but look over. Seeing Lin Hao holding his 2 granddaughters, she was stunned. Why does she feel that Lin Hao has become more handsome? I like Lin Hao as my son-in-law more. Chapter 61, 1 million likes. Xu Yan looked at Lin Hao and felt that Lin Hao was a good person more and more, but she just felt something was weird. Although I thought Lin Hao was pretty good before, I think he is even better now. When Yi Shui saw Xu Yan looking at her son, she couldn't help but look over and saw Lin Hao. Sure. Yi Shui wondered, why did she feel that her son had become much more handsome? Moreover, his every move gave people a very comfortable feeling, and his smile exuded infinite charm. Yi Shui was puzzled for a few seconds. She looked at Xu Yan and saw that Xu Yan was also looking at her. The two looked at each other for a while. Xu Yan blinked, she seemed to see something else in Yi Shui's eyes. Yi Shui looked at Xu Yan and expressed her thoughts, just now I suddenly felt that Xiao Hao has become more handsome. Xu Yan nodded repeatedly, I feel the same way, I suddenly became much more handsome. Yi Shui and Xu Yan were both puzzled. Lin Hao looked no different now than before, so why did they feel like he had become more handsome? Daddy, I want a kiss. Qin Yanyan stuck to Lin Hao. She had no other extra thoughts. She just wanted to stick to Lin Hao and kiss Lin Hao. Lin Hao smiled, kissed Qin Yanyan on the face, and then kissed Qin Anren. After being kissed, Qin Yanyan kept fiddling with Lin Hao's face and kissing him from time to time. Qin Anren was a person of few words and usually wouldn't ask for anything. But when she saw Qin Yanyan kissing Lin Hao directly, she followed suit and kissed him. For a while, Lin Hao was kissed in various ways. Lin Hao was very happy but also a little speechless. Keep kissing him. Qin Shiyun on the side also wanted to kiss him, but there were too many people here, including her parents-in-law and her parents. She had no choice but to endure it. At this moment, she suddenly hoped that it would get dark sooner so that she could go home and sleep with Lin Hao in her arms. This guy is so handsome. Yes, he is very handsome. I feel that his every move is very charming. Look at the way he smiles, and the helpless look on his face when the 2 kids kiss him. He's so handsome. When people passing by saw Lin Hao, they all thought he was very handsome. Some wanted to take a photo with him, but because Qin Shiyun was right next to Lin Hao, they did not take the initiative to ask for a photo. Take a video, I'm going to play it on loop when I get home. It's you, the man of my dreams tonight. Some girls started filming videos directly facing Lin Hao. Some of them were directly posted on short video platforms, and some wealthy girls even bought traffic directly on the videos they posted. For all this, Lin Hao didn't pay any attention to it, as he was being kissed by the two kids. After playing for a day, we had dinner. Lin Hao, Qin Shiyun, and their two kids took a bath. After taking a shower, I changed into pajamas. The two kids still pestered Lin Hao and wanted him to hold them. "How old are you? You're still always pestering daddy," Qin Shiyun said to the two kids with a slightly stern face. The two kids ignored him and stayed in Lin Hao's arms. Lin Hao smiled and glanced at Qin Shiyun. "Wait until the child falls asleep, then I'll hold you to sleep." Qin Shiyun, what can she do? This is the only way. Qin Shiyun was depressed and started playing with her phone and watching short videos. After just a few strokes, her expression changed slightly. "Lin Hao, look." Qin Shiyun handed the phone to Lin Hao. Lin Hao looked at Qin Shiyun's cell phone. In the short video on his mobile phone, he was holding his two daughters and being kissed by them. Title of the video: What a Handsome Dad. This video doesn't have many likes, currently more than 70,000 likes. Lin Hao was speechless. Some people nowadays have no legal awareness at all. They don't even know to mosaic me. Qin Shiyun blinked. Most people would be exposed, but some people would love to be exposed and want to become internet celebrities. Lin Hao doesn't want to be paid too much attention. Qin Shiyun looked at him. "How about I report it? Or contact the original author and ask him to delete this video?" Lin Hao thought about it, shook his head and said, "Forget it. The exposure of this video is not very high. People who have watched the video will forget it in a few days. If the exposure is large, he will contact the owner of the video account and delete the video." Qin Shiyun nodded slightly, and then continued to watch the short video. After a while, Qin Shiyun's face changed again. "Lin Hao, look." Lin Hao looked over and was stunned. This short video not only included him, his child, and Qin Shiyun, but also his parents, father-in-law, and mother-in-law. The title of the video is, "A Family with Super Good Looks." Lin Hao was speechless. Today, the family just went out to play, but someone filmed the video and posted it on the short video platform. And the number of likes is surprisingly high. It has 1 million likes and 100,000 comments. Lin Hao clicked on the comments section. Comments. "Fuck, they really are a family. Look at the man holding two girls, who look a bit like the girl next to them, which means they are husband and wife and the children are theirs. And those guys next to them are obviously the man's parents and the girl's parents. Awesome, I've seen a lot of handsome and beautiful people, but this is the first time I've seen a family with such good looks. I feel like this video is going to go viral. I feel like a new trend is coming, a new trend of internet celebrities. As long as the whole family are good looking and appear on camera together, the chances of them becoming popular are very high. If these people become internet celebrities, they will definitely become famous very quickly. Fuck, isn't this Lin Hao? Hey, I have seen this man and woman before. They are from Yangchang. The man broke off the engagement on the wedding day and married the woman's best friend. Someone replied to the above, "Is it true? So exciting? Ha, if you come to my place in Yangchang, people around me will know something about it." When Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun saw the comments here, their faces turned slightly cold. Contact the owner of this account and ask him to delete the video, Lin Hao said to Qin Shiyun. Qin Shiyun nodded slightly. She sent a private message to the owner of the video account, but the other party never read it. I think a lot of people are sending private messages to the owner of this video account. Qin Shiyun then sent a message to Qin Shihao, asking him to think of a way to block this video. Qin Shiyun said to Lin Hao, "Wait, this video will be blocked in half an hour at the earliest." Lin Hao nodded slightly and said nothing. He has to delete this video. If he doesn't, various internet celebrity studios will soon contact him, and some people will expose what happened on his wedding day. Although he is not afraid of being exposed, it is better to have less trouble than more. The other side. In a restaurant box, Zhang Jingjing, Huang Meixia, and Zhang Hongyu were drinking, and all three of them had smiles on their faces. Huang Meixia laughed the happiest and most excitedly, 500,000. With this 500,000, we can go to the city to pay a down payment and buy a house, and then we can live in the city. Chapter 62, We Are a Happy Family. Zhang Hongyu also became excited and agreed with both hands, "Yes, let's buy a house in the city. It's so comfortable to live in the city. There are all kinds of facilities. The quality of teaching for children is better than that of rural schools. If you get sick suddenly, it's close to a big hospital." Huang Meixia was very excited. She looked at Zhang Jingjing and said, Jingjing, let's go to the city and buy a house? Mom has a wish in this life, which is to live in a big house in the city. Zhang Jingjing had no objection. Now that she had money, her quality of life would of course improve. Can. Zhang Jingjing frowned slightly and said, Chen Wei only gave me 500,000 yuan, which is at most a down payment. After buying a house, I still have to pay the mortgage and renovate it, and all these are money. Huang Meixia looked at Zhang Jingjing with bright eyes after hearing this. Didn't Chen Wei buy you several sets of clothes and jewelry before? You can resell the clothes and jewelry at a low price. It should be able to sell for more than 100,000, right? After hearing this, Zhang Jingjing thought it was a good idea. If she resold the clothes and jewelry at a low price, she could probably get a little over 100,000 yuan. Can. Zhang Jingjing still frowned and said, even if I sell my clothes and jewelry, the total is only 600,000 yuan. Chen Wei gave me 30,000 yuan in pocket money before, but I didn't use it much. I also saved 20,000 yuan. The total is only 650,000 yuan. Huang Meixia laughed and looked at Zhang Jingjing and said, Mom, I still have 100,000 yuan. After hearing this, Zhang Jingjing looked at Huang Meixia in surprise, Mom, where did you get so much money? Huang Meixia smiled and said, it's not like Mom doesn't know how to save money. When you were with Lin Hao before, Lin Hao bought some of our daily necessities from his supermarket for us. Mom has saved a lot of money in the past few years. Zhang Jingjing couldn't help but smile after hearing this. Huang Meixia looked at Zhang Hongyu at this time, how much money do you have? Zhang Hongyu, only 6,000 left. Huang Meixia's face turned green after hearing this. She stared at Zhang Hongyu and scolded him directly, 6,000? Chen Wei gave you 20,000 pocket money before, and you only have 6,000 left now? Zhang Hongyu shrank his head and said weakly, I owed Huabei and Jiabei before. After Chen Wei gave me the money, I used part of it to pay off my debts, and spent the rest. Humph. Huang Meixia snorted, look at what you are good for. Transfer all the money to me, and just keep 1,000 for yourself. Zhang Hongyu transferred 5,000 yuan to Huang Meixia. Huang Meixia looked at Zhang Jingjing and laughed, my daughter, we can get 750,000 yuan now. 750,000 yuan is not a small amount. Let's buy a bigger house. Zhang Jingjing nodded slightly. She looked at Huang Meixia and said, Mom, let's go look at houses when we have time. I'll sell my clothes and jewelry in the next 2 days. Huang Meixia nodded repeatedly, already thinking about buying a big house in the city and living there in her retirement. Huang Meixia suddenly thought of something. She looked at Zhang Jingjing and asked, why did Chen Wei want to break off the engagement for no reason? Although Zhang Jingjing had explained it before, it was not detailed and was a bit vague. After hearing this, Zhang Jingjing's expression turned a little unnatural. What can she say? Does that mean Chen Wei is not a man? Could it be that Chen Wei secretly looked at her phone and saw the video of her and Lin Hao making love? Zhang Jingjing looked at Huang Meixia and shook her head gently, Mom, don't ask me. There are some things I can't tell you. Huang Meixia was dissatisfied after hearing this. She wanted to know. She stared at Zhang Jingjing and asked, tell me quickly, why is it? You dare to hide such a big thing as breaking off the engagement from your mother? Zhang Hongyu also looked at Zhang Jingjing and urged her, sister, please tell me. Maybe Mom and I can analyze it for you and see if there is any chance to get more money from Chen Wei. Zhang Hongyu and Huang Meixia kept asking questions, which made Zhang Jingjing very confused. Zhang Jingjing had no choice but to say, Chen Wei can't do it. Huang Meixia was full of questions and looked at Zhang Jingjing in confusion, Chen Wei can't do it? What can't he do? Zhang Hongyu understood. His eyes widened and he asked in disbelief, could Chen Wei have a male disease? Zhang Jingjing nodded slightly. Fuck. Zhang Hongyu said in shock. Before, he boasted to me about how many girls liked him. Turns out he was just bragging. I believed it. Huang Meixia was also shocked. How old is Chen Wei? At such a young age, he is already in trouble? Huang Meixia was shocked, but she looked at Zhang Jingjing, somewhat speechless. Even if Chen Wei is not good enough, you can still make do with him first and get more money from him. Money is the most important thing these days. Zhang Jingjing sighed in her heart. This was what she had originally planned, but who knew that Chen Wei would peek at her phone? Zhang Jingjing helplessly continued, he secretly looked at my phone. There were photos of me and Lin Hao in my phone. After he saw them, he couldn't accept them and said he wanted to cancel the engagement. I said he could cancel the engagement, but he had to compensate me 500,000 yuan for mental damages. If he didn't, I would tell everyone that he was no good and not a man. So he gave me 500,000 yuan. Huang Meixia's eyes rolled around after hearing this. She looked at Zhang Jingjing excitedly and said, then continue to threaten him with this. He should give the money obediently. A useless man like him has the lowest self-esteem and is most afraid of others knowing that he is incompetent. Zhang Hongyu raised his eyebrows slightly, looked at his mother Huang Meixia and said, don't go too far. If you go too far, even rabbits will bite when they are angry. Zhang Jingjing nodded repeatedly. She remembered that last night, Chen Wei's emotions gradually got out of control and she felt that her life might be threatened. When she thought about it now, she felt a little scared. Zhang Jingjing said, forget it. If we piss him off, it won't be easy for us. It might end up like the lawsuit we had with Lin Hao, where we had to pay the money back in the end. After hearing this, Huang Meixia didn't say anything else, but she felt too disappointed. Just now she wanted to ask Chen Wei for another 500,000 or 1 million. This way you can buy the suite in full. Now that I see this method doesn't work, I feel sad and feel like I have lost 1 million. Then the three of them ate and chatted. Zhang Jingjing was scrolling through short videos. After a while, when she saw one, her face suddenly became gloomy. Video title, What a Handsome Dad. In the video, Lin Hao was holding two girls, the two little girls were kissing Lin Hao, and Qin Shiyun was next to them. It's such a blessing to have the whole family together. And what about her? Still alone. Even though she was with Chen Wei before, she was only after Chen Wei's money. Before, she thought that if she couldn't get love, she would go for money. But now see how happy Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun's family are. She was extremely angry. Originally Lin Hao should have been her husband. But now, he is Qin Shiyun's husband. And Qin Shiyun is her best friend. My best friend married her lover of 5 years. Chapter 63 Huang Meixia scams people. Zhang Jingjing's face was gloomy for a while. She had always wanted to take revenge on Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun. But there has been no results. Although 2 days ago, Chen Wei opened a big supermarket to deal with the supermarket opened by Lin Hao's parents. But now her relationship with Chen Wei has broken down, and Chen Wei may not necessarily go all out to deal with the supermarket opened by Lin Hao's parents. If she didn't deal with Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun, she would feel very uncomfortable. Zhang Jingjing changed her short video account. No one knew about this account. It was her other mobile phone number, and not even Lin Hao knew about it. She commented under the video. Lin Hao from Yangchang and Qin Shiyun from Sichuan, I didn't expect to see them in a short video. It was really ridiculous to see so many people envying Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun in the comment section. A few days ago in Yangchang, Lin Hao married a woman named Zhang Jingjing. When picking up the bride at Zhang Jingjing's house, Lin Hao regretted the marriage in public and proposed to Qin Shiyun. Qin Shiyun was also the bridesmaid and a good friend of Zhang Jingjing. Qin Shiyun agreed to Lin Hao's proposal in public. Is this couple worthy of your envy? I'll give you another big melon. In fact, Qin Shiyun and Lin Hao were in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship 5 years ago. Qin Shiyun and Zhang Jingjing became best friends just to wait for Zhang Jingjing to break up with Lin Hao. This shows how scheming Qin Shiyun is. After Zhang Jingjing finished commenting, she liked her own comment. She didn't know how many people would see her comment, but as long as someone saw it, it was fine. If this video becomes popular and her comments become popular too, then she will retaliate against Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun through public opinion. Although once it is truly exposed, she might kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of her own, but she doesn't care. Zhang Jingjing watched another video. Soon, Lin Hao's family was spotted again. Lin Hao's parents, and another middle-aged couple, who were obviously Qin Shiyun's parents. That day in the Mingyue Shuihui bathhouse, she met Yi Shui and Xu Yan, and recognized them at the first sight. Zhang Jingjing had a gloomy face. Everyone in the comments section of this video was envious of Lin Hao's family's good looks. Seeing this, she felt very annoyed. Ever since she broke up with Lin Hao, her life has been very difficult. Lin Hao seemed to have been blessed with a bright future, and his life was bright. Zhang Jingjing tapped the screen of her mobile phone and commented in the video comment area, a family with super high appearance? Ha ha. How disgusting. Do you only look at appearance and not character? Do you know what Lin Hao did? The one holding the two children is Lin Hao. Lin Hao was married to another woman before, but he broke off the marriage on the day of the wedding, and then proposed to the girl next to him. Zhang Jingjing's comment is not much different from the comment on the previous video. This video has received more exposure, likes, and comments, and it seems to be on the verge of becoming a big hit. She hopes her comment goes viral. However, within a few seconds, this video suddenly disappeared. Zhang Jingjing saw this and couldn't help but widen her eyes and cried out in disbelief, "How is this possible? What's wrong?" Huang Meixia and Zhang Hongyu couldn't help but look at Zhang Jingjing after hearing this. Zhang Jingjing's face was gloomy. She flipped through an old video and handed it to her mother and brother to watch. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun are a little bit popular on the internet. When Huang Meixia and Zhang Hongyu saw Lin Hao and his wife in the video, their faces suddenly turned gloomy. Huang Meixia snorted angrily, "We haven't settled the account with Lin Hao yet. Aren't we still short of money to buy a house? Let's ask Lin Hao for it." Huang Meixia knew that Qin Shiyun had more than 7 million in her hands, and she just wanted 500,000, or 1 million would be enough. After hearing this, Zhang Hongyu frowned and said to Huang Meixia, "Why are you asking for it? We lost the lawsuit before, and the betrothal gifts were returned to Lin Hao." Huang Meixia snorted coldly, "In what name? You can't get the money now no matter what name you use. Mom has made up her mind, go and get a fake car." When she thought about the day when Lin Hao came to pick up the bride, he broke off the engagement in public and married Qin Shiyun instead, bringing shame to her family, she couldn't help but feel angry. She also thought that Lin Shanha and Yi Shui had found a treasure. They actually had a daughter-in-law as rich as Qin Shiyun, while her son still had no girlfriend. She felt unbalanced just thinking about it. When Zhang Hongyu and Zhang Jingjing heard what Huang Meixia said, their faces suddenly changed. Zhang Hongyu looked at Huang Meixia, "Mom, how are you going to scam me?" Huang Meixia smiled, "Isn't Lin Hao driving? I deliberately bumped into him on the road he had to take. For this bump, I want 500,000 yuan, right?" Huang Meixia has made up her mind to touch Lin Hao's porcelain. Firstly, she can make money by committing fraud, and secondly, it can help her get rid of the anger in her heart and make Lin Hao's family lose money. Zhang Jingjing's expression changed slightly, and she tried to dissuade him, "Mom, is this scam dangerous?" Huang Meixia rolled her eyes at her, "Do you think I'm stupid? I'll be careful and won't hurt myself. Don't worry, I'll let you vent your anger." Zhang Jingjing felt it was unreliable. Her mother was not a professional scammer. If something happened, her life might be in danger or she might even become disabled. Huang Meixia refused to listen to the advice. She made up her mind to commit fraud. Nowadays, if you have no education or skills and want to make quick money, scamming people is definitely a good way. The next day, Lin Hao took Qin Shiyun and their 2 children and drove to the mall, wanting to buy some new clothes for them. We arrived at a main road and drove normally. Suddenly, a middle-aged lady wearing a mask, sunglasses, and a hat suddenly rushed over from the front right. Because the distance was relatively close, even if Lin Hao noticed it in an instant, he would have braked urgently. But at the moment of braking, the right side of the front of the car hit the middle-aged lady, knocking her back more than 3 meters and then rolling several times. Swish! After emergency braking, the vehicle moved forward 1 meter before it finally stopped. At this moment, Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun's faces turned pale instantly, and they couldn't help but feel a little panicked. "I hit someone." Qin Shiyun's face turned pale and her voice trembled. Lin Hao's face also turned pale. He quickly turned on the hazard lights, got out of the car, and trotted to the middle-aged lady. The middle-aged lady was wailing in pain, her arms and backs of her hands were covered in blood. Moreover, the legs were dislocated and knocked crooked. Huang Meixia. Lin Hao recognized who this middle-aged lady was and his expression changed slightly. The person he bumped into turned out to be Huang Meixia? "Ah, it hurts, Lin Hao. You beast dared to hit me." Huang Meixia fell to the ground, wailing in pain and cursing. After hearing this, Lin Hao frowned. Huang Meixia's face was turned to the other side. She didn't see his face, but called his name directly. In other words, Huang Meixia did it on purpose? Scam? Thinking of this, Lin Hao's face turned a little ugly. At this time, Qin Shiyun also came to Lin Hao. She had just heard Huang Meixia's voice and scolded Lin Hao. She looked at the middle-aged lady lying on the ground wailing in pain, and her face suddenly changed. Huang Meixia. Chapter 64. Huang Meixia's crying exposed. Mom! Mom! At this moment, 2 figures immediately ran over from the far right side of the road. The people who came were Zhang Hongyu and Zhang Jingjing. The two men's faces were pale at this time. They squatted and looked at Huang Meixia's injuries. They saw that Huang Meixia was covered in blood, and her leg bones were broken, and even the bones were exposed. Zhang Jingjing was extremely panicked and quickly dialed 120. Zhang Hongyu's face turned red with anger. He stood up, his eyes bloodshot, and rushed directly towards Lin Hao, throwing a punch while cursing, "Lin Hao, you dare to hit my mother? I'll beat you to death." Lin Hao frowned slightly and kicked Zhang Hongyu, knocking him to the ground. Lin Hao's face turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, "It was your mother who crashed into my car, and you can see clearly that this road is not for people to walk on. Only motor vehicles can drive on it." Qin Shiyun calmed down a little at this moment and quickly called the traffic police and 110. Zhang Hongyu wanted to rush over and fight with Lin Hao, but Zhang Jingjing shouted, "Stop. Take care of mom first." After hearing this, Zhang Hongyu glared at Lin Hao fiercely, and then hurried to Huang Meixia's side to take care of her. Zhang Jingjing's face was gloomy. Her mother had said before that if she had never seen a pig run, how could she have never eaten pork? Although she had never touched porcelain, she had seen it on TV, so she could just learn from it. Unexpectedly, this was the first time her mother committed fraud. Looking at this leg, I don't know whether it can return to normal after treatment. She glanced at Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun, her eyes full of resentment. Some drivers passing by turned on their video recorders. About 10 minutes passed. Traffic police, civilian police, and ambulance arrived one after another. Zhang Hongyu said to the traffic police with a gloomy face, "He was driving so fast that he hit my mother." Lin Haowei said to the traffic police with a cold face, "I was driving at less than 50 miles per hour at the time. And this road is a motor vehicle lane. He crossed the road and hit my car directly. I have a dashcam in my car." The traffic police nodded and asked to check Lin Hao's dashcam. He took photos of the scene and a few photos of Huang Meixia's injuries, and then let the ambulance take Huang Meixia away first. After watching the dashcam, the traffic police made a judgment. Lin Hao is not responsible. About 20 minutes passed. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun drove away first. Mom and Dad. The two kids called out but didn't say anything. After hearing this, Lin Hao rubbed the two kids' heads and forced a smile, "It's okay. Qin Shiyun, let's go home. I originally wanted to buy some new clothes for the two kids, but now I'm no longer in the mood." Lin Hao nodded slightly. He was no longer in the mood and drove home. The next afternoon, Huang Meixia was lying on the hospital bed, and she just woke up. Mom. Zhang Jingjing and Zhang Hongyu came over immediately. After Huang Meixia woke up, she looked at the ward and the pain all over her body, and she couldn't help but think of yesterday. Yesterday she tried to scam Lin Hao, but she didn't predict what would happen, and was hit by the right front of Lin Hao's car. Next, she was knocked away and rolled on the spot for several times. She was in so much pain that she fainted by the time the ambulance arrived. "Wake up again, it's now." Huang Meixia wanted to check her injuries, but she was wrapped in bandages and couldn't move at all. She looked at her daughter and son and asked hurriedly, "Is my injury serious? How much compensation does Lin Hao want?" After hearing this, Zhang Jingjing and Zhang Hongyu's faces suddenly turned colder. Zhang Hongyu clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, saying angrily, "Mom, the traffic police betrayed Lin Hao and is not responsible. You don't have to pay a penny." "What?" Huang Meixia screamed in anger after hearing this. She was hit so badly, but Lin Hao was not responsible. He didn't have to pay a penny? She felt dizzy and angry at this moment. The next second, she felt pain in her ribs. Huang Meixia couldn't help but wail twice in pain and asked, "Where am I hurt? How much does it cost to heal?" Zhang Jingjing's face turned pale. The doctor said it would cost 600,000 yuan. The main reason is that you don't have medical insurance. If you had medical insurance, you wouldn't have to spend so much money. Zhang Hongyu said angrily, "Mom, your leg bone is broken, the meniscus of your knee is severely damaged, 7 ribs are broken, your elbow is injured, and your wrist is also injured." "What? 600,000. Huang Meixia fainted from anger when she heard the number. 600,000, Shen Wei gave his daughter 500,000, and now, the medical expenses will be 600,000. Mom. Zhang Jingjing and Zhang Honyu's faces changed drastically when they saw this. Doctor. The two men shouted outside hurriedly. Soon a group of doctors came to rescue. After a while, Huang Meixia woke up. She looked at the group of doctors and couldn't help asking, "Doctor, can it be cheaper? It's 600,000 yuan. I can't afford that much money." The attending doctor was wearing glasses. He looked at Huang Meixia and said, "Now there is Shuidico, which allows you to raise money for treatment. If necessary, our hospital will issue a certificate and help you raise money. 600,000 yuan is the treatment fee, plus the subsequent re-examination fee, which is also a large amount of money." After hearing this, Huang Meixia said repeatedly, "I know about crowdfunding. Doctors, please help our family. We really can't afford so much money." The attending physician said, "Okay." Then a group of doctors left. Huang Meixia thought about how miserable she was and how Lin Hao didn't have to pay a penny in compensation. She was so angry that she felt dizzy again and wanted to faint. 600,000. Plus the cost of subsequent review and so on. Huang Meixia felt unbalanced. She was from a vulnerable group. Why shouldn't Lin Hao, a driver, be held accountable at all? Zhang Hongyu shouted angrily, "I want to expose Lin Hao. I want the entire internet to spit on him. Why doesn't he have to pay a penny for hitting someone?" Huang Meixia became excited after hearing this. She raised her voice a little and said immediately, "Expose Lin Hao. The internet is so developed now. As long as we spend some money to buy some traffic, we will get a lot of exposure." Huang Meixia also watches and shoots short videos on a regular basis. She knows that if she wants to expose Lin Hao at the moment, the best channel is to use the short video platform. "Mom, I'll take a picture of you with my cell phone, and you just tell me about Lin Hao's evil deeds. The more miserable you make yourself sound, the better." Zhang Hongyu said to Huang Meixia. "Mom understands." Huang Meixia. Then Zhang Hongyu took a photo of Huang Meixia with his mobile phone, and took out the diagnosis certificate and took a photo of it as well. Huang Meixia looked miserable at the camera and said pitifully, "My name is Huang Meixia, and I'm just an ordinary factory worker. Yesterday, I was walking peacefully when I was hit by a car. Later I found out that the person who hit me was actually Lin Hao." Huang Meixia took a breath and said pitifully, "Lin Hao and my daughter dated for 5 years, but he broke off the engagement in public on the wedding day. In front of all my relatives, Lin Hao proposed to my daughter's best friend, and my daughter's best friend agreed to Lin Hao's proposal on the spot. Later, we found out that my daughter's best friend had been in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with Lin Hao 5 years ago." Huang Meixia started crying at this time. "My daughter's best friend gave birth to Lin Hao's child 5 years ago. She became good friends with my daughter and wanted to do something to break up my daughter and Lin Hao. Just yesterday, I was hit by Lin Hao's car. My daughter's best friend was also in the car at the time. She said that I was lucky that I was not killed." Huang Meixia cried, "My family has no power, no influence, and no money. I just hope that enthusiastic netizens can help our family and seek justice for me and my daughter." Whoa! Whoa! Chapter 65. Mom is going to be famous. Huang Meixia was crying very miserably. Her whole body was wrapped in bandages, her bones were fixed with plasterboards, and there was a diagnosis report and pictures taken during the diagnosis. After seeing the pictures, people feel shocked and extremely miserable. After recording the video, Zhang Hongyu began to edit it, adding text to the video and describing the details of what happened, including the previous marriage between Lin Hao and his sister. It was then posted on the short video platform. "Sister, please transfer some money to me so I can buy some traffic on my video to increase its exposure," Zhang Hongyu said at this time. Zhang Jingjing directly transferred 10,000 yuan to Zhang Hongyu. Zhang Hongyu spent 10,000 yuan to buy video traffic. Then it is time to wait for review. Once the review is passed, the video will be given more exposure. Zhang Jingjing looked at Zhang Hongyu and said, "Send the video to some media platforms in a private message. After the media platform accepts it, it will be posted on their official account. This way, it will have a higher exposure rate." Okay. Zhang Hongyu started the operation immediately. Huang Meixia stopped crying at this time, but the pain in her body made her wail uncontrollably. When Zhang Jingjing saw her mother's painful expression, she was extremely angry. Think about it again, Lin Hao doesn't have to pay a penny and can continue to live a carefree life with Qin Shiyun. Then she thought that if she wanted to cure her mother, she would need 600,000 yuan. Adding the cost of follow-up examinations, the total cost would be 700,000 yuan. 700,000. Although she can now collect 700,000 yuan, it has almost emptied all her money. All of a sudden she would be left with nothing. Zhang Jingjing had a gloomy face and bloodshot eyes. She's going to be left with nothing. Barefoot people are not afraid of those wearing shoes. She wants revenge on Lin Hao. She wants revenge on Qin Shiyun. The other side. Lin Hao, Qin Shiyun, their two kids, Qin Shihao and Xu Yan, were all in the small supermarket opened by Lin Shan and Yi Shui. They all knew that Lin Hao hit Huang Meixia with his car yesterday. Yi Shui frowned slightly and said, "The shops across the street have all been taken over by the same person. I heard from the previous owners that the people who wanted to buy their shops were Zhang Jingjing and Zhang Hongyu. Previously, Zhang Jingjing and her family came to her supermarket to make trouble, and some small business owners of nearby stores also saw it. When Zhang Jingjing and a few others went to check out the shops, they were recognized by the bosses. Then the bosses told Lin Shanhe and Yi Shui." Lin Shanhe's face turned slightly cold. "It doesn't matter if they open a supermarket or something. The main thing is that after so many days, Huang Meixia's family is still trying to deal with us. Their desire for revenge is too strong." Lin Shanhe and Yi Shui don't care much about the supermarket business, because they also want to move to another location and open a bigger supermarket. But yesterday Lin Hao said that he suspected Huang Meixia was committing fraud. They couldn't help but feel worried. Huang Meixia's family has such a strong desire for revenge. Isn't opening a big supermarket just targeting the supermarket opened by his family? Qin Shihao frowned slightly and said, "It doesn't matter that Huang Meixia's family opened a big supermarket to suppress the business of the supermarket here, but I didn't expect them to go and touch Lin Hao. It seems that Huang Meixia's family can do anything." Xu Yan looked at Yi Shui. "Why don't we close the supermarket for the time being? Who knows, they might come over suddenly again." Qin Shihao nodded and said, "Don't open the supermarket for now. It would be best if we could go out and relax for a few days. Or should we go shopping and Suching together? Mom and Dad, you haven't been to Suching yet. Let's go to Suching to relax." Qin Shiyun said to Lin Shanhe and Yi Shui at this time. Lin Shanhe nodded at this time. "All right, let's go to Suching for a stroll during this time." The supermarket continued to operate. With the madness of Huang Meixia's family, there was no guarantee that they would suddenly come with a knife in hand at night. Huang Meixia's family had a very strong desire for revenge, and Huang Meixia was hit so badly. As children, Zhang Hongyu and Zhang Jingjing were probably so angry that they wanted to pick up a knife. Although Lin Shanhe is not afraid, if a fight really breaks out, it is hard to say what will happen, especially since his wife Yi Shui is there. What if his wife is hurt? Yi Shui had the same worry. "Let's go and close the store," Lin Hao said at this time. He was also worried that Zhang Hongyu and Zhang Jingjing would lose their minds and suddenly come to the supermarket to do something crazy. Then they closed the shop and went back to pack their luggage. Then we drove to Sioux City. At the same time, the miserable video recorded by Huang Meixia increased its exposure because she spent money to buy video traffic. In addition, some wealthy people saw the video and felt angry, so they wanted to increase its exposure. For a time, many wealthy people paid for traffic to this video. It's 7 o'clock in the evening. The video has received over 200,000 likes. There are more than 20,000 comments. In the comments section, "Fuck. The bones were exposed. Seeing Aunt Huang Meixia being hit like this, I was so angry that I wanted to kill Lin Hao. Oh my god, the crash was so bad, it's so lawless. They are not responsible. Why? Such a big melon. On the day when my daughter married Lin Hao regretted the marriage in public and married his ex-girlfriend instead. The ex-girlfriend and Lin Hao were in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship 5 years ago, and Lin Hao's ex-girlfriend Qin Shiyun was actually the best friend of Aunt Huang's daughter? Damn. It's terrifying to think about it. Qin Shiyun's scheming is not ordinary deep. Fuck. Lin Hao is so cruel. Oh my god. This man is so cruel. People with the last name Lin are not good people. My ex-boyfriend's last name is also Lin. He is a scumbag. Severe punishment without mercy. I spent money to buy traffic for the video. This video will definitely go viral. Justice may be late, but it will never be absent. Support Aunt Huang Meixia. Support Aunt Huang Meixia. Aunt Huang, please start the live broadcast and we will give you a reward. By the way, what is your card number? I will do my best to transfer some money to you. It costs a lot to treat the disease. Come on, Aunt Huang, you will definitely get better. Start a live broadcast and I will give you a reward. I hope the authorities will thoroughly investigate this matter, it is too bad. As time goes by little, the number of likes and comments on this video is increasing. By 11:30 p.m., the video had received over 1.5 million likes and over 100,000 comments, and was still growing like crazy. And in the ward. Although Huang Meixia couldn't move, her daughter Zhang Jingjing was holding her phone and saw the video go viral. And it went viral. Seeing so many people supporting her in the comment section, Huang Meixia was so excited that she wanted to cry. She felt that she was going to become an internet celebrity. Internet celebrity. I heard that real internet celebrities can easily earn millions a year. She saw in the comment section that someone asked her to give her card number, saying that they would transfer money to her, and some asked her to do a live broadcast, saying that they would give her rewards. Huang Meixia seemed to have discovered a business opportunity, and said to her son and daughter, Hongyu, Jingjing, let's shoot a few more videos to expose the disgusting things of Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun. If mom becomes completely famous, I will buy you two a big house. And a luxury car. Chapter 66 Second video comment section. Zhang Hongyu's face flushed with excitement at this moment. He knew that his mother was famous. If he continued to expose Lin Hao's evil deeds, he felt that his mother would become famous and known to the whole country. By then, you can make a lot of money. He wants to live in a big villa and marry a wife prettier than Qin Shiyun. Zhang Hongyu said excitedly, Mom, what kind of video should we shoot? What should we expose? Huang Meixia snorted coldly, her eyes sharp as she said, expose Lin Hao. And Qin Shiyun. Huang Meixia looked at Zhang Jingjing and said, didn't Qin Shiyun and Lin Hao have been boyfriend and girlfriend for 5 years? She even secretly gave birth to a child for Lin Hao. Start from this aspect. Say that you broke up with Lin Hao several times in the past 5 years, and insist that it was Qin Shiyun who secretly did it. The purpose of Qin Shiyun doing this is to get back together with Lin Hao and reunite the family. Zhang Jingjing nodded heavily. She had broken up with Lin Hao in the past 5 years. Now thinking about it, she suspected that several breakups might be related to Qin Shiyun. Although Qin Shiyun had tried to reconcile her and Lin Hao when they broke up several times, now that I think about it, I feel that Qin Shiyun is so hypocritical. She is so scheming. Huang Meixia looked at her daughter, her eyes lit up. My daughter, you are on camera with me this time. Nowadays, people value appearance above all else. Seeing how beautiful you are, those who base their values on appearance will definitely support you. After hearing this, Zhang Hongyu's eyes lit up. If his sister appeared in the video, the chances of the video becoming popular would be even greater. Maybe then both mom and sister will become famous. Okay. Zhang Jingjing agreed immediately. She also wanted to be famous. She also wanted to make a lot of money with her own abilities, not relying on men. When she makes a lot of money and transforms herself into a beautiful, wealthy woman, and becomes a first-generation rich, Lin Hao will definitely regret it. Zhang Hongyu excitedly turned on the camera and said to his mother and sister, Mom, sister, I'll start when I shout 1. 3, 2, 1. Zhang Hongyu finished speaking. Huang Meixia had already started crying, and her tears kept falling down as if they were free. Zhang Jingjing's eyes were moist, and she looked like she was trying hard to hold back tears. At the same time, her expression and the meaning in her eyes gave people a feeling that she wanted to cry but was also very angry. Huang Meixia cried to the camera, the person next to me is my daughter, her name is Zhang Jingjing, she is 25 years old this year, she graduated from college, just 2 years after graduation, my daughter has suffered so much, she has been in a relationship with Lin Hao for 5 years, 5 years of her youth have been spent on Lin Hao, but Lin Hao treats my daughter like this, Lin Hao is a scumbag. On the wedding day, he broke off the engagement in front of so many people and married my daughter's best friend, whose name is Qin Shiyun. Zhang Jingjing on the side looked at the camera with an angry expression, moist eyes, trembling voice, and said with a bit of tears, I am Zhang Jingjing, recording a video, I want to expose Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun. Qin Shiyun and I met 4 years ago. Lin Hao, Qin Shiyun, and I were all students of the same university. Lin Hao fell in love with Qin Shiyun first, and after they broke up, Lin Hao got together with me. After Lin Hao and I had been together for a year, I met Qin Shiyun by chance. Qin Shiyun and I get along very well, and I have always regarded Qin Shiyun as my best friend in the past few years. Unexpectedly, some time ago, Lin Hao broke off the engagement in public and married Qin Shiyun, just as my mother said. Later I found out that Qin Shiyun was pregnant with Lin Hao's children 5 years ago, and they were 2 children. In the past 5 years, Lin Hao and I have broken up several times. Now I understand that the main reason why Lin Hao and I broke up was because Qin Shiyun secretly instigated us. Now Qin Shiyun got what she wanted. She is together with Lin Hao. Although I was very sad, I didn't say anything. I didn't expect that Lin Hao hit my mother with his car yesterday. After hitting my mother, Qin Shiyun said that she was lucky that she didn't kill her. I am very angry. But my family has no power, no money, and no connections. Now I can only rely on the well-developed information network. I hope kind people can thoroughly investigate this matter. That's all I have to say. Zhang Jingjing started crying, and Huang Meixia cried even more heartbreakingly. Zhang Hongyu then stopped recording, started editing the video, and then posted it to his account on the short video platform. Zhang Hongyu said at this time, "Mom, sister, do you think there will be a reversal in this matter? After all, we said that Qin Shiyun said after getting off the car that Mom was lucky not to be hit to death. Qin Shiyun didn't say this." Huang Meixia stopped crying at this time. She snorted coldly and said, "What are you afraid of? Even if Lin Hao's car has a dashcam, it can't record any sound outside." Zhang Hongyu nodded and asked, "But there is a dashcam in Lin Hao's car, and the traffic police also said that Lin Hao is not responsible. If the surveillance of the dashcam is exposed." Huang Meixia snorted after hearing this, "What are you afraid of? Although it's wrong for Mom to cross the road, but if you get hit, you get hit. Then we can say that Lin Hao recognized me and wanted to hit me." Zhang Hongyu nodded slightly, and he continued, "As for the betrothal gift. After all, we suddenly raised the betrothal gift price on the wedding day. Many people recorded it at the time." After hearing this, Huang Meixia's face changed slightly. It would be really bad if this matter was exposed. Huang Meixia thought for a moment and said, "Even if other people send out the video, it may not become popular. If there are any signs of it becoming popular, we will report it." Zhang Jingjing said at this time, "If we increase the price of the betrothal gift on the wedding day and it is exposed, we can say that the increase in the price of the betrothal gift was to test Lin Hao's attitude. In addition, didn't I say that day that I would marry Lin Hao even if I didn't want Lin Hao's betrothal gift?" This scene was also recorded. Even if it is exposed at that time, it shouldn't be a big deal. Huang Meixia nodded slightly, thinking that nothing serious should happen. Zhang Jingjing said at this time, "People in the comment area asked us to report our card numbers, saying that they would transfer money to us to treat my mother's illness. We cannot report our card numbers. If we report our card numbers, we might be involved in the law. We can just do a live broadcast when the time comes." Zhang Hongyu nodded. Huang Meixia didn't know much about these things, but it was right to listen to her daughter. Afterwards, the three of them couldn't sleep and kept staring at the newly released video. Because the first video had accumulated a large number of fans, after the second video was released, it quickly received a lot of likes and comments. In the comments section, "What the hell? Zhang Jingjing is so pretty, damn, the girl cried so sadly, Lin Hao is such a piece of shit, he doesn't even want such a pretty girl. Don't cry, little sister. Lin Hao doesn't want you, but I want you. Will you marry me? Fuck, is Lin Hao mentally ill? He doesn't even want such a beautiful woman? I'm single, I'll marry you, author, please reply to me, I really want to marry you, and treat you well in this life. Zhang Jingjing is very beautiful, don't cry, justice may be late, but it will never be absent, we will all help you." Chapter 67 Video popularity rises again. For a time, the video of Zhang Jingjing and Huang Meixia became popular. Even more popular than the first video. Most people, firstly, felt that Huang Meixia was hit too badly, and also felt that Lin Hao's actions had angered the public. Another point is that we tend to feel subjective sympathy and pity for disadvantaged groups. So he supported Huang Meixia. Now when they see Zhang Jingjing appear on camera, some people whose values are influenced by her facial features are all supporting her as if they were injected with chicken blood. Midnight of the day. Huang Meixia, Zhang Jingjing, and Zhang Hongyu were so excited that they couldn't sleep. Huang Meixia said excitedly, "The second video has received 3 million likes and 190,000 comments. I'm famous." Huang Meixia looked at Zhang Jingjing again and said excitedly, "Girl, you are famous too. After we become famous, we can make a lot of money. Then we can live in a big villa, drive a luxury car, and go out with bodyguards." Huang Meixia gradually lost her mind and became immersed in the dream of becoming rich overnight. Zhang Hongyu was also very excited. His dream was to be a groom every night, and to achieve this, he needed a huge amount of money. Once he made money, he would have a new girlfriend every day of the year, 365 days a year, without repeating himself. Zhang Hongyu looked at Zhang Jingjing and asked excitedly, "Sister, when are we going to start the live broadcast?" Zhang Jingjing's breathing became heavier at this moment, and she was very excited. As a post-90s, she knew too much about the internet and knew that once she became famous, it would mean an endless flow of money. Zhang Jingjing couldn't help but calm down after hearing what Zhang Hongyu said. She pondered for a while and said, "It's best to post 3 more videos and start the live broadcast when the popularity reaches its peak." After hearing this, Zhang Hongyu couldn't wait any longer. He asked anxiously, "So should we finish the filming tonight?" Zhang Jingjing shook her head slightly, 1 video a day, 3 days to shoot, and live broadcast on the 4th day. After hearing this, Zhang Hongyu and Huang Meixia had to suppress their excitement. Early the next morning, Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun woke up almost at the same time. After waking up, they looked at each other for a while, then hugged each other and whispered for a while. It's been 20 minutes. Lin Hao took the mobile phone on the bedside table and wanted to check the time. As soon as I unlocked the screen, I saw a red dot on the WeChat icon, which meant there were a lot of messages. Lin Hao opened WeChat and took a look. Several of his friends, Zhao Ning, Zhang Wu, and Sun Yu all sent him messages. His face suddenly changed when he saw the messages. Then he sat up. "What's wrong?" Qin Shiyun saw Lin Hao suddenly sit up, so she also sat up and looked at Lin Hao's cell phone. After seeing the content on the phone, Qin Shiyun's face suddenly turned much colder. On the phone, Zhao Ning took screenshots of the video taken by Zhang Jingjing and Huang Meixia, as well as the comments in the comments section. Qin Shiyun's face was cold and she said angrily, "Zhang Jingjing is so shameless." Lin Hao opened the short video platform with a cold face, then searched for related content and quickly found the original video. Seeing Huang Meixia and Zhang Jingjing confusing right and wrong in the video, Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh out of anger. He now feels that his former self was such an idiot. Huang Meixia, Zhang Jingjing, and Zhang Hongyu are really shameless. Qin Shiyun said coldly at this time, "I will go find Dad and ask him to find someone to settle this matter." Lin Hao shook his head slightly and stopped Qin Shiyun. He said with a slightly cold face, "Let this matter continue to be exposed. When the time is right, I will release the previous video of the wedding reception." When picking up the bride, there was a photographer in the wedding car convoy who recorded the entire process. And under the circumstances at that time, there were also many people recording the video. In addition, when he was suing Zhang Jingjing's family to get the betrothal gift back, he provided the video of the bride pickup. Qin Shiyun nodded after hearing this, with some doubt in her eyes. Zhang Jingjing and Huang Meixia went so far, aren't they afraid that we will expose the truth? If we expose the truth, her whole family will be finished. Lin Hao shook his head slightly. Who knows? I guess they posted the video to slander us. One reason is to get revenge on us and ruin our reputations. Another reason is probably to make money. Maybe they will start a live broadcast in a few days. Qin Shiyun nodded slightly, then let's wait for a few days, and then we will come forward and post the video of the wedding reception. Lin Hao nodded lightly and watched the video and commented with Qin Shiyun. It's funny to see some brainless people commenting in the comment section, saying things like justice may be late but will never be absent. Without clarifying the matter, you conclude that he is a bad person just based on Huang Meixia's words? It is still unknown who is righteous and who is evil. Qin Shiyun said angrily, "Many people who commented on this have their values based on appearance. They support Zhang Jingjing because she is pretty." Lin Hao smiled and said, "If you appear on camera in a few days, maybe a lot of people will change their tune immediately." Qin Shiyun snorted, "I don't want them to support me." Lin Hao didn't say anything. He sent messages to several friends one by one and also talked about it in the group. Qin Shiyun also picked up her phone at this time and saw that many people sent her messages, including her roommates and classmates from college. Qin Shiyun also replied one by one. About half an hour passed. Qin Shihao and his friends also learned about this. They sat on the sofa, looking very angry. Yi Shui was so angry that her lungs ached. She woke up early this morning because of a phone call from a relative. Then I learned about the slander against Huang Meixia and her family on the internet. How shameless. Yi Shui said to Lin Hao with a cold face, "The video of the bride's reception and the dashcam video submitted in the previous lawsuit were all posted online." After hearing this, a cold light flashed in Lin Hao's eyes. He shook his head gently. "Don't worry about it for now. Wait for a few days and expose the truth when the heat is high. I think Huang Meixia's family may be making money through live broadcasts or other means. Maybe they will commit crimes. When they commit crimes, we will call the police and send them directly to jail. Although he was very disappointed and angry with Zhang Jingjing's family, he didn't think about revenge or anything. He just wanted to get back what belonged to him. I had already received the betrothal gift and 3 gold jewelry items, and I thought I would have no interaction with Huang Meixia's family. But what happened afterwards made him become ruthless. It would be best if Huang Meixia and her family all went to jail. After hearing this, Yi Shui and the others thought for a while and also felt that it would be best to send Huang Meixia's family to jail. Otherwise, he will find fault every now and then, which is very annoying. At this moment, almost all short video platforms, including some self-media accounts and browsers, are reposting the experience of Huang Meixia's family, raising the popularity of the incident even further. Chapter 68. And Huang's son is so affectionate. As the topic becomes more and more popular, more and more people are talking about it. Oh my god, Qin Shiyun is such a person, it's unbelievable. A girl sent a message in the group, which is a group of college classmates from Soochow University. Fuck. The most beautiful girl in Soochow University would do such a thing? How is it possible? I remember Qin Shiyun took a year off from school. It seems that Qin Shiyun went to give birth that year. I didn't expect that Qin Shiyun was pregnant at that time. Don't talk nonsense. Qin Shiyun and I are roommates. She is a very nice person. She shouldn't be so scheming or have any bad intentions. When former students of Soochow University saw what happened between Qin Shiyun and Lin Hao on the internet, they couldn't help but start talking about it. Similarly, almost everyone who knew Zhang Jingjing, Lin Hao, and Qin Shiyun was talking about them at this moment. Some people don't know the truth and find it hard to believe. Some people knew the truth and were very angry. They thought that Zhang Jingjing's family was really going too far. In the ward, Huang Meixia looked at the video she shot yesterday. Currently, the number of likes has exceeded 7 million, and the number of comments has reached 600,000. She has been watching short videos for so long, but this is the first time she has seen a video with so many likes, and it's her video. Huang Meixia looked at Zhang Jingjing, her face full of excitement. Jingjing, let's not wait any longer. Let's start a live broadcast. There are so many people following our family. As long as we start a live broadcast, even if everyone gives us $1, we can make a lot of money in a day. Zhang Jingjing couldn't hold back any longer and had planned to shoot a few more videos to raise the popularity to a higher level before starting a live broadcast. But looking at the current situation, the popularity is already very high. Zhang Jingjing thought for a while and nodded. Okay, then let's send a video notification to let those who follow us know that we will start the live broadcast at 8 o'clock tonight. After hearing this, Zhang Hongyu immediately operated his mobile phone and posted a short video, saying that he would start a live broadcast at 8 o'clock tonight to expose the evil deeds of Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun. After the video was released, it quickly attracted many likes and comments. We must watch the live broadcast tonight. Zhang Jingjing, are you on camera? We want to see you. Support Aunt Huang Meixia, support Zhang Jingjing. I'll give out rewards tonight. I'll give out all my salary this month. I'll say it again, severely punish Lin Hao. Support. Looking forward to the live broadcast. The number of likes and comments on this video is also increasing rapidly, and more people know that Zhang Jingjing and her family will do a live broadcast tonight. For a while, many people plan to watch the live broadcast slowly after getting off work and having dinner. The other side. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun also knew about this. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun both had slightly cold faces. Lin Hao said indifferently, they will start a live broadcast tonight, let's see what tricks they play. Qin Shiyun nodded lightly. Soon, it was 8 o'clock in the evening. In the ward, Zhang Hongyu's mobile phone just opened the live broadcast room. Just this moment, a large number of people poured into the live broadcast room, and the number of people in the room increased rapidly. 10,000. 50,000. 100,000. 300,000. It only took 5 seconds, and within 5 seconds, 300,000 people flocked into the live broadcast room, which shows how many people paid attention to this matter. Messages kept popping up in the live broadcast room, and Huang Meixia is in such a miserable state, her whole body is covered in bandages and plasterboards. According to the diagnosis in the video, Aunt Huang had 7 broken ribs, her leg bones were also broken, and the meniscus in her knee was severely damaged. She will be disabled for the rest of her life. Severely punish Lin Hao. Severely punish Qin Shiyun. Zhang Jingjing is so beautiful. Is Lin Hao blind? He actually abandoned Zhang Jingjing and married that Qin Shiyun? Is it because Qin Shiyun gave birth to 2 children that Lin Hao married Qin Shiyun? Auntie Huang, we listen to you, please expose it. Huang Tian immediately gave a reward with a rocket. Little Bunny is so good and gives a super rocket as a reward. Hong Yue rewards you with a spaceship. Cute Rabbit rewards you with a super villa. I love my home and give a bunch of little flames as a reward. For a while, rewards and messages kept coming out of the live broadcast room. Huang Meixia was excited when she saw so many people giving her rewards, and so much at once. But he still looked in pain and wailed softly. Huang Meixia faced the live broadcast room, her face pale and looking a little weak. She said with a tearful voice, "Thank you for the donations from the enthusiastic netizens. Thank you. I started the live broadcast mainly to seek justice for myself, my daughter, and my son." Messages kept popping up in the live broadcast room. Son? What happened to Aunt Huang's son? Was he also bullied by Lin Hao? Or was he beaten by Lin Hao? What? Even Aunt Huang's son got into trouble. Hateful. Hateful. Lin Hao is so damn hateful. Huang Meixia cried even louder when she saw the comments in the live broadcast room. She looked very miserable. My son likes Qin Shiyun. Qin Shiyun once said that if you want to marry her, you need to give a gift of 360,000 yuan. When my family was about to get the money together, Qin Shiyun suddenly agreed to Lin Hao's proposal and married Lin Hao. Qin Shiyun didn't keep her word and let my son down. Huang Meixia cried and said, "In the past few years, my son bought delicious food and gave it to Qin Shiyun first. Sometimes he even gave her some jewelry, and Qin Shiyun accepted them one by one. My son has silently paid so much for her over the years, but Qin Shiyun actually married Lin Hao." There were millions of people in the live broadcast room, and they were all shocked. Fuck. This is fucking ridiculous. Qin Shiyun is clearly trying to hook up with Aunt Huang's son. Qin Shiyun is so scheming, a complete scumbag. Fuck. You lick my dog. Fuck you, this is not called a dog licker. This is called affection. It's just that Aunt Huang's son is not experienced in the world and was played around by Qin Shiyun. From this point of view, Qin Shiyun is a complete scumbag. Fuck. Is Aunt Huang's son so affectionate? Can I meet Aunt Huang's son? If possible, I want to have a baby with Aunt Huang's son. A dog licks to the end, and ends up with nothing. Aunt Huang's family is so miserable. Speaking of which, we have been talking about Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun for a few days. Why has no one found out about these 2 people? Expose these 2 people. Aunt Huang's son is so affectionate. In the ward, Zhang Hongyu was watching the live broadcast room with another mobile phone. When he saw a girl in the room saying that she wanted to have a baby with him, he smiled excitedly. But he soon thought of something and immediately stopped smiling, becoming a little melancholy. Zhang Hongyu walked over and said to the camera with a depressed look, "Qin Shiyun was once my goddess. Before that, anything I gave her was worth it. I didn't expect that she lied to me. She clearly said that as long as I could get the gift money together, she would marry me. I didn't expect that she lied to me. And she even married my sister's man." Chapter 69 Ba. When did she ever accept a gift from Zhang Hongyu? Millions of people were watching Zhang Hongyu in the live broadcast room. Many people feel very angry, especially those who have been bootlickers and experienced all kinds of attentive goddesses, but ended up being treated as spare tires by the goddesses. Just thinking about it makes me angry. Qin Shiyun is such a scumbag. She doesn't like someone, but she still accepts their gifts. This kind of woman is so disgusting. How disgusting. Please expose Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun, so that this couple will get the punishment they deserve. Please expose Qin Shiyun and Lin Hao. News in the live broadcast room kept coming out, all talking about exposing Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun. When Zhang Jingjing saw the message in the live broadcast room, her thoughts changed slightly and she had an idea in her mind. Why not set the tone and expose Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun? Even exposing the addresses of Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun? Zhang Jingjing made a decision in her heart. After the live broadcast, she would post a video and comment with her second account, exposing the address of Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun, as well as their photos. Zhang Jingjing was a little excited. When that time came, Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun would be despised by the whole network. I think Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun must be very unhappy. Tiger and Wolf rewards super rocket. Yi Feng rewards with a super rocket. There are more and more rewards in the live broadcast room, including many large rewards and countless small rewards. The rewards in the live broadcast room have basically never stopped. Huang Meixia cried, "Thank you all for your donations, and thank you to the enthusiastic netizens. With your donations, I can afford to treat my injuries. After the matter is over, I still have a wish, which is that I hope my son can get married as soon as possible, and my daughter can marry a good man as soon as possible. After my son and daughter have their own families, I, as a mother, will have my mind at ease." When people in the live broadcast room heard Huang Meixia's words, many single men couldn't help but become excited. "I sign up. I like Zhang Jingjing. I like Zhang Jingjing too. What do you like? Isn't it just to covet someone's body? If I don't covet her body, do I have to be a brother to Zhang Jingjing? I am single too, and I want to get to know Zhang Hongyu. If you see my information, I hope you can send me a private message and we can add each other on WeChat. I like affectionate and loyal men, Zhang Hongyu. After you see my comment, please send me a private message." When Zhang Jingjing saw so many men in the live broadcast room wanting to marry her, she couldn't help but feel very happy and proud. Seeing so many men saying they wanted to marry her, they also kept giving her rewards. Now she thought about the past 5 years she had been with Lin Hao. It was such a loss. A huge loss. If she had been with a wealthy second-generation or first-generation rich man in the past 5 years, you can imagine how comfortable her life has been in the past 5 years. He must be driving a luxury car. He wears all branded clothes. And what did she get from being with Lin Hao? Zhang Jingjing thinks about it now and feels that she has suffered a huge loss. Her 5 years of youth could have been exchanged for countless money, but in the end, it was wasted by Lin Hao. Zhang Hongyu on the side was very excited, his breathing became rapid with excitement. He had been watching the live broadcast room with another account, and saw so many girls in the room saying that they wanted to meet him. In addition to being excited, he couldn't help but imagine the idea of meeting a fan a day and sleeping with a fan a day. At this time, Zhang Hongyu kept clicking on the accounts of women who said they wanted to get to know him, and then sent private messages. When Huang Meixia saw the comments in the live broadcast room, she was very happy. This way, her son would be able to get married, and she could let her son choose. In addition, there are so many people who like her daughter, so she should pick a rich and handsome man for her. Huang Meixia was very excited, but she cried, "My daughter's marriage and my son's marriage are things for the future. Now I want Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun to be punished." Huang Meixia said with a hint of anger, "My daughter has spent 5 years of her youth with Lin Hao, but he treated her like this. I hope the whole internet can get to know Lin Hao and know that he is a complete scumbag. And Qin Shiyun. I also hope that the whole internet knows Qin Shiyun. She became good friends with my daughter, with bad intentions. She thought that since they were close, she could do something at any time to break up my daughter and Lin Hao. Qin Shiyun has now got what she wanted and married Lin Hao. I hope this scumbag will be spurned by the whole internet." Huang Meixia said helplessly, "But I can't expose Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun, because if I expose them, I will violate the law. In addition, I want to have the matter of me being hit by Lin Hao's car re-handled. I hope that everyone can be equal before the law. I hope this matter can be handled fairly." Naturally, there are official personnel in the live broadcast room. For example, the traffic police department. After seeing what Huang Meixia said, and considering that this matter has become so popular, they have to give an explanation to the public and then re-investigate who is right and who is wrong. The live broadcast lasted for 2 hours, and at 10 o'clock in the evening, the live broadcast room was stopped. In the ward, Huang Meixia asked excitedly, "How much reward did we receive in these 2 hours?" Zhang Jingjing and Zhang Hongyu were looking at the backstage. When they saw the amount of money that could be withdrawn, they were shocked. Fuck! Zhang Hongyu jumped up excitedly, as if he was stimulated by something. 3,600,000. 3,600,000. What? Huang Meixia became very excited when she saw the amount of money that could be withdrawn in the backstage. In just 2 hours, he made 3.6 million. 3,600,000 is enough to buy a big house. Zhang Jingjing was also very excited. 3,600,000. Zhang Hongyu said excitedly, "Mom, sister, how about we go and look at the house tomorrow?" Huang Meixia sighed after hearing this. Mom is not well yet, she can't walk, she can only lie down, or she can go look at houses. Although Zhang Jingjing was very excited, she still had some rationality. She said, "Don't go looking for houses for now. There are too many people who know us now. If we buy a house at this time, it will be easy to be exposed. During this time, we will do live broadcasts and take care of mom at the same time. After hearing this, Zhang Hongyu and Huang Meixia nodded repeatedly. The other side. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun finished watching the live broadcast of Zhang Jingjing and the other two. Qin Shiyun's face was cold. Zhang Hongyu said, "Buy food for yourself and buy jewelry for her." Pooh. When did she ever accept the jewelry given by Zhang Hongyu? Lin Hao, who was standing by, hugged Qin Shiyun and whispered, "I've made up my mind. Tomorrow I will release the video of the wedding reception and let everyone on the internet know the true face of Huang Meixia's family." Lin Hao added, "Zhang Hongyu said that he would send you food and jewelry. As long as your identity is exposed, Zhang Hongyu's lies will be exposed." Qin Shiyun nodded slightly. Her family was very wealthy and her father was the richest man in Su province. With so much money, no one would think that she would covet Zhang Hongyu's money or anything. By then, Zhang Hongyu's lies will naturally be exposed. Chapter 70. We were all deceived by Zhang Jingjing's family. That night, Zhang Hongyu also made a video, talking about how good he had been to Qin Shiyun over the years, and that Qin Shiyun promised him that she would marry him as long as he could raise a betrothal gift of 360,000 yuan. As a result, Qin Shiyun accepted some jewelry and money from him over the years, but finally married Lin Hao. For a time, people in the comments section were blaming Qin Shiyun, thinking that Qin Shiyun was so bad. I also feel sorry for Zhang Hongyu, thinking that good men can never meet good women. And under the video, Zhang Jingjing commented using her secondary account and tagged the author of the video that had previously been posted online by Lin Hao, Qin Shiyun, and their two children. Zhang Jingjing, I tagged Miao too. Everyone, please take a look at the first video that Miao pinned. The man in the video is Lin Hao, the woman is Qin Shiyun, and Lin Hao is holding two children. After this comment was sent, the original author account was used to reply to that comment. For a moment, this comment was pinned to the top. After all, it had been replied to by the author. Soon, people who saw this comment went to watch the video posted by Miao's account. In the video, Lin Hao showed a loving smile while holding two children, and Qin Shiyun was holding Lin Hao's arm. They looked like a very happy family. Damn! Qin Shiyun is so beautiful? Fuck! Lin Hao is pretty handsome. He looks even more handsome when he smiles, and he doesn't look like a bad guy. Qin Shiyun's smile is so sweet, and judging from her appearance, she doesn't look like a bad person. Wow, they are so good looking, and the two little girls are pretty too. The comments section is really fucking destructive. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun are scumbags. Just because they are good looking, they have changed their tune now? Support Zhang Jingjing. Severely punish Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun. Nima, so handsome. He is handsome, but just normal handsome, not particularly handsome. But Qin Shiyun is pretty. Oh, that's not right. Why are we discussing their looks? We should be scolding them. Those netizens who watched the video originally wanted to scold Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun, but when they saw their looks, especially the way Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun smile, including from their facial features, they don't look like bad people at all. For a moment, many people shut up and stopped typing away at their keyboards. I'm going. I have a feeling that things might turn around. I have a hunch too. I always feel that Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun don't seem like bad people. Look how sweetly and happily they smile. If they are bad people, how could they smile so happily? At this moment, Zhang Jingjing was also watching the video under the author account of Meow Meow Rabbit. Looking at the comments section of the video, many people who originally supported her are now neutral. He even commented on the looks of Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun, saying that judging from their facial features, they did not look like bad people. Crack. Zhang Jingjing's face turned pale. This group of brainless netizens, their values are based on their facial features. In this era where appearance is everything. Zhang Jingjing continued to read the comments and saw that more and more people remained neutral, and some even said that the situation might be reversed. A flash of panic flashed through her heart for a moment. But it soon returned to normal. Zhang Jingjing continued to look through the comments. When she saw the comments at the end, there were still many people who supported her. She felt much better. At this moment, Zhang Hongyu has already sent private messages to several fans and added them on WeChat. At this time, there was a lot more smile on his face, and he was typing and chatting with the girl. Zhang Jingjing glanced at him and said nothing. The next morning, Lin Hao was with Qin Shiyun. Lin Hao used his account on the short video platform to post a video of the bride picking ceremony when he and Zhang Jingjing got married. Afterwards, he spent 1 million in cash to buy video traffic. After the review is passed, the platform will begin to increase the exposure of the video. For a time, the exposure rate increased, and many people who knew about Huang Meixia's family incident were watching the bride receiving video carefully. Lin Hao and 4 groomsmen arrived at Zhang Jingjing's house. At this moment, Huang Meixia suddenly shouted, "Lin Hao, if you want to marry my daughter, you have to gather another 180,000 yuan for the betrothal gift today." Huang Meixia's expression, including her tone and face, were extremely sarcastic at this moment. Those who have seen Huang Meixia crying miserably now feel as if they have been deceived. Huang Meixia, this is the real Huang Meixia. I didn't expect her to be so sarcastic and mean. So annoying. Fuck. I used up a month's salary to give her tips before. Fuck. So disgusting? On the wedding day, they suddenly raised the price of the betrothal gift? Huang Meixia, and Huang? I want to vomit. In the wedding video. At this moment, Lin Hao's face changed slightly, and everyone's face also changed slightly. Lin Hao looked at Huang Meixia. "Auntie, didn't I give you 180,000 yuan as a betrothal gift? Why do you want another 180,000 yuan as a betrothal gift?" Huang Meixia snorted coldly. "My son wants to marry Qin Shiyun. He needs a gift of 360,000 yuan, and he still needs 180,000 yuan. As long as you can get 180,000 yuan today, my daughter will marry you." Many netizens were so angry when they saw this. Huang Meixia is so disgusting. It turns out that the increase in the bride price was made so that Zhang Hongyu could marry Qin Shiyun. No wonder Lin Hao broke off the engagement in public. Most people probably wouldn't be able to tolerate this, and the best option would be to just cancel the engagement. The wedding reception video continued to play at this time. Lin Hao proposed to meet Zhang Jingjing. After Zhang Jingjing appeared, she said to Lin Hao, "Lin Hao, if you can get another 180,000 yuan for the betrothal gift, I will marry you today." Countless netizens felt extremely disgusted when they heard this. Ugh. I want to vomit. Zhang Jingjing is so shameless. During the live broadcast, she described herself as miserable and even called Lin Hao a scumbag. So disgusting. Fuck. This is so disgusting. I was attracted to Zhang Jingjing before. Fuck, this is so disgusting. In order to let his brother get married, he raised the price of the bride price and made Lin Hao bear all this? Why? Zhang Jingjing and Huang Meixia are so shameless. The wedding video continued to play. Lin Hao frowned and said angrily, "I'll only ask you once, if I can't get 180,000 yuan for the betrothal gift today, will you not marry me?" Zhang Jingjing, "Yes, if you don't collect 180,000 yuan as a gift today, I won't marry you today." After a while, Lin Hao looked at Qin Shiyun for some reason and said to her, "Shiyun, I need a gift of 360,000 yuan to marry you. I will give you half of the wedding house at home through notarization. Marry me, okay?" Qin Shiyun's eyes instantly moistened. "Okay." Countless netizens felt relieved when they saw this. Damn. That's a good proposal. What's wrong with Lin Hao breaking off the engagement in public? Zhang Jingjing's family is so shameless. They suddenly doubled the betrothal gift. Lin Hao couldn't get the gift together. What's wrong with breaking off the engagement? Damn it. We were all deceived by Zhang Jingjing's family. Chapter 71. The live broadcast comment area changes again. Countless netizens applauded. I think Lin Hao was right to regret the engagement. Faced with this kind of situation where the bride price is suddenly raised on the wedding day, and the bride price is threatened that she will not marry unless the bride price is paid in full, the best thing to do is to regret the engagement. If you compromise, it makes the man seem incompetent. In the video recording. At this moment, Zhang Hongyu was anxious and shouted angrily, "Lin Hao, if you want to break off the engagement, then break off the engagement. Why are you proposing to Qin Shiyun?" Zhang Jingjing was also anxious at this time, glaring at Lin Hao. "Lin Hao, you actually proposed to my best friend." Zhang Jingjing looked at Qin Shiyun again and said angrily, "Qin Shiyun, you are my best friend, and you actually agreed to Lin Hao's proposal." Qin Shiyun looked at Zhang Jingjing coldly. "I originally thought that you and Lin Hao would grow old together, but I didn't expect that on the wedding day, you would even raise the price of the bride price." At this time, Huang Meixia, Zhang Jingjing, and Zhang Hongyu were all extremely angry. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun left at this time. The video recording is here. Countless people who watched the video applauded and felt relieved. This marriage is so regretful. Regret it. On the wedding day, they suddenly raised the price of the betrothal gift. It's so fucking disgusting. Like. For a while, the exposure of this video increased a lot, and it seemed that the platform noticed it and added a lot of exposure. In the ward, Zhang Hongyu suddenly rushed in, looking anxious. Mom, sister, it's bad, something happened. What happened? Why are you so scared? Huang Meixia was lying on the hospital bed, eating fruit. Zhang Jingjing frowned and looked at Zhang Hongyu. What's the matter? Tell me slowly. Zhang Hongyu said anxiously. Lin Hao posted a video, exposing the video of the bride-picking ceremony on the day of his wedding. The number of likes has exceeded 1 million, and the number of comments has exceeded 200,000. After hearing this, Zhang Jingjing's face changed drastically. I quickly took out my phone and watched the video sent by Lin Hao. Looking at the comments section of the video, almost everyone was saying that her family was disgusting and that they had gone too far. He also said many unpleasant things. When Zhang Jingjing saw this, her face turned much uglier. She was angry and a little panicked in her heart. Sister, what should we do now? Zhang Hongyu asked anxiously. Zhang Jingjing looked embarrassed. What should she do? How could she know what to do? Although she had anticipated that Lin Hao might expose the bride-picking video, she didn't expect that before she even had time to react, the bride-picking video Lin Hao posted would become an instant hit. She was caught off guard. Huang Meixia was also anxious at this time. She shouted angrily, let's expose it. These brainless netizens. I want to have a say with them. Hongyu, start the live broadcast now. After hearing this, Zhang Hongyu's face changed slightly. He looked at Huang Meixia and said, Mom, are you going to judge it this time? I'm afraid you'll be scolded to death. Zhang Jingjing also advised, Mom, we can't do the live broadcast for now, or we'll get scolded. Huang Meixia snorted coldly, Mom knows what's going on. I'll judge for themselves. What's wrong with asking Lin Hao for an extra 180,000 yuan as a gift on the wedding day? I raised you from childhood to adulthood, and I didn't spend just the 180,000 yuan. Besides, you're pretty, and you've graduated from college. After you marry Lin Hao, not only will you have to give birth to a child for him, but with your ability, it shouldn't be difficult for you to make 10,000 yuan a month. Huang Meixia angrily said, after you marry Lin Hao, you will start working from the age of 25 until you retire at the age of 65, which means you can work for 40 years. For 40 years, with an annual income of 120,000, that is more than 4 million. Mom only asked Lin Hao for a 360,000 betrothal gift, is it too much? After listening to this, Zhang Jingjing felt that it made a lot of sense. Yes. After she married Lin Hao, she could also work. She could earn so much money in her life, but she only asked Lin Hao for a betrothal gift of 360,000 yuan. Is that too much? Too little. Zhang Hongyu also thought it made sense and felt that a dowry of 360,000 yuan was too little. Okay, I'll start the live broadcast. Zhang Hongyu immediately operated his mobile phone and then started the live broadcast. Suddenly, a large number of people poured into the live broadcast room. The comments section started cursing like crazy. How dare you do a live broadcast? You are a bunch of shameless people. You cheated our feelings. Return my previous reward to me. Return the reward. I originally thought you were quite pitiful, but you treated us like fools. When Huang Meixia saw the news from the live broadcast room, she was so angry that her lungs ached. She already had 7 broken ribs and now she couldn't help but wail in pain. Zhang Jingjing quickly calmed her mother down. After a while, Huang Meixia finally calmed down. She looked at the live broadcast room and said angrily, I ask you, is it wrong for me to increase the price of the bride price to Lin Hao? I increased the price of the bride price for my son, hoping that my son can get married. I didn't increase the price of the bride price for my own pleasure. Huang Meixia said angrily, think about it carefully. My daughter is 25 years old this year, and she is as beautiful as a flower. She has also graduated from college. Based on Jingjing's annual income of 120,000 yuan, after marrying Lin Hao, my daughter can work for 40 years in the second half of her life, and can earn more than 4 million yuan in 40 years. In comparison, is the 360,000 yuan dowry that I asked from Lin Hao too much? Huang Meixia said angrily, and don't forget, my daughter has been with Lin Hao for 5 years. She has spent her best years with Lin Hao. I only want 360,000 from Lin Hao. Is that too much? For a while, the wind direction in the live broadcast room has changed. At this moment, many women actually felt that Huang Meixia was right. Yes, now that I hear it, a betrothal gift of only 360,000 is not much at all. Damn, I support Aunt Huang Meixia. Aunt Huang is right. When we women marry, our children take the man's surname, and we have to serve the man's family and earn money to share the living expenses. It's a big loss. Support Aunt Huang. Who is Lin Hao? Shit. What's wrong with you? You think this is right? Things like the betrothal gift should have been discussed before the wedding. Lin Hao had already given 180,000 yuan in betrothal gift, but Huang Meixia's family suddenly raised the betrothal gift on the wedding day without discussing it with Lin Hao's family in advance. Don't you think this is disgusting? I agree with what was said above. Things like the bride price should be discussed in advance. Suddenly raising the price for the wedding is clearly a threat to Lin Hao's family. Damn, so disgusting, confusing right and wrong, changing the concept. Even if you want a gift of 360,000, can't you discuss it in advance before the wedding? Why do you have to suddenly increase the gift price on the wedding day? There are various comments in the comment section. Some people support Huang Meixia's family, while others support Lin Hao's family. Huang Meixia saw that the scolding in the comment section had decreased a lot, and she said angrily, "Originally, I didn't want to increase the price of the betrothal gift from Lin Hao, but Qin Shiyun suddenly said that marrying Qin Shiyun would require a betrothal gift of 360,000. I had no choice but to ask Lin Hao for another 180,000 betrothal gift." Huang Meixia continued, "Besides, Lin Hao is not short of money. He bought a Hongqi H9 for 500,000 yuan without blinking an eye. I want 180,000 yuan, which is not too much." Chapter 72 Car Accident Video Exposed. After Huang Meixia said this, there were more people standing on Huang Meixia's side in the live broadcast room. So Lin Hao is so rich. He bought a 500,000 yuan car without blinking an eye? It seems that Aunt Huang Meixia's sudden increase in the betrothal gift was not too excessive, only 180,000 yuan. Fuck, didn't Lin Hao say that he couldn't get 180,000? Why did he buy a Hongqi H9 without blinking an eye? Does that mean Zhang Jingjing is not as good as a car? What kind of views are in the comments section? Everyone, put yourself in their shoes. Even if you have 10 million, but you have clearly agreed on a 180,000 yuan betrothal gift, and suddenly on the wedding day you raise the price, even if I have money, I am not willing to pay this money. It's disgusting. The crux of the problem is that the price of the bride price is suddenly increased, especially on the wedding day, which gives people a threatening feeling. I still support Lin Hao's side. I support Qin Shiyun. Qin Shiyun married Lin Hao and didn't he ask Lin Hao for a single penny as a dowry. This shows that this is true love. The live broadcast lasted for 3 hours. EBTY line, prohibit reprint this v, e-document $8 file x3 or 48 or 0 dbh2b 5% 1 bb7s5 q3 b65012la plus gfm9zu91 hashtag q0.cuc9d hashtag via gr656y 9y6lj1z7 bxtb61t 5en. The live broadcast room was closed. Huang Meixia snorted and looked at her daughter and son with some pride. How about it, Mama's awesome, right? There were many people who scolded us before, but now at least many of them support us again. Zhang Jingjing breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for her mother's words, she wouldn't know how to deal with it. Zhang Hongyu excitedly gave Huang Meixia a thumbs up. Mom, you are still amazing. It turns out that old ginger is still spicy. Huang Meixia laughed proudly. Although you two are college graduates, you are not good at talking. When you encounter something like this, you still have to rely on Mom. Do you know the benefits of having an old person at home, like a treasure? Zhang Hongyu nodded repeatedly. Yeah, Mom is still the best. Huang Meixia then asked, how much did you give as reward for this live broadcast? Zhang Hongyu quickly checked and said, this time there is a lot less, only 300,000 yuan in cash withdrawal amount. Huang Meixia felt very disappointed after hearing this. She made 3.6 million yuan in 2 hours of live streaming yesterday, but only made 300,000 yuan in 3 hours of live streaming today. It's 10 times less. The other side. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun also watched Huang Meixia's live broadcast. Lin Hao sighed, people nowadays. The main reason he regretted the engagement was that the price of the bride price was suddenly raised on the wedding day. Things like the bride price should have been discussed in advance. At that time, it was agreed that 180,000 yuan would be the betrothal gift and half of the wedding house would be given to Zhang Jingjing. He first gave a betrothal gift of 180,000 yuan, planning to wait until after the wedding with Zhang Jingjing, and then go for a notarization the next day to give half of the wedding house to Zhang Jingjing. What's the result? On the wedding day, she suddenly raised the price of the bride price and threatened him that she would not marry him if he did not pay enough. He is not a moron, nor is he a persimmon that can be manipulated by anyone. He regretted the marriage. What happened? Qin Shiyun, who was standing by, had a cold expression on her face. She said to Lin Hao, "I think it's time to expose the video of the car accident." Lin Hao nodded slightly, and then uploaded the dashcam video of the car accident to the short video platform. His account also has millions of followers. After posting it, it soon received a lot of likes and comments. Countless netizens watched the video of the car accident. Lin Hao was seen driving at a normal speed in the rightmost lane. Whether the speed was normal could be judged by looking at the speed of vehicles in other lanes. It was obvious that Lin Hao's car was not driving fast. And just at this moment, suddenly, a person rushed out from the far right in front. She was a middle-aged lady, Huang Meixia. What happened to Huang Meixia was not just crossing the road. There was no crosswalk on this road, and there was a guardrail in the middle. In other words, if Huang Meixia wants to get to the other side, she needs to cross the guardrail. Huang Meixia did not run in a straight line, but ran diagonally, making it look like she was committing fraud, or in other words, she was deliberately crashing into Lin Hao's car. With a bang, Huang Meixia was knocked 2 or 3 meters away. After rolling on the ground for a few times, she began to wail in pain. Immediately afterwards, Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun got out of the car. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Jingjing and Zhang Hongyu ran over. Although I couldn't hear what the two parties said, it was obvious from their expressions that they were arguing. After a while, the traffic police and ambulance arrived one after another, until it was determined that Lin Hao was not responsible. After the recording is finished, many netizens began to comment, "Damn, he clearly deserved to be hit." "Fuck," Huang Meixia said before that Lin Hao hit her on purpose, "is this crazy?" If Huang Meixia didn't drive on the single vehicle lane, how could Lin Hao hit her? I suspect Huang Meixia is trying to scam me. Damn, when Huang Meixia was live streaming before, there was still a group of brainless fans supporting them. Now after watching the video of the car accident, I feel more and more that Huang Meixia's family is super shameless. Damn. How disgusting. This is clearly a scam. It is right not to be responsible. Support Lin Hao. Support Lin Hao. Judging from the video alone, Lin Hao is right. Huang Meixia seems to be scamming someone. Otherwise, why would she suddenly drive on the single vehicle lane? There is not even a crosswalk. It is not a path for people to walk on. Support Lin Hao. For a time, more and more people supported Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun. Afterwards, a large number of netizens came to the video shot by Zhang Jingjing and others, and commented below the video to curse Huang Meixia's family. In the ward, Zhang Hongyu suddenly shouted, "Mom, sister, it's bad, Lin Hao exposed the car accident video, and now many people are scolding us again." What? Huang Meixia and Zhang Jingjing's faces changed drastically. The video of the car accident was actually exposed, and many people were scolding them. The three immediately looked at the comment section of the video. Zhang Jingjing's face turned pale. How to wash the floor now? Her mother suddenly ran to the motorway, which was illegal. Huang Meixia also had an unpleasant expression on her face, and now she didn't know how to explain it. For a moment, I was very angry. In the villa in Suzhou City, Qin Shiyun saw that there were already many people supporting her and Lin Hao in the comment section of the video of the car accident, and she couldn't help but smile more. She snuggled in Lin Hao's arms and said, "Honey, we won." Lin Hao hugged her and smiled, "This is just the beginning. Zhang Hongyu said before that he gave you money and jewelry in the past few years. I guess there are still many people who think you are too mean. I think tomorrow, it's time to expose the fact that your family is rich." Qin Shiyun blinked and said, "Okay, when I reveal my identity tomorrow, no one will believe what Zhang Hongyu says." Lin Hao nodded lightly and hugged Qin Shiyun. When Qin Shiyun's identity is revealed tomorrow, people on the internet will know that Qin Shiyun was born into a wealthy family, and a very wealthy one at that. You will soon realize that Zhang Hongyu is lying. Jewelry? Food? Money? As the daughter of the richest man in Jiangsu province, why would Qin Shiyun care about that little bit of money? Or that little bit of jewelry? Chapter 73. You three liars, give me back the money I gave you as a reward. At this time, more and more netizens are demanding that the money previously given to Huang Meixia be returned. Many people even started calling the police. Just half an hour. Then the police came to the ward where Huang Meixia was staying. The police looked at Huang Meixia and her family of three and said sternly, according to reports from a large number of netizens, you are suspected of defaming others and fabricating and distorting facts to gain sympathy from netizens. Please come back to the police station with us to cooperate with the investigation. After hearing this, Zhang Jingjing and the other two turned extremely pale. Finally, Zhang Jingjing and Zhang Hongyu were taken away by the police. As for Huang Meixia, she was not taken away because of her injuries. But in the afternoon, Zhang Jingjing and Zhang Hongyu were released because there was insufficient evidence to prove that they had fabricated the facts. The main reason is that what Zhang Jingjing's family said was half true and half false, and there was not enough evidence to prove the false part. But netizens online have asked for a refund, and this must be done. In particular, if there are rewards from minors, they must be refunded. After Zhang Jingjing and Zhang Hongyu returned to the ward, they looked pale and dispirited. Huang Meixia asked anxiously, "How is it? Is there anything wrong?" Zhang Jingjing said with a pale face, "It's nothing serious, but we have to return the money that netizens gave us before." What? Huang Meixia's face changed drastically after hearing this. She felt extremely uncomfortable and unwilling in her heart. So much money. How could she bear to return it? Zhang Hongyu looked at Zhang Jingjing and said, "Sister, those rewards may not all be refunded, right? We will only refund those who want to refund. Not everyone can ask for a refund." After listening to this, Zhang Jingjing nodded slightly, thinking that there should still be some money left. But even if there is money left, how much can be saved? Now that's not the most important thing. Just now on her way back from the police station, she discovered that half of her penguin friends were missing. There are many groups, and half of them kicked her out. She even found that several of her WeChat friends had deleted her. Her reputation is completely ruined. She even doubted whether she would be able to get married in the future. Maybe after a few days, like a month, most netizens will forget about her. After all, the internet has memory. After a long time, netizens will forget about her. The next day, Qin Shiyun, Qin Shihao, and Xu Yan sat on the sofa together and shot a simple video together. Qin Shiyun said to the camera, "The one next to me is my father, and the one on the left is my mother. My father is the richest man in Sucheng and Su province." I didn't want to expose my father's identity, but on the internet, Zhang Hongyu said that he sent me food, jewelry, and money over the years. Although I have no evidence to prove that what Zhang Hongyu said is false. But I still want to clarify. When I was in college, my parents gave me 50,000 yuan in pocket money every month. When I was a junior, my dad gave me 5 million yuan so that I could learn about financial management, stock trading, and funds. He wanted me to practice finance. Think about it, I was not short of money at all, so how could I possibly covet the jewelry and money that Zhang Hongyu gave me? I was so angry when I heard what Zhang Hongyu said. It made me laugh. It felt like a coal boss trying to make a few bucks. It was hilarious. The video ends here. Lin Hao then posted the video on the short video platform. After sending it out, in just 5 minutes, many people began to like and comment. Holy crap! Holy crap! Awesome! Qin Shiyun's father is actually the richest man in Jiangsu province. Holy crap! I've been outdone by Zhang Hongyu's family. I'm so pissed. Awesome, so rich, 50,000 yuan a month in pocket money, I only make 6,000 yuan a month working. Fuck, 50,000, that's my income for half a year. White, rich and beautiful girl. That's great. I'm so envious. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. Fuck, so rich. I checked online and found out that Qin Shiyun's father is Qin Shihao, and he is the chairman of Haoyan Group. Oh my god, I also found out that Qin Shiyun's mother is Xu Yan. Haoyan Group, this is a company name taken from two people's names. Damn, I was fed dog food. I checked it too, and it is indeed. Really, I saw a group of people who are more beautiful than the whole family a few days ago. The likes and comments on this video are increasing rapidly. In the ward, Zhang Hongyu has been following Lin Hao's account, fearing that Lin Hao would post another video. At this moment, he was watching the latest video released by Lin Hao. In the video, Qin Shiyun said that her father was the richest man in Su province, and her monthly pocket money was 50,000 yuan. When she was a junior, her father directly transferred 5 million yuan to Qin Shiyun for practice. Zhang Jingjing on the side was also watching the video. She was pale at the moment, her eyes full of disbelief. How is it possible? How is it possible? Zhang Jingjing said in disbelief, how could Qin Shiyun be so rich? Her father is actually the richest man in Su province. She was very reluctant to go on a blind date. How many years had she known Qin Shiyun? She had never heard that Qin Shiyun's father was the richest man. She only remembered Qin Shiyun saying that her family was just an ordinary family. Is this an ordinary family? Looking across the country, there are not many families richer than Qin Shiyun's. How is it possible? Zhang Jingjing couldn't believe it. She looked at the comments section of the video. Some netizens in the comments section had verified it and confirmed that it was true. Zhang Jingjing's face was pale at this moment. She didn't want to believe that this was true, but she couldn't help feeling jealous. Why is Qin Shiyun's father the richest man in the province? But her father died early? Why is Qin Shiyun's mother so young? She looks like she is only 35 years old. And her mother looks like she is 50 years old. Why? Why? Zhang Jingjing feels it's unfair. How is it possible? Huang Meixia couldn't believe it at this moment. Qin Shiyun's father was the richest man? Did you think it was a TV series? Half a day passed. The whole internet is about to explode. At the beginning, many people thought that Qin Shiyun was a typical scumbag who deliberately hooked up with Zhang Hanyu and took his money. But what about now? His father is the richest man in the province, and his monthly pocket money is 50,000 yuan. Would he be interested in a gift from a poor guy like Zhang Hanyu? For a time, the entire internet was scolding Huang Meixia's family. Someone also exposed the address of Zhang Jingjing's family, including the ward where Huang Meixia was hospitalized. Some people who had given large gifts to Huang Meixia's family felt extremely unbalanced at this moment, and rushed over immediately according to the exposed ward number. 7 o'clock that evening. A group of people rushed into the ward. Huang Meixia, you three are liars. Return all the money I gave you as reward. Zhang Jingjing. You're a devil. I was deceived by you before, I gave you the 100,000 yuan reward, return it to me now. Chapter 74 New Storm. Conspiracy Theory. Give me back my money. 9 people broke into the ward. All of them had given tips to Zhang Jingjing's family. And it is a large reward for them. Some directly gave a month's salary as a reward. There were also 2 local tycoons who gave rewards of 100,000 each. When I found out I had been cheated, I felt very angry and wanted to get back all the reward money. Zhang Jingjing and her family were frightened by these 9 people. Zhang Hanyu didn't even dare to say anything. Zhang Jingjing said with a pale face, we have contacted the platform, and the platform will return your rewards to your account. Humph. A local tyrant said angrily, you 3 liars, you acted so pitiful online, and now you are despised by the entire internet, this is your retribution. The 9 people cursed for a while and only dispersed after the police arrived. Now. Huang Meixia's eyes were bloodshot. She was so unwilling to return all the money she had received as a reward. I originally planned to buy a big house. Ding 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 ding. At this time, a message alert sound rang on Zhang Hanyu's WeChat. Zhang Hanyu took a look and saw that they were the dozen or so pretty girls he had added during his previous live broadcast. These dozen girls were scolding him, calling him a liar. After cursing, I deleted him. Zhang Hanyu felt extremely upset. There were more than a dozen beautiful girls, but he didn't sleep with any of them. Even if he could have slept with one, it would have been a good deal. And the other side. Lin Hao and his companions were gathered together and having dinner. Qin Shihao smiled and said, now it's good. Huang Meixia's family has been spurned by the entire network, and almost all the money given as reward has been returned. Yi Shui's face also showed a little more smile. She said, Huang Meixia's family probably can't survive in Yangqing now. Their relatives probably want to stay away from them. Lin Shanha smiled and said, it's all over now. Xu Yan smiled, looked at Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun and said, I'll give you half a year off. After half a year, you must come to work in the group. Your dad is still in his prime and can still help you, but he will retire sooner or later. Before your dad retires, I hope you two can completely take over the company. Shin Shiyun nodded. Half a year's vacation is enough. Play around for half a year and then start working hard. After all, the company is yours and you will take over sooner or later. Lin Hao nodded lightly. Then the family ate and chatted happily. At this moment, the entire network is still scolding Huang Meixiao's family, and many platform anchors are also shooting videos, saying how shameless Huang Meixiao's family is. For a while, the heat increased a lot. But after 3 days, an account called Chen Kai Shuoshi posted a different video. In the video, internet celebrity Chen Kai said, a few days ago, everyone was scolding Huang Meixia and her family of 3, but now Huang Meixia and her family have been brought to justice, and it seems that things have been completely turned over. But have you ever thought about a question? For example, when picking up the bride, Lin Hao could have regretted his marriage, but why did he propose to Qin Shiyun? Did Lin Hao propose to Qin Shiyun with an ulterior motive? Now the whole network knows that Qin Shiyun's father is the richest man in Su province and his family is very rich. So think about it, when Lin Hao proposed to Qin Shiyun, was he greedy for Qin Shiyun's family's money? As far as we know now, Qin Shihao, the richest man in Su province, only has one daughter and no son. In other words, Qin Shihao's wealth, including the company, will be left to Qin Shiyun in the future. Do you think Lin Hao proposed to Qin Shiyun because he was attracted by her beauty and her family's wealth? This video is a conspiracy theory. After this video was released, it immediately attracted a lot of attention and the account Chen Kai Shuoshi gained a large number of fans. The number of likes on the video increased to 2 million in just one day. And hundreds of thousands of comments. In the comments section, it is very likely that Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun were boyfriend and girlfriend when they were freshmen. Lin Hao must have known that Qin Shiyun's family was very rich. Lin Hao was with Qin Shiyun because he must have coveted Qin Shiyun's family property. Reply to the above, your analysis is wrong. If Lin Hao knew that Qin Shiyun's family was rich during his freshman year, and if Lin Hao coveted Qin Shiyun's family's money, why did he break up with Qin Shiyun during his freshman year? I think that Lin Hao should not have known that Qin Shiyun's family was rich during his freshman year, but only found out recently. That makes sense. Lin Hao must have recently found out that Qin Shiyun's family is wealthy, and he took advantage of the fact that Zhang Jingjing's family raised the price of the bride price to propose to Qin Shiyun. Fuck, if that's the case, then Lin Hao is not a good guy after all. Oh my god. Now that you mention it, it seems to be true. According to the exposed information, Lin Hao's family is considered a well-off family, but a well-off family can only live a simple life, and it is still difficult to live a comfortable life. Maybe Lin Hao just covets Qin Shiyun's family's money. That night, Lin Hao's family also saw this video. Yi Shue's face was cold and she said angrily, "What kind of a bullshit internet celebrity is this? Just making random guesses." Lin Shanhao was also very angry, but didn't say anything. After watching the video, the two were very angry and worried that their relatives Qin Shihao and Xu Yan would think too much. Yi Shue looked at Qin Shihao and Xu Yan and said seriously, "I watched Xiuhao grow up. I know what he is like. He would never covet money or anything like that." Lin Shanhao also said, "Xiaohao is not that kind of person." Qin Shihao smiled faintly. He knew that Lin Shanhao and Yi Shue were anxious and were afraid that he would think too much. Qin Shihao smiled and said, "Don't think too much about it, both of you." Xu Yan chuckled and said, "During this time together, we can see that Xiaohao has feelings for Shiyun, but we didn't think much about it. Xu Yan has been looking at Lin Hao these days and she likes him more and more. She is not blind, nor is she stupid. She could tell from some details that Lin Hao cared about her daughter very much." Qin Shihao was the same. Although he didn't spend much time with Lin Hao, he didn't understand him very well. But you can feel that Lin Hao really loves his daughter. Lin Shanhao and Yi Shue breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. They were afraid that their in-laws would think too much. After all, they were too rich. Plus, with people saying this on the internet, it would be easy for something to go wrong. Lin Hao, sitting on the sofa, didn't say anything, and he didn't know what to say. However, the entire internet is now talking about him, thinking that he is greedy for Qin Shiyun's family's money. Although he did not covet it, these discussions still affected him. He believed that Qin Shiyun would not think that he was greedy for money. But what about my father-in-law and mother-in-law? Although his father-in-law and mother-in-law treat him very well now, especially his mother-in-law, who treats him very well and cares about him very much. But after all, he has only spent too little time with his father-in-law and mother-in-law, and they cannot fully trust him when something big happens. Lin Hao felt that he should do something. If he doesn't want people to think that he is greedy for Qin Shiyun's money, only when he has a lot of money himself will others not think so. Chapter 75 New Rewards. In the following period, there were more and more conspiracy theory videos similar to the one released by Chen Kai. More and more internet celebrities seem to have discovered the secret code of traffic. As long as the matter is linked to Lin Hao, people will wonder whether Lin Hao is with Qin Shiyun because he is greedy for Qin Shiyun's family's money. In addition, some internet celebrities have released different conspiracy theory videos. That is it. Qin Shiyun broke up with Lin Hao in their freshman year, so why did she become best friends with Zhang Jingjing? Logically speaking, since they broke up with Lin Hao, the two should not have any contact, or should try to avoid contact. But if Qin Shiyun becomes Zhang Jingjing's best friend, she will have more opportunities to interact with Lin Hao. This makes people suspect that Qin Shiyun and Zhang Jingjing are together for other purposes. Comments section of the video. I am a girl, and women understand women best. Since Qin Shiyun secretly gave birth to Lin Hao's child, she must love Lin Hao in her heart. Then the reason why she and Zhang Jingjing became good friends is very simple. One is to wait for Zhang Jingjing to break up with Lin Hao, and then she will take the opportunity to get back together with Lin Hao immediately. Secondly, during the time when she became best friends with Zhang Jingjing, she could better grasp the dynamics of Zhang Jingjing and Lin Hao, so that she could do something in time and then break up Zhang Jingjing and Lin Hao. The third is that Qin Shiyun gave birth to 2 children for Lin Hao. Qin Shiyun had no way out. If she wanted to be happy in this life, she could only marry Lin Hao. If she married another man, they would probably often quarrel over the children. In short, Qin Shiyun is scheming and wants to get Lin Hao. As for Lin Hao, if Lin Hao knew that Qin Shiyun's family was rich, then perhaps he was greedy for Qin Shiyun's money. Another possibility was that Lin Hao was angry at what Zhang Jingjing's family did, and then he remembered Qin Shiyun's goodness and finally proposed to Qin Shiyun. This comment has the most likes and the most comments. The second most liked comment is, "Why are you making so many conspiracy theories every day? People who make 3,000 yuan a month, 5,000 to 6,000 yuan a month, or 10,000 to 20,000 yuan a month are talking so much nonsense here? Instead of working hard to make money, they are just talking nonsense here." Anyway, Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun are together now, and they live a very comfortable life every day in the world, living in a big villa and driving a luxury car. What about you? After this comment came out, countless people commented below. This is heartbreaking, my friend. This is the truth. In fact, from a man's perspective, Qin Shiyun is really perfect. Most men want to live a good life with Qin Shiyun. Even if Lin Hao covets Qin Shiyun's beauty and money, how can Lin Hao not like such a high-quality, white, rich and beautiful woman? Lin Hao definitely likes Qin Shiyun from the bottom of his heart, and Qin Shiyun also likes Lin Hao from the bottom of her heart, so don't worry about it, they are a couple who have finally gotten married, and your conspiracy theories will not affect them at all. There are a lot of people on the internet who like to watch the drama, and many of them have transformed themselves into Sherlock Holmes, but so what? At this point, 1 o'clock in the morning. Lin Hao had just had an in-depth conversation with Qin Shiyun. The two were hugging each other and chatting about sweet things. "Hubby, hold me tighter," Qin Shiyun said softly in Lin Hao's arms with a gentle tone. Lin Hao hugged her tighter, and the two of them hugged each other, seeming to be entangled together. "Husband," Qin Shiyun called gently. "Wife," Lin Hao also called gently. "Husband," Qin Shiyun. "Wife," Lin Hao. "Husband," Qin Shiyun. "Wife," Lin Hao. "Husband," Qin Shiyun. "Madam," Lin Hao. The two of them called each other and were extremely intimate. Qin Shiyun greedily enjoyed Lin Hao's embrace and felt so comfortable. "Hubby, Zhang Jingjing's family won't bother us anymore," Qin Shiyun said softly. "My parents gave us a half-year vacation. Where should we travel during this half-year?" Lin Hao thought for a while and said, "Let's play again in a few days. Right now, we are still very popular online and many people know us. After a week or so, those people will forget about us." Qin Shiyun. Knock, knock, knock. At this time, there was a knock on the door. "Mom and Dad, open the door." Qin Yinyan's voice was heard outside the door. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun looked at each other, a little confused. At 9 o'clock, when they saw that the two kids were asleep, they carefully went to this room and had a couple's communication. It's already 1 a.m., and the two girls still came? Hurry up and put on your clothes, Lin Hao said immediately. They both put on their pajamas immediately, and then Lin Hao went to open the door. Xin Yanyan put her hands on her hips, looking angry, and looked up at Lin Hao. Dad, why did you and Mom sleep here? Why don't you stay with me and ran? Lin Hao sweated slightly and explained casually, my parents sleepwalked into this room. Humph. Xin Yanyan said angrily, go to bed with me now. Lin Hao looked back at Qin Shiyun helplessly, and Qin Shiyun was also helpless. Before she was with Lin Hao, she would always sleep with her two daughters whenever she slept at home. But ever since she got together with Lin Hao, she felt that having her two daughters here was inconvenient and annoying. With no other options, he followed the two kids back to the next room. As for this room, the two kids cannot sleep in it. This room is where she and Lin Hao spend their loving time. Into the next bedroom. Xin Yanyan snorted and buried herself in Lin Hao's arms. Dad, hold me to sleep. Lin Hao hugged her. Dad, can you hold me? Xin Anran also spoke at this time. The pleading and longing tone made Lin Hao feel distressed, and he hugged Xin Anran. Qin Shiyun was very angry. Her two daughters were on Lin Hao's left and right. What should she do? So angry. I can't even sleep with Lin Hao in my arms. I could only put one leg on Lin Hao's leg. Bite. The host holds his daughter while sleeping. Reward the host with 10 pills of 10-fold replenishing pills. The 10-fold Great Tonic pill is automatically placed in the bottom drawer of the bedside table. Effects of Shirquan Dabudan. For those who are physically weak, taking one Dabudan can fully recover within 3 days. And it goes a step further, it has a strong conditioning and nourishing effect on the internal organs. After taking it, men will be full of energy and strong, and after taking it, women will have fair skin, ruddy and shiny complexion. After hearing the voice of the system, Lin Hao decided to take out 6 pills of 10-fold tonic pills tomorrow, grind them into powder, and then put them together with the soup. This way the whole family can benefit from it. Especially his father and father-in-law, who are already middle-aged and their physical condition is not as good as when they were in their 20s, so they need more nourishment. The next day at noon, Lin Hao cooked yam and chicken soup, ground 6 pills of 10 ingredients pills into powder and put them in the soup. Chapter 76. Grandma is going to cook now. After the meal was ready, it was served to the table. Nowadays, what the family looks forward to most is eating. Because the food Lin Hao cooks is so delicious. After everyone sat down, Lin Hao smiled and said, drink some soup first to moisten your throat. Several people nodded. Each of them filled a bowl of soup and started drinking. Although it is a simple yam stewed with chicken soup, Lin Hao made all the seasonings himself, making it taste even more delicious. After drinking it, people will want to drink more and it is also very appetizing. Lin Hao was also drinking the soup, which had 6 capsules of 10-ingredient tonic pills added to it. 2 bowls of soup were just right for each person, and they were not allowed to drink more. Drinking too much may be a problem for women, but it's a big deal for men. At the end of the meal, Qin Shihao drank 3 bowls and Lin Shanha also drank 3 bowls. It's not for any other reason, because this is yam stewed with chicken soup. Yam has the effect of nourishing the kidneys, so middle-aged men still like it very much. After the meal, everyone was very satisfied. Qin Shihao smiled and said, I have already made arrangements to have Nian Nian and Enran attend the best kindergarten in Sioux City. Qin Shihao looked at Lin Shanha and Yi Shui. I've thought about it, you should not open that supermarket. If you really have nothing to do, you can find something to do in Suching to kill time. We are old, it's time to enjoy a peaceful life. Lin Shanha and Yi Shui. The two had originally planned to return to Yancheng after a while, but now they heard what Qin Shihao said. If they returned to Yancheng, wouldn't they not see their son and daughter-in-law often? Even their 2 granddaughters would be hard to see, so what was the point of going back? It's better to stay in Sioux City. Yi Shui nodded slightly, okay. In the evening, Lin Hao cooked the yam and chicken soup again. After all, the medicine he took at noon had penetrated into the chicken, so he could cook the soup again. After dinner in the evening, everyone went back to their rooms to take a shower. After taking a shower and changing into pajamas, we went to the hall together and sat on the sofa to chat. At 9 o'clock in the evening, they returned to their rooms one after another. In a room on the 2nd floor, Qin Shihao hugged Shu Yan and said with a smile, Wife, I love you. Shu Yan rolled her eyes at him and said, "Are you sick?" "I love you," Qin Shihao still said with a smile. Shu Yan was speechless. "Don't disgust me. You are so old, and you still say such disgusting things." "I just love you." Qin Shihao laughed. Shu Yan rolled her eyes at him. "What's wrong with you today? Why did you suddenly become like this?" Qin Shihao also felt strange, perhaps because of the yam soup? Another room. Lin Shanha hugged Yishui and smiled gently. "Xiaoxue, my son has married and has a child, and there are no other worries. I feel clear-minded and relaxed today." Yishui nodded. "Yes, now that I have nothing to worry about, I feel much better." Lin Shanha looked at her tenderly. "Xiaoxue, I find you very beautiful today." After hearing this, Yishui rolled her eyes at Lin Shanha and said, "At this age, don't say any sweet words. It's better to be more direct." Lin Shanha chuckled. The other side. Lin Hao also wanted to chat with Qin Shiyun and communicate more, but the two girls were still here, pestering him, making him helpless. Qin Shiyun was also helpless. Why were these two children so clingy? It wasn't until 10 o'clock that the two kids fell asleep. Qin Shiyun and Lin Haocai quietly went to the next room. At 11:30, the two of them fell asleep in each other's arms. However, at 1 o'clock in the morning, Lin Hao woke up and woke Qin Shiyun up as well. Then the two of them chatted and exchanged ideas, and it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun woke up at 4:30 in the morning and continued chatting. By 6 o'clock, it was already morning and the sky was already pale as a fish's belly. At this time, the two of them were sleeping in each other's arms. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the two kids woke up, and when they didn't see their parents, they couldn't help but get angry. Where are the people? Why do I often wake up and not see my parents? The two kids went to the next room and knocked on the door, but no one responded. Qin Yanyan wanted to open the door, but found it was locked. Humph! Qin Yanyan said angrily, "Mom and Dad must be sleeping in there, otherwise how could the door be locked?" Qin Anran nodded, and she said, "Mom and Dad are still sleeping, so let's not disturb them, okay?" Qin Yanyan snorted, and then said, "Go find Grandpa and Grandma." The two kids went to Lin Shanha and Yishui's house and knocked on the door, but found that no one responded no matter how hard they knocked, and the door was locked. I had no choice but to go to Qin Shihao and Shu Yan, but the result was the same, no one responded, and the door was locked. Qin Yanyan was very angry and said, "I am so angry, why are all of you sleeping in and locking the door?" Qin Anran looked at her and said, "Brush your teeth and wash your face first. Maybe you'll wake up by then." The two kids went to wash up, and after they were done, they found that no one had woken up yet. At this time, the two kids were also hungry. When I got downstairs, I found some snacks and fruits to fill my stomach. At 8 o'clock, Qin Anran asked in confusion, "Strange, why haven't my parents, grandparents, or woken up yet?" Qin Yanyan, "Who knows? Grandma usually wakes up early, but she didn't wake up today." "Don't call her grandma, call her grandma," Qin Anran corrected. Qin Yanyan, "I feel like there are always overlaps, the two grandparents." The two people were helpless and a little angry. No one cooked for them and no one cared about them. They felt like they were abandoned. At 9 o'clock in the morning, he still hadn't woken up. The two kids became even angrier, and they ate snacks while watching cartoons. Until 12 o'clock noon. Shu Yan walked down first. She saw that only her two granddaughters were in the hall and couldn't help wondering, where are Mom and Dad? Qin Yanyan pouted and said angrily, "None of you woke up. And Ran and I had snacks and fruits for breakfast and lunch." Qin Anran looked at Shu Yan, "Grandma, what happened to you today? You got up so late." "Ah?" Shu Yan was confused after hearing this. He didn't wake up at all? Could it be? Shu Yan thought of something and her expression became slightly unnatural. Could there be something wrong with yesterday's yam and chicken soup? She found that Qin Shihao seemed to have returned to his 20s. Thinking of this, she guessed that Yi Shui and her daughter must have been busy all night. Thinking of this, Shu Yan thought about it again. Lin Hao cooked yesterday's meal. Did Lin Hao put something nutritious in the soup? Shu Yan felt a little embarrassed and annoyed when she thought of this. What is this son-in-law doing? Grandma, what are you thinking about? Qin Anran asked puzzledly as he looked at Shu Yan's changing expression. Shu Yan came back to her senses and said, "Grandma will cook now." Chapter 77. I really want to beat up my daughter. Shu Yan went to the kitchen to busy herself. After a while, Yi Shui also went downstairs. She looked in the direction of the kitchen and it seemed that there was someone in the kitchen. Then he looked at his two granddaughters sitting on the sofa. Qin Yanyan saw Yi Shui and said angrily, "Grandma, and Ran and I haven't had breakfast or lunch yet. What happened to you all today? Why did you all get up so late? Mom, Dad, and Grandpa haven't gotten up yet." After hearing this, Yi Shui was stunned. When she woke up, she looked at the time and found that it was already past 12 o'clock. She was wondering why no one called her to have lunch. It turned out that no one got up. Could it be? Is it related to last night's yam and chicken soup? She found that Lin Shanha seemed to have returned to his appearance when he was 20 years old, and seemed to have undergone secondary development, which made her doubt whether there was something wrong with the knowledge she had learned before. Isn't it said that it is almost impossible to grow again after the age of 18? Why is Lin Shanha still growing again when he is over 40 years old? Now that I think about it, it's probably because of the yam soup. Otherwise, how could everyone sleep so late? Yi Shui quickly came to her senses and said to the two kids, "Grandma will make lunch right away." After saying that, Yi Shui went to the kitchen and saw Xu Yan busying herself. Yi Shui looked at her. "When did you get up?" Xu Yan replied, "Not long." Yi Shui looked at her, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "When did you go to bed yesterday?" "Xu Yan. I went to bed at dawn." Xu Yan looked at her. "When did you go to bed?" Yi Shui said, "It was also just after dawn." The two looked at each other for a while. Xu Yan said, "I suspect there was something wrong with yesterday's yam soup." After hearing this, Yi Shui nodded repeatedly. "I was just wondering if there was something wrong with yesterday's yam soup. I found that Shanha seemed to have returned to the state when he was 20 years old." Xu Yan said a little embarrassedly, "Sure, how seems to have returned to the appearance when he was 20 years old." Both of them felt a little embarrassed that they had actually brought up this topic, but as they started talking about this topic, they gradually became more and more interested and began to ask more questions. Xu Yan asked curiously, "I found that Shihao seemed to have a second growth spurt, which is quite strange." After hearing this, Yi Shui's expression brightened up and she immediately said, "Is your husband like this too? I also found that Shanha seems to have undergone secondary development." The two looked at each other, and there were too many things on their mind at this moment. How come their husbands suddenly had a second growth spurt? There must be some secret between their husbands. Xu Yan raised her eyebrows slightly, thought for a while and said, "Yesterday's yam soup was made by Xiaohao. I heard from Shihao that Xiaohao has." When Xu Yan said this, her face turned slightly red, and she was embarrassed to continue. After all, she was Lin Hao's mother-in-law, and it always felt inappropriate to say this. Yi Shui was confused, looked at her and asked, "What does Xiaohao have?" Xu Yan struggled with her thoughts for a while, thinking, Lin Hao is the junior after all, so what's wrong with her, the elder, nagging him? Xu Yan leaned close to Yi Shui's ear and whispered something. "What?" Yi Shui was shocked after hearing this, with disbelief in her eyes. Her son, 20 plus? How come? Xu Yan quickly whispered, "Keep your voice down, I also heard it from Shihao." Yi Shui was shocked. Her son was so powerful? That poetry. Xu Yan said at this time, "I suspect that the changes in my husband and your husband are all because of Xiaohao." Yi Shui was confused at the moment. Was it all related to her son? Yi Shui was confused for a while and said, "I'll ask Shanha when he wakes up." Xu Yan, I want to ask clearly too. After a while, Lin Shanha and Qin Shihao walked out of different rooms at almost the same time and met each other when they went downstairs. Both of them were feeling refreshed at the moment, and when they saw that the other had gotten up so late, they understood something. "What time did you go to bed last night?" Qin Shihao looked at Lin Shanha with a smile. "I went to bed at dawn." Lin Shanha looked at him with a smile. "I suspect there was something wrong with yesterday's yam soup." After hearing this, Qin Shihao snorted, "It must be your son's doing." Qin Shihao's face was filled with an uncontrollable smile, without any blame at all. Just a little embarrassing. I am the elder after all. How can we not worry about this kind of thing? This made him love and hate his son-in-law Lin Hao. Why? The two went downstairs. He glanced in the direction of the kitchen, then came to his two granddaughters. Qin Yanyan looked unhappy and said angrily, "What's wrong with you today? You all got up so late. And Ran and I haven't had breakfast or lunch yet." What? Qin Shihao and Lin Shanha felt extremely distressed after hearing this. The two granddaughters didn't even eat. What a mistake. Xin Anren said at this time, the two grandmas are already cooking. After hearing this, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Xin Anren then added, but mom and dad haven't woken up yet. Lin Shanha and Xin Shihao looked at each other and said nothing. Then they went to the kitchen together. Shu Yan saw Xin Shihao and glared at him secretly. Yi Shui also glared at Lin Shanha. Xin Shihao and Lin Shanha laughed awkwardly and then walked out again. It was almost time for lunch. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun just woke up. Lin Hao glanced at the time and found that it was almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He couldn't help but feel confused. Then he sat up immediately. It's 1 o'clock, get up quickly and brush your teeth and wash your face. Lin Hao. After hearing this, Qin Shiyun was startled and immediately sat up. She thought of something and her face suddenly turned red with shame. She got up so late. Her parents-in-law, as well as her parents, must have guessed why she and Lin Hao got up so late. So embarrassing. So embarrassing. It's all your fault. Qin Shiyun snorted, a little angry, and complained, you were like a cow yesterday. You don't know how tired you are. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gotten up so late. I'm sure you'll be laughed at by your parents and your parents-in-law later. Lin Hao was speechless. The two of them immediately got up, washed, and went downstairs quickly. I saw my parents, father-in-law, mother-in-law, and 2 kids just sitting down to eat. Why don't you call us for dinner? Lin Hao asked with a smile. Qin Yanyan snorted at this time, dissatisfied, you and mom took advantage of us sleeping last night and ran to the next room to sleep. After hearing this, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. The elders were all there, and they were not fools. If they ran to the next room with Qin Shiyun in the middle of the night, they could guess it just by thinking about it. When Qin Shiyun heard her daughter's words, she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. It was so embarrassing. She seemed to beat Qin Yanyan. Qin Shihao resolved the awkwardness at this time, come over and have dinner. After Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun sat down, they began to eat. Only Lin Hao discovered something strange. He found that his mother and mother-in-law were always looking at him intentionally or unintentionally. Could it be that he suspected there was something wrong with the yam soup he made yesterday? Chapter 78. The heat gradually subsides. Think about it, it's very likely. After all, he put 6 pills of 10-fold tonic pills in the soup yesterday. Products produced by the system must be high quality. The effect is predictable. Lin Hao felt a little embarrassed and lowered his head to eat. Qin Shiyun was also very embarrassed. She got up so late today. Her parents and parents-in-law must have thought that she was busy with Lin Hao all night last night. It's so embarrassing to think about it. Qin Yanyan snorted at this time, looked at Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun angrily and said, if I find that I can't see you when I wake up in the morning again, I will be really angry. I will ignore you then. Qin Shiyun felt very embarrassed after hearing this. He quietly touched Lin Hao and asked him to speak quickly to resolve the awkwardness. Lin Hao coughed and said to the 2 kids, Dad promises that when you wake up, you will definitely be able to see me and your mom. Humph. Qin Yanyan was still a little angry. She looked at Qin Shihao and the others, Grandpa and Grandma, why did you get up so late today? What did you do last night? Qin Shihao said with a smile, I watched TV until dawn last night. Next time, I will pay attention and wake up earlier. Lin Shanha also laughed and promised, be careful next time. Qin Shiyun was stunned when she heard that her parents and parents-in-law also got up very late. Everyone gets up very late, why? Could it be, last night? Well. Qin Shiyun was speechless. She shouldn't have thought too much about it. At this time, Qin Shihao said to Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun, don't go out these few days. The internet is still very hot right now. After a week or so, the heat will die down and everything will be fine. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun nodded slightly. After dinner, Qin Shihao had to go to the company. Haoyan Group had long been on the right track and there were no major events. As the chairman, he was quite free most of the time. But after all, I haven't been to the company for several days, so I still have to go and take a look. After Qin Shihao left, Qin Yanyan suggested, where should we go to play today? Lin Hao looked at her and said, if you want to go somewhere to play, let your grandparents accompany you. It's not suitable for mom and dad to go out these days. Qin Yanyan looked at Lin Hao in confusion, why? Lin Hao, I'm not feeling well. I need to rest at home for a few days. Mom and dad, What's wrong with you? Qin Anren asked with concern. After hearing this, Lin Hao felt warm in his heart. His daughter knew how to care for others. He smiled and said, "It's okay. Just don't let your skin get exposed to the sun for the next few days, otherwise it will feel uncomfortable. It will be fine in a few days." Qin Anren nodded. Lin Shanha and Yi Shui said at this time, "Where do you want to go to play? Grandpa and Grandma will take you there." Qin Yanyan, playground. Yi Shui smiled and said, "Okay." After finishing his meal, he left. Only Lin Hao, Qin Shiyun, and Xu Yan were left in the villa. Because Xu Yan had filmed a video before, she was also very popular at the moment and was commented on as the most beautiful mother-in-law. Therefore, you cannot go out casually. On the sofa in the living room, the three of them were chatting. Xu Yan glanced at Lin Hao and asked calmly, "What medicine did you give your father and father-in-law?" Lin Hao said with a slight sweat, "It's a tonic pill, good for both men and women. After women take it, it also has a beauty-enhancing effect." Qin Shiyun was a little confused. She looked at Lin Hao and asked, "When did you give medicine to father-in-law and dad?" Lin Hao explained, "Not really. I just put some health-promoting ingredients into the yam soup I made yesterday." "Oh." Qin Shiyun nodded. Xu Yan looked at Lin Hao, "That's not what I meant." Lin Hao was puzzled, "What is that?" "Xu Yan, you can develop again." "Lin Hao, this is a gift I gave to my father-in-law when I first came here." Xu Yan raised her eyebrows and looked at Lin Hao, "Where did you buy the medicine? Are there any side effects after taking it?" Xu Yan asked these questions mainly because she was worried that the medicine contained toxins and might cause damage to the 5 internal organs after taking it. In addition, this drug is too special. She checked on the internet and found that there is no drug in the world that can cause secondary development. In other words, most of them are fake, and buying them is just paying an IQ tax. But the medicine given by Lin Hao did work. "Lin Hao, I didn't buy this medicine. It was given to me by an old Chinese doctor. He has passed away now, but the medicine is absolutely fine. There are no side effects at all." After hearing this, Xu Yan couldn't help but remember what Qin Shihao had told him, that Lin Hao was 20 years old, and Lin Hao was fine, so it seemed that Lin Hao was indeed fine. Xu Yan looked at him and said, "If we have the formula for this medicine, we can mass produce it, maybe you can make a lot of money." Xu Yan thought of this, and she said to Lin Hao, "Now people on the internet are doubting you, thinking that you and Shiyun have other intentions. If you can open a company like this and mass produce this drug, the outside world's doubts about you will disappear. Lin Hao, let me take a look." Before the old Chinese doctor passed away, he gave me a book of his own medical experience. I'll go back when I have time and see if I can find it. Xu Yan nodded slightly. Lin Hao said at this time, "But wouldn't this be a bad idea? Although you can make a lot of money, after all, some people don't like it." Xu Yan. Lin Hao was a little embarrassed. He always felt unnatural talking about these things with his mother-in-law. Qin Shiyun was confused as she listened to this. What is secondary development? Height? Or what? After listening to this, Xu Yan felt that it made sense. This kind of medicine can only be used on people with impaired development. If a healthy person wants to become more healthy, then let's wait and see. Lin Hao said at this time. A few of them then started chatting. Qin Shiyun quietly sent a message to Lin Hao, "What do you mean by secondary development? What kind of medicine did you give your father and father-in-law?" Lin Hao found an opportunity and quietly sent a message to Qin Shiyun, "That's it." Qin Shiyun saw the message sent by Lin Hao and couldn't help but send an angry expression to Lin Hao, "Are you looking for death? Give this kind of medicine to my dad, he is the elder." Lin Hao sweated, "I didn't want to either, but your dad was angry that day, so I had to give him some gifts to calm him down." Qin Shiyun, I admire you. Lin Hao. After a week, the popularity on the internet finally dropped because another major event happened, overshadowing the popularity of Lin Hao and others. This day, Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun came out to relax, but they wore masks in case they were recognized. After all, not much time had passed. Taking the two kids for a walk outside. "Dad, please hold me, I don't want to leave," Qin Yanyan said at this time. Lin Hao smiled and picked up Qin Yanyan. Qin Anren on the side also wanted to be hugged, but her father had already hugged Nian Nian, and if he hugged her too, he would be tired. Chapter 79 Life is a Dream. Lin Hao saw what Qin Anren was thinking. He smiled and picked Qin Anren up. Qin Shiyun stood aside, looking helpless. The two daughters were too attached to Lin Hao, leaving no room for her. Lin Hao, what do you think will happen to us in the future? Qin Shiyun suddenly asked. Now there is basically nothing to worry about, and Zhang Jingjing's family does not dare to continue targeting her and Lin Hao online. She could imagine that the rest of her life would be almost peaceful. After hearing this, Lin Hao couldn't help but imagine the future. He said, in the future, we will be together every day, leading a normal life, eating when we should, drinking when we should, working when we should, and watching our children grow up together. That's life. But I still feel very happy when I think about living with Qin Shiyun for the rest of my life. Qin Shiyun nodded lightly. It sounded quite plain, but she felt good being with Lin Hao. Lin Hao smiled. Although there was nothing to do right now, he thought of the system at this moment. During this period, he sometimes ignored the existence of the system. He feels that his life is already perfect, and there seems to be no difference between having a system or not. Anyway, I'm happy every day. He doesn't seek to be a superior person. He has no interest in being the richest man in the world or being admired by others. I feel like a Buddhist sometimes. Now think about it. The system's rewards might give him some surprises. Lin Hao Consciousness Communication System, are there any rewards? Just list them out so I can see what can be rewarded. The system immediately sounded a mechanical voice, system rewards cannot be viewed. After hearing this, Lin Hao was a little disappointed. Without seeing the rewards he liked, he had no interest in the system anymore. He is not very interested in money or anything like that now. The system seemed to sense Lin Hao's Buddhist mentality, and the mechanical voice came again, the system can let the host experience a dream of life for free. Lin Hao asked doubtfully, life is a dream. Is it like living your whole life in a dream to see what it will be like? System, yes. Lin Hao, is the life in the dream the same as my real life? System, different from reality, but the same as most people's lives. Lin Hao, okay, when can we experience it? System, when the host goes to sleep at night, he will automatically enter the dreamland. Lin Hao didn't say anything else. He was looking forward to it. He wanted to experience what life is like. Although I can roughly imagine it, after all, I have never experienced it personally. It was 10 o'clock at night. There are two children in Lin Hao's arms, the one on the far right is Qin Shiyun. After falling asleep, Lin Hao soon entered a dream. This was a dream of life that the system allowed him to experience. In a dream, he married Qin Shiyun again, and this time his father-in-law and mother-in-law were also present at the wedding. In the following year, he and Qin Shiyun were sweet every day. Because he was in good health, he showed affection to Qin Shiyun almost every day, except when Qin Shiyun was not feeling well. Until Qin Shiyun became pregnant and gave birth to a boy. Then there is watching the kids grow up. At this point, Lin Hao's heart was still very sweet and happy. However, as time went by, he found that his parents, as well as his parents-in-law, were getting older. At this moment, his heart suddenly ached. His parents were old. Although he was happy when his children grew up, he realized that time was merciless when his parents and father-in-law and mother-in-law grew older. Sooner or later, parents will leave you. When he was 45 years old, the two daughters got married. After Qin Yanyan got married, she lived a happy life. In the relationship between husband and wife, she was very strong and almost the head of the family. Qin Anren was the opposite. After she got married, although the man loved her, his dream was to have a red flag flying at home and colorful flags flying outside. Qin Anren discovered that the man had cheated on her many times, and they had many quarrels. Qin Anren was very tired and cried many times. Every time they quarreled about this, the man would swear to promise. But this kind of guarantee would be broken within a year as he broke the promise again and cheated again. Too many things like this happened. Qin Anren was completely tired and divorced the man. Here we are. Lin Hao was so angry that he even beat the man severely. And through some financial means, the man went bankrupt. However, no matter how angry he was, it was useless. His daughter Qin Anren was not happy, and even miserable. And then later, when he was 60 years old, his father Lin Shanhe passed away. When he died, Lin Hao cried and was heartbroken. At this time, his closest relative, his first closest relative, passed away, and he experienced the pain of losing a loved one for the first time. The next year, Qin Shihao passed away. Qin Shiyun was heartbroken and burst into tears. 5 years later, Yi Shui and Xu Yan passed away one after another. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun were extremely heartbroken and hadn't eaten much for many days. At this moment, Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun discovered that they were the oldest among the living people. After a few more years, the grandchildren also got married one after another. A few years later, Lin Hao was critically ill and was about to die. Lying on the hospital bed, Lin Hao didn't want to die. He was afraid that after he died, Qin Shiyun would be worried and heartbroken every day. He didn't want to make Qin Shiyun feel painful. But nothing could be changed. Before leaving, he could not say a word. He could only shed tears, looking at Qin Shiyun's face, and involuntarily recalled his life. Then, Lin Hao died. Qin Shiyun burst into tears. Shiyun. Lin Hao's voice was loud and full of worry, and he sat up suddenly. He saw his two daughters and Qin Shiyun beside him. Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a dream. But this dream is too real. Honey, what's wrong with you? Qin Shiyun was awakened by Lin Hao's voice. She sat up and looked at Lin Hao in a daze. Lin Hao looked at Qin Shiyun, and a layer of mist suddenly appeared in his eyes. In his dream, Qin Shiyun's face had become old. Before he died, the person he was most worried about was Qin Shiyun. Now seeing Qin Shiyun's young face, Lin Hao really wants to hug her. He turned over and pressed Qin Shiyun, looking at her affectionately, holding her face with both hands and stroking it gently. Shiyun, I love you. Lin Hao looked at Qin Shiyun gently and affectionately, and then kissed Qin Shiyun on her red lips. Qin Shiyun. What's going on? After kissing for a while, Qin Shiyun snuggled in his arms and asked with concern, Did you have a bad dream? Lin Hao hugged her tightly, rubbing his face against Qin Shiyun's head, and whispered, I dreamed that I died. Before I died, the one I was most worried about was you. Pa. Qin Shiyun glared at Lin Hao angrily, Don't say such unlucky words. Chapter 80 rewards the world with various kung fu skills. Lin Hao didn't say anything and just hugged Qin Shiyun. Thinking of the life in his dream, he couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. Everyone will die eventually. But he doesn't want to die, and he doesn't want the person he loves to die. He wants to live a long life, and he wants his family members to live long lives. Mom and Dad, why are you kissing so early in the morning? Have you brushed your teeth? At this time, Qin Yanyan and Qin Anren sat up. When Lin Hao heard the voice, he couldn't help but look at the two kids. In the dream, Nian Nian lived a happy life after getting married. But what about Anran? Anran met a scumbag. Married to a scumbag. The scumbag is thinking about having a red flag flying at home and colorful flags flying outside. Although he loves Anran, he often cheats. Let Anran be heartbroken. Although what happened in the dream was different from reality, he could still feel it. Everything in the dream is also related to each person's personality. For example, Nian Nian has a lively personality. When she grows up, she becomes a bit strong. After she gets married, she is still strong and has the highest status in the family. What about Anran? Anran's personality is not so strong, she usually doesn't talk much, and she doesn't fight or compete. In addition, I am a little soft-hearted, so when I meet a scumbag, I always forgive him again and again. Therefore life is very tiring. No. Lin Hao made up his mind that he must adjust his two daughters' personalities to the better. Especially Anran. This kind of personality and soft-heartedness are not good. Dad, what are you thinking about? Qin Yanyan waved her little hand in Lin Hao's sight. Lin Hao came back to his senses and smiled lovingly at the two kids. Are you thinking about anything? When you wake up, get up and brush your teeth and wash your face, or do you want to sleep a little longer? Qin Yanyan thought for a moment and said, Take a nap for a while. Lin Hao looked at Qin Anren and smiled lovingly, You and Nian Nian can take a nap for a while. Dad will wash up and then go to cook. Yeah. Qin Anren hummed, then lay down and continued to sleep. Lin Hao looked at Qin Shiyun at this moment and said softly, Do you want to sleep a little longer? Qin Shiyun shook her head gently and hugged Lin Hao, Let's get up together. Lin Hao said, and then the two of them went to the bathroom. Pick up the electric toothbrush. Lin Hao was brushing Qin Shiyun's teeth, and Qin Shiyun was also brushing Lin Hao's teeth, and she smiled foolishly from time to time. After washing up. So they went downstairs to the kitchen together and cooked while chatting. When the meal was almost ready, Lin Hao went upstairs and called the two kids to get up and wash up. 15 minutes later. Everyone sat down and had breakfast. Dad, where are we going to play today? Qin Yanyan asked. Lin Hao smiled, looked at Qin Yanyan and Qin Anran and said, Dad will take you to buy training clothes today, and Dad will teach you some self-defense moves. After hearing this, Qin Yanyan's eyes lit up and she became more energetic. She looked at Lin Hao excitedly and said, Dad, is it like in the movies, flying on the water and in the sky? Lin Hao was speechless. That's all fake, but you can break the wood with one kick. Aren't you two going to school soon? Some kids are naughty and mischievous. You don't have to be afraid of them now that you have Kung Fu. After hearing this, Qin Yanyan asked excitedly, when will Dad teach us? Lin Hao smiled and said, I'll buy you some training clothes after I get them. Qin Yanyan nodded. She couldn't help but look forward to it at this moment. If she kicked the wooden board into pieces, she would definitely scare her kindergarten friends, right? Maybe everyone will call her big sister. Qin Anran was also looking forward to it. Sometimes she dreamed that she was a quiet and beautiful girl, but if she took action, every punch and kick could have a devastating effect. If you learn Kung Fu. Have you practiced before? Qin Shihao looked at Lin Hao with some surprise. Lin Hao smiled and said, I practiced it before, but not in recent years. Qin Shihao nodded, it would be good to teach the children some self-defense techniques, especially girls. Lin Hao nodded. Among people of the same age, girls are generally not as strong as boys. If they come to a fight, girls will be at a disadvantage. What's more, some boys are naughty and like to bully girls, and he doesn't want his two daughters to be bullied. After a good meal, Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun took the two children to buy training clothes and some protective gear. I also took a stroll by the way. After returning home, I went to the relatively empty area of the gym on the third floor. The two kids put on training clothes and protective gear. Qin Yanyan looked at Lin Hao and said, Dad, can you show me how to break a wooden board with your foot? Lin Hao blinked. He didn't have any wooden boards here, and even if he did have wooden boards, he would have to see what kind of boards they were. There are wooden boards for performances. Like in general communities, the wooden doors at the front door of every household are very strong and hard to break. Lin Hao coughed and said, there are no wooden boards at home. Qin Yanyan, yes, it's in the utility room. I saw it. I'll get it. Qin Anran also wanted to see his father break the wooden board with his feet, so after saying this, he ran away. Soon, Qin Anran brought a wooden board. This wooden board is 5 centimeters thick, solid, and looks very sturdy. Lin Hao was sweating. What the hell? How to kick? Qin Shiyun on the side was holding back her laughter. She let Lin Hao brag in front of the children. Now look what happened, his bragging went wrong. Bite. Feeling that the host wants to improve the child's combat power. Reward the host with all the world's kung fu skills. The host's physique has been improved to an extreme level. Host's agility, strength, etc. are boosted to the extreme. A moment. Lin Hao felt that his body had changed. He discovered that he had become much stronger. It seems like every aspect of the body has been strengthened by the system. At the same time, his mind is also imprinted with various kung fu in the world. Lin Hao smiled confidently, placed the wooden board between the two machines, and then said to the two kids, watch out, Daddy is going to kick the board to pieces. The two kids didn't even blink, for fear that they would miss the wonderful scene if they blinked. Bang! Lin Hao moved at this time and kicked the wooden board into pieces. Seeing this, the two kids clapped their hands in shock. Dad is awesome. Dad is so awesome. The two kids said excitedly. Qin Shiyun on the side was also a little shocked. This was a 5 centimeter wooden board, and it was a solid board, a very strong one. It broke into pieces with one kick. When Lin Hao saw the two kids looking at him in shock and clapping excitedly, he suddenly realized that having his own children adore him and become his crazy fans was actually a very happy thing. Lin Hao said at this time, Dad, show me another volley kick. Lin Hao picked up a basketball and placed it 3 meters high. Then he jumped up, spun his body in the air, and kicked the basketball directly. With a bang, the basketball exploded. Chapter 81 Su Zhong Yi Chunfeng. Fuck! Qin Shiyun couldn't help but lose her voice in shock when she saw this. 3 meters high. Without even a running start, he just jumped on the spot and kicked the basketball to pieces. She didn't expect Lin Hao to be so powerful. Wow! Dad is awesome. The two kids clapped their hands vigorously, looking at Lin Hao with shock and admiration. When Lin Hao saw their expressions, the smile on his lips became much more intense. It turned out that being admired by others made him so happy. Especially admired by my two daughters and my wife. He could see that Qin Shiyun was about to kneel down and wanted to throw herself into his arms. Lin Hao smiled and said to them, "Do you want to learn?" "I want to. I want to. I want to." The two kids said excitedly. Lin Hao smiled and nodded. "If you want to learn, Dad will teach you, but you have to be able to endure hardships. Practicing martial arts is very hard." The two kids shook their heads again and again. "We are not afraid of hardship." Lin Hao said, "As long as you are not afraid of hardship, you can run around the gym 20 times first." The two kids were a little confused after hearing this. Qin Yanyan asked puzzledly, "Why do we have to run?" Lin Hao explained, "First run to warm up, then stretch your ligaments. Just like this." Lin Hao raised one foot and performed a split. The two kids exclaimed again, and then tried to do what Lin Hao did, but they couldn't lift their legs high enough. Lin Hao smiled and said, "You can't do it like Dad right now. If you follow what Dad teaches you, you will be able to do it like Dad in a month at most. Children's ligaments are most easily stretched, so a month is enough for them to be able to do the splits." After hearing this, the two kids nodded and then ran around in circles in the home gym. Qin Shiyun came up to Lin Hao at this moment, looking at him with admiration. "You are so amazing, I didn't even know it." Lin Hao smiled, looked at Qin Shiyun and said, "Can you do the splits?" "Yes." Qin Shiyun said, "Don't forget, I have practiced it too. Show me a split." Lin Hao. Qin Shiyun did the splits on the spot and did the splits very easily. Lin Hao looked at her, and some images involuntarily emerged in his mind. "Splits, good." Lin Hao looked at Qin Shiyun and smiled. His smile was a little strange and his eyes seemed to be hiding some bad intentions. Qin Shiyun stood up at this time and looked at Lin Hao with some pride. "How is it? It's okay, right?" Lin Hao walked up to her and whispered something in her ear. Qin Shiyun's face turned red instantly after hearing this, and she clenched her fist and punched Lin Hao. Lin Hao smiled and held her in his arms. After a while, the two kids ran 20 laps and were a little out of breath. Lin Hao looked at the two kids and took them to a piece of equipment. He asked them to put one of their legs on it and do stretching exercises. The two kids learned it. Just like that, switching the two legs back and forth every 5 minutes, for a total of 20 minutes. Lin Hao said at this time. The two kids did as they were told. Qin Shiyun looked at Lin Hao and asked curiously, "Why did you think of teaching the child martial arts today?" Lin Hao said, "Girls are weak to begin with. If they get into trouble, they will just be bullied. Also, for safety reasons, it's always good for girls to be able to fight." After last night's dream, he was very worried about the growth of his two children. There are a lot of bad guys these days. If a girl encounters some drunkards or people with sexual intentions, she won't have the energy to deal with them and the consequences can be imagined. Qin Shiyun nodded slightly. In the following 2 months, Lin Hao looked after the child almost every day. In these 2 months, the ligaments of the two children have been stretched and they can now do the splits easily. Lin Hao also taught some moves. On this day, it's already mid-October and the weather is getting cooler. Qin Shihao suggested, "After dinner, let's go to the club to take a shower and play cards?" After hearing this, Lin Hao and Lin Shanha couldn't help but look at Qin Shihao. They also instantly understood why Qin Shihao wanted to go to the club to take a shower. It's just a way to show off. Lin Shanha was also tempted. He had already finished the medicine given to him by his son. At this moment, he was equally shocking. "Okay." Lin Shanha was the first to respond. Qin Shihao smiled. Yi Shui and Xu Yan looked at each other, both speechless. They knew that Lin Hao had given the two of them medicine, and they had also communicated with each other, and knew that Lin Shanha and Qin Shihao were no longer the same as before. "I want to take a shower at this moment and show off. It feels so childish. Or is men's happiness just that simple? I feel so speechless." Qin Shihao made the decision directly, "Let's go together after dinner." Qin Shihao glanced at everyone and said, "This time I went to the club to take a shower, it was not a spur of the moment. Yi Changfeng invited me and wanted to talk to me about cooperation." Xu Yan, who was standing by, frowned after hearing this. "Yi Changfeng? Why are you still cooperating with him? It's best not to cooperate with this kind of person. What's going on?" Yi Shui asked puzzledly. Xu Yan explained, this Yi Changfeng is not a good guy. In Jiangsu province, there is a saying that Qin Shihao is in southern Jiangsu, Qianwan Lin is in northern Jiangsu, and Yi Changfeng is in central Jiangsu. Yi Changfeng and Shihao are business competitors, but Yi Changfeng is a bit despicable and will do anything to get what he wants. Shihao suffered a loss at his hands back then. When everyone heard this, they realized that they were still enemies. Xu Yan said with a cold expression, although Shihao suffered a loss at his hands once, in Su province, Shihao ranks first, and Yi Changfeng is only third. Qin Shihao smiled and said, it's all in the past. This guy did something to me before, and I went to the club to meet him this time to get back at him. How can we get back our position? Qin Shiyun asked at this time. Qin Shihao glanced at Qin Shiyun and said mysteriously, I have my own way. Qin Shiyun. Lin Hao understood that what his father-in-law meant by getting back his position was actually speechless. Had a good dinner. The family went to the largest and most luxurious club in Suzhou, covering an area of 10,000 square meters. Arrived at the parking lot outside the club and parked the car. Qin Shihao called Yi Changfeng and said, I'm here. On the phone, Yi Changfeng smiled and said, come right away. After a while, then 7 or 8 people in black suits walked over, led by a middle-aged man. The leader was Yi Changfeng. When he saw Qin Shihao bringing his family over, he was stunned. Xu Yan, Yi Shui, Qin Shiyun, and the 2 children are all very beautiful. The whole family is so good-looking, Yi Changfeng is actually envious and jealous in his heart. Yi Changfeng smiled and shook hands with Qin Shihao, then greeted everyone. Mr. Qin, it's been 3 years since we last met, right? Yi Changfeng looked at Qin Shihao with a smile. Qin Shihao nodded, we haven't seen each other for 3 years. Let's go take a bath first and chat while we take a bath. Yes, let's take a bath first. The weather is cold, so taking a bath is nice. Yi Changfeng said with a smile. Chapter 82, People must do something meaningful when they are alive. Everyone entered the club. Then change into slippers. Arrived at the closet area of the men's bathroom. Everyone was changing clothes at this time. Yi Changfeng smiled and said to Qin Shihao, I recently saw a video of your family on the internet. There is a video called Looks Better Than a Family Group. I was so envious when I saw it. Qin Shihao smiled and said, these are all videos secretly taken by netizens. Yi Changfeng smiled, looked at Lin Hao, and nodded in approval, he is a handsome man. Lin Hao smiled and said, Uncle Yi praised me. Yi Changfeng smiled and said, I'm not praising you. A son-in-law that Shihao likes must have some outstanding qualities. Qin Shihao, who was standing by, couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. Speaking of which, my son-in-law is really good. There is a saying that goes, if you are not from the same family, you will not enter the same door. Xiao, this kid, and brother Lin, are similar to me in some ways. After hearing this, Yi Changfeng nodded slightly and smiled. Didn't take it seriously. In some places? Where? He knew the details of Lin Hao's family, and that was all. How is he the same as Qin Shihao? 3 minutes passed. Qin Shihao, Lin Shanha, and Lin Hao faced Yi Changfeng. Qin Shihao smiled and glanced at Yi Changfeng, with a hint of contempt in his eyes. When Yi Changfeng saw Qin Shihao, Lin Hao, and Lin Shanha at this moment, his expression became slightly unnatural. He didn't expect it. The extraordinary thing about Lin Hao's family that Qin Shihao mentioned turned out to be this. Yi Changfeng suddenly felt that he had lost a lot in momentum. I started to feel uncomfortable. He was thinking too much at this moment. In the past few years, he tried to ask Qin Shihao out for a get-together, but he just couldn't get him to do it. But this time when he asked Qin Shihao out, he agreed very readily. And they also set the agreed location in the largest club in Suzhou City. Under normal circumstances, at their level, even if they agree to meet in a club, it will not be a public club but a private club. But Qin Shihao wanted to stay in this kind of public club. He understands now. Qin Shihao just wanted to show off to him. Humph. Yi Changfeng snorted in his heart. Did he want to show off to him and make him envious, jealous, and hateful? Dream. Although I thought so in my heart, deep down, I was still a little envious. How great would it be if he also had this advantage? Pity. He didn't. Yi Changfeng felt jealous. Qin Shihao, Lin Hao, and Lin Shanha all had such advantages. It was true that they were not from the same family and were not from the same clan. Xin Shihao looked at Yi Changfeng with a smile, feeling very happy. Although Yi Changfeng looked normal on the surface, at that moment just now, he still caught Yi Changfeng's shocked expression, and a hint of envy and jealousy flashed in his eyes. He was very happy that Yi Changfeng could feel jealous. He remembered that a few years ago, Yi Changfeng had tricked him and caused his group to lose a large order. And at this moment, he felt very happy that he could make Yi Changfeng unhappy. "Let's go take a bath," Xin Shihao said with a smile, a very rich smile. Yi Changfeng felt very upset seeing this smile and wanted to beat Xin Shihao up severely. But it's just a thought. Then they went to the bathhouse to take a bath. Yi Changfeng no longer had the heart to chat with Xin Shihao. He went straight to the point. "My Yi group plans to take over the land in the East District of Yangcheng. If you don't compete with me for this land, I will definitely reward you handsomely." After hearing this, Xin Shihao couldn't help but smile. He knew about the land in the Eastern District of Yangcheng. The group has a real estate company, and over the years, it has developed countless wastelands. But the wasteland in the East District of Yangcheng is extraordinary. It is too large, unprecedentedly large. In addition, he has received accurate information that the East District will be vigorously developed. It may even surpass Yangzhou's downtown area in the future. Xin Shihao smiled and said, "I know something about that piece of land. It is crucial to the strategic layout of our real estate company. So, this piece of land will not be given up. Fair competition is the best." After hearing this, Yi Changfeng looked calm. Before coming, he knew that Xin Shihao would never give up that piece of land. It was also within his expectations. Yi Changfeng nodded lightly, "Then let's compete fairly, but the southern Jiangsu area is your main battlefield." Xin Shihao smiled, "At this age, sometimes I just want to do whatever I want. If I want to fight, I fight. If I don't want to fight, I don't fight. Since I want to fight, I will fight well." After hearing this, Yi Changfeng said nothing more. We didn't talk about this anymore. Xin Shihao was chatting with Yi Changfeng in a disjointed manner. Yi Changfeng was not interested and was a little annoyed because Xin Shihao was always showing off intentionally or unintentionally. Finally, after 2 hours, he left in a hurry, saying he had something important to do. In the lounge area on the second floor, Xin Shihao and a few others were chatting. Back home, Lin Hao, Xin Shiyun, and their 2 kids were chatting in the room. Xin Shiyun looked at Lin Hao. "Mom and Dad asked us to get married again." Lin Hao nodded slightly. "Of course, we didn't take wedding photos before, so we have to take good wedding photos this time. I had to hastily marry Xin Shiyun before because there was no other way. Now that we are having another wedding, we must make it a good one." Xin Shiyun nodded. Although she felt very happy now, she always felt that something was missing when she married Lin Hao before, because her parents, relatives, and friends were not present. After the wedding, she and Lin Hao lived a simple life. The two chatted for a long time. At 11 o'clock in the evening, I went to bed. At this moment, Lin Hao is thinking about how to live in the future. He is not short of money now and has no pressure. It is also good for him to be with his wife and children every day. But I always feel like I'm missing some direction in my life. When you are alive, you have to do something meaningful. Lin Hao thought back to the past, when Dacia's technology was not very good, and its technological field was at an average level among countries around the world. At that time, I often saw some keyboard warriors on the internet, saying that Dacia was not good at this or that, belittling Dacia's technology and admiring foreign countries. When I saw these comments at that time, I felt very annoyed. He also developed the dream of becoming a scientist and wanted to research various high-techs to contribute to Dacia. I want some sheepdogs to open their eyes and see that Dacia's technology is very powerful. Only, dreams are just dreams after all. There is still a big gap between this and reality. Especially in the past 2 years since graduation, I have been smoothed out by reality and no longer have any unrealistic fantasies. But it's different now. A fulfilling life and a happy family. He also needs to have other goals. Lin Hao thought a lot and decided to take care of the baby while contributing to Dacia. Early the next morning. Have a good breakfast. Qin Yanyan looked at Lin Hao. Dad, can you send us to school? Lin Hao nodded and looked at the two children lovingly. When the two children were in the kindergarten, they felt somewhat inferior because they did not have a father to pick them up, while other children did. Now the two kids want him to pick them up. Chapter 83. My parents are the best looking. Afterwards, Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun sent their children to school together. Because the kindergarten was not far from home, just nearby, the four of them walked there. The two children were very happy. When they were in the kindergarten's lower class, their father didn't send them to school. Seeing that other children were picked up by their fathers, they were very envious and felt inferior because of this. They don't even want other children to know that they don't have a father. It's different now. Now that they have a father, they want him to pick them up and drop them off every day. When I arrived at kindergarten, Qin Yanyan saw the other parents, then looked at Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun with a smile. Mom and Dad, I found something. Lin Hao looked at her with a smile. What's the matter? Qin Yanyan said, I found that my parents are better looking than other parents. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun looked at each other, then smiled and rubbed the two children's heads lovingly. Come in quickly. Mom and Dad will pick you up after school in the afternoon, Lin Hao said with a smile. The two kids nodded and waved. Goodbye, Mom and Dad. Lin Hao smiled and watched the two children enter the kindergarten. Bite. The host sends the child to school, which makes the child very happy. Reward the host with world-leading lithography technology. The photolithography machine technology is stored in a USB flash drive, which is automatically placed in the host's trouser pocket. After hearing the voice of the system, Lin Hao's mood suddenly became excited. World-leading lithography technology? For today's daxia, technology is already quite powerful, but in some aspects, there are still serious shortcomings. For example, chips, lithography machines. The most important thing is the lithography machine technology. Now that we have the world's leading lithography technology, if we donate it to daxia will definitely become stronger in this field very quickly. Only. Lin Hao was in a dilemma for a moment. How should the lithography machine technology be donated to the people above us? An above-board donation? This won't work. If he makes a legitimate donation, it will make him famous, but it will also attract a lot of investigation. Not good for him. Besides, he wanted to keep a low profile, didn't want to be so high profile, and didn't want everyone to know him. Let the father-in-law make the connection? Introduce him to an academician in this field? Lin Hao shook his head slightly, feeling that it was still inappropriate. Lin Hao sighed in his heart, wishing he had the best computer skills in the world. The lithography machine technology can be donated quietly. Computer technology. Lin Hao Consciousness Communication System, is there a reward for the world's most powerful computer technology? The system quickly responded, system reward, cannot be informed. Lin Hao. Okay, then he can take his time. Maybe one day he will be rewarded with the best computer skills. The two walked back. Qin Shiyun held Lin Hao's arm, smiled sweetly, and shook Lin Hao's arm from time to time. Where are we going to go later? Lin Hao looked at her. Where do you want to go? After experiencing a dream in life, he felt very sorry for Qin Shiyun. As long as Qin Shiyun wanted to do something, he would satisfy her within a reasonable range. Qin Shiyun thought for a moment and looked at Lin Hao. How about we go to the bridal shop and have a look? Lin Hao nodded, okay. Wait a minute, let me search on my phone to see which bridal shop is the most famous in Sioux City. Qin Shiyun picked up her phone and started searching. Half an hour later, Qin Shiyun and Lin Hao decided to go to a bridal shop that specializes in Chinese-style weddings. The two then drove there. When I arrived at the bridal shop, I found that its decoration style also followed that of ancient times. Good morning, handsome man and beautiful lady. Please come in. The proprietress of the bridal shop said with a smile. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun smiled and nodded, then entered the bridal shop. Qin Shiyun's eyes were shining brightly. The wedding dresses here were all Chinese-style dresses, including those worn by newlyweds from several dynasties. And among them, the most eye-catching thing is the phoenix crown and bridal robe. The proprietress looked at Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun and thought to herself, Qin Shiyun, Lin Hao, two people who were very popular on the internet before. I heard you're already married, so why are you still coming to the bridal shop? Could it be? The proprietress quickly figured it out. According to the news circulating on the internet, Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun got married in a hurry and might not have even taken wedding photos. If you come to a bridal shop, you probably want to take wedding photos. The lady boss asked with a smile, are you planning to take wedding photos? Qin Shiyun looked at her and nodded. In addition to taking wedding photos, we also want to hold a wedding. We want to hold a Chinese-style wedding. I saw on the internet that you have a one-stop wedding service, so I wanted to come and take a look. After hearing this, the proprietress was stunned for a moment, but then she quickly figured it out. Qin Shiyun and Lin Hao got married too hastily. On the wedding day, Qin Shiyun's parents, as well as Qin Shiyun's relatives and friends, were unable to attend. Qin Shiyun's father is the richest man in Su province, and he must want to give Qin Shiyun a beautiful wedding. After the lady boss understood, she smiled and picked up her phone to open some wedding videos. This is the most popular Chinese wedding now, with phoenix crowns and bridal robes, a sedan chair carried by 8 people, the groom is riding a horse, and there is a wedding procession beating gongs and drums. It is almost a complete restoration of the wedding in ancient times. After Qin Shiyun watched it, her eyes lit up. In the video, she saw the bride wearing a phoenix crown and a bridal robe. She was beautiful and elegant, and looked like an empress. So beautiful. Lin Hao also thought it was beautiful, and at the same time, some images involuntarily emerged in his mind. The phoenix coronet and bridal robe can also be used as a kind of erotic clothing. How beautiful would Shiyun be if she wore a phoenix crown and a bridal robe? Honey, what do you think? Qin Shiyun liked it very much, but she wanted to hear Lin Hao's opinion. Lin Hao nodded, very good, the phoenix coronet and the bridal gown will definitely look great on you. A Chinese-style wedding is also very good. Nowadays, many weddings are Western-style weddings, and I am tired of them. A Chinese-style wedding will be memorable. After hearing this, Qin Shiyun smiled much more. She felt the same way. Western-style weddings are too common. Chinese wedding, more feeling. Then let's have a Chinese wedding. Qin Shiyun looked at the proprietress and smiled, let's have a Chinese wedding of the highest standard. I haven't booked a hotel yet. I'll let you know once I've booked one, and then I'll decorate the hotel floor. After hearing this, the proprietress smiled and said, okay. Soon afterwards, the deposit was paid. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun also left. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the two of them walked to pick up the 2 children from school. Kindergarten. Qin Yanyan looked at the children in the kindergarten and said, my father is very handsome, and my mother is also very beautiful, you will see them later. The kid next to him looked disdainful, as handsome as my dad? As pretty as my mom? My dad and mom are the prettiest. Qin Yanyan was unconvinced and said, I've seen your parents. Although they are good looking, they are definitely not as good looking as mine. Chapter 84 I have something important to tell you. The kid next to him snorted and said to Qin Yanyan in dissatisfaction, okay, let's see how good looking your parents are later. Okay. Qin Yanyan nodded proudly. After a while, the parents of the kid next to him arrived first. When the kid saw his parents, he immediately said to Qin Yanyan proudly, how about them? Are my parents good looking? Qin Yanyan shook her head. She is pretty, but not as pretty as my parents. The little boy was not convinced. He wanted to see how good-looking Qin Yanyan's parents were. What's wrong, Xiaoming? A young couple came over and looked at their son with a smile. Xiaoming came up to the young man and woman, held their hands, and then said, Mom and Dad, Qin Yanyan said that her parents are better looking than you. I don't agree. I think Mom and Dad are the best looking. After hearing this, the young couple couldn't help but burst into laughter. Then the two of them looked at Qin Yanyan. Upon seeing this, they both felt that it looked familiar, as if they had seen it somewhere before, but they couldn't remember where. Maybe Qin Yanyan is also in this kindergarten, and I should have seen her before. Mom and Dad, let's wait a while before we leave. Let's wait for Qin Yanyan's parents to arrive and see if they look good. Then we can leave. Xiaoming said. The young couple smiled and nodded. After a while, Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun appeared. When Qin Yanyan saw this, she couldn't help but jog over excitedly, Mom and Dad. Qin Anran also walked over. When Xiaoming heard Qin Yanyan's voice, he couldn't help but look over. When he saw Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun, his eyes were slightly stunned. Although Qin Yanyan's parents are also good looking, he still thinks his parents are the best looking. As for Xiaoming's parents, they were stunned when they saw Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun. Lin Hao? Qin Shiyun? More than 2 months ago, these two were very popular. Lin Hao broke off the engagement on the day of the wedding, and then proposed to the bride's best friend, Qin Shiyun. Just thinking about that scene is exciting. Especially after it was revealed that Qin Shiyun and Lin Hao were boyfriend and girlfriend in their freshman year, and then broke up. Qin Shiyun secretly gave birth to 2 children. Xiaoming, aren't my parents good looking? Qin Yanyan said proudly to Xiaoming. Xiaoming hummed, my parents are the best looking. My dad and mom are the best looking. Qin Nian Nian. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun were speechless. What happened? Is it possible that kids nowadays are better looking than their parents? Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun looked at Xiaoming's parents, who chuckled and nodded at them. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun also smiled and nodded. The two of them didn't take the children's playfulness seriously. Afterwards, Lin Hao and his companions went back first. On the way, Qin Yanyan jumped up and down and said to Lin Hao, "Dad, why didn't you say just now that you are better looking than Xiaoming's dad?" Lin Hao was sweating slightly. Is this necessary? Lin Hao smiled and said, "Whether good looking or not is not defined by one person. There are 1,000 hearts and 1,000 aesthetics. You think your parents are good looking, but that doesn't necessarily mean they are good looking in the eyes of others." Qin Yanyan looked up at Lin Hao and said, "Mom and Dad are the most beautiful." Lin Hao smiled and said nothing. "Anren, Nian Nian, what do you want to eat tonight?" "Dad will make it for you," Lin Hao asked with a smile. Qin Nian Nian, braised pork. Qin Anren thought for a moment and said, "Let's have Yangcheng fried rice." Lin Hao nodded slightly. "Okay, Dad will make it for you tonight." Along the way, I chatted with the two kids and talked to Qin Shiyun. I felt that life was so leisurely and interesting. Bite. The host picked up the child from school and chatted with the child, which made the child very happy. Reward the host with the most powerful computer technology in history. After Lin Hao listened to the system's voice, a large amount of computer technical memories suddenly flooded into his mind. After Lin Hao sensed the extra computer technology memory in his brain, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This computer technology is really amazing. That's good. With computer technology, I can also quietly hand over the lithography machine technology to the researchers above. Lin Hao thought to himself. I plan to start the operation as soon as I get home. Arrived home in a moment. Because it was still early, Lin Hao asked Qin Shiyun to play with the two children first, while he went to his room and turned on the computer. It took about half an hour to set up the system, making sure that even if I hacked into someone else's computer, my location would not be exposed. I also set up some other things. Then I started to check which academician in China is currently focusing on the field of lithography machines. But after a while, it was found out. It took some time to go around in circles. Lin Hao found the academician's computer. Directly remotely controlled the opponent's computer, making it impregnable and impossible to hack into. Then, he transferred the technical information of the lithography machine to the other party's computer. Afterwards, Lin Hao used the other party's computer to remotely control and called the other party's mobile phone. A few seconds later, an old but powerful voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, who is this?" "Lin Hao, academician Li, please return to the research institute immediately. I have transferred the current advanced lithography technology to your computer, which may be helpful to you." After hearing this, academician Li's expression changed slightly, and then he immediately asked, "Who are you?" "Lin Hao, an ordinary person." Beep. Academician Li heard the beep of the phone being hung up, then looked at the caller ID and fell into deep thought. This number is a virtual number, and you can tell at a glance that the other party is a hacker. Research Institute. Academician Li murmured to himself with deep eyes. Photolithography technology has always been a difficult problem. Although there has been some progress, compared with the most powerful photolithography machines in the world, the domestically made photolithography technology is still far behind. Academician Li didn't think about it for long and immediately rushed back to the research institute. Arrived at the research institute, his office. Then checked the computer. But after a while, he saw a lot of information about lithography machines. Academician Li stared at some of the information. As time went by, his expression changed continuously, from calm to surprise, then shock, and finally astonishment. Bang! Academician Li slammed his hand on the table excitedly, his face excited, and he cried out, "So that's it, so that's it, so that's it." Academician Li was so excited that he stared at the information at the back. Some technical information gave him a feeling of clearing the fog. Theoretically, he felt that the explanation made sense. But the specific details still need to be verified. An hour passed. Academician Li excitedly dialed a number on his landline phone. "Academician Zhang, Academician Wang, please come to my office quickly. I have something important to tell you." Chapter 85 Detection distance is 2,000 kilometers. Soon, Academician Zhang and Academician Wang arrived at Academician Li's office. What big news! Academician Zhang looked at Academician Li's excited expression and couldn't help but feel a little excited as well. To make Academician Li so excited, there must be new discoveries in the lithography machine technology. Academician Li said excitedly, "More than an hour ago, I received a mysterious call. The mysterious person asked me to return to the office and said that the advanced lithography machine technical data had been transferred to my computer. I immediately came back to take a look. After reading the information sent to me by the mysterious person, I feel that this technical data will greatly improve us. Moreover, I always feel that once this lithography machine technical data is manufactured, it may be more advanced than the most advanced lithography machine currently." What? Academician Zhang and Academician Wang couldn't believe it. If hackers stole other people's lithography machine data, then at most we can be on par with the world's most advanced lithography machines. How can we possibly surpass them? If it was developed by a mysterious team, this is even more impossible. I know you don't believe it, so you can look at the information first. Academician Li didn't say much, and then asked the two academicians to look at the technical information. The expressions of the two academicians were almost the same as Academician Li's expression at the beginning. First they were calm, then surprised, then shocked, and finally stunned. At this moment, both of them had deep shock and excitement on their faces. Academician Wang excitedly proposed, "I suggest that we immediately manufacture the lithography machine according to the technical data, and we will verify it step by step." Academician Li nodded heavily, "I think so too." Academician Zhang was also very excited. He also had many doubts at the moment. Where did this mysterious man get the technical information of the lithography machine? What can you judge from the phone call? Academician Li thought for a moment and replied, "I can tell that this person didn't use a voice changer. Also, although he spoke Mandarin, I could hear a slight accent, like the accent of the central region of Jiangsu province." Can you hear so accurately? Academician Zhang was surprised. Academician Li shook his head slightly. "I'm not sure. His Mandarin is relatively standard. My wife is from Yangcheng, Jiangsu province." I heard the mysterious man's voice mixed with a little bit of Yangcheng accent. Academician Li added, "There are places with accents similar to Yangcheng, but from what I can see so far, he should be from Su province. Also, his voice sounds very young, probably around 25 years old." Academician Zhang and Academician Wang exchanged a glance and then said, "I suggest reporting this immediately and finding out who this mysterious person is. We have obtained such advanced lithography technology, which can easily arouse suspicion. Some people with bad intentions will also investigate this mysterious person. If they find this mysterious person, it will be very disadvantageous to him." Academician Li hesitated for a moment and looked at the two of them. Since the mysterious man uses a virtual number and he is very knowledgeable about computer technology, he probably does this because he doesn't want others to know his identity. Academician Wang nodded. He doesn't want people to know his identity, but some people with bad intentions, especially those who control some top hackers, if these top hackers find out the identity of the mysterious man. Academician Zhang nodded, "It's better to check the mysterious man. If we find him, we will protect him. If we can't find him, even we can't find him, so those hackers can't find him either." Academician Li nodded. Afterwards, the three of them immediately reported it and pointed out the key points. The status of these three people has reached the top of the pyramid in this field. After this matter was reported, it immediately attracted the attention of the higher-ups. Next, the people above started looking for Lin Hao. But that night, a group of the country's most powerful computer technology talents gathered together, and after checking, they finally shook their heads. It's impossible to find out. This person is very knowledgeable about computer technology, and it can be said that he has done it perfectly. It is almost impossible to find the other party through these clues. Or it can be said that it is impossible at all. A top computer technology talent said solemnly. A group of top computer talents around him also nodded, agreeing with what he said. Could it be that this mysterious man has reached the pinnacle in the field of computer technology? Academician Li was shocked. The group of computer technology talents in front of him were also the best in the world. But they couldn't find any clues about the mysterious man. The top computer talent shook his head slightly. If they can do it without leaving any clues, then we can do it too. But if we are asked to find the other party, it will be difficult. Academician Li understood. Academician Zhang said at this time, "It's good that they can't find him. Even the top computer genius in front of us can't find any trace of the mysterious man, so it's even more impossible to find other people. This news is not bad for them, as long as the mysterious man's safety can be guaranteed. Afterwards, the matter was not investigated further, but the contribution of this mysterious man was secretly noted. As for Lin Hao, I had just finished taking a shower and was playing on the bed with Qin Shiyun and the two kids. While playing, Lin Hao couldn't help but think that he had already given academician Li the world's most advanced lithography machine technology information. I believe that in the next 3 months at most, we will be able to build the world's leading lithography machine. In half a year, mass production will be possible. At this time, Lin Hao couldn't help but let a faint smile appear on his face. At this moment, academician Li and others might be shocked by the lithography machine technical information he provided, and might also be trying their best to find him. However, it is impossible to find him. Dad! Qin Yanyan hugged Lin Hao's neck at this time. Qin Anren was behind Lin Hao, lying on his back. Qin Shiyun on the side could only stare blankly. Lin Hao looked at the two kids with a smile and played with them. Bite. The host plays with the child, and the child is very happy. Reward the host with the world-leading fighter radar system. Fighter radar system description: the radar detection range is 2,000 kilometers. Any stealth fighter has nowhere to hide in front of this radar. Fighter aircraft radar technical data is automatically stored in the USB drive. When Lin Hao heard the voice of the system, he was extremely shocked. The detection range of this radar is as high as 2,000 kilometers. You should know that the radar detection range of the world's most advanced fighter jets is 400 kilometers. The radar technology rewarded by the system has a range of 2,000 kilometers. And the stealth fighter loses its stealth effect in front of this radar. Awesome pen! What can Lin Hao say? Lin Hao was so shocked that he decided to secretly pass the radar technology to the chief engineer in charge of fighter aircraft development. Lin Hao said to the two kids, "Dad is going to be busy for a while. I'll play with you guys later, okay?" The two kids were very well behaved and said, "Okay." Where are you going? Qin Shiyun looked at Lin Hao curiously. Lin Hao smiled and said, "I'm going to the study to get the computer." Chapter 86. The chief engineer and others are shocked. Lin Hao went to the study, turned on the computer, and started operating it. Soon he found the chief engineer in charge of fighter aircraft development. Found the other party's phone number. Later, the chief engineer's dedicated computer was also found. It took him half an hour to crack the other party's computer and finally take control of it, which shows how secure the other party's computer is. After taking control of the computer, it took another half an hour to transfer the radar technical information to the other party's computer, and to strengthen the other party's computer firewall and other security aspects. Then, Lin Hao called the chief engineer of the fighter jet research and development. The call was quickly connected. "Hello, who is this?" The chief engineer of the fighter jet had an old but powerful voice. "Lin Hao, I have transferred the radar technical data to your computer. This radar is installed on a fighter plane, and its detection range is up to 2,000 kilometers. And any stealth fighter plane will be useless in front of the radar." After hearing this, the chief engineer's face changed slightly. He didn't think the other party was a liar. Because scammers will steal your money and some skills. But the other party knew his identity directly and asked him to go back and look at the computer immediately. The chief engineer was a little shocked. "Excuse me, who are you?" "Lin Hao, an ordinary person." After saying that, he hung up the phone. The chief engineer was a little confused. An ordinary person? The radar detection range is 2,000 kilometers? The chief engineer's first thought was disbelief. In today's world, Dacia's fighter jets have the most powerful radar, with a detection range of 400 kilometers. But now suddenly someone says that there is a radar with a detection range of up to 2,000 kilometers. How can he believe it? But the chief engineer felt very upset. After all, the mysterious man only said these things and did not set any traps or say he wanted to cheat him or anything. Could it be true? But how is that possible? Or was it someone who was deliberately playing a joke on him? But no matter which possibility it is, he felt that he needed to go back and take a look now. So the chief engineer immediately left home and went to the Fighter Aircraft Research and Development Center. When I arrived at his office and turned on the computer, I found a folder on the desktop with the words, "World Leading Radar." What a crazy tone. The chief engineer thought to himself, then opened the file to check the radar information. The chief engineer looked calm at first, but as he read some information, his expression changed slightly. Then, his expression changed and there was shock in his eyes. An hour later, the chief engineer was shaking with excitement. He immediately picked up the landline on the table and made a call. 15 minutes later, a dozen or so older men and women arrived. "Old Joe, what happened?" Someone saw the chief engineer and couldn't help asking. The chief engineer looked at them with a serious expression and said excitedly, "A mysterious person called me and said that a radar technical document was transferred to my computer, saying that the radar's detection range is as high as 2,000 kilometers. After hearing this, everyone's first reaction was disbelief. "Are you kidding? The most advanced fighter jet radar is currently in Dacia, with a detection range of 400 kilometers. Already leading the world. Now it's 2,000 kilometers, is it possible?" But then I thought about the chief engineer calling them over with such a vengeance. This shows that this technical data has been approved by the chief engineer in theory. The chief engineer said at this time, "You guys take a look at the information first." Everyone came closer and watched. Their expressions were similar to that of the chief engineer, starting with calmness, then surprise, then shock, and finally becoming extremely excited. It makes sense in theory. Some of the problems that I didn't understand were actually solved using this method. Someone said excitedly. Some people also frowned. Who exactly is this mysterious person? Why does he have such advanced radar detection technology? After hearing this, everyone was also confused. The chief engineer said, "Although the technical information sent by the mysterious man has not yet been verified by actual application, it is indeed feasible in theory. I think the mysterious man is a friend rather than an enemy to us Dacia. We must protect him." After hearing this, everyone nodded heavily. The mysterious man donated such powerful technology to Dacia for free, so of course it must be protected. The chief engineer then contacted Dacia's head of security. The safety manager arrived here soon and was stunned when he heard the chief engineer's description. During the day, he received a call from academicianly, saying that a mysterious person contributed technical information about lithography machines, and now there is technical information about fighter jet radars? The head of security looked serious, looked at the chief engineer and asked, "How old does this person sound?" The chief engineer heard, probably in his 20s, around 25. Upon hearing this, the security chief was certain that this mysterious man was the same person as the mysterious man during the day. The security manager then asked computer technicians to conduct technical tracking. But the result was the same as during the day, no trace of the other party could be found. "We can't find anything." The head of security looked at the chief engineer and said, "We will continue to investigate." The chief engineer nodded slightly and was shocked. It seemed that this mysterious man was not an ordinary hacker, but a top hacker. Otherwise, how could it be possible that even the security chief could not find any clues? On the other side, after Lin Hao finished his work, he went to the room and chatted with Qin Shiyun about life and family matters while playing with the two children. The next day, Lin Hao picked up and dropped off his children from school as usual. As for Yishui and Shuyan, they go to the beauty salon to take care of their skin all day long, and then go shopping for clothes and bags and so on. Qin Shihao went to the company to take a look, took Lin Shanhao around, and occasionally suggested taking a bath. After Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun sent their child to kindergarten, they went back home. Qin Shiyun said in Lin Hao's arms, "Now there is no place to play even if I want to." Lin Hao felt the same way. When he was a kid, he found it fun to just wander around. But after growing up, he has lost interest in many things. Lin Hao hugged her, sighed, and said with emotion, "When we were young, boys liked to play with all kinds of toys, and girls liked to play with dolls. When we grow up, it suddenly becomes the opposite." Qin Shiyun snuggled in his arms and said nothing. She understood the hidden meaning in Lin Hao's words. If Lin Hao had said these words more than 2 months ago, she would have felt embarrassed, but now, her face looked calm and her heart was as peaceful as water. Lin Hao smiled, then picked up his phone and opened the food delivery platform. Search. He searched and looked at some toys in front of Qin Shiyun. "Qin Shiyun, how about this?" Lin Hao asked. "You are poisonous." Qin Shiyun. Lin Hao smiled and said nothing. He picked out a few toys and bought them directly. "Send it over in half an hour and study it in the evening." Lin Hao. Chapter 87 Reward Engine Technology. Qin Shiyun. What can she say? You don't even ask for my opinion. What if I don't like it? Qin Shiyun. Lin Hao said calmly, you didn't refuse either. Not refusing means you agree. Qin Shiyun. Lin Hao smiled, selected some nice clothes, and bought them directly. Qin Shiyun. Qin Shiyun didn't say a word, just quietly looked at Lin Hao's phone. An hour passed. When the shopping arrived, Qin Shiyun immediately took it and put it in the room, and locked the door to prevent the children from looking through it and seeing it. Then she went to the sofa in the hall downstairs, snuggled in Lin Hao's arms, and whispered to Lin Hao, hubby, I want to buy a house. Lin Hao looked at her, why? Qin Shiyun rolled her eyes at him. Living at home with my parents-in-law and my parents is cozy, but it's not very convenient after all. She and Lin Hao are both adults and husband and wife, but there are some things they can't let go of at home and they always have some concerns. Lin Hao understood immediately. He thought for a moment and said, okay, then let's buy a house next door. Qin Shiyun nodded. The villa next to this one was only a few dozen meters away, very close. Let's go and take a look now. Qin Shiyun. Lin Hao said yes, and then the two of them went to the sales area of the community. The salesperson recognized Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun at a glance, and also knew that Qin Shiyun and others lived in this community. The only villa in this community belongs to Qin Shiyun. Mr. Lin, Ms. Qin. The salesperson smiled. Qin Shiyun looked at her and asked, how many houses are left in building 26? The salesperson smiled and responded, there are still 5 houses in building 26. Qin Shiyun asked, what is the largest area? Salesperson, the largest one is 150 square meters. Excluding the common area, the actual area of the house is 136 square meters. Qin Shiyun nodded, then went to see the house with Lin Hao. After seeing it, she paid the money and decided to buy it. The salesperson was delighted. It turned out that rich people were different. They were so straightforward. After completing the relevant formalities, the salesperson gave the key to Qin Shiyun. Qin Shiyun immediately went to the real estate company under her family group, which also included a decoration team. Then I chose the decoration style with Lin Hao. After confirming it, we decided to start work tomorrow. It was afternoon. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun went to pick up the children from school. Qin Yanyan looked at Lin Hao and said proudly, Dad, I had a sparring match with a boy in the kindergarten today, and I defeated him in just a few moves. After hearing this, Lin Hao looked at her with a slightly raised brow. Playing is playing, but you can't hurt others, understand? Qin Yanyan nodded and said, it was Xiao Ming from yesterday. He was not convinced that my parents were the best looking, and I was not convinced that his parents were the best looking. Then we decided by sparring. If I win, my parents are the best looking, and if he wins, his parents are the best looking. I won. Lin Hao was speechless. Qin Shiyun was also speechless. Qin Shiyun glared at Qin Yanyan and said, can you learn from Anran? Look at Anran. She is my daughter, so why is she so well behaved? After hearing this, Qin Yanyan immediately puffed up her lips, looking a little aggrieved. Seeing this, Lin Hao smiled and said, just be careful not to hurt anyone. After hearing this, Qin Yanyan smiled more and became more intimate with Lin Hao. Bite. The host's words made Qin Yanyan very happy. Reward the host with world-leading fighter engine technology. Fighter engine performance description. Lifespan, 50,000 hours. Thrust, 36.9 tons. After hearing this, Lin Hao was stunned. So awesome? Thrust 36.9 tons? You should know that the current advanced fighter engine technology has a thrust of between 15 and 16 tons. The engine thrust rewarded by the system has more than doubled. How terrifying would it be if this were applied to fighter jets? In addition, lifespan of 50,000 hours. What is the concept of this? There are only 24 hours in a day. And the engine can be used for 50,000 hours. This is scary. After Lin Hao came up with the idea, he planned to go home and pass the engine technology to the chief engineer. When he got home, Lin Hao played with the 2 kids for a while, then went upstairs, operated the computer, gave the chief engineer the technical data of the fighter engine, and then called the chief engineer. The fighter jet engine technical data has been sent to your computer. Lin Hao. On the other end, the chief engineer was shocked when he heard Lin Hao's voice. Yesterday Lin Hao gave him radar detection technology, and today he gave him engine technology? You, who are you? The chief engineer couldn't help but ask, trying to suppress his inner shock. Lin Hao smiled, an ordinary person who wants to contribute to Daxia. The chief engineer couldn't help but ask, how old are you? Lin Hao smiled, above 20, below 30. Then, Lin Hao hung up the phone directly. On the other side, the chief engineer was a little dazed at the moment, which meant that the mysterious man was in his 20s. Same as the sound. Very young. Are you so capable at such a young age? Also, where do these technologies come from? The chief engineer was puzzled and immediately went to look at the engine information. Seeing some of the performance descriptions of the engine, I couldn't help but be confused. Such high thrust? Such long life? He looked at the engine technology, from calmness at the beginning to shock and excitement in the end. He immediately called the head of security, who then said, "We have been monitoring your phone calls, but our technology has not been able to locate the mysterious man." After hearing this, the chief engineer was stunned. Is it impossible to find it even after calling? The security director felt very powerless at the moment. This mysterious man's computer skills were too advanced. Even with this kind of real-time monitoring, he couldn't find the mysterious man's location, not even an approximate location. The only thing that made him feel at ease was that this mysterious man did not do anything harmful to Daxia. He even said just now that the mysterious man was just an ordinary person who wanted to contribute to Daxia. This actually made him feel at ease. Now, in the villa, Lin Hao was accompanying his wife and children. At this time, his cell phone rang. It was Yi Shui calling. "Hey, son, your mother-in-law and I are not going home for dinner tonight." Yi Shui. Got it. Lin Hao. After hanging up the phone, there was also a message in the WeChat group. Xin Shihao, Shanha and I are eating outside. Xu Yan, Xiao Shui and I are also eating outside. Yi Shui, ha, what a coincidence. Xiuhao should cook less tonight. Lin Hao, got it. Lin Hao put away his phone, a little speechless, looked at Qin Shiyun and said, "There are only 4 of us." Qin Shiyun smiled and said, "Just cook a few dishes." How can that be possible? Lin Hao shook his head, looked at her and said, "Whatever you want to eat, your husband will make it for you." Chapter 88 Eavesdropping Device. Qin Shiyun thought for a moment and said, "Then let's cook the minced meat and eggs." Lin Hao nodded, then went over to ask the 2 kids what they liked to eat. Then they played for a while, and Lin Hao went to the kitchen to cook. After the meal was ready, they ate together. Eat and chat. "Dad, I want to buy a toy," Qin Yanyan said to Lin Hao at this time. Lin Hao asked with a smile, "What toy?" Qin Yanyan, "It's the drone flying in the sky." Lin Hao was sweating slightly. Drones were not suitable for such young children to play with. If they got hurt due to an operating error, he would be heartbroken. After hearing this, Qin Shiyun's face turned a little colder. She looked at Qin Yanyan sternly and said, "Drones are not for you at your age." After hearing this, Qin Yanyan lowered her head in grievance. Qin Shiyun didn't say anything when she saw her like this. Lin Hao still loves his children very much, and he will satisfy their requests as long as they are not excessive. Lin Hao thought about it and said to Qin Shiyun, "Buy one for the child. When we are not around, put the drone away. When we are around, play with the child." After hearing this, Qin Yanyan's grievances were immediately swept away. She smiled and picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in Lin Hao's bowl. "Dad, eat meat." Seeing this, Lin Hao rubbed her head lovingly. Qin Shiyun was speechless. Lin Hao doted on his child too much. She still thinks Ran is good. Nian Nian is too lively and naughty, which gives her a headache. And Ran is obedient and sensible, and rarely causes her any worries. Qin Shiyun looked at Qin Anran and asked with a smile, "Ran, what toy do you want? Mommy will buy it for you." After hearing this, Qin Anran shook her head gently, "I don't have any toys I want to buy." After hearing this, Qin Shiyun didn't say anything else, but she felt that Ran was a little different from other children. Other people's children all want all kinds of fun things. As for Ran, she has no interest in many things. Lin Hao has always been concerned about Qin Anran, especially after she had a dream in her life, in which she dreamed that Anran would marry a scumbag when she grew up, and he felt very distressed. He would pick up some food for Qin Anran from time to time, and he picked up more food for her more often than for Qin Yanyan. Qin Anran was attentive and could feel that her father cared about her more, which made her feel warm inside. At this time, she picked up a dish and put it in Lin Hao's bowl, and then picked up another dish and put it in her mother's bowl. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun looked at each other and then smiled, thinking that Ran was very well behaved and sensible. Bite. The host bought toys for the child, which made Qin Yanyan very happy. The host picked up food for Qin Anran, and Qin Anran was very happy. Reward the host with the world-leading fighter stealth technology. When Lin Hao heard the voice of the system, he was stunned. What happened these days? All the rewards he received were related to fighter planes. The world's leading fighter stealth technology? Dacia's stealth fighters are already very powerful at the moment, and now they are rewarding the world's leading stealth fighter technology. Could this be a cross-generational stealth technology? If this is the case, then even if this stealth fighter flies into someone else's airspace, wouldn't it be undetectable by radar? Lin Hao was shocked and surprised. After dinner, he passed the fighter stealth technology to the chief engineer. After finishing the meal, Lin Hao said to Qin Shiyun, "Please clean up the dishes. I'm going to the study to get the computer." Qin Shiyun looked at Lin Hao. "Why do you keep going to the study these days? I never see you playing any computer games normally." Lin Hao smiled and said, "Just play around, I'll go upstairs first." Yeah. Qin Shiyun didn't say anything, but she felt that Lin Hao was a little strange in the past 2 days. Sometimes, he would suddenly run to the study, saying he was going to work on the computer, and would stay there for an hour or two. She didn't pay much attention to it before, but now thinking about it, she felt something was wrong. Lin Hao went upstairs. Qin Shiyun went to the kitchen to clean up the dishes. After that, she went upstairs to the study. The door of the study was closed, and she put her ear to the door, trying to listen to what was going on inside. But the soundproofing in the study was too good, or perhaps it had something to do with the fact that Lin Hao didn't say anything in the room. She couldn't hear any sound. At this moment, some faint voices came to Qin Shiyun's ears. "Lin Hao, the fighter jet stealth technology has been transferred to your computer." After hearing this, the chief engineer's expression brightened up. He was very excited when he heard the mysterious man's voice. Because every time the mysterious man called him, he would teach him some powerful techniques. The chief engineer couldn't help but ask, "Can I ask how you got these technical information?" "Lin Hao, don't worry, these technical data are not stolen. Currently, no country in the world can develop such advanced technology." The chief engineer was a little puzzled. What about these technologies? Lin Hao, guess. Chief engineer. Then Lin Hao hung up the phone. He looked at the computer screen and couldn't help but smile. At this moment, the chief engineer, including the people in the Safety Institute, must be having a headache. Especially the people from the security station, they couldn't find him no matter what. Outside the door, Qin Shiyun heard some of what Lin Hao said. Fighter jet stealth technology? What is going on? He also said that currently no country in the world can develop such advanced technology. She was very confused when she heard it. The logic doesn't make sense either. Qin Shiyun did not go in or knock on the door, but left quietly. She went downstairs and said to the 2 kids, "Go to the study and play with Daddy. Mommy is out buying some things and will be back soon." The 2 kids nodded. Qin Shiyun walked out the door and drove away. She felt that Lin Hao was hiding something from her, and she didn't feel comfortable asking directly. If he could ask directly, Lin Hao would not have hidden it from her and been mysterious all day long. Especially when she heard Lin Hao say that he had given the fighter jet technical information to someone. My first thought was that Lin Hao was a spy. But Lin Hao's next sentence puzzled her again. No country has been able to research the stealth technology of fighter jets, so who developed this stealth technology? Confused, Qin Shiyun went out and bought some miniature eavesdropping devices. She wanted to know what Lin Hao had been doing in the past 2 days. Less than half an hour later, Qin Shiyun drove back and saw Lin Hao playing with the 2 children in the living room. Lin Hao looked at her and asked curiously, "What did you buy when you went out?" Qin Shiyun smiled and said, "I wanted to buy some skincare products, so I went to the store, but the brand I wanted was sold out, so I didn't buy it." Lin Hao nodded without thinking too much. He said to Qin Shiyun, "Take the child to take a bath first. I'll take a bath too." Yeah. Qin Shiyun. Half an hour later. After taking a bath, Qin Shiyun asked the child to go play with Lin Hao first. She went to the study and placed the bugs under the computer desk. There were 3 bugs in total. Chapter 89 Quarrel. The bug was set. When she was taken to the room, she saw the 2 girls watching cartoons in Lin Hao's arms. Lin Hao looked at Qin Shiyun with a smile. Come into my arms. Qin Shiyun got on the bed and sat next to Lin Hao. After watching the cartoon and finding it boring, he lay down and rested his head on Lin Hao's arm. Hubby. Qin Shiyun said softly, after buying the house, it will probably take half a year before we can move in. The house is already under renovation, and even if it is done at full speed, it will take 2 months to completely complete the renovation. After the decoration is completed, it will take another 3 months to ventilate the room and remove formaldehyde. Lin Haoan said, then let's move there in half a year. Qin Shiyun. Qin Shiyun said softly, I just want to move there sooner. Lin Hao was speechless. That won't work either. Renovation takes time, and removing formaldehyde also takes time. It's okay for us adults, but children are more likely to get leukemia if they live in this place. Qin Shiyun understood, but she had nothing to do and wanted to chat with Lin Hao. Mom, we are watching cartoons, can you please stop talking? Qin Yanyan couldn't help but say. Qin Shiyun glanced at her. This child actually found her annoying. Honey, let's go sleep next door and let them watch cartoons here. Qin Shiyun said to Lin Hao. No. Before Lin Hao could speak, Qin Yanyan immediately grabbed Lin Hao's arm and said to Qin Shiyun, can you speak more quietly? Qin Shiyun looked at her with a dignified and somewhat fierce expression. I had something to talk to your dad about. Do you think I should stop chatting with your dad just because you want to watch cartoons? I said I should chat with your dad in the next room and not disturb you from watching cartoons. Is that not okay? Qin Yanyan. Hubby, let's go and sleep next door. Qin Shiyun looked at Lin Hao. Qin Yanyan held Lin Hao's arm tightly. Although she didn't say anything, her expression and behavior made it clear that she would not let Lin Hao leave. Lin Hao was sweating slightly, and said to Qin Shiyun, let's talk in a low voice. Qin Shiyun was a little angry. She looked at Lin Hao and said unhappily, you protect her everywhere. Don't forget, I am your wife. Lin Hao was sweating slightly and with a stern face, he scolded Qin Yanyan, what's wrong with you today? You are not behaving well at all. Look, you have made your mother angry. Apologize to your mother quickly. After hearing this, Qin Yanyan looked at Qin Shiyun aggrievely, I was wrong. Qin Shiyun snorted lightly, then turned her back to Lin Hao and went to sleep. Lin Hao was sweating slightly. He felt that Qin Shiyun was really angry. Was it really that serious? Lin Hao said to Qin Yanyan, go to the side, Daddy is sleeping with Mommy in his arms. Oh. Qin Yanyan said nothing and stepped aside. Lin Hao hugged Qin Shiyun, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, what's wrong with you today? Is your period coming soon? Lin Hao calculated the days and found that Qin Shiyun's period should not come for another 9 days. This shouldn't be the case. Besides, Qin Shiyun never got so bad-tempered when she had her period. Could it be that I did something to make my wife angry? Didn't come. Qin Shiyun said coldly. She was not so angry at first, but she saw that Lin Hao protected her daughter everywhere, and she found out that Lin Hao was hiding something from her. Hiding something from her was the main reason for her real temper. Lin Hao's protection of his daughter only made her fury explode. Lin Hao was sweating slightly and said softly, didn't I just scold the child? I didn't protect her everywhere. Qin Shiyun didn't say anything. She wanted to ask Lin Hao what he was hiding from her, but she thought that since Lin Hao was hiding it from her, he definitely didn't want her to know. Even if she asked, Lin Hao might not tell her. She thought she would wait for a while and see if her eavesdropping device could hear anything. Lin Hao was helpless. What could he do? He could only hug Qin Shiyun and sleep. Qin Yanyan on the side pouting, looking a little aggrieved, but didn't say a word. Qin Anren didn't say anything. Although she knew that the atmosphere was not very good at the moment, she didn't know what to say. It would be better for her to just watch the cartoon quietly. It was just that her parents' quarrel made her feel a little depressed. It was 10 o'clock when the two kids fell asleep. Lin Hao was not asleep. He knew Qin Shiyun was also not asleep. He hugged Qin Shiyun tightly and whispered, let's go to the next room? Qin Shiyun felt annoyed and took Lin Hao's hand away. Lin Hao. He couldn't understand where he went wrong. Lin Hao could only think that he was wrong, and whispered to Qin Shiyun, I won't protect the child anymore, okay? Let's go to the next door, I'll take care of you. Don't bother me. I want to sleep. Qin Shiyun said coldly. Lin Hao was speechless. I can only wait for Qin Shiyun to calm down. The next day. Had a good breakfast. Lin Hao went to send the two children to school, but Qin Shiyun did not go with him. On the way, Qin Anran looked up at Lin Hao and said, "Dad, Mom was still angry this morning." Qin Yanyan lowered her head slightly. She was a little confused. Why was her mother so angry? She had a cold face so early in the morning. Lin Hao forced a smile and said to Qin Yanyan, "You made Mom angry. When you get home from school, admit your mistake to Mom, okay?" "I understand." Qin Yanyan raised her head and glanced at Lin Hao. Lin Hao nodded lightly. After sending the two children to kindergarten, he went to the mall and bought some jewelry to give to Qin Shiyun. Back home, there was not a single person in sight. He went to the room and saw Qin Shiyun lying on the bed, looking like she was sleeping. "Are you still angry?" Lin Hao walked over and sat next to Qin Shiyun. Qin Shiyun ignored him and closed her eyes. Lin Hao was helpless. Qin Shiyun refused to tell him how he had offended her. What could he do? Lin Hao had no choice but to look at her and threatened, "If you ignore me again, don't blame me for bullying you." Qin Shiyun still ignored him. Seeing this, Lin Hao also became a little angry. If he was angry, wouldn't it be over after a quarrel? After the quarrel, the anger in his heart would dissipate a little. But Qin Shiyun's ignoring people like this will only make people more and more angry. Then, Lin Hao took direct action. Qin Shiyun didn't resist and just kept a cold face. An hour later, Lin Hao hugged her. "That's enough, right? Are you still angry? If you want to tell me how I offended you, can't I change it?" Lin Hao felt tired and couldn't help but think of the harsh words he and Qin Shiyun said to each other when they broke up. He said that if he took the initiative to look for Qin Shiyun again, he would be a dog. Qin Shiyun said that if she took the initiative to get back together with him again, she would be a pig. We had a quarrel and a cold war, but it eventually ended. Of course, things are different now than they were before. In the past, we were just boyfriend and girlfriend and could break up anytime and anywhere. Divorce, on the other hand, is much more troublesome. Nor will they divorce easily. Lin Hao was tired and helpless, so he had to hug Qin Shiyun to sleep. He estimated that within a few days, Qin Shiyun would naturally stop being so angry. Chapter 90 Technical information again. The next day. When Lin Hao woke up in the morning, he took a look at Qin Shiyun in his arms, then got up and washed up. Then he said to the two kids, "Get up, wash your face and brush your teeth. Daddy will go cook first." The two kids responded and got up. Lin Hao went downstairs and saw his mother-in-law and mother busy in the kitchen. Xu Yan saw Lin Hao and said with a smile, "Go back to your room and sleep for a while. Your mother and I will make breakfast." "Okay." Lin Hao nodded and went back into the house. When I arrived at the room, I saw Qin Shiyun had also gotten up and was washing her face and brushing her teeth. Lin Hao didn't say anything. After a moment, everyone went downstairs and had breakfast together. Qin Shihao said to Lin Hao at this time, "You and the girl stay at home for the next few days, and we will go out for a few days of travel." Lin Hao looked at him, "Are you all going?" Yi Shui nodded, "We discussed it yesterday, let's all go." Lin Hao looked at them in confusion and asked, "Why don't you take us with you?" Yi Shui looked at him, "You and Shiyun need to accompany the child. The child is in school, so he can't be left alone, right?" Lin Hao, "Okay." Everyone smiled and continued eating. After dinner, Lin Shanha and his friends drove away with their suitcases. In the whole villa, only Lin Hao's family of 4 were left. Qin Yanyan blinked and looked up at Lin Hao. "Dad, Grandpa and Grandma went out to play and they didn't even take us with them." Lin Hao nodded and said to Qin Shiyun, "I suspect they have created another group. They are discussing things in the group, and we don't know about it." Qin Shiyun nodded. "Are you still angry?" Seeing Qin Shiyun's unhappy mood, Lin Hao said helplessly, "Tell me, how did I make you angry? Is it okay if I'm wrong?" Qin Shiyun took a deep breath. She also felt that it was not good to continue like this. She was silent for a while. She wanted to ask Lin Hao what he was hiding from her. But I'm afraid that asking will alert the enemy. What if Lin Hao no longer goes to the study room because of this, then she will never know the truth. After thinking for a while, Qin Shiyun pretended to be angry and snorted, and said to Lin Hao coldly, "Forget it this time, but if you spoil your child without any bottom line next time, don't blame me for running away from home." After hearing this, Lin Hao was speechless. "Just for this? I promise." Lin Hao promised immediately, and then scolded Qin Yanyan, "Did you hear me? Don't be disrespectful in the future." Qin Yanyan cooperated and said, "I know, Mom, I was wrong." Qin Shiyun snorted and said nothing. Then they walked to the kindergarten together. On the way, Lin Hao asked Qin Shiyun, "Mom and Dad are traveling. Tomorrow is Saturday. Nian Nian and Ran don't have school. Can we go out and play too?" Qin Shiyun hummed, "Where to?" Lin Hao thought for a moment and said, "Go back to Yangchang and meet up with friends?" Qin Shiyun nodded, "Okay. By the way, are you still in contact with them?" "Those women," Lin Hao said. "When I got married to Zhang Jingjing, there were 4 bridesmaids, one of whom was Qin Shiyun, and the other 3 were friends of Zhang Jingjing and also friends of Qin Shiyun." Qin Shiyun hummed, "They are in contact. They have deleted Zhang Jingjing." Lin Hao nodded. Qin Shiyun said, "It's also good to go to Yangchang, so I can get together with them." Lin Hao nodded lightly. After sending the 2 children to kindergarten, Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun went back. After returning, Lin Hao contacted several friends in Yangchang and asked if they were free the next day as he would return to Yangchang tomorrow. Qin Shiyun is also contacting several friends in Yangchang. "Ask if you are free to get together." After asking, they were all available. Then we set the time in the evening and had dinner together. In the afternoon, I pick up the children from school. So he played with the 2 children. "Dad, what time are we going to Yanqing tomorrow?" Qin Anran looked at Lin Hao and asked. Lin Hao said, "We'll go after breakfast tomorrow. We'll leave around 8 o'clock. There's no rush." Qin Anran hummed and said, "I want to go to the kindergarten I used to go to." Lin Hao scratched his head and said, "Tomorrow is Saturday, and there is no school at the kindergarten." Qin Anran, "I just want to go shopping." "Okay." Lin Hao said, "After we leave tomorrow, we'll go directly to the kindergarten." Qin Anran nodded, feeling very happy. "I used to go to kindergarten in Yangchang, and now I go to kindergarten in Sucheng. I miss the time when I went to kindergarten in Yangchang. I just want to go back and take a look." Bite. The host agreed to let Qin Anran visit the kindergarten. This made Qin Anran very happy. Reward the host with world-leading submarine technology. Submarine technical information. It can reach a depth of 2,000 meters on the seabed. And the maximum movement of the submarine on the seabed does not exceed 20 minutes. When Lin Hao heard the voice of the system, he didn't think much about it. His first thought was to hand over this technology to Daxia. He then said to Qin Shiyun, "I'll go to the study room for about an hour." Qin Shiyun nodded and watched Lin Hao go to the study. A strange look flashed in her eyes. It's very sudden to go to the study again. It was very sudden. She wanted to see what Lin Hao was going to do in the study. She opened a mobile phone software, which was integrated with the eavesdropping device. Through the software, she could hear the sounds picked up by the eavesdropping device. She put on her Bluetooth headphones and listened quietly. But for the first half hour, she only heard the sound of typing on the keyboard. It's almost like it keeps knocking. Qin Shiyun felt a little regretful. You know, if she bought a hidden surveillance robot, she would be able to see what Lin Hao did in the computer room. Now the only sound I can hear is the typing of the keyboard. At this moment, Qin Shiyun's expression tensed, she held her breath, and listened attentively. "Lin Hao, the submarine technical information has been sent to your computer, please check it now." "Lin Hao, it doesn't matter who I am, I'm just an ordinary person." In addition to hearing Lin Hao's voice, Qin Shiyun also heard the voice of Lin Hao's phone call. The other person's voice sounded like he was in his 50s. He asked who Lin Hao was. Qin Shiyun became more and more confused. Last time she overheard, Lin Hao said something about handing over the fighter jet information to the other party. Now some submarine technical information is being handed over to the other party. It made her very confused. What is Lin Hao doing? Also, where did Lin Hao get these technical information? He's not a hacker. Qin Shiyun decided to buy a camouflaged small surveillance camera and put it in the study to see what Lin Hao was doing every day. Qin Shiyun said to the 2 children, "You 2 stay at home. When Dad comes down later, tell him that Mom went out to buy something and will be back soon." The 2 kids nodded repeatedly. After Qin Shiyun went out, she bought a small camouflaged robot for surveillance and returned home. I saw Lin Hao playing with the 2 kids. Lin Hao glanced at Qin Shiyun and asked with a smile, what do you want to eat tonight? Qin Shiyun had no appetite. Just eat something. Chapter 91 Return to Yangcheng. Lin Hao was speechless. He went to the kitchen to cook, while Qin Shiyun went to the study and placed the disguised robot surveillance in a suitable but inconspicuous position, mainly staring at the computer. After putting it away, he went downstairs. After a while, Lin Hao prepared the meal. He made 3 dishes and a soup, and didn't make more. Several people sat down to eat. After eating, they took a shower and went to bed. The next day, after breakfast, we drove to Yangcheng. After 2.5 hours, we arrived at a kindergarten in Yangcheng at 10:30 in the morning. This kindergarten was where the 2 children went to school before. Today is Saturday and there is no one in the kindergarten. Xin Anren stood outside the kindergarten door, looking at the kindergarten, and couldn't help but recall the scenes of her schooling there in the previous year. Xin Yanyan also looked at the kindergarten. There were some friends in this kindergarten, but now, they can't see them anymore. Still kind of nostalgic. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun didn't say anything, they just watched quietly. At 11 o'clock, Xin Anren turned around and said, "Mom and Dad, let's go home." Xin Anren had seen enough and missed enough. She also missed her home in Yangcheng very much. Qin Shiyun nodded and said to Lin Hao, "Buy some vegetables and go home to cook." Lin Hao nodded, then bought some vegetables and returned home. Looking at her familiar home, Qin Shiyun missed it very much and said with emotion, "I have lived in Yangcheng for more than a year." After she graduated, she came to Yangcheng. Bought a house here and live here. She glanced at Lin Hao and whispered, "Do you know why I came to Yangcheng after graduation?" Lin Hao understood something, but he didn't say it. Qin Shiyun muttered to herself, "I came to Yangcheng because I have some hope for you. Maybe you will break up with Zhang Jingjing one day? Also, I want to see you up close." Lin Hao was silent and held Qin Shiyun's hand. Qin Shiyun said softly, "When you and Zhang Jingjing got engaged, my heart almost died. The night before you and Zhang Jingjing got married, I cried for a long time. I thought, I should let you go." Qin Shiyun was silent for a while, her eyes moistened. She took a deep breath and said softly, "If Zhang Jingjing's family hadn't suddenly doubled the betrothal gift, you would be with Zhang Jingjing, and I might end up living alone. You are so beautiful and such a nice person, how could you end up alone?" Lin Hao looked at her. Qin Shiyun couldn't help but laugh after hearing this, and said with moist eyes, "Don't forget, I have 2 daughters. Even though I have 2 daughters, there will still be people willing to marry me. But who do you think those people who are willing to marry me will be? It could be that he is someone who cannot get married, or someone who is only interested in beauty, or someone who is only interested in money. In short, there will be no true love. Let me ask you, she already has 2 children, which man wouldn't he mind? There may be many people who don't mind, but those who don't mind her 2 children probably have other intentions. Of course, there may be some people who truly like her and don't mind children, but, when they have a fight one day, it may be because of the children. And this is not what she wants." Lin Hao was silent for a while, then said softly, "It's all in the past. Aren't we together now?" Qin Shiyun nodded slightly. It was all in the past. She and Lin Hao were indeed together and would always be together in the future. But when she arrived at her home in Yangcheng, she couldn't help but think of the past. "Lin Hao." Qin Shiyun whispered. "Whom?" Lin Hao looked at her. "I want a hug." Qin Shiyun faced Lin Hao. Lin Hao didn't say anything and hugged Qin Shiyun. Qin Shiyun snuggled in his arms and said nothing. After a moment, Lin Hao whispered in her ear, "The child is hungry. I'll go cook. Let's do it together." Qin Shiyun said softly. The 2 went to the kitchen, washed and cut vegetables, and then cooked. The meal is ready and the rice is cooked. Several people sat down to eat. Qin Shiyun picked up a few dishes for Lin Hao. Although she didn't say anything, her love for him was revealed. Lin Hao also picked up a few dishes for Qin Shiyun, and then picked up a few dishes for the 2 children. After eating, several people did not go out and just stayed at home. Clean up. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Hao's friends and several of Qin Shiyun's friends sent messages one after another, asking where they would get together in the evening after get off work. Lin Hao had already booked a private room, a large room that could seat 20 people. Then we went to the private room. One after another, Zhang Wu, Sun Yu and others arrived here. Qin Shiyun's friends, Sun Xiaoxiao, Lu Qingqing and Zhang Wenwen, also arrived. When Sun Xiaoxiao and the other two saw Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun, they felt a surge of emotion in their hearts. In the past few years, Lin Hao has been with Zhang Jingjing. Unexpectedly, Zhang Jingjing's family actually doubled the betrothal gift to Lin Hao, leading to the current situation. What shocked them even more was that Qin Shiyun and Lin Hao were actually in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, and she even gave birth to 2 children for Lin Hao. The most surprising thing is that Qin Shiyun's family is so wealthy. She is the daughter of the richest man in Jiangsu province, and she is the only child, which means that all the property in the future will be left to Qin Shiyun. Lin Hao. Sun Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Hao and said, "You are with Shiyun, so live a good life with Shiyun." Lin Hao nodded. "Now that we have obtained the marriage certificate, I will definitely live a good life with Shiyun." He is also familiar with Sun Xiaoxiao and others. They are all nice girls. Sun Xiaoxiao and the others nodded slightly. You all live in Sicheng now, and you go back to Yangcheng less often, so it will be difficult for us to get together in the future. Zhang Wu sighed. Lin Hao smiled and said, "It's okay. Sicheng is not far from Yangcheng. We can get there quickly by car." Zhang Wu shook his head. "It's still different." Lin Hao smiled helplessly. Things were a little different. In a few months, he and Qin Shiyun would work in his father-in-law's company. If they wanted to come to Yangcheng in the future, they would not have many opportunities. These 2 children are so cute. Zhang Wenwen has been staring at the 2 children. Lu Qingqing, yes, they are so cute. I wish I could give birth to 2 such cute and beautiful daughters. Qin Shiyun smiled and said, "The prerequisite is that you have to have a boyfriend, otherwise how can you give birth?" Lin Hao answered with a smile, "My friends are single, you can do whatever you want, if you like someone, just..." Sun Yu laughed, "Don't look at me, I have a wife and children." Zhang Wu coughed and said, "I don't have a partner." Zhao Ning coughed and said, "I don't have a partner either." Lin Hao and the others smiled, thinking that maybe they could get 2 couples together at today's party. A meal full of laughter. Zhang Wu, Sun Xiaoxiao, and others also added each other on WeChat. We even formed a group, looking forward to going out for a picnic or visiting a farm together one day. Chapter 92 Zhang Jingjing's Apology. After eating and drinking, everyone planned to go out for a walk. Some of those who had families went home first. Mostly singles stayed. I also want to give singles more freedom. Everyone went to eat and play on the street, chatting as they walked. "Hey, isn't that Zhang Hongyu and Zhang Jingjing?" Sun Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask, looking 20 meters away. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look over. Lu Qingqing and several other girls felt emotional. If Zhang Jingjing's family had not suddenly doubled the bride price, maybe Zhang Jingjing would have married Lin Hao smoothly. They never thought that Zhang Jingjing would do such a thing. Before, in their impression, Zhang Jingjing was generally a good person. It wasn't very good at all, a little like Fu Dmo, but it wasn't serious at that time. But when Zhang Hongyu asked Zhang Jingjing for some money, Zhang Jingjing would only give him 100 or 200 each time. But they didn't expect that the betrothal gift would be doubled, and it would be doubled on the wedding day, which was something none of them had expected. On that day, they were all in a state of confusion, shocked and unbelievable. In addition, Lin Hao proposed to Qin Shiyun, and Qin Shiyun agreed to Lin Hao's proposal, which made them even more confused. Lin Hao took a look and said nothing. Qin Shiyun also took a look but didn't say anything. Qin Yanyan snorted and said, "Those 2 people are not good people. They even went to my grandparents' supermarket to make trouble." Qin Yanyan still holds a grudge. When she saw Zhang Hongyu and Zhang Jingjing, her face immediately became unhappy. Qin Anran's expression also turned a little colder. "Don't worry about them, let's just play our own game," said Zhang Wu. Everyone nodded, chatting as they walked, and buying some small gadgets if they saw any. I walked around for about 10 minutes. Zhang Hongyu and Zhang Jingjing in front suddenly walked back, as if they wanted to return the same way they came. I didn't walk many steps. Zhang Hongyu stopped and said to Zhang Jingjing, "Sister, it's Lin Hao and the others." After hearing this, Zhang Jingjing couldn't help but look forward and saw Lin Hao and others. Some of her former best friends. There were also Zhang Wu and a few others, whom she also knew. After the previous incident, Lu Qingqing and others did not delete her at first. They first asked her why she doubled the betrothal gift and analyzed the pros and cons. Until the internet exploded, her entire family was targeted by people online. Lu Qingqing and others deleted her. It can be said that she doesn't have a single friend in Yangcheng now. I don't have any friends away from home. Now she only has her younger brother, and her mother to depend on. Zhang Hongyu looked unhappy and said to Zhang Jingjing, "It's all because of Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun. If it weren't for them, how could our family become like this?" "Shut up." Zhang Jingjing said coldly, "If you and mom hadn't instigated me, why would I have doubled the betrothal gift from Lin Hao? If it weren't for you, I might have been pregnant with Lin Hao's child now." After hearing this, Zhang Hongyu's face froze and he stopped talking. Zhang Jingjing looked at the people in the distance. Her face was a little pale at the moment, and she felt very regretful in her heart. Why did she believe her mother in the first place? If it weren't for the instigation of her mother and brother, she wouldn't have fallen to this point. She thought about her previous revenge on Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun, and now she found it ridiculous. What qualifications does she have to take revenge on Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun? Lin Hao broke off the engagement because her family doubled the betrothal gift. It is understandable to break off the engagement. Qin Shiyun agreed to Lin Hao's proposal. Although she felt uncomfortable, no matter how to say it, Qin Shiyun agreed to Lin Hao only after Lin Hao broke off the engagement. Originally, she blamed Qin Shiyun, thinking that Qin Shiyun had ulterior motives in becoming her best friend. But now thinking about it, she realized that she was overthinking. If Qin Shiyun wanted to snatch Lin Hao, it would be too easy. As long as Qin Shiyun tells Lin Hao about the two children, maybe Lin Hao will be shaken. If Qin Shiyun did something secretly that would cause her to break up with Lin Hao, it would be very easy. It's good that Qin Shiyun didn't do that. Zhang Jingjing smiled bitterly. At first, she was blinded by anger and only thought about revenge. In the past 2 months, she has calmed down and figured out many things. Now, she just wanted to say sorry to Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun. Zhang Jingjing took a deep breath and then walked towards Lin Hao and the others. "Sister, where are you going?" Zhang Hongyu's face changed when he saw this. Zhang Jingjing ignored Zhang Hongyu and kept walking forward. Ahead. Lin Hao and his companions also saw Zhang Jingjing walking towards them. Lu Qingqing and the others had complicated expressions. Zhang Wu and the others didn't say anything, but when they saw Zhang Hongyu, their faces became much colder. Qin Shiyun's expression became much calmer. Lin Hao also looked relatively calm. Qin Yanyan and Qin Anren stood at the front with slightly cold faces. "What are you doing here?" Qin Yanyan put her hands on her hips and looked up at Zhang Jingjing. Zhang Jingjing glanced at the two kids with mixed feelings. Then she looked at Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun, gritted her teeth and pondered for a while. "Lin Hao, Qin Shiyun, I'm sorry." Zhang Jingjing finished speaking and bowed. Then he looked at Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun with complicated eyes, and then left. Everyone was a little surprised when they saw the scene. Zhang Jingjing apologizes? Qin Shiyun looked back at Zhang Jingjing's departing back and was speechless for a moment. She felt that Zhang Jingjing had figured it out. Lu Qingqing and others also looked at Zhang Jingjing's back, speechless for a moment. They used to be good friends with Zhang Jingjing. Now. Lin Hao looked at Zhang Jingjing's gradually receding back, feeling a little complicated for a moment. He could feel that Zhang Jingjing regretted it. "I regret not listening to Huang Meixia and Zhang Hongyu and not doubling the betrothal gift." He thought back to the past 5 years with Zhang Jingjing. Those 5 years were also his youth. The best period of his life was his youth. Qin Shiyun looked at Lin Hao at this time, and she saw that Lin Hao's expression was a little complicated. Qin Shiyun could understand that if the bride price had not been doubled, Lin Hao would have married Zhang Jingjing, and there would have been nothing for her to do. Ahem. Zhang Wu coughed at this time. It's a good thing that Zhang Jingjing apologized. It means she won't think about revenge anymore. Let's all live our own lives from now on. This sentence was mainly directed to Lin Hao. If you are married, manage your family well and don't think about things that you shouldn't. Lu Qingqing also said at this time, "Yes, it's best for each of us to be well. Zhang Jingjing will get married sooner or later." Although the internet incident has had some impact on Zhang Jingjing, netizens' memories are limited. After so long, many people have forgotten about it. If Zhang Jingjing gets married, it will probably be soon. Lin Hao glanced at the two of them, speechless. He could tell by now that they were talking to him. Remind him not to think too much. He didn't have any other thoughts, just some emotion. "Let's go and take a walk," Lin Hao said at this time. Everyone nodded and continued to stroll around. It was past 9 o'clock and it was getting late. All lights in Yangzhou would be turned off at 10 o'clock. It's time to go back. Chapter 93. Zhang Jingjing apologizes to the entire network. After returning home, take a shower and go to bed. Qin Shiyun snuggled in Lin Hao's arms and whispered, "What do you think of seeing Zhang Jingjing apologize today?" Lin Hao glanced at her, was silent for a while, and then said, "I don't have any feelings. She apologized today, and I feel relieved. Nothing will happen in the future. At least if anything happens, it won't be because of her." Qin Shiyun nodded. She was silent for a while, then whispered, "I want a boy." Lin Hao looked at her. "Didn't your parents say that they would give us a half-year vacation? 2 months have passed, and we still have 4 months left. After 4 months, we will have to go back to work in the company." Qin Shiyun rolled her eyes at him and said, "You go to work, I'll stay at home and take care of the baby." Qin Shiyun recalled how she got pregnant alone and gave birth to the child. She still felt sad when she thought about it. She wanted to get pregnant again, and she wanted to experience the feeling of being taken care of by Lin Hao during her pregnancy. She also wanted to go into the delivery room, where Lin Hao would wait for her to give birth. After giving birth, she wanted to see Lin Hao first. She also wants a boy. In this way, you will have both sons and daughters. Qin Shiyun looked at Lin Hao and said softly, "I want to give birth to a boy." Lin Hao. "Well, what if the baby is a girl again?" Lin Hao scratched his head. Qin Shiyun snorted, "Then keep having children. After all, our family is rich and we can afford to raise them." Lin Hao was sweating slightly. "There are too many children, I can't take care of them all." Qin Shiyun rolled her eyes at him. "Don't we still have my parents and your parents? They are still young, so it's easy for them to take care of the child. Besides, have you ever heard of grandparents being close to each other? If you have a child, they will probably love it very much." Lin Hao was sweating slightly. "Okay then." Qin Shiyun glanced at her 2 daughters, who were still watching cartoons. "Why? We have to wait until after 10 o'clock. Qin Shiyun said to Lin Hao at this time, "My daughter is not little anymore, it's time for her to sleep in a separate bed." Lin Hao. "Lin Hao, do you think your daughter will agree? He gets the attraction reward and the child clings to him. If I suggest that they sleep in separate beds, the 2 girls will definitely not agree." Qin Shiyun. Qin Shiyun was helpless. "Then wait another year. When he turns 5, he must sleep in a separate bed." Lin Hao. It was after 10 o'clock at night. Seeing that the 2 children fell asleep, Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun walked out of the room carefully. After finishing, he returned to the room. However, less than an hour later, Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun walked out of the room cautiously again. An hour later, he came back. Then I accompanied the 2 children to sleep. Early the next morning, Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun took their 2 kids out to play until the afternoon, then drove to Sioux City. If the 2 children didn't have to go to school tomorrow, they might have stayed in Yangqing for a few more days. The other side. Zhang Jingjing's home. Huang Meixia's injuries have not yet fully healed, and she now walks with the help of a cane. Huang Meixia looked at her home, looked at her current appearance, and then looked at Zhang Jingjing, who was busy in the kitchen. She couldn't help but have tears in her eyes. "Jingjing, I'm sorry." Huang Meixia shed tears. In the past month, she regretted it very much. Thinking about what she had done, she felt very stupid. She had harmed her daughter. If she hadn't wanted to marry her son off and asked Lin Hao for a higher price for the bride price, her daughter would have lived a good life. "I spend every day happily with Lin Hao. But now." Her daughter was depressed all day long, and she just did the laundry, cooked and took care of her every day. When Zhang Jingjing heard what Huang Meixia said, tears started to flow down her face. She didn't say anything. She turned her back to Huang Meixia, crying as she cooked. She is angry. She is resentful. If it weren't for her mother and brother, she wouldn't be in this state now. Now all the relatives no longer associate with her family. All her friends also deleted her. Many classmates deleted her. She even heard that many classmates were talking about her, which made her feel very uncomfortable. Now the neighbors are pointing fingers at her family and talking about them secretly. Every time she went out, the neighbors looked at her strangely. There were several times when she wanted to die. She doesn't want to live anymore. But when she thought about her mother's injuries and her brother's useless behavior, she didn't dare to die. She was afraid that after she died, the family would suffer even more. Huang Meixia felt very guilty when her daughter ignored her, and her tears flowed even harder. Mom, sister, I'm going to look for a job today. I'm learning to be a barber. After learning for half a year, I'll open a shop and work on my own. Zhang Hongyu walked over and said. Huang Meixia glanced at her son and said nothing. Zhang Jingjing didn't say anything either. Zhang Hongyu was speechless and returned to his room. After the meal was ready, they ate together. After having a good meal, Zhang Jingjing went to wash the pots and dishes. After packing up, Zhang Jingjing went to her room, turned on the camera and started recording a video. Zhang Jingjing stared at the camera of her phone, was silent for a while, and then slowly spoke. I recorded this video to apologize to Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun, and I also want to put this matter to a close. The day before Lin Hao and I got married, my mother and brother came to me and said that it would cost 360,000 yuan to marry Qin Shiyun, but my family was still tens of thousands short. My mother discussed with my brother and wanted to ask Lin Hao for another 180,000 yuan in dowry. I was very embarrassed at first, but finally agreed. Taking advantage of someone's misfortune on the wedding day and doubling the betrothal gift was very wrong. I apologized to Lin Hao. Zhang Jingjing bowed to the phone camera, then looked at it. I also want to apologize to Qin Shiyun. At first you agreed to Lin Hao's proposal, and I was very angry. At that time, I thought, no matter what, you are my best friend after all. Even if Lin Hao doesn't marry me, you can't just agree to Lin Hao's proposal. Because of this, I was very angry and I said disgusting things to you many times in text messages. I apologize to you. Afterwards I found out that you and Lin Hao were boyfriend and girlfriend before, and you even gave birth to 2 children for Lin Hao. Because of this, I felt that you were very scheming. At that time, I thought that you were with me for ulterior motives. Now that I think about it, I was wrong. You and I have been best friends for 4 years. If you wanted to break up Lin Hao and I during these 4 years, it would have been very easy. You only had to tell Lin Hao about the child, and he would have been shaken. Or you could have done something secretly to make me break up with him. Qin Shiyun, I apologize to you. Zhang Jingjing bowed, looked at the camera of her phone, and was silent for a while. I also want to apologize to netizens because my mother's words were half true and half false, distorting the truth and deceiving the feelings of netizens. I apologize to everyone on behalf of my mother and also apologize for the impact this time. After Zhang Jingjing bowed, she stopped recording. It was then posted on a short video platform. After sending it out, Zhang Jingjing felt relaxed all over. Chapter 94 Zhang Jingjing shaves her head. After Zhang Jingjing posted a video to publicly apologize, she put away her phone and went out. Where are you going? Huang Meixia asked upon seeing this. Cut my hair. Zhang Jingjing said calmly, then walked out. Huang Meixia looked at Zhang Jingjing's appearance at the moment and felt extremely regretful. If she had not raised the price of the betrothal gift to Lin Hao before, her daughter would definitely be very happy now. But now that things have come to this, it's too late to regret. Zhang Jingjing rode an electric bike to a barber shop. The hairdresser looked at Zhang Jingjing and asked with a smile, "Beautiful lady, do you want a trim or a dye?" Zhang Jingjing sat down and said calmly, "Shave your head." After hearing this, the barber shop owner was stunned. He looked at Zhang Jingjing in the mirror and saw that Zhang Jingjing did not look very good, as if she had been heartbroken. "Do you want to shave your head and start over?" "Yes." He has been working as a barber for some years and has met several girls who came to him to shave their heads. Some of these girls came to shave their heads because of a breakup, while others came to shave their heads because their hair was over-dyed or permed, causing it to be almost dead, so they had to have their heads shaved. The barber nodded, okay. When encountering such a thing, he is not sure what to say. If he says too much, the customer will be disgusted and may even get angry. The barber looked at Zhang Jingjing's beautiful hair and said, "Your hair is of very good quality. How about I cut it and sell it to me?" "Okay." Zhang Jingjing said calmly. The barber said, "Your hair is very nice. Sell it to me for 2,000 yuan, and I won't charge for cutting your hair. What do you think?" "Okay." Zhang Jingjing looked calm. The barber nodded, then cut Zhang Jingjing's hair with a pair of big scissors and put it away. Then he used a razor to shave Zhang Jingjing's hair. In just a short while, all of Zhang Jingjing's hair was shaved off, leaving her with a bald head. The barber looked at Zhang Jingjing in the mirror. Zhang Jingjing had an oval face, fair skin, and delicate features. Even with a shaved head, she still looked good. That is... The barber looked at Zhang Jingjing in the mirror, and suddenly remembered Zhang Jingjing's face, as if he had seen it in a video. The barber soon came up with an idea. Zhang Jingjing. Zhang Jingjing, who raised the price of the bride price. The barber was speechless. He didn't expect Zhang Jingjing to come to his shop to cut her hair and shave her head. After shaving, the barber scanned the QR code and transferred 2,000 yuan to Zhang Jingjing, who left with a blank expression. The barbershop owner took a look at Zhang Jingjing's departing back and couldn't help but go online to look for the video that Zhang Jingjing's family had posted before on the short video platform. After watching the video, the barber boss sighed inwardly and muttered to himself, he cut his head bald, it seems he wants to start over. The barbershop owner started scrolling through other videos casually, and before he had scrolled through a few, he came across the video in which Zhang Jingjing apologized to the entire network. The video has received more than 20,000 likes and more than 1,000 comments. In the comments, apologize? Is she apologizing under pressure? I guess her family must have been pointed at everywhere, and she couldn't stand it, so she apologized. I studied psychology. Judging from her facial expression, tone, look, emotions and other comprehensive aspects, I think Zhang Jingjing should be apologizing sincerely. Maybe Zhang Jingjing regretted it, or maybe she came to her senses. Apologize? How can a bad person apologize? Bad people have no conscience. Just look at what Huang Meixia said to Zhang Hanyu before, it's all lies, all kinds of malicious slander. Apologize? Are you apologizing under pressure? Or do you want to clear your name after apologizing? The barbershop owner looked at the comments on the video and saw that everyone was insulting Zhang Jingjing. After reading them, he actually felt heartbroken. He could feel that Zhang Jingjing really regretted it and really wanted to start over. Please help me. The barbershop owner whispered, then went to the counter, retrieved the store's surveillance video, and then posted it on his short video platform. The surveillance video also had the recording function turned on, and his conversation with Zhang Jingjing was also recorded. The barbershop owner didn't care about it anymore after that. He didn't know whether his video would get any exposure, so he just did it. At 9 o'clock the next day, the barbershop owner woke up and looked at his mobile phone as usual. He remembered the short video he posted yesterday, so he opened it and watched it. He was stunned to see that his video had received more than 2 million likes and more than 100,000 comments overnight. He quickly clicked on the comments. Comments. Fuck, bald head. Looking at Zhang Jingjing's expression, her apology must have been sincere. Now she has shaved her head. Alas, your biggest mistake is having a mother like Huang Meixia and a brother like Zhang Hanyu. If it weren't for your mother and your brother, you would be very happy now. Pity. Oh, I don't know what to say. Now that you have shaved your head, you can start over again. Come on. This isn't hype, is it? And then after a few days, he suddenly became an internet celebrity and started live streaming to sell goods, right? Hype, I don't believe it. It's just a shaved head, what's the big deal? Hype. There are so many people in the comments section who are making malicious speculations. How dark are your minds? Can't they just turn over a new leaf and start a new life? When the barbershop owner saw these comments, some of them were malicious speculations, while others believed that Zhang Jingjing had truly turned over a new leaf. He didn't know what to feel for a moment. At Zhang Jingjing's home, Zhang Jingjing also saw the surveillance video sent by the barbershop owner, who wanted to clarify something for her. Zhang Jingjing felt a little warmer in her heart. In the past 2 months, countless people have insulted her, and neighbors have pointed fingers at her and talked about her behind her back. She knows all of this. After 2 months of darkness, the barbershop owner's actions were like a ray of light that illuminated her. Zhang Jingjing had a faint smile on her face. She didn't care about the malicious comments in the comment section. She just wanted to have a clear conscience. Huang Meixia was also scrolling through videos at this time. She saw the video of her daughter apologizing to the whole network, and also saw the surveillance video of the barbershop owner. Looking at her daughter's bald head at this moment, she felt extremely distressed. I also regret it even more. She silently leaned on her crutches and went to the room, where there was a pile of lists of things to do in the hospital. This injury cannot be cured. I will have to use crutches for the rest of my life. I can't go to work or do anything. I will be a burden if I am still alive. I will only drag down Hanyu and my daughter. Huang Meixia's eyes were moist. She already felt very sorry for her daughter and couldn't let her be a burden any longer. If she died, it would also reduce the burden on the family. Before I die, Mom will pay back the debt I owe you. Huang Meixia's eyes suddenly became firm. Chapter 95. Huang Meixia passes away. Now the whole network is questioning whether her daughter's apology was false, and some even say that her daughter is taking the opportunity to hype herself up and become an internet celebrity. She knew that her daughter really regretted it. Huang Meixia was silent for a moment, opened the short video on her mobile phone, and then started recording. She said to the camera with tears in her eyes, "My daughter recently posted an apology video. Everyone thinks that my daughter is taking this opportunity to hype herself up. My daughter sincerely apologizes. I also apologize to the entire network here. I'm sorry to everyone. I shouldn't have sacrificed my daughter's happiness to increase the price of the bride price to Lin Hao. I'm not a qualified mother. I'm sorry to my daughter. I just hope that everyone will stop scolding her. I will give everyone an explanation for this matter. I will pay back what I owe my daughter." Huang Meixia said a lot, recorded the video, blocked Zhang Jingjing and Zhang Hongyu, and then sent the video out. After sending it out, Huang Meixia took out a bottle of pesticide from the drawer. She had wanted to drink this pesticide for a long time, but she had been hesitating whether to commit suicide. But when she saw her daughter shaving her head, apologizing to the whole network, and then being scolded by netizens, at this moment, she really wanted to die. Her death will not only prevent her daughter from being a burden, but will also help her to achieve success. As long as she dies, the entire internet will stop abusing her. In this way, the internet will not ban her daughter, and her daughter can take the opportunity to become an internet celebrity and make a lot of money. As long as her daughter can live a worry-free life in the second half of her life, she will feel at ease. She opened the bottle cap of the pesticide, and a smell of pesticide wafted out. She took a deep breath, then gulped it down, and soon finished the bottle of pesticide. After drinking it, she immediately hid the pesticide, and then, she went to bed and covered her head with the quilt. When Huang Meixia released the apology video, many netizens began to comment. "I feel sick just seeing you. Fuck you. It would be fine if you didn't post this video. After you posted it, I felt that your daughter was just hyping herself up. Want to be an internet celebrity? Dream on. Disgusting. We were deceived by your tears before, and you want to deceive us again? Do you really think we are fools? Go to hell. I don't want to see you, disgusting. Ha, liar, you want to deceive us with tears again?" Zhang Jingjing and Zhang Hongyu were unaware of the online abuse, as their accounts were blocked by Huang Meixia. The next day, Zhang Jingjing just saw someone comment under her video saying that her mother sent an apology video, and after watching it, she felt it was hype. Zhang Jingjing was confused at first. Did her mother also send an apology video? She clicked on her mother's account and found that she couldn't see anything. In this situation, there is only one possibility: she was blocked. She logged in with a different account and only then saw the apology video sent by her mother. Seeing her mother's video, Zhang Jingjing couldn't help but shed tears. It would be great if I didn't raise the price of the betrothal gift to Lin Hao. Her life must be happy and fulfilling. At this moment, her mother regretted it, but what was the use? Nothing could be done again. After a while, Zhang Jingjing calmed down, left the room, and went to the kitchen to make breakfast. After making breakfast, Zhang Jingjing said to Zhang Hongyu, "Go wake up mom for breakfast." Zhang Hongyu went to the room and knocked on the door. After knocking several times, he said, "Mom, it's time to eat." No one responded. Zhang Hongyu knocked a few more times and then tried to open the door, only to find it was locked. "Mom, why did you lock the door?" Zhang Hongyu turned the door handle hard again and finally opened the door forcefully. He saw his mother covered in the quilt, so he walked over and lifted the quilt. "Mom, get up." Before Zhang Hongyu finished speaking, his face suddenly changed. He saw that his mother's face was not normal, and her breathing was not normal. "It looks like a dead person." He quickly placed his finger in front of Huang Meixia's nose, but he didn't feel any breath. At this moment, Zhang Hongyu was struck by lightning and his head started buzzing. "Mom! Mom!" Zhang Hongyu shouted excitedly. Zhang Jingjing, who was serving dishes, heard Zhang Hongyu's panicked voice and immediately felt something was wrong, so she quickly ran over. Seeing her mother's appearance at this moment, her whole soul seemed to be drained away in an instant, and she suddenly became a little weak. He staggered back a few steps. She stared at her mother blankly, her mind froze for a moment, her mother was dead. After a while, the ambulance arrived. The sound of the ambulance was so loud that it attracted the attention of the neighbors. For a while, many neighbors came to see what was going on. Arrived at Zhang Jingjing's room. Seeing that Huang Meixia is dead, the faces of many neighbors changed, and they felt complicated. Huang Meixia died. The doctor told Zhang Jingjing, "There's a slight smell of pesticides in the room, maybe you drank some." After hearing this, Zhang Jingjing hurriedly searched the room and soon found an empty bottle of pesticide. Seeing the empty bottle of pesticide, Zhang Jingjing collapsed, covered her face, and sat on the ground crying. Everyone was speechless. Some neighbors also knew that the whole internet was scolding Huang Meixia's family. Now that they saw that Huang Meixia had taken medicine and died, they also wanted to stop those comments, and then they took a video and posted it online. That night, countless netizens learned that Huang Meixia died from taking pesticides, and also saw the video of Zhang Jingjing and Zhang Hongyu breaking down and crying. At this time, countless people felt extremely complicated. Yesterday, someone said that Huang Meixia and Zhang Jingjing were hyping up the situation. Is this hype? Who would risk their life for hype? Yes, there are too many people making malicious speculations. Of course, it is also possible that they have been deceived by Huang Meixia and are unwilling to believe it again. Why? Zhang Jingjing has already apologized. Huang Meixia only hoped that everyone would stop scolding Zhang Jingjing before she died. Everyone should stop. Enough is enough. Zhang Jingjing already knows she was wrong, and Huang Meixia used her death to give everyone an explanation, so please stop scolding her. This incident quickly fermented, and even some internet celebrities with tens of millions of fans, including some media platforms, could not help but speak out at this time. The other side. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun also learned about this. Lin Hao was in a complicated mood. He originally hated Huang Meixia, but now Huang Meixia used her death to give everyone an explanation. Qin Shiyun was silent on the side. She snuggled in Lin Hao's arms and didn't know what to say. I just feel that at this moment, Zhang Jingjing is very pitiful. On the other side, Lin Shanha, Yi Shui and others also learned about Huang Meixia's affairs. For a moment, my mood was extremely complicated. People died. Several people were silent. N same M line C. Ben, 92 transfer WM this 07, document W38 4CHG0, AZ, 2Z5F1 CBP7G553, G95JR1DO $2I58% KF19 YK19 JWN0C8B greater than 9, BQ676% D96BG01 plus 73 KTB11JN050. And at this moment, some netizens posted videos, hoping that the platform would unblock Zhang Jingjing so that she could continue live streaming and become an internet celebrity. He can also be considered a positive energy anchor who has reformed himself. Chapter 96 Qin Shiyun is pregnant. For a moment, some media platforms immediately rushed to Zhang Jingjing's home. Some internet celebrities also wanted to take advantage of the popularity and rushed to Zhang Jingjing's home. When we arrived at Zhang Jingjing's house, there was a big tent outside the door. There were many people around, including some singing operas. As for Zhang Jingjing and Zhang Hongyu, they were at home, crying in front of Huang Meixia's body. Some anchors are broadcasting the situation here live. In the comments of the live broadcast room. Fuck, are you an idiot? Huang Meixia is dead, and you are still trying to get some attention. How disgusting. You're broadcasting this kind of thing live. Aren't you afraid that Huang Meixia will come looking for you at night? Disgusting, what a shitty anchor. The host who was broadcasting live saw the news in the live broadcast room and his face turned ugly. He explained, I'm not trying to get attention. There are just too many people targeting Zhang Jingjing's family online. I'm broadcasting live to make those people shut up. I've turned off the reward function in the live broadcast room. I'm not trying to get attention either. That's more like it. Promote positive energy. It's a pity that Aunt Huang Meixia came to her senses before she died, but it was too late to regret. If Zhang Jingjing hadn't asked Lin how to increase the price of the betrothal gift, Qin Shiyun would have been dead. What a pity. It's a pity indeed. The anchors, including some media platforms, stayed here for 3 days until Huang Meixia's ashes were buried in the grave. Only then did I have the opportunity to interview Zhang Jingjing and Zhang Hongyu. Hello, Zhang Jingjing, can we interview you? Asked the reporter from the media platform. Zhang Jingjing's eyes were red and a little swollen. She had cried for a long time in the past few days, but now her mood has gradually calmed down. She looked at the reporter and nodded slightly. The reporter asked, "Your mother gave everyone an explanation in this way. What do you think of your mother now?" Zhang Jingjing had a complicated expression. After a moment of silence, she said, "My mother did some things that were wrong, but no matter what, she is my mother after all. My father died early, and it was my mother who raised me and my brother alone, allowing me to go to college with peace of mind. I am grateful to my mother." The reporter asked, "Do you hate your mother?" Zhang Jingjing shook her head gently. "I hated it before, but I don't hate it now." The reporter asked many questions. After more than half an hour, the reporter asked, "I think your mother died of taking medicine, and she probably didn't want to drag you down. After all, your mother will be disabled for the rest of her life and can't do anything else. Your mother in heaven must also hope that you can live a better life. What are your plans for the future?" Zhang Jingjing smiled bitterly when she heard this. "From now on?" She shook her head slightly. "No plans for now." The reporter asked a few more questions and it was finally over. At the scene, there were also internet celebrities who live broadcast the interview. There was a sense of regret in the live broadcast room. I think that it is a great virtue to admit one's mistakes and correct them. Zhang Jingjing and Zhang Hongyu have already admitted their mistakes, so we should stop scolding them. After all, what they did can be forgiven and did not cause any major harm. I think Zhang Jingjing can be the anchor. If Zhang Jingjing is the anchor, she will be regarded as a typical positive anchor who admits her mistakes and corrects them. I actually know one person who admitted his mistakes and corrected them. Does the person who stole the battery count? It is suggested that Zhang Jingjing become an anchor. After becoming an anchor, it can also improve the financial situation of Zhang Jingjing's family. Many people made suggestions at once. Time flies and 2 months have passed. In the past 2 months, the video platform unblocked Zhang Jingjing and supported Zhang Jingjing to be a positive anchor. For various reasons, Zhang Jingjing also embarked on the path of internet celebrity and became the most popular internet celebrity in the past month. At Zhang Jingjing's house. After Zhang Jingjing finished the live broadcast, she took a breath and drank some water. She looked at the computer screen and was distracted for a moment. Although she now makes a lot of money as a host, she finds it difficult to be happy. Because of her mother's death and the loss of Lin Hao, she felt sad every now and then during this period. As for Zhang Hongyu, he did not work as a host, but as an agent and photographer, doing odd jobs for Zhang Jingjing. The other side. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun are in a villa in Suchang. Because Qin Shiyun was pregnant, Yi Shui and others stayed at home almost the whole day to take care of Qin Shiyun. Lin Hao also made a lot of pregnancy set meals for Qin Shiyun. In the living room, Qin Shihao poured a cup of warm water for Qin Shiyun, and Yi Shui asked Qin Shiyun what she wanted to eat in the evening. Xu Yan said to Qin Shiyun, "Your belly will get bigger in a few months, buy maternity clothes in advance, and mom will buy them for you tomorrow." Qin Shiyun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Mom and Dad, I've only been pregnant for a little over a month. My stomach is still flat and I don't feel any discomfort. You don't have to be so cautious." During this period, she felt like the center of the family, just like the Empress Dowager, and was taken care of with great care. Qin Shiyun felt warm and speechless. "I also want to laugh." She recalled how miserable it was when she was pregnant. Apart from the nanny taking care of her, she had no relatives around her. She cried many times at that time. Now pregnant. It's a completely different feeling. How can this be possible? You should rest well when you are pregnant. If there is anything, we can do it. Yi Shui said. Yes, all you have to do is open your mouth for food and stretch out your hand for clothes. Xu Yan. Qin Shiyun smiled sweetly, feeling happy. Her family members said so it was useless for her to refuse. She felt so happy at this moment. Had a good dinner. When preparing to take a bath, Xu Yan looked at Lin Hao and instructed, "There's a chance of slipping in the bathroom, hold Shiyun and don't let her fall." Lin Hao nodded, "I understand." Lin Hao helped Qin Shiyun up the stairs, making it seem as if Qin Shiyun could not walk. In fact, Qin Shiyun looks no different from a normal person now. When they reached the room, Lin Hao let go of Qin Shiyun, then collapsed on the bed and took a long breath. He was exhausted, speechless, and helpless. Only at this moment can I feel relaxed. In the hall, within the sight of Qin Shihao and others, he would be scolded if he did not take care of Qin Shiyun. He would also be scolded if he played with his phone to relax. So he was so tired. Qin Shiyun is not pregnant and looks like a normal person now. Is it necessary to take such excessive care of her? Seeing him like this, Shin Shiryun couldn't help but laugh. You must be very tired, right? You take a nap, I'll go take a shower. Don't. After hearing this, Lin Hao said to Shin Shiryun, I'll take a bath with you. Although you are only a few months pregnant, it will be bad for the fetus if you fall. After hearing this, Shin Shiryun pouted and pretended to be angry and said, Do you care about me or the child? You are so nice to me just because I am pregnant with your child, right? My aunt, please stop picking on me. It's so tiring. Lin Hao looked at Shin Shiryun speechlessly. Chapter 97 Shin Shiryun gave birth, adding a son to the family, Lin Jun. Shin Shiryun couldn't help but smile after hearing this. Forget it, I won't tease you anymore, just rub my back. Lin Hao nodded, then got up and took a shower with Shin Shiryun. After taking a shower, I changed into pajamas. The two fell asleep together. As for the two kids, they went to sleep with Xu Yan and Yi Shui. They were afraid that the child would make noise at night and disturb Shin Shiryun's rest. At this moment, Shin Shiryun was watching short videos, while Lin Hao hugged her and watched her watching the short videos. Not long after, Shin Shiryun saw that Zhang Jingjing was broadcasting live, and she entered the live broadcast room. Zhang Jingjing is singing at this moment. Shin Shiryun looked at Zhang Jingjing in the live broadcast room. She didn't have any feelings for a moment and just watched the live broadcast quietly. It has been more than 4 months, almost 5 months, since the cancellation of the engagement. 5 months seemed like a long time to her, because so many things happened in these 5 months. Lin Hao, why are you staring at her live broadcast room? Shin Shiryun was silent for a while, then said, Nothing, I just wanted to take a look. Lin Hao nodded but said nothing. After watching for a while, Shin Shiryun continued to watch the video and asked, What should we name the child after it is born? Lin Hao thought for a moment and said, Let's just call him Lin Shang. Mr. Lin? Shin Shiryun glanced at him and said speechlessly, What a crappy name. It's like a name given by someone in the 70s. Lin Hao was speechless. Then you come and get it. No, the child is mine, so you have to name him. If I also name him, won't you have no sense of participation at all? Shin Shiryun. After hearing this, Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh. No sense of participation? You're talking as if the child isn't mine. Shin Shiryun was speechless. Anyway, you have to name the child, and I have to be satisfied with it. Lin Hao thought about it for a moment, then he said to Shin Shiryun, How about Lin Jun? This name is suitable for children, teenagers, and middle-aged and elderly people. Shin Shiryun, what's the meaning? The meaning is not simple. We are both so good-looking, so our child will definitely be good-looking too. I named him Jun to tell our son that he is so handsome because of our good genes. Lin Hao said with a smile. Shin Shiryun thought about it and nodded gently. Okay, let's use this name. Lin Hao nodded. In addition to this implication, there is another meaning. Now is an era where appearance is everything, and it will be the same in the future. People with high enough appearance will always be more popular than those with average looks. Shin Shiryun. Well, she agreed with that. Then call her Lin Jun. Shin Shiryun said at this time, But if you give birth to another daughter, what will you name her? Lin Hao thought for a moment and said, If we have a daughter, how about naming her Lin Xian? Purple smoke? What does this mean? Shin Shiryun asked curiously. It doesn't have any meaningful meaning, it just sounds nice. Lin Hao. Shin Shiryun snorted, You are so perfunctory to your daughter, after all, she is our child. Lin Hao's sweat dropped. No, it's just too much trouble to come up with a name. Ziyan and Ruoyan both sound nice and give off a fairy-like vibe. Shin Shiryun. The two chatted until they felt sleepy, then they fell asleep in each other's arms. The next day, Lin Hao stayed at home to spend time with his wife and children. In a blink of an eye, more than 8 months had passed and the due date had arrived. Shin Shiryun was admitted to the hospital 5 days before the due date, waiting for delivery. On this day, Shin Shiryun's water broke and she was about to give birth. The whole family was waiting outside, and everyone was very anxious. Especially Lin Hao, this was his first time to encounter such a thing. He only knew that giving birth would be painful. But it only took 10 minutes. The doctor came out and congratulated with a smile. The baby is born, it's a boy, both mother and child are safe. After hearing this, the whole family was overjoyed. Yi Shui and Xu Yan walked straight in. Lin Hao also walked in. It was not convenient for Qin Shihao and Lin Shanhe to go in, so they waited outside. Entered the delivery room. Lin Hao heard the child crying. He walked over to take a look, then looked at Qin Shiyun, whose face was slightly pale but smiling, and asked with concern, "How is it?" Qin Shiyun smiled with ease and said, "Because it's the second child, it went much smoother than the first one, and it's easier to give birth." When she thought back to her first pregnancy, she felt it was worse than death. It took her 6 full hours to give birth to 2 children. This time, it only took about 10 minutes. After hearing this, Lin Hao felt relieved. Then he accompanied Qin Shiyun. After a few days, the situation stabilized and the child was observed for a few days, and then Qin Shiyun was taken home. Arrived home. The whole family took good care of her. Qin Nian and Qin Anran looked at their younger brother in the stroller with curiosity. They are 5 years old this year and are in the senior kindergarten. In September of the second half of the year, I will enter the first grade. Qin Nian looked at her brother. Wow, I want a kiss. Qin Nian looked at her brother, immediately moved forward and gave him a kiss. Seeing this, Qin Anran also stepped forward and kissed him. Lin Juanzi smiled. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun, who were standing by, couldn't help but smile when they saw this scene. It seems that Nian and Anran like Junjun very much. Qin Shiyun said with a smile. Junjun? Nickname? Lin Hao looked at Qin Shiyun and said with a smile, Jun is also easy to pronounce. It's up to you, call me whatever you like. Qin Shiyun said with a smile. Lin Hao nodded lightly. At this time, Lin Jun started crying. Qin Shiyun's heart tightened, and she immediately said to Lin Hao, see if the child has urinated. Lin Hao quickly checked and then said to Qin Shiyun, no urine. Qin Shiyun heard this and said, that means I'm hungry. Bring the child here, I'll feed him. Qin Shiyun said. Lin Hao nodded slightly and held his son in Qin Shiyun's arms, and Qin Shiyun began to feed the child. Lin Hao looked at it with envy and couldn't help coughing. Seeing this, Qin Shiyun couldn't help but smile. In the evening, Lin Hao, Qin Nian and Qin Anran stayed in the room, looking at their younger brother curiously. Bite. The host held his son in Qin Shiyun's arms and rewarded the host with a longevity pill that would extend his life. Description of the longevity pill. Taking the longevity pill can delay aging by 5 years and extend your life by 5 years. A total of 10 longevity pills, automatically placed in the bottom drawer of the bedside table. When Lin Hao heard the system prompt, he couldn't help but become extremely excited. Longevity pill. Extend your life by 5 years. And delay aging by 5 years. This is what he has always dreamed of. Especially after experiencing the dream of life, what he fears most now is the death of his loved ones. With this life-extending elixir, your loved ones can live a few more years. You can get more life-extending pills in the future. Lin Hao calculated the population. His parents, father-in-law and mother-in-law, a total of 4 people. He, Qin Shiyun, and the 3 children make 5 people. There are 9 people in total. After taking the longevity pill, there is still 1 pill left. Chapter 98. 2 years later. Lin Hao immediately went to the bedside table and took out an antique bottle from the drawer. He poured out a pill, then took a bottle of water and handed it to Qin Shiyun, eat this. Qin Shiyun saw the round thing that looked like a pill and asked curiously, what is this? Lin Hao chuckled and said, eating it will be good for you. It will extend your life and slow down aging. After hearing this, Qin Shiyun didn't think much about it. She just ate what her husband gave her. Then he took a longevity pill. Lin Hao also took a longevity pill. Then he went to Yi Shui's place and saw with his own eyes that each of them took a longevity pill. Now he still has 2 life-extending pills left. Lin Jun was born just a few days ago, so he cannot take the life-extending pills for the time being. He can only wait 1 or 2 years before taking them. Then go to sleep. For the next 3 months, Qin Shiyun was in confinement and Lin Hao took good care of her. On this day, Qin Shiyun's confinement ended. Qin Shiyun got up, stretched, and looked at Lin Hao with great anticipation. It's finally over. I've been lying at home for 3 months, and I'm almost exhausted. Lin Hao smiled and said, let's go out for a good walk today. I'll leave the child with my parents. Qin Shiyun nodded. After having breakfast, Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun went out together for a walk. Breathing the fresh air, Qin Shiyun felt particularly comfortable. She had been lying in bed during her confinement period, and now that she could go outside, she felt like she had walked out of prison. Lin Hao accompanied her and chatted with her. Played for a whole day. Just came back. After dinner, everyone took a shower and sat in the hall chatting. Qin Shihao was watching a short video when he suddenly slapped his thigh and said excitedly, "Our Dacia's 6th-generation fighter jet had a test flight today." According to the video commentary, this speed is the fastest fighter jet in the world today. Lin Shanhai is very interested in this kind of news. After all, he is a man, and most of them are very interested in these fighter jets and other things. So awesome? Lin Shanhai looked at Qin Shihao's phone with a look of shock. The 6th-generation fighter jets are out? Watching the video, the power of getting on the plane feels faster than the speed of lightning. After hearing this, Qin Shiyun couldn't help but look over. Seeing the test flight fighter, she couldn't help but think of Lin Hao. In the past year, she has secretly learned Lin Hao's secret. Lin Hao is a top hacker and possesses advanced technology, all of which he has contributed to Dacia. The fact that this fighter jet was able to be tested so quickly is largely due to Lin Hao. After hearing this, Lin Hao couldn't help but start watching the short videos. Looking at the fighter planes in the short videos, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. And at this moment, the whole world was shocked. Dacia's 6th-generation fighter jets have actually been tested. For many countries, the 6th-generation fighter is out of reach. For a super powerful country, their concept of the 6th-generation fighter is still at the conceptual stage. And Dacia's 6th-generation fighter jets have actually been tested. May I ask what the standards for the 6th-generation fighter jets are? As for all this, Dacia did not announce the specific performance of the 6th-generation fighter, but simply said that the 6th-generation fighter is being tested. When many ordinary people learned about this, they were very happy, especially the boys, who were all very excited. As for Lin Hao, he was also happy. 2 hours later, Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun returned to the room. Qin Shiyun snuggled in Lin Hao's arms and said calmly, "You provided fighter planes, submarines, radars, aircraft carriers, missiles, and technical data that can survive on Mars and the Moon. Where did you get this technical data?" After hearing this, Lin Hao's face suddenly changed. He looked at Qin Shiyun and was shocked. He asked in surprise, "How did you know it was provided by me?" Qin Shiyun looked calm as she opened a mobile phone app where she had saved some videos and then played them for Lin Hao to watch. After Lin Hao saw it, he suddenly realized that Qin Shiyun had placed a surveillance robot in the study. "You? I'm speechless about you, is it that serious?" Lin Hao looked at her, speechless. "Who asked you to hide it from me? I'm not a fool. Sometimes you are fine, but suddenly you go to the study and stay there for more than an hour. It would be strange if I didn't suspect you," Qin Shiyun said unhappily. "Lin Hao." Qin Shiyun snorted, "Tell me, where did you get these technical data?" Lin Hao was sweating slightly. "If I said that someone gave it to me and asked me to pass it on to the higher-ups through me, would you believe it?" Qin Shiyun nodded slightly, "I believe you, but you are not engaged in these technical research. How could you possibly research them? And you don't even have any research equipment, it's just what others give you, and then you give it to others. But there is one thing I don't understand, why don't they hand it in themselves, but go through you? For safety reasons, and because my computer skills are world-class, it's very difficult to check me out. In other words, as long as I don't do anything stupid, no one will know me." Lin Hao looked at Qin Shiyun, "You must clear all the surveillance videos on your phone." Qin Shiyun nodded, "Back up a copy to a USB drive, and when you are old, publish it and shock the whole world." "Okay." Lin Hao smiled, then started to clear the surveillance videos. After everything was done, Lin Hao looked at her and asked, "Why did you think of spying on me?" Qin Shiyun glanced at him and said angrily, "Who told you to hide it from me? You are so secretive all day long, and I don't know what you are doing. If you can hide it from me and don't want me to know, it must be a big deal." Lin Hao sweated slightly, "Apart from this, there is nothing else I can hide from you." Qin Shiyun nodded. The two of them hugged each other and felt so comfortable. In a flash, 2 years have passed. The past 2 years have been ordinary and happy for Lin Hao's family. Qin Yanyan and Qin Anran are already 7 years old, and when school starts in September, they will be in the 3rd grade. And Lin Jun is also 2 years old. Lin Hao and Qin Anran have also worked in the company for more than a year. It all starts from the bottom. The two of them changed positions every 3 months. From sales to clerk, and then to work in the factory workshop. I also worked in finance. According to Qin Shihao, if you want to understand a company, you should start from the bottom, and once you are familiar with every position, you can climb up to the management level and become familiar with the management of each department. And this year, Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun applied for annual leave, so they can rest for 21 consecutive days. In the villa, Qin Shiyun said, "We have 21 days off. Why don't we go to Yangcheng?" Lin Hao nodded slightly, "Okay. I used to work in a factory, working in 2 shifts of 12 hours, with almost no rest time. Now he has changed his job and become the head of a department in the sales department." Qin Shiyun also became a supervisor in the sales department. At least now it is better than working in the factory workshop and she has more time. Chapter 99 Zhang Jingjing's Invitation. Qin Yanyan is already 7 years old. She has grown a lot taller and is much more sensible than she was 2 years ago. The same goes for Qin Anren. In the past 2 years, not only have they grown taller, but they have also become more and more handsome. "Mom and Dad, it's summer vacation now. Where are we going to play in these 2 months?" Qin Yanyan asked curiously. "Go to Yangcheng for a few days, and then travel around," Lin Hao said after thinking for a while. Traveling to different places is a must. Firstly, it allows children to relax. Secondly, it allows children to broaden their horizons and see the world, which is only good for their growth. After hearing this, the 2 girls nodded. Lin Hao smiled and said, "We'll set off tomorrow. We had dinner in the evening and talked about going to Yangcheng for fun tomorrow." After hearing this, Yishui said to Lin Hao, "Go to Yangcheng and visit your relatives. You haven't been back home much in the past year." "I understand, Mom," Lin Hao said with a smile. Yishui didn't say anything else. She had been to Yangcheng quite often in the past 2 years, so she didn't need to go back with Lin Hao. The next morning, I had breakfast. Lin Hao and his family of 5 drove to Yangcheng. Arrived at Yangcheng's home. Lin Hao looked at everything at home with nostalgia. "I haven't lived here for a long time." Qin Shiyun said lightly, "But it's very clean. My parents-in-law sometimes come to Yangcheng and they always clean this place." Lin Hao nodded lightly. He looked at his 2 daughters and then at his son, and he felt that he was different now. He is a father now, and his children are growing up. He is experiencing what any normal person would experience. Lin Hao called Sun Yu at this moment. "We will leave later, have you left yet?" "Sun Yu, it's all over. We'll be there in 10 minutes. Lin Hao, "Okay, we'll go over there too." After hanging up the phone, Lin Hao said to Qin Shiyun, "Let's go have lunch." Qin Shiyun nodded and said with a smile, "Jingjing is pregnant and will give birth in a few months." After hearing this, Lin Hao couldn't help but smile. At the beginning, the group was set up to let Lu Qingqing and the others get to know Zhang Wu and the others, and then all divorced. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but laugh. Then they went to the agreed upon big hotel and went to the big private room. There was a big round table in the room, big enough to seat 20 people. In addition to the children, there were also 16 adults present today. The rest were children, but there were not many, only 7. Lin Hao has 3 children. Zhang Wu smiled as he looked at Qin Yanyan and the other girl, and said to Lin Hao, "I haven't seen your 2 girls for only a year, and they have changed a lot." Lin Hao smiled and said, "Children grow fast nowadays, and they change every year." Everyone was chatting. As they chatted, Lu Qingqing began to feel embarrassed. She said, "Zhang Jingjing came to see me yesterday. Sun Xiaoxiao, she also came to me. Zhang Wenwen, looking for me too. What do I want to talk to you about?" Qin Shiyun asked curiously after hearing this. Lu Qingqing said, "She said she was getting married tonight and hoped I could attend." Qin Shiyun. After hearing this, Lin Hao looked calm, but he felt a little strange in his heart. Is Zhang Jingjing going to get married? He had long since let go of what happened a few years ago, and he hadn't thought much about it in recent years. Now that he knew Zhang Jingjing was getting married tonight, he didn't have too many feelings in his mind. Lu Qingqing said with some annoyance, "I don't know whether I should go. After all, we haven't been in touch for a long time. Now she suddenly asks me to attend her wedding." Zhang Wenwen was also a little worried and said, "I don't know whether I should go or not. If I don't go, I won't feel good. After all, Zhang Jingjing invited us. If I go, I won't feel comfortable." Sun Xiaoxiao was also worried, not knowing whether she should go. Qin Shiyun was speechless. She couldn't say anything about this matter. It was up to Lu Qingqing and the others to decide. Others can't give any advice. After all, what Zhang Jingjing did before. Although she finally came to her senses. But it's really hard for them to say anything about this kind of thing. Qin Shiyun couldn't say anything. During the meal, we talked about recent years and our children. Lu Qingqing looked at Qin Shiyun and said, I'm going to give birth in 4 months. Will it be painful to give birth? Qin Shiyun. It depends on the person. Qin Shiyun said, I felt pain when I had my first baby, but the second one was not so bad. I gave birth in 10 minutes. She looked at Lu Qingqing and comforted her, it's okay, most people are fine, only a few need cesarean sections, but it's okay, medical conditions are very advanced now, basically it's okay. After hearing this, Lu Qingqing felt relieved. Sun Xiaoxiao said at this moment, I'm pregnant too, and I just found out last week. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but congratulate, congratulations, congratulations, you're going to have a baby soon. Everyone felt a little emotional, thinking back then, they were still children, but now some are married, some have children, and everyone has grown from children to parents today. Everyone is still very happy about this change of identity. When the meal is almost done, Lu Qingqing's cell phone rang, and Sun Xiaoxiao and Zhang Wenwen's cell phones also rang. The three of them took a look and saw that the message was from Zhang Jingjing. Zhang Jingjing, are you coming in the evening? Lu Qingqing and the other two looked at each other. Attending Zhang Jingjing's wedding. She has invited us several times, so why not go? Lu Qingqing said. The reason why Zhang Jingjing was deleted was mainly because she slandered Qin Shiyun online. They knew who was right and who was wrong, and Zhang Jingjing was taking revenge maliciously. So, they had to delete Zhang Jingjing. Later, Zhang Jingjing publicly apologized, saying that she was blinded by anger and did things she shouldn't have done. In addition, Huang Meixia died from taking pesticides, so they didn't have much aversion to Zhang Jingjing. Go if you want to. Qin Shiyun said at this time, she invited you over, and she probably hopes you will be there. Lu Qingqing said helplessly, go and take a look, and come back after eating. Then the three of them replied to Zhang Jingjing and said they would go together. Zhang Jingjing, thank you for coming. After seeing the news, Lu Qingqing and the other two didn't know what to say. Zhang Jingjing, can you give me Qin Shiyun's contact information? I want to invite her family to my wedding. After reading the message, Lu Qingqing was a little confused. He still wanted to invite Qin Shiyun? She looked at Qin Shiyun. Zhang Jingjing asked me for your contact information and said she also wanted to invite you. After hearing this, Qin Shiyun said calmly, tell her that Lin Hao and I will go. After hearing this, Lu Qingqing sent a message to Zhang Jingjing. Lin Hao looked at Qin Shiyun at this time, why do you want to attend her wedding? Qin Shiyun looked at her and said, she has invited me, and the past is long over, so let's go and take a look. Lin Hao nodded and said nothing more. Zhang Wu and the others didn't say anything, but Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun both went, and they were the men of Lu Qingqing and the others, and they would also attend Zhang Jingjing's wedding tonight. Chapter 100 Zhang Jingjing gets married. That night. Then they went to Dongyue restaurant in Yangcheng together. Outside the Dongyue restaurant, guests were coming and going. The Dongyue restaurant is booked today, and no one else will be accommodated except guests attending the wedding. At the door of the restaurant, Zhang Jingjing was wearing a white wedding dress and was receiving guests. Next to her was a man in a black suit who looked to be about 28 or 29 years old. He was the groom. When Lin Hao saw the groom, he couldn't help but be stunned. He had seen this groom before. A barber shop owner. He had once had his hair cut in this man's barber shop. He didn't expect that the person Zhang Jingjing was going to marry was actually the owner of this barber shop. Everyone walked over together. Zhang Jingjing also saw Lin Hao and others at this time. She walked over with a smile, looked at Lin Hao and the others, and said with a smile, you are here. Lin Hao and the others nodded slightly, and Lin Hao took the initiative to say, congratulations, and happy wedding. Zhang Jingjing couldn't help laughing after hearing this. She looked at Lin Hao, then at Qin Shiyun, seeing that you both have 3 children, I have to hurry up and sit inside. Lin Hao and others nodded. Zhang Jingjing greeted Lin Hao and others, took them to the lobby on the 2nd floor, and arranged a table for them. You guys sit down and have some tea and chat for a while. I'll go out to greet the guests. Zhang Jingjing said with a chuckle. Lin Hao and others nodded, and then Zhang Jingjing walked out. At this time, Zhang Hongyu came over with a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes in his hand. He smiled and said as he passed out the cigarettes, my sister is very happy that you can come. I am also very happy. I have done some stupid things in the past. When we drink later, I will punish myself with 3 glasses of wine. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but stare at Zhang Hongyu. They felt that Zhang Hongyu had also changed. The aura Zhang Hongyu exuded at this moment was different from before. It looks comfortable and pleasing to the eye. Lin Hao took the cigarette, looked at him, and said nonchalantly, "It's the past, let's just turn the page." Zhang Hongyu smiled and said, "Okay, but I will definitely drink the 3 glasses of wine later." Lin Hao smiled and said nothing. "Then you guys have some tea and chat for a while. I'll go greet other guests." Zhang Hongyu said with a smile, and then left to greet other guests. Time has changed a lot of things. Zhang Wu sighed at this time. Zhao Ning nodded slightly. "I didn't like Zhang Hongyu at first, but now he has become a better person." Lu Qingqing said at this time, after his mother passed away, it must have been a big blow to him, and he must have come to his senses. Sun Xiaoxiao sighed softly at this time, but she didn't know what she was sighing about. At this moment, Lin Hao couldn't help but wonder what his life would be like if Zhang Jingjing's family hadn't doubled the betrothal gift to him. He imagined that he would marry Zhang Jingjing smoothly and have children. Maybe he will also provide some financial support to Huang Meixia and Zhang Hongyu. After all, at that time, Huang Meixia and Zhang Hongyu had not yet become good friends, so it was still possible that they had sucked some blood from him. As long as it's not too excessive, he won't make a fuss about it. After all, Zhang Jingjing is his wife. As for Qin Shiyun, if he had married Zhang Jingjing back then, Qin Shiyun would never have married Zhang Hongyu. The 360,000 yuan betrothal gift that Qin Shiyun mentioned was just to make Zhang Hongyu give up. She had never thought about marrying Zhang Hongyu. Perhaps Qin Shiyun will continue to hide the matter of the child, maybe for a year or two, and then confess to Qin Shihao and Xu Yan. And then Qin Shiyun may get married, but it would be difficult for her to live a happy life and have a loving relationship with her husband. After all, Qin Shiyun has 2 children. What are you thinking about? Qin Shiyun looked at Lin Hao and asked in a low voice. Lin Hao smiled and said, "Nothing." Qin Shiyun didn't believe it. Lin Hao was distracted just now and was clearly thinking about something. "Tell me, what are you thinking about?" Qin Shiyun asked in a low voice. Lin Hao looked at her and said softly, "I didn't think about anything. I just thought about what our lives would be like if I hadn't married you." After hearing this, Qin Shiyun couldn't help but think about it. What can she do? I can only continue to hide the matter from my child, and when the day comes when I can no longer hide it, I will confess to my parents. She didn't know what would happen after she confessed. As for getting married, she already has 2 children. Although it is easy for her to get married, can she find someone who likes her and doesn't care about her 2 children? It's impossible. If she were married, she wouldn't be able to have the loving relationship with her husband that she has now. Maybe they will quarrel all day long, and may get divorced not long after getting married. Qin Shiyun came back to her senses. She looked at Lin Hao, was silent for a while, and asked, "If you were given a chance to start over, and if Zhang Jingjing didn't double the betrothal gift to you, what would you do?" "If it weren't for what happened back then, I would have married Zhang Jingjing," Lin Hao said directly without hesitation. Qin Shiyun looked at him. "What if I told you about the 2 children before you got married?" After hearing this, Lin Hao couldn't help but think about it seriously. What would he do if Qin Shiyun told him about the 2 children before they got married? He thought for a moment and said to Qin Shiyun, "I will tell Zhang Jingjing that I have 2 children. If Zhang Jingjing still wants to marry me, I will marry her." After hearing this, Qin Shiyun fell silent for a moment. She looked at Lin Hao. "Then why don't you think of contacting me and checking on the child?" Lin Hao shook his head gently. "If I marry Zhang Jingjing, I will still contact you and see the child." This is not good. Lin Hao looked at her and said, "Let's not talk about these things. These are all assumptions, not facts. The fact is that we are already married and have a son." Qin Shiyun wanted to say something, but when she saw Lin Hao turned his head away and started chatting with his daughter, she didn't say anything else. Half an hour passed. Almost all the guests who were supposed to come have arrived. There were 20 tables in total, with 10 people at each table, which added up to 200 people. In addition to Zhang Jingjing and the groom's relatives, there were also some internet celebrities. Several of them are well-known internet celebrities. Zhang Jingjing has been a host in the past 2 years and has been getting along well with some other hosts. Now those internet celebrities have also come to attend Zhang Jingjing's wedding. At this time, the host began to preside over the wedding. For a moment, sacred music sounded, and the groom held the bride's hand and appeared in everyone's sight together. Everyone was watching this scene, and quite a few were recording it. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun watched all this quietly. After that, there are some routine operations, such as drinking the wedding wine and who will be in charge of the family's financial power. After that, the bride and groom would go around the table and toast each other. When it was Lin Hao's table, the groom smiled and said to Zhang Jingjing, "Thank you all for coming to our wedding. Let's eat and drink well here today." Chapter 101 Chat. Lin Hao and others responded. Then Zhang Jingjing and the groom went to another table to toast. In a blink of an eye, it was already 9:30. Lin Hao and his companions also said goodbye at this time. After returning home and taking a shower, Qin Yanyan, Qin Anren and their younger brother Lin Jun went to bed first. "We sleep in separate beds now." The child sleeps in one room, and Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun also sleep in one room. Qin Shiyun snuggled in Lin Hao's arms and whispered, "Where are we going to play later?" I also attended Zhang Jingjing's wedding and had gatherings with friends. Lin Hao thought for a moment and said, "Let's go around tomorrow and go wherever we want." For him, there are very few things that can arouse his interest now, and he is not very interested in playing. The main reason is that I want to take my children around and broaden their horizons. Qin Shiyun nodded. She didn't know where to go, so she just took the child for a stroll. The next day, after getting up, they brushed their teeth, washed their faces, had breakfast, and then went out for a walk together. First he went to his hometown, which is the community where his parents live. I saw that the supermarket that used to be in the community has become a restaurant. There are several kinds of shops across the street. Lin Hao said, "Do you still remember Chenwei?" Qin Shiyun nodded slightly, "I remember. Chenwei, a person Zhang Jingjing is dating." She heard from Yishui that several shops opposite had been rented by Chenwei, who wanted to open a large supermarket to suppress her mother-in-law's supermarket. Result: she later heard that the supermarket opened by Chenwei did not succeed and was directly sublet to someone else. Lin Hao nodded, a little curious. At that time, Chenwei bought Zhang Jingjing a brand name bag, as well as clothes and jewelry worth nearly 200,000 yuan. I don't know how they were divided. Lin Hao is old and seems to be a bit gossipy. Weren't Zhang Jingjing and Chenwei getting along well at first? Why did they suddenly break up? Qin Shiyun shook her head lightly. Why think about these things? Lin Hao smiled. It had nothing to do with him. He was just curious. Let's go home and take a look, Lin Hao said, and took Qin Shiyun and the children home. The house is still quite clean. He has lived in this house since he was a child, but now, no one lives there anymore. Lin Hao looked at Qin Shiyun and sighed. Our family has 3 houses in Yangcheng, one for my parents, one for my wedding, and the one you bought yourself. All 3 houses are now unoccupied. Qin Shiyun said, if you come back occasionally, we still have to stay. Lin Hao nodded lightly, looked at everything familiar in the room, stayed for a while, and then left. Lin Hao took Qin Shiyun for a stroll. I played for 3 days in a row. On the 3rd night, Qin Shiyun received the message from Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing, Zhang Jingjing asked me for your cell phone number and WeChat. Qin Shiyun felt calm when she saw the message. Although something had happened between her and Zhang Jingjing in the past, so many years had passed and she had long since gotten over it. Qin Shiyun, give it to her. Lu Qingqing, okay. After a while, Qin Shiyun received Zhang Jingjing's request to add a friend. Qin Shiyun nodded in agreement. Zhang Jingjing, are you still in Yangcheng? Qin Shiyun, yes. Zhang Jingjing, I would like to invite you to dinner and chat with you alone, how about it? Qin Shiyun, sure, where is it? Zhang Jingjing, it's at Xingcheng Hotel on Wangdong Road. How about lunch tomorrow? Qin Shiyun, okay. The next day at noon, Qin Shiyun went to Xingcheng Hotel alone. When I arrived at the small private room in the hotel, I saw Zhang Jingjing. After sitting down, Qin Shiyun got straight to the point and looked at her. Why did you think of looking for me? Zhang Jingjing heard this, smiled slightly, and looked at Qin Shiyun with some indescribable meaning in her eyes. If that incident hadn't happened, we would still be good friends. Zhang Jingjing. Qin Shiyun was speechless. Zhang Jingjing took a sip of red wine. She looked at Qin Shiyun and said, are you happy with Lin Hao? Qin Shiyun looked at her and said, it's okay. She's just like a normal person. Zhang Jingjing looked at her and pondered for a while, as if thinking about something. Finally, she said, I invited you to dinner this time mainly because I wanted to reminisce about the past. I remembered that we were best friends before, and we became enemies because of that incident. Now that I think about it, I was really stupid back then. Qin Shiyun was speechless. What could she say? Zhang Jingjing sighed. In the past 2 years, I have often thought that if I had not agreed to my mother and brother's request that day and had not asked Lin how to increase the price of the betrothal gift, perhaps my child would be 2 or 3 years old now. Zhang Jingjing sighed again. Qin Shiyun looked at her. She didn't know what to say. Is it embarrassing? No. I just don't know what to say. The two of them were drinking some wine and were a little tipsy. The topic was gradually opened up. As we chatted, we talked about Chen Wei. Qin Shiyun asked curiously, why did you break up with Chen Wei? Didn't you say before that you were engaged? Zhang Jingjing was stunned after hearing this. Chen Wei? She remembered. Zhang Jingjing looked at her with blurred eyes and laughed, saying, I was with Chen Wei in the beginning because Chen Wei was rich. He could provide me with abundant material things, so that I could have the ability to take revenge on you and Lin Hao. Zhang Jingjing laughed. Later, I also thought about spending my whole life with Chen Wei. After all, he treats me well and is not bad in all aspects. I still like him a little bit, but he is not good enough. No? Qin Shiyun was a little confused. What's wrong? Zhang Jingjing laughed and didn't feel embarrassed. Chen Wei is not a normal man. I guess he used to play around a lot and has become a bit of a jerk now. Tell me, how can I be with a man like him? Zhang Jingjing laughed and said, I don't have any deep feelings for him. It's better for me to live alone than to live with him like this for the rest of my life. Also, he has become very inferior in his heart because of this. If I accidentally poke his pain point, he might become hideous and do something out of line. I don't dare to be with such a person for a long time. Qin Shiyun was a little confused after hearing this. It turned out that Zhang Jingjing broke up with Chen Wei because Chen Wei. Zhang Jingjing then said, one time when we were sleeping, he secretly looked at my phone and saw some photos and videos on it. I guess he felt too inferior and wanted to break off the engagement. That night, I felt like Chen Wei might have buried me. Thinking back to the situation at that time, I am still a little scared. I should be careful when dealing with people like Chen Wei and try to stay away from them. Qin Shiyun nodded slightly and said nothing. She also knew what the photos and videos Zhang Jingjing mentioned were. Do you love your current husband? Qin Shiyun looked at Zhang Jingjing and asked. After listening to this, Zhang Jingjing looked at Qin Shiyun seriously and said, I love you, very much. Chapter 102 Return to Sioux City. Zhang Jingjing was drunk and her eyes were blurry. She looked at Qin Shiyun and said, when I apologized publicly, many people didn't believe me and thought I was hyping it up. I went to his house to shave my head that day and he recognized me. When he saw me shaved my head, he looked unhappy. Netizens questioned whether he was hyping it up, so he posted the surveillance video from the store. Zhang Jingjing continued, later, when I had some free time, I went to his store to thank him. We got along well, added each other on WeChat, and then we chatted every day, and we developed a close relationship. After hearing this, Qin Shiyun nodded slightly. The two chatted for a long time. Zhang Jingjing asked Qin Shiyun at this time. Her eyes were blurry and her consciousness was a little unclear. She asked confusedly, when you became friends with me and played with me for a few years, did you have other ideas? Zhang Jingjing had wanted to ask this question for a long time. Qin Shiyun didn't hesitate after hearing this, and said to Zhang Jingjing frankly, I met you by chance. At that time, I didn't know that you and Lin Hao were in a relationship. After adding your Penguin account, I saw your space dynamics and found out that you were Lin Hao's girlfriend. Qin Shiyun continued, I got along well with you later on the one hand because we were really good at playing together and we got along well, and on the other hand, I also had my own little thoughts. Although I broke up with Lin Hao, I couldn't make him disappear from my world all of a sudden. Qin Shiyun pondered for a while, looked at Zhang Jingjing and said, I thought about letting him go slowly. If it was too sudden and he disappeared from my world, I couldn't accept it. There is also a glimmer of hope in my heart. I think Lin Hao and you will break up sooner or later. If they break up, I will have a chance. After listening to her, Zhang Jingjing looked at her and asked in confusion, Lin Hao and I broke up several times. Why didn't you reconcile with Lin Hao at that time? Qin Shiyun shook her head gently and said softly, your breakup is just a small quarrel. It doesn't involve any fundamental problems. You won't break up completely. Zhang Jingjing looked at her and asked curiously, why did you and Lin Hao break up? I feel like your breakup wasn't due to something unbearable, right? Generally completely divided. Those are the possibilities. One is cheating, which is unacceptable. The second is defeat by reality. If the quarrel is minor, the possibility of reconciliation is still very high. Shin Shuryun couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. I've been with him for a year, and we broke up more than a dozen times in that year. He deleted me as a friend more than 20 times. The last time he deleted me, he said some harsh words. Plus, he deleted me as a friend quite frequently, and we broke up quite frequently. He and I were both very tired. Shin Shuryun said softly, I broke up with him more than a dozen times at that time. The first time, I remember we reconciled that night. The second time, we reconciled a day later. The third time, we reconciled 2 days later. Every time we break up, it takes longer to reconcile. The last time we broke up, I didn't go back to him until 4 months later. I didn't expect, he already had you. Thinking about going to see Lin Hao in the 4th month, she was angry for a while when she found out that Lin Hao already had a girlfriend. I felt that although the breakup lasted a long time, it was not caused by any fundamental problems, and as a result, I got a girlfriend. Although Lin Hao only got together with Zhang Jingjing in the 4th month after their breakup. But then I thought, 3 months after the breakup is indeed a long time. There's nothing wrong with Lin Hao wanting to date someone again. He can't just keep dwelling on his ex after the breakup, right? After hearing this, Zhang Jingjing was speechless for a moment. She thought she was miserable enough. Now I feel that Shin Shuryun is also quite miserable. She got pregnant and raised the child by herself, played with her for several years, and often saw Lin Hao. Shin Shuryun must have felt very miserable during those years. The two chatted for a long time. It was 10 o'clock. Lin Hao called Shin Shuryun. Lin Hao, it's getting late, come back early. Shin Shuryun, I'm drunk, come and pick me up. Lin Hao, got it. Shin Shuryun hung up the phone. Zhang Jingjing smiled, my husband will be here soon. Shin Shuryun smiled gently. After a while, Shin Shuryun and Zhang Jingjing walked out together. When they got outside, they saw 2 cars parked there. The car windows were all open. Shin Shuryun saw Lin Hao smoking. Zhang Jingjing also saw her husband smoking. Bye. The two said to each other and got into the car. Then left. In the car, Lin Hao asked curiously, what did you talk about with her? Shin Shuryun, we didn't talk about anything, just the past and the present. She asked me about my past, and I asked her if she loved her husband. Lin Hao nodded lightly and didn't ask any more questions. Shin Shuryun didn't talk about Zhang Jingjing anymore, but started talking about other things. She said softly, a friend of mine talked to me about something a few days ago. She said that after she got married, she didn't love her husband, and she didn't like him very much. She still keeps in touch with her ex-boyfriend. Then what? Lin Hao asked, already guessing something in his heart. Shin Shuryun said calmly, she still loves her ex-boyfriend. She and her ex-boyfriend still go to check into a hotel or something. Lin Hao nodded lightly. Shin Shuryun looked at him, a little curious, you're not surprised at all? Lin Hao shook his head slightly, isn't this normal? This kind of thing doesn't happen often, but I have seen a few. Shin Shuryun. Lin Hao looked at her and said speechlessly, what do you mean by telling me this? It's nothing special. I just feel that the world is a bit chaotic. Shin Shuryun said lightly. Lin Hao glanced at her and said, if you were not born in a wealthy family, you might find it even more confusing. You are not short of money, but many people break their bottom line again and again for money. In this day and age, if you don't have a wedding house, your mother-in-law and father-in-law will not agree. This may result in people who like each other not being able to get married. Shin Shuryun was speechless. The two chatted until they got home. All 3 children were already asleep. Shin Shuryun went to take a shower first. After taking a shower, it was already past 11 o'clock, and the two fell asleep in each other's arms. The next day, the two of them took the children for a stroll. In a flash, 20 days passed. That day, Lin Hao and his companions drove back to Sioux City. Because I have to go back to work the day after tomorrow. Arrived home. I met my parents, mother-in-law and father-in-law. How do you take care of the children? Nian Nian and Ran Ran are both dark-skinned. Yi Shui scolded them and looked at the 2 children with heartache. Shu Yan also felt distressed, Junjun has become a little darker too. Lin Hao was speechless, it's not that dark, it will turn white in 2 days. Shin Shuryun was also speechless. It's not dark at all, just a little bit dark. After 5 or 6 days, you can get back to normal. Chapter 103 Retirement. The two kids are now cherished by the whole family. They feel so sad if they get a little darker. I am speechless. The next day, they played at home all day, and on the third day, they went to work on time. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun are both in the sales department, but not in the same sales department. But the office is very close, just next door. Both of them have now been promoted and are supervisors. The employees in the company also knew the identities of Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun, and were very polite to them. Some would even go up to them to curry favor with them. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun have become accustomed to this. In the office, a woman flattered Qin Shiyun and said to her with a smile, "Manager Qin, your skin is so good. It's been 2 years, and I haven't seen any change at all." After hearing this, Qin Shiyun couldn't help but look at her. "You saw me 2 years ago?" The woman smiled and said, "Yes, I have. I saw you once when you came to the company with Manager Lin and the chairman." After hearing this, Qin Shiyun looked enlightened. So that's how it was. In the past 2 years, she has changed many positions. She has worked as an operator, a clerk, a foreman, and a supervisor in the factory workshop. I have also worked as a salesperson and have only now been promoted to the position of sales supervisor. But she did find the woman's compliments quite peculiar. Because in the past 2 years, she found that she really didn't seem to have changed at all, not even a little bit older. Maybe it's because of the happy life and Lin Hao's support. Qin Shiyun said at this time, "Everyone go to the conference room and have a meeting." After everyone heard this, 20 sales staff came to the conference room. Qin Shiyun said to everyone, "Our sales department has always been the champion of all sales departments in the company. I looked at the sales results this month. Our department is very close to the sales results of the B sales department next door. If we relax a little, it will be easily surpassed by the B sales department next door. Let's work harder this month. If our department is still the champion this month, I promise that everyone's bonus will be increased by 10,000. After hearing this, everyone shouted excitedly, "We are number 1. We are the sales champion." Qin Shiyun smiled slightly, and then said, "Everyone go get busy." Qin Shiyun returned to the office. After a while, Lin Hao arrived here and said to Qin Shiyun, "Give me some tea leaves." "We are out of tea leaves." Qin Shiyun handed a box of tea to Lin Hao. She looked at Lin Hao and said with a smile, "I heard that your B department wants to compete for the championship this month?" "What? No?" Lin Hao looked at her with a smile. "Let's see who is the sales champion." Qin Shiyun looked at him and said forcefully. Lin Hao smiled and sent a message to Qin Shiyun in front of her, "If your department is the sales champion, you will be at the top this month." Qin Shiyun, get lost. Lin Hao smiled and left the office. When the people in the office saw this scene, they felt like they were being fed dog food. Ever since Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun came to the sales department, they were often fed dog food. Oh. Then I started to get busy. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun usually work very seriously. After all, this is their own company, so they have to spend more energy than ordinary people. They want to understand the key points of each department and how to do their work better. Qin Shihao said that only by working in various positions and then moving on to management level, and eventually becoming chairman and president, can one run a company better. The two of them have been working hard. In a flash, 2 years have passed. Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun are already 29 years old. The two girls are now 9 years old, and Lin Jun is 4 years old. On this day, Qin Shihao made a major personnel adjustment. After a vote by the board of directors, Qin Shiyun became the chairman of Haoyan Company. Lin Hao became the executive CEO of Haoyan Group. Qin Shihao also retired. In the evening, the family had dinner. Qin Shihao looked at Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun and said earnestly, "The name of the company has great significance. We took one character from my name and your mother's name to establish Haoyan. Now that the company is in your hands, I don't ask for the company to be developed to be very strong, but we must not regress." "I know, Dad." Qin Shiyun looked at him and chuckled, "I won't let the company go backwards." Lin Hao was thinking about another thing. Over the past few years, he had obtained a lot of good things from the system. For example, beauty secrets and vaccines to prevent AIDS. Once these two things are taken out, they will definitely shock the whole world. He felt it was time to take these two things out. After dinner and a shower, Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun chatted in the bedroom. "I have a secret recipe for beauty and vaccine technology to prevent AIDS," Lin Hao said at this time. Shin Shiryun looked at him and blinked. She thought she had heard it wrong. Beauty secret, AIDS vaccine? Really? Lin Hao. Where did you get it from? Shin Shiryun looked at him curiously. Don't tell me, that mysterious person gave it to you again. In recent years, Lin Hao has not been hiding anything. If there is any important technology, he will directly transmit it to his superiors through the computer in front of Shin Shiryun. Shin Shiryun was stunned because the technical information submitted by Lin Hao was world-leading and could change the world. Lin Haoan said, it was given by the mysterious person. After hearing this, Shin Shiryun couldn't help but become curious, who exactly is that mysterious man? In the past few years, you have come up with so many advanced technologies, and now there is vaccine technology to prevent AIDS. I even suspect that the mysterious man is not a human. Lin Hao smiled calmly and said, maybe. I'll give away some of the technologies he gave me to my superiors, such as beauty secrets and AIDS prevention technologies. I think they will be useful to the company, so I plan to do it ourselves. Shin Shiryun heard this and said, sure, the group happens to have a pharmaceutical company under its umbrella. Lin Hao nodded slightly, I will focus on the medical field in the future. Next year, the AIDS vaccine and beauty capsules will be released to the public. Shin Shiryun nodded slightly. The two of them are already an old couple, so they are not shy at all. They hug each other and chat. The next day, Lin Hao went to the pharmaceutical company. After a few days, when there was nothing to do with the company, the two planned to take their children out for a walk. It's Saturday. Shin Anran and Shin Yanyan dressed up beautifully and appeared in front of Lin Hao and Shin Shiryun together. Shin Yanyan was wearing a blue and white Lolita outfit with two ponytails. She looked very beautiful, and her girlish charm could not be concealed. Shin Anran has long straight hair and exudes a sense of tranquility. As for Lin Hao and Shin Shiryun, because they took the longevity elixir, their appearance has remained at the age of 26, and they are still very young. As for Lin Jun, he is over 4 years old and still a child. P.S. End of month. Chapter 104. Not afraid at all. Let's go to South City to play today. Lin Hao said to his two daughters and son. Shin Yanyan and the other two nodded, then got into the car together. Dad, how about we go to the amusement park in South City? Shin Yanyan suggested. She was 9 years old, but already very tall, at 165 centimeters. In this era, young men in Daxia were generally quite tall. Basically, girls are around 175 centimeters tall and boys are around 185 centimeters tall. There are even some girls who can reach a height of 180 centimeters. Shin Anran is also 165 centimeters tall. By the time she is 16, she might be over 175 centimeters tall. As for Lin Jun, he is still young and it is hard to tell how tall he will grow in the future, but judging from his genes and diet, he will be at least 182 centimeters tall. I can't ride the roller coaster yet. Lin Jun said with some envy after hearing this. He was only 4 years old, and the amusement park didn't let him ride it. Lin Hao smiled and said, there is a children's version of the roller coaster. Dad will take you to ride it then. Okay. Lin Jun said in a baby voice. Although he was a boy, he was not naughty at all and was very well behaved. Because Lin Jun is obedient and sensible, Lin Hao, Shin Shiryun, Xu Yan and others like him very much. Then Lin Hao drove to South City. After driving for 2 hours, we finally arrived at South City and headed straight to the amusement park in South City. When they arrived at the amusement park, Shin Yanyan and Shin Anran were a little excited. Although they were young, they had gone to ride the roller coaster every year in the past 2 years and it was very thrilling. There were also haunted houses, 5-star hotels and so on, and they had a lot of fun. They would even deliberately scare the staff who were dressed as ghosts. Then line up to ride the roller coaster. Because Lin Jun was still young and needed someone to take care of him, Shin Shiryun stayed behind while Lin Hao took the two girls on the roller coaster. After riding one roller coaster, I went to ride another one. After playing for a whole day, Shin Yanyan said with anticipation, the haunted house will open at 5 p.m., and we can play again. I haven't played in the adventure house in South City yet. Shin Anran was also looking forward to it. She said, those people pretending to be ghosts are not scary at all. There was music, it was pitch black, and then people suddenly appeared. It's nothing special. Shin Yanyan laughed out loud, last time that guy scared me, I hugged him and laughed, and he was stunned. Lin Hao looked at the two girls and shook his head speechlessly, you can have fun, but don't scare the staff, especially by pretending to die suddenly. After hearing this, Qin Yanyan couldn't help but laugh and said, and ran, and I won't pretend to die suddenly. I'm afraid of scaring them. Lin Hao nodded lightly. He was just giving a reminder. Just in case the two girls really did that. Then they went to the adventure house together. Qin Shiyun shook her head slightly. Xiao Jun and I will wait for you here. Lin Jun is still young, and the staff here does not allow Lin Jun to play. Okay. Lin Hao chuckled. Lin Jun was in a bad mood and felt a little disappointed at this time because he was too young and couldn't play with many things. You can't ride the roller coaster, the adventure house, or many other rides. Oh. Mom, take me to play something else first. Lin Jun looked up at Qin Shiyun and said. Qin Shiyun smiled and said, okay. Lin Hao first took the two girls to the adventure house. It takes about an hour to play in the adventure house. When we got to the adventure house, a staff member told us some precautions, saying that if we felt too organized inside, we should shout, I want to quit. I want to quit. In this case, staff will take them back. Then we entered the adventure house. There are 3 people in a group, Lin Hao, Qin Yanyan, and Qin Anren, just enough to form a group. When they arrived at the adventure house, it was pitch black without any light. The 3 of them held hands. At this moment, there was no movement in the house. Qin Yanyan and Qin Anren were both a little excited. Qin Yanyan said, Where's the ghost? Where's the ghost? Come out. Qin Anren didn't say anything, but listened carefully to everything around him. After a while, Qin Anren whispered, There is a sound under the table, someone. Qin Yanyan also heard it, and she said, He wants to suddenly appear and pat us on the shoulders, or suddenly emit a green light and deliberately scare us. Nothing new at all. Why? Just at this moment. Qin Yanyan heard the sound of someone breathing. After hearing this, Qin Yanyan smiled and turned around. Although she couldn't see anything, she knew by intuition that there was someone in front of her. Bang! Just then, a green light flashed. As the green light flashed, a pale face appeared. Then it suddenly disappeared. Qin Yanyan and the other 2 were not scared at all. That's it? It didn't scare me. Qin Yanyan snorted. When I was sick and weak as a child, I experienced sleep paralysis. I was quite scared at first, but then it happened 5 times in one night. I was so angry that I tried hard to open my eyes and wanted to chop the ghost to death with a knife. Since then, I am not afraid of ghosts at all. Qin Anren didn't say anything. She had a similar experience and was sleep paralyzed many times. She was so angry that she wanted to beat the ghost to death with her fists. What's wrong with ghosts? Even if there really are ghosts in this world, she will use her fists to beat them to death. When Lin Hao heard Qin Yanyan's words, he couldn't help but smile. It's good that his daughter is not afraid of ghosts. There are many atheists among the young people of this era. They all believe in science and do not believe in ghosts and gods. If some people believe in superstitions, it is selective superstition. For example, if the left eye twitches, it means good fortune, while if the right eye twitches, it means disaster. If the left eye twitches, one will believe it and think that he is going to get rich. But if my right eye twitches, I'll think, damn, superstition. Some girls would think that men are on the left and women are on the right, and in short, they just don't believe anything that is not good for them. Believe in what is beneficial to you. That's good too. Lin Hao feels that the children of this generation will surely make Daxia's national strength reach a stronger level when they grow up. I played in the adventure house for a full hour before it ended. It's not fun. I don't feel scared at all. Qin Yanyan complained, I'd been to so many haunted houses, including 5-star ones, but I didn't feel anything scary. The staff expressed helplessness. If it were anyone else, they would have been terrified, but Qin Yanyan and the other 2 seemed very calm. Qin Anren said to Lin Hao, Dad, let's go find Mom and Brother and have dinner. Okay. Lin Hao nodded slightly. It was already past 6 o'clock, so he went out to eat something. Lin Hao called Qin Shiyun and asked where she was. Qin Shiyun said it would be there in 2 minutes. After a while, Qin Shiyun came with Lin Jun. Lin Hao said, let's go out for dinner and then go shopping. Qin Shiyun nodded. Then they left the amusement park, got in the car, located the navigation, and looked for a place to eat. We arrived at the dining area and ordered some dishes. Qin Yanyan tasted it and said with some disappointment, I become picky. Now when I eat out, I never find anything that suits my taste. Chapter 105 Qin Shi House Teachings. Xin Anren nodded. I feel like there are too few delicious dishes outside. Not delicious. Lin Jun said, it tastes just average. You two have become so picky. Xin Shiyun said helplessly, I should have known not to let your father cook. Xin Yanyan said quickly, no, let Dad cook. Dad's cooking is delicious. Lin Jun nodded. Lin Hao chuckled and said nothing. He acquired god-level cooking skills, so the dishes he cooked were naturally the best in the world. Even if someone else's cooking is as delicious as his, it is definitely not as comprehensive as his. He makes any kind of cuisine taste really good. Some top chefs are at best very good at one cuisine, but not all cuisines. Lin Hao said, eat something to fill your stomach, otherwise you will be hungry at night. Xin Yanyan and the other two nodded, and then ate slowly, but in the end they didn't eat much. Lin Hao was fine. Although he didn't eat much, he ate quite a bit either. After eating, then I went to the night market again. There was nothing interesting to see there, just a bunch of snacks. After walking around, we went to the hotel. Xin Yanyan and Xin Anren live in the same room. Lin Hao, Xin Shiyun, and their son live in the same room. After chatting for a while in the evening, we went to sleep. The next day, after breakfast, we continued playing. We went to the zoo that day. This zoo had many more species of animals than the one in Yangchang. When Lin Jun saw those animals, he seemed very curious. Xin Yanyan and Xin Anren are fine. They have traveled many times in the past few years and visited many zoos. Dad, how about we go to the cat and dog market tomorrow? Xin Anren said at this time, I want to buy a dog and a cat. Xin Yanyan, I also want to buy a cat and a puppy. Lin Jun, then I want one too. Xin Yanyan looked at Lin Jun, you are so young, and you don't know how to raise a dog. Just look at the cats and dogs that Anran and I have. Okay. Lin Jun. Lin Hao thought about it and said, okay. This break is only a few days long and I will be going back the day after tomorrow. The child also has to go to school the day after tomorrow. Spend a day at the zoo, taking photos, shooting videos, and so on. Then we went back to the hotel. The next day, I went to the cat and dog market and bought 2 dogs, 2 cats, and some food, toys and other things for the cats and dogs. After buying everything, he headed back home to Suzhou. Arrived in Sioux City. After resting at home, the 2 girls went to school the next day, and Lin Jun also went to kindergarten. Lin Hao and Xin Shiyun went to the company. Xin Shihao, Xu Yan, Lin Shanha, and Yi Shui stayed at home. When the children are about to finish school, I go to pick them up. Xu Yan said, and Ran and Nian Nian are still young. Although they are tall, they still need to be picked up and dropped off. Xin Shihao was speechless, the child is already this big, what are you afraid of? Xu Yan shook her head slightly and said solemnly, after all, she is a girl, and she is so beautiful. What if she encounters a bad guy? After hearing this, Xin Shihao stopped talking. Although the problem was not serious, he was still afraid of the unexpected. If something goes wrong, it would be bad if he said something he shouldn't have said today. We still have to pick up and drop off the children. Don't worry. We don't have anything to do normally, so picking up the children can help us kill time. Yi Shui said. Lin Shanha chuckled and said, to kill time, shall we play mahjong later? Okay. Xin Shihao responded with a smile. Although he looked young, he was in his 50s, but he had a special liking for mahjong and other things. Xu Yan nodded, and then the 4 of them immediately went to the mahjong table and started playing mahjong. In the afternoon, Yi Shui went to pick up Lin Jun first. Then Xu Yan also went to pick up the 2 girls. After picking them up, the 2 girls went to see the cats and dogs. Play with cats and dogs there. At 5:30, Xin Shiyun came back first. Xu Yan asked curiously, Lin Hao didn't come back? Xin Shiyun shook her head and said, he went to the pharmaceutical company and has something to do. He probably won't be back for a few days. Xin Shihao asked curiously, is there nothing busy at the pharmaceutical company? Xin Shiyun smiled and said, Lin Hao and I have come up with 2 secret recipes, one is a beauty recipe, and the other is a vaccine to prevent AIDS. We want to make them into medicine and injections to see how the experiment works. Xin Shihao was surprised when he heard this. Vaccine to prevent AIDS, where did you get this thing from? AIDS is a global problem. Until now, there is no drug that can cure AIDS, nor a vaccine that can prevent it. And now, there is such a secret recipe. Xin Shiyun pondered for a while and said, This thing was given to Lin Hao by a mysterious person. Lin Hao doesn't know the effect either. He only knows that theoretically, it works. Whether it works or not, we have to experiment first. After hearing this, Qin Shihao knew that it was most likely impossible. After all, this was a world problem. Not to mention, this was given to Lin Hao by a mysterious man. If the mysterious man could have such a treasure, why would he give it to Lin Hao? What effect will the beauty secret recipe have? Xu Yan asked curiously. Although she was 52 years old, her appearance at this moment looked more like she was between 37 and 40 years old. For a rich lady like her, she usually pays a lot of attention to skin care. Qin Shiyun smiled and said, the beauty secret recipe can be made into beauty capsules and taken orally. It can regulate the whole body and delay aging, tighten the skin, and treat skin diseases. However, the specific effect still needs to be tested in experiments. Xu Yan nodded slightly. Then Xu Yan and Yi Shui went to cook. Qin Shiyun was chatting with Qin Shihao, asking about work. Qin Shihao also shared some experience. Don't be too close to your subordinates in the company. Keep some distance. If you are too close, others will not be afraid of you. Some unconscious people may feel that they are familiar with you and have a good relationship with you, and they will not follow the rules in the company. Qin Shihao continued, you can also get close to some of your capable subordinates, but not too close. You have to make them feel clearly that public is public and private is private. Breaking the rules and not abiding by the rules is breaking the bottom line, and they should be punished accordingly. Qin Shiyun nodded slightly and listened quietly. Qin Shihao continued, I have already mentioned this to the company's elders, asking them to retire one after another to give others some opportunities. Although these company elders have extensive connections and strong ability to get things done, you are a junior after all, and sometimes it is difficult to control them. Qin Shiyun nodded slightly. Qin Shihao said, by the end of this year at most, all the senior executives of the company will step down. Qin Shiyun hummed softly. Qin Shihao continued, as for competitors, if we are not sure we can completely eliminate them, we should just keep out of each other's way. They make money through their channels, and we make money through our channels. If they dare to cross the line, we will do our best to deal with them. Chapter 106 Finale. Qin Shiyun listened quietly. Although she was not very old, she was in charge of the entire group company and had a great responsibility. She still lacked some experience in managing a company, especially managing such a large group. Qin Shihao also slowly talked to Qin Shiyun and shared some experiences. 2 years have passed in a flash. For the past 2 years, life has been quite peaceful for Lin Hao and Qin Shiyun, with some happiness in the peace. But it was a shock to the entire Daxia, and even to the entire world. The reason is that Daxia's 6th generation fighter jets have been put into service, including super powerful new weapons. In addition, the stealth performance of nuclear submarines and conventional submarines, including the diving depth, etc., are all the best in the world. In addition, we have also become world leaders in the fields of lithography machines and chips. At present, almost all the key technologies in the world have been surpassed by Daxia, and science and technology are also leading the world. Just yesterday, Daxia officially announced that a new type of energy has been discovered, and there is a lot of this energy on Earth, enough for humans to use for 10,000 years. And the newly discovered new energy is ready to be widely popularized. After this news came out, it immediately shocked the whole world. For a time, whether it was self-media, the media, or marketing accounts, etc., they were all spreading this major news. In the past few years, Daxia's technology has been advancing like a rocket, someone exclaimed. The great strides made in the past few years did not happen suddenly. This means that Daxia had already been conducting research many years ago. After all, it is the efforts of scientists that have brought us to where we are today, said the person next to him. The people around nodded. I came back from abroad some time ago and found that many foreigners looked at me with jealous eyes. Some even looked at me with angry eyes, thinking that our great Xiao was not worthy of such advanced technology. Now those foreigners envy and hate us. A young man said with a smile, but after I went abroad, I felt a lot more confident. I came back from a small country. The people there are now trying to curry favor with us Daxia people and say that we are awesome. Some people looked at him in surprise. Foreigners can also say Nyobi? That's about the idea. The man laughed. Jingle. 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 At this moment, many people in Daxia saw a piece of news pop up on their mobile phones. Some people watched the news. The headline of the news is very misleading. Title: A pharmaceutical company under the Haoyan Group officially announced that the AIDS prevention vaccine has officially gone into mass production. For a time, countless people were shocked when they saw the news. HIV vaccine. It has been researched and is about to be mass produced. This. Is it true? You're not just bragging? Marketing account? Or a gimmick? It's fake. I've seen similar news many years ago. At that time, they said that AIDS could be cured by changing genes. It's fake. It must be fake. Another clickbait. For a time, many people questioned it, and some even directly regarded it as fake news. Some people believe it is true and go online to check for information about it. And in the afternoon, the #1 TV news station broadcast this news, which is equivalent to admitting and recognizing that the AIDS vaccine developed by the pharmaceutical company under the Haoyan Group is real. At one time, countless netizens commented and many people discussed with each other. Wow! This is so awesome! That's amazing! They've developed an AIDS vaccine. Awesome! Our Daxia is truly blessed by heaven. Oh my god, this is awesome! Awesome! When can I get the AIDS vaccine? I want to get the vaccine. I also want to get vaccinated. If you don't get the AIDS vaccine these days, you'll be scared when you go out and have fun. Excellent. I want to get the AIDS vaccine, too. Haoyan Group? Is the Haoyan Group so awesome? Its pharmaceutical company is so powerful. Fuck, I checked Haoyan Group, the chairman is Qin Shiyun. Qin Shiyun was one of the hot search figures that year. Damn, Qin Shiyun, wasn't that one of the hot searches back then? Awesome, Qin Shiyun, I have a deep impression of her. Qin Shiyun secretly gave birth to a child for her ex-boyfriend during college, and then on the day when her ex-boyfriend Lin Hao married his current girlfriend, the betrothal gift was doubled, and then Lin Hao got together with Qin Shiyun. Holy crap, so amazing? This chairman is so young and pretty, she looks like she's only 25. And also in the afternoon of that day, the media platform played a video interview with Qin Shiyun. Qin Shiyun's appearance in the interview video shocked countless people, because as the chairman of the company, Qin Shiyun looked so young and very beautiful. It also let many people know that Qin Shiyun was one of the hot searches that year. Awesome! Others of my age are already company chairman, but I'm still carrying bricks. I'll go, okay. Hey! I'm so jealous. Then a month passed. A large amount of AIDS vaccines have entered hospitals and health clinics, and are sold at 100 yuan per dose to anyone who wants to be vaccinated. The price is not high and many people accept it. At one time, countless people went to get AIDS vaccines. This caused queues in many places. Most of the people who inject this stuff are men and women between the ages of 22 and 50. Although people in other age groups also receive injections, the number is relatively small. Some people breathed a sigh of relief after getting the AIDS vaccine. I feel at ease now. Before, I had too many boyfriends and changed girlfriends too quickly. I was afraid that something might happen one day. Now I am not afraid anymore. Who should I be afraid of? Ha ha ha, with this vaccine, who should I be afraid of? Brothers, let's go to the club. In the villa in Suzhou City. Qin Shihao and others have already received the AIDS vaccine. The main purpose of this vaccine is to prevent it, and the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. Although they don't play around, there are still many ways to be infected with the disease and spread it. After the fight, I feel more at ease. Qin Shiyun looked at Lin Hao and said, with the emergence of this vaccine, our company's reputation has risen to the whole world. In another month, we will also launch beauty capsules and other products. By then, sales will definitely be very hot. Lin Hao nodded slightly, his expression calm. He was not very interested in making money. For him, whether he has 1 billion or 100 billion, his life is the same. He has no interest in making a lot of money. However, it is also a good thing to popularize AIDS vaccines. In the following years, although the days are quiet, they feel warm and happy. Lin Hao didn't ask for much. It was good enough to watch his children grow up and live an ordinary life.